Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Ghost on Bliss Terrace, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger is my stock and trade. If you're crowded into a corner and you can't fight your way out alone, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, there's no such thing as a haunted house. You know that, and I know it. Still, a great many people in our neighborhood are convinced that a certain empty house on Bliss Terrace is occupied by a ghost. I've persuaded a group of my saner neighbors to join me in raising a fee so we can prove once
and for all that it's all so much poppycock. You can find me at home any morning. It's signed Mrs. Angela Macaulay.
A haunted house, no less.
Well, I know how we can earn that fee in a hurry.
All right, Angel, I'll play straight man. How?
Just put out a for rent sign. Whatever ghosts happen to be around will be trampled to death.
Brooksy, you take this too lightly. This isn't just one person's fanciful whim. This is a community project headed by a solid citizen named Angela Macaulay. We can't turn our backs on a civic enterprise like this.
Oh, all right. But what's standard equipment for a job like this? Hand-tailored bed sheets, old props from an Abbott and Costello picture?
No, Angel. Just pride in our work and a normal amount of curiosity.
And as I've said, Mr. Valentine, although we're ordinary middle-class families, we take great pride in our neighborhood.
Yes, you've told us that, Mrs. Macaulay.
You can't imagine the effect all this talk about the Mitchell house has had.
What do you mean?
Oh, it just stands there empty. Nobody will rent it. Nobody will buy it. An eyesore for the whole neighborhood.
Well, outside of saying boo to the ghosts, what do you expect me to do?
It's entirely up to you, Mr. Valentine. We just want you to prove that all those stories about the Mitchell house are false.
Well, just what are these stories, Mrs. Macaulay?
Well, there was the milkman, Fred Horton. He swears that when he was delivering milk one morning, he saw a curtain swing back and a face suddenly appear in the window.
I see.
Well, is that all that happened?
Well, Tommy Koenig, that's Martha Koenig's little boy, he says he saw a face in the window, too.
Well, anyway, that's two people that saw it.
I certainly wouldn't take Fred Horton's word for anything. And Tommy, that boy can dream up anything with his imagination.
I doubt very much if a group of substantial people like yourself would have asked me in at all just because a milkman made a few wayward remarks and a little boy seconded the motion. Are you sure you're not leaving anything out, Mrs. Macaulay?
Not a thing. As I told all the others, this never would have happened if Sam Mitchell hadn't been murdered.
Murdered?
Oh, well, this might be the thing you left out. Did you say Sam Mitchell was murdered?
Yes, that's right. About a month ago. It was never solved.
Why didn't you say that at the beginning?
What a way to tell a story. An unsolved murder is an afterthought.
Just because Sam Mitchell was hit over the head by some passing tramp, it doesn't mean the whole neighborhood should be given a bad name.
Yeah, I know, and I see.
Young man, do you or don't you want to accept this assignment?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Macaulay. Yes, I'd like to take it on.
Good.
I don't know why. Maybe, as Miss Brooks said, it's just the fascinating way you tell a story with murder as an afterthought.
Okay, Valentine, okay. I don't see why this Mitchell case has to be a private nightmare.
Oh?
Nightmare?
Well, what would you call it, Miss Brooks? Sam Mitchell, railroad engineer, devoted husband, coming up for pension after 40 years of faithful service. Hasn't got an enemy in the world. Suddenly we find him beaten to death in the home he worked and paid for.
Yeah, we found out that much, Lieutenant.
There wasn't anything stolen. Everybody loved the guy. We can't find the murder weapon.
How about Mrs. Mitchell, Lieutenant?
Oh, well, she was visiting her sister when her husband was murdered. He was hit over the head repeatedly with a blunt instrument by someone who apparently couldn't do the job right the first time.
Just a minute, Riley.
Yeah?
I told you my only job is to prove that the house on Bliss Terrace isn't haunted.
I know. Ghosts. Ah, that dame Mrs. Macaulay's been in my hair, too.
Well, what about it, Lieutenant?
We've been through that house with a fine-tooth comb. We've watched it from the outside. Nobody could have got in or out without us seeing them. Oh, you know how people are when they start talking. Yeah, ghosts. Of all the cockeyed jobs you've ever taken on, Valentine, this is the...
Take it easy, Lieutenant. Take it easy.
Ah,
Suppose I look for ghosts, and you try to find the murderer. I understand you deliver milk in the neighborhood of Bliss Terrace, Mr. Horton.
That's right, mister.
Well, now, just exactly what did you see?
Well, like I've been saying, a face in the window around dawn one morning.
A man or a woman?
Oh, couldn't tell. It was a thin face, like it was almost all bone. Long, stringy hair. You seen it for a minute. Look, you believe me, don't you?
Oh, sure. Go on.
Well, not only that. One morning I heard music coming out of the Mitchell house.
What's that?
Yeah, a guitar or banjo or something. It went something like this. Da, 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 da. You believe me, don't you?
Oh, yeah, every word. I was just marveling at the way you carry a tune. Thanks for the information, friend.
I seen somebody in the Mitchell house, and I'm going to prove it, too.
Okay, Tommy, take it easy.
Well, tell us about it, dear. What kind of person was it?
Well, lady, it was getting dark. I put my face up to the window on the porch, and gosh, all of a sudden, there was another face, looking right at me.
I bet that must have thrown a scare into you, Tommy.
Me scared? Not me, lady. I just kept looking right back at him. I'd say it was me who scared the daylights out of him.
So it was a man, huh?
Golly, I don't know for sure. He had long hair like a lady, but... Well, anyway, it was real, like Mr. Horton said. Just wait till I prove it, too.
Well, that's a job we both got, son. Only it looks as though you've got a head start on me. I know it can't be easy for you to talk about this, Mrs. Mitchell, but...
I don't mind at all. Really, I don't.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you.
Tell me, dear, do you like this perfume? It's lilac.
It's lovely,
Do
yeah.
you think I have too much on? I've always used lilac since I was a girl. As Sam used to say, made me seem even smaller and more fragile than I am.
Yes. Now, about the house, Mrs. Mitchell, you were saying...
After Sam was... Well, after he passed away, I tried to go back, but I couldn't stay there. You see, there's someone there. I felt it. Footsteps in the night. And once I heard...
Music?
Yes. How did you ever guess, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, I'm psychic on my mother's side.
That's nice. It was an old, old song that reminded me of the days before Sam and I were married and moved into that house on Bliss Terrace. You know, I was quite a belle, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, well, that's easy to imagine, but if...
Dances, the mandolin club every Sunday, canoe rides. Oh, those were happy days. I could have married someone more romantic than Sam, like Paul House.
Oh, look, Mrs. Mitchell, I understand you were away at the time of your husband's death.
Yes. I was staying here at my sister's. I'm afraid that Sam and I had a little tiff.
Oh, about what? If you'd care to tell me.
Sam was getting his pension in a few days. He wanted to live quietly on Bliss Terrace, but I wanted to use the money to see all the wonderful places I've only read about. Poor Sam. Now, I suppose I'll have to do that alone.
Yeah. Mrs. Mitchell, I wonder if you'd let me have the key to your haunted house. I'd like to take a look around.
You know, George, we could sit here in the car and watch that house all night and still not see anything happen.
Yeah, you're so right, Angel. I don't even know what I expect to see happen.
Darling?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when we went through the house before, did get sort of a funny feeling.
Not you too, Brooksy. That's Mrs. Mitchell's private routine.
Oh, well, I kept getting the feeling that I was in a honeymoon cottage that hadn't been changed in 40 years.
Oh, how do you like that? A honeymoon cottage, Bliss Terrace, and a murder. What a combination.
Oh, George. Maybe I'm imagining things, but isn't the curtain in that window on the porch moving?
Yeah. Come on, Brooksy, that's our cue. Brooksy, somebody was moving the curtain in this room. There are no windows open. It couldn't have moved itself.
Well, nobody seems to be here now.
Yeah, well, we're going to keep right on looking. Come on, we'll start with the dining room.
Okay. The light should be here on the wall somewhere.
No, you don't.
Huh?
Stay where you are.
Huh?
George.
Okay, you asked for it.
What the... Oh, all right, Tommy. You can put away your machine gun now.
Huh? Oh, it's only you guys.
Say, how did you get in here anyway?
Oh, one of the windows in the back.
You would find the one I haven't overlooked.
Well, I had to prove I wasn't lying when I said I saw somebody in here.
Now, look, fella, I told you we're both trying to prove the same thing. How about giving me a break?
Well...
Oh, I know you're better at this sort of thing than I am, but it happens to be my living, my job. So, how about going home? Huh?
Yes, your mother's probably wondering where in the world you are. Come on.
She knows I can take care of myself.
Hey, I'll be in the kitchen, Brooksy. Oh, what a deal. Mrs. McCauley, why didn't you stay out of my life? You and your Citizens Committee for the Prevention of Ghosts.
George? Oh, George.
Oh, that Tommy character. Well, he's a character. Well, don't you believe in light? Oh, George.
Oh, don't be alarmed, Angel. Just a childhood habit sprawling out on the kitchen floor.
What happened?
You frightened off a remarkably agile ghost. I got tapped before I could even turn on the light.
But it can't be.
Yeah, well, this bump is no make-believe.
But where did this thing go? Couldn't get out. There's no place to hide. Tommy was playing around in here, and we were watching the house from the outside.
Somebody tried to give me the same kind of scalp massage Mitchell got.
Oh, what goes on here?
Brooksy, we're not leaving this Victorian love bower until we find out.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about waste. No motorist would deliberately drive with a choke out. It would be like throwing gasoline away. But some folks let the air cleaner under the hood get so dirt-clogged that it can waste just as much gas as a pulled-out choke. Even worse, a dirty air cleaner means that some road grit and dust is mixing with the gasoline, and that can raise Cain with finely polished engine parts. So take a summer driving tip. Have the air cleaner on your own car serviced. It's an inexpensive job that you can have done quickly at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. While you're there, let them help keep your engine cooler by cleaning out the radiator. That's another simple, speedy service which repays its cost many times over by maintaining proper engine temperature, better all-around operation. Ask for radiator and air cleaner service tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a committee of interested neighbors hires you to prove that a certain house isn't haunted. Oh, yes, you discover almost accidentally that there's been a murder committed in said house, a brutal, unsolved murder at that. Finally, you have to be knocked unconscious before you're convinced you're dealing with anything but a ghost. So, just like George Valentine, you change your tactics.
Well, let's face it. Somebody was right here in the kitchen with me, and he didn't have a chance to leave the house.
Oh, we keep going over the same thing.
All right, Angel, all right. Let's be very simple. Why should anybody want to jump me like that?
Well, I'd say whoever it was didn't want you to find him in the kitchen.
Ah, now you're being very nice and simple.
Thanks.
Since I took him by surprise, he wouldn't be carrying a shillelagh around in his hand. He probably reached out for something that he knew would be there, something nice and handy, something like... Hey, what could be handier?
What are you doing, George?
This poker hanging on this old-fashioned coal stove.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. And Brooksy, it's got blood on it.
Yeah, Riley.
This is Samuels down in the lab, Lieutenant. And about that stove poker.
Well, let's have it.
We checked and talked to the medical examiner. That was the weapon used on Mitchell, all right. We're working on the fingerprints now.
Well, good.
Well, that does it, Lieutenant. Whoever killed Mitchell was there in the house with us tonight.
Now, wait. Don't go jumping at conclusions.
Well, you don't think it's just a coincidence that of all the things in the house, he used that stove poker on George?
He knew just where it was. He used it before.
Well, okay. I'm going to buy that. And what's more, I'm going back to that house with you.
I don't know what else we can find there. That's what has me stumped.
Well, if I have to, I'm going to tear that place apart with my bare hands.
George, I'm sure we turned all the lights off when we left.
Yeah, so long.
But there's a light in the parlor, all right. Come on. What in the name of heavens is that?
Sure. Horton, the milkman. He hummed it to me. He swears he heard somebody playing it on a banjo or something when he passed the house one morning.
Well, let's go inside and find out what this is all about.
Oh, goodness. What must you think of me sitting here and singing to myself like this?
I thought you were staying at your sister's place, Mrs. Mitchell. Why did you come back here tonight?
Well, let me see. Oh, yes. These two nice young people and I were talking about the old times. Just this afternoon.
Yeah.
The songs we used to sing. And that naturally reminded me of the mandolin. You can understand that, Lieutenant?
Oh, yes, sure. What mandolin, Mrs. Mitchell?
The mandolin, of course.
Oh. Look, Valentine, I don't give up easily, but this is getting out of hand here.
Wait a minute, will you hold it, Lieutenant? I'm very interested in that mandolin, Mrs. Mitchell.
Ah, you young man. Paul Huff gave it to me when I married Sam.
Paul Huff? He was one of your beaux, wasn't he?
He was so handsome, and he adored me. No one could play the mandolin like Paul.
I'm sure of that.
He was the leader of our club. I've always felt that Paul gave me that mandolin so I'd never forget him. Or the dreams we had together.
I don't know why, but let's get back to that mandolin. Huh?
Now, that's just it, Lieutenant. It's gone.
Huh?
It's the only thing in the whole house that's missing. If it was a tramp who killed Sam, why would he just steal a mandolin?
Oh, you'd be surprised how many questions I can't answer, Mrs. Mitchell. Come in the next room, Valentine. I want to talk to you. Come on.
Okay.
You can understand, Miss Rose. First, I thought of Paul and his mandolin. That's the song. That's why I was singing.
Valentine, a weird thought just occurred to me.
You mean that Mrs. Mitchell might be our ghost and murderer?
Well, she had a quarrel with her husband. The milkman says he heard something that sounded like a mandolin, and the old girl plays one.
Uh-huh.
Ordinarily, if you wanted to kill somebody with a stove poker, just a couple of smacks on the head would have done it.
Lieutenant, Mrs. Mitchell is small and fragile.
Yeah. And it took a lot of blows on Mitchell's head to make her a widow.
Now, I've kicked that around, too, Lieutenant. But if I don't come up with anything better than that, I'm going to buy me a mandolin and play on street corners.
Well, I'm going to get Doc Farrell down here.
Police psychiatrist?
Yeah. Maybe he can get her to make some sense. I know I can.
I enjoy talking to you, Dr. Farrell.
You don't mind the others being here?
Oh, no, not at all.
All right, then, we'll go on. Years ago, when this house was built, you meant it to be a sort of, dream castle.
That's exactly right, Doctor. It's strange how you should know.
But in back of your mind, you didn't mean it to be for you and Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, but you're wrong, Doctor. Sam and I lived here for 40 years.
What I mean is that you were thinking of someone else all the time, whether you were willing to admit it to yourself or not.
What about that, Mrs. Mitchell?
You leave me alone. Get away from me.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get excited.
You, Doctor. You guessed my secret.
Take it easy, Miss.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
I never let Sam know how I felt. I tried to make him happy. Believe
me?
Oh, yes, we do believe you.
Just a minute. Didn't hear, Riley.
All right.
What do you make of it, Farrell?
Well, Valentine, I wouldn't say she's crazy.
Well, okay, Doc. What would you say?
You've heard of people who stop growing physically, others mentally.
Yeah.
Well, some stop growing emotionally. She's one of them.
Oh, don't go technical on me.
I mean, for some 40 years, that woman has tried to remain a romantic young woman, holding on fiercely to a love she had to turn her back on. It's as simple and complicated as that.
And one day she couldn't stand it any longer and bumped her husband off, huh?
The answer to that, Lieutenant, is your job. I don't think you need me anymore. Good night.
Good night,
Oh,
Doc.
Doc. Well, it's all wrong, Riley.
What's all wrong?
It finally came to me, a matter of arithmetic. Play around with it all you want. 5 never equals 6.
Oh, listen, haven't I had to unravel enough double talk here tonight?
Mrs. Mitchell is not even 5 feet tall, and I'm over 6. She couldn't hit me over the head with that stove poker.
But it couldn't be anybody else. Unless he's hiding behind a molding somewhere.
And if he is, we'll find him. What do you say we really take your advice and start tearing this house apart?
But, George, we've been through this closet before.
All right, so we'll look at it again.
What are you looking for, gentlemen? I might be able to help you.
Please, Mrs. Mitchell.
Well, I only
Wait a minute. That patch up there in the ceiling.
Huh?
That's funny. I've never noticed that before.
What, that little square? Well, even if it was an opening, it wouldn't lead anywhere.
Uh-huh.
Well, it couldn't be more than a few feet between the ceiling and the roof.
Here, wait a minute. Let me have that umbrella. It does open.
Well, if somebody could squeeze in and out of that hole, how could he stay up there?
Well, why don't you give me a boost? Maybe I can take a look.
Hey, how about that, Lieutenant? Do we borrow your flashlight?
All right. Here.
Okay.
Up you go, Brooksy. Oh. Well, what do you see?
Let me get the flashlight on, will you?
Yeah, Brooksy?
Oh, George!
Huh?
Oh, let me down, quick!
I got you, Angel. What is it? What is it?
Oh, there's a man crouched up there. Oh, it's horrible.
Paul? How could it be Paul?
Say, Valentine, What?
Remember, Lieutenant, you're in a hospital, not down at headquarters.
Oh, yes, sure.
And the nurse is likely to throw you out.
Well, I'm sorry. But look, Valentine, you and I are on this case together, aren't we?
Well?
Well, I just got a confession from this Paul Huff character. He admits he killed Mitchell.
Well, that's that then.
Just a minute, Miss Brooks. He must talk some more. But he keeps freezing up on me. Oh, Valentine, see what you can get out of him, will you, huh?
Well, okay, Lieutenant.
Mr. Valentine, it's so important that someone know I didn't plan it. I didn't mean it to happen.
You sure you want to go on?
Oh, yes, I must. See, I never made anything out of my life. I never knew just what I wanted. Except a few times I'd come back here to town and pass that house on Bliss Terrace. And then I knew what I always wanted. I never could have.
You mean you've been coming back here all these years?
Oh, they never saw me, but this one time I knew I was getting old and sick. I went into the house when they were out.
Yeah?
I wanted to see what life was like for them, living it so calmly, so peacefully. And suddenly I heard someone come in. I didn't know what to do. I ran into the closet, and there was that opening in the ceiling. Somehow I climbed up there, and that's where I've been staying.
But how long?
Oh, weeks. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't think I could have stood it if I didn't hear her moving about.
But Sam Mitchell was your friend once. You could have talked to him.
Well, I thought of that, too, but One night when she was away, he walked in and he saw me in the kitchen, yes. And I was scavenging for food just like a tramp. He didn't even know who I was.
Oh, don't try to sit up, Mr. Huff.
Suddenly I felt nothing but hatred and envy. And I grabbed the stove poker and I had no place to go. I went on living up there.
When you found me in the kitchen last night, you felt I was the intruder and you belonged in that house, huh?
And to think that she kept my mandolin for 40 years. That's a long time, isn't it, young lady?
Yes, a very long time.
Yeah, I guess that's all I wanted to tell you. Sorry, but I'm beginning to feel very tired.
I'll see that the lieutenant gets your story straight.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. And I'll tell Mrs. McCauley there'll be no more ghosts on Bliss Terrace.
That finely polished and precision-built engine that gives your car all its go can't be neglected. In fact, it needs more attention when you're asleep than when you're driving. And the reason for that is internal engine rust, which goes to work when condensed moisture begins to settle over parts. Nearly any ordinary oil can fight off rust when your car is running and there's full circulation of the lubricant. But RPM motor oil is compounded to protect the engine when it's running hot and when it's standing cold. Unlike ordinary oils, RPM doesn't run away from its job when you cut the motor. A special adhering compound in RPM oil film on all engine parts protects the interior of your engine from rust. And that's another reason why Western motorists choose RPM motor oil 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. Get RPM at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear Lieutenant Riley saying,
Valentine, when you tell me there was a girl sitting in this chair when you came in, and that she had committed suicide, natural curiosity makes me ask, where is the body?
I don't know, Lieutenant. But she was there.
If you ask me, my friend, somebody's taking you for a ride.
And if you ask me, my friend, I'll keep saying it's Marcia Palmer who's been taken for a ride. And, Lieutenant, I intend to find out where and why.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Sarah Selby as Mrs. McCauley, Virginia Gregg as Mrs. Mitchell, Stanley Farrar as Dr. Farrell, Howard McNear as Paul Huff, and Alan Reed Jr. as Tommy Koenig. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Corpse That Took a Powder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If life's tossing curves you can't handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, they say that if you think about suicide twice, you won't go through with it. Well, I've thought of suicide over and over again. Tomorrow evening, I'm going through with it. Unless by then you can find some way of freeing me from this horror and the fear that's driving me to this. Hurry. Please hurry, Mr. Valentine. I need somebody's help so badly.
I need somebody's help so badly. I'm desperate. And it's signed Marcia Palmer, Afton Apartments 4A.
All right, Brooksy, we'd better get on our bicycles.
Wait a minute, George.
Huh?
Well, don't you think this note sounds, well, a little hysterical? Offbeat?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Come to think of it, let's change that to motorcycles.
Well, I meant something else. Why don't we telephone the Afton Apartments? Tell the young lady just to stay put till we get over there.
Angel, too much of a chance. Suppose we aren't persuasive enough. It might rush things along.
Well, still,
It may not be easy to explain a great horror of fear in so many words on the phone.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right.
So come on, Brooksy. There's only one way to tell. Excuse me, Mother.
Oh, young man. You nearly frightened me out of my wits.
Oh, sorry. We just wanted to get to one of those bells.
Oh. Funny how you fall into a routine, miss. First, I shine up the mailboxes in the vestibule. Then I work on the brass around the buzzer.
Yeah, well, that's a very nice system, but...
A little intelligence doesn't hurt, even if you're only a scrub woman.
Oh, no truer words were ever spoken. What was that apartment number again, George?
Of course, I haven't always done this kind of work. I wouldn't be doing it now if I weren't at liberty. But when you've got a job to do, you do it the best you know how.
Yeah, you're so right, Mother. But how about letting us at Marcia Palmer's bell?
Miss Palmer?
That's what the gentleman said.
Yeah, I've been worried about that girl the last few days.
Worried? Why?
Oh, you know how it is with people's appearances. You can always tell. She's afraid of something. Yes, sir, afraid.
Well, we'll try to take care of that. Which one of these bells do we ring?
No, you don't have to press the bell. Just take the elevator up. It's self-service. It's the 3rd floor, 3A. I know she'll be glad to see friends, the poor soul.
3A. Hey, are you sure it's 3A?
Young man, I haven't worked here for a long time, I have. I should know where the tenants live. Of course, I'm only a scrub woman.
All right, Mom, all right. Sorry. 3A it is.
What's the matter, George?
Nothing. I just think more than ever we ought to hurry. Maybe Miss Palmer has thought of suicide once too often.
Here we are, George. 3A.
Yeah. She's just got to be in, Brooksy. Well, that's a good sign. I heard somebody moving inside.
Good.
What? Hello.
Oh. Miss Palmer at home?
I haven't the slightest idea.
What?
Well, I've been trying to work up enough nerve to find out that very thing for myself.
Well, you certainly should be in a position to know. This is her apartment, isn't it?
Huh? Look, did I meet you people somewhere with Marcia? Here at my place at a party, perhaps?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Is this your place?
Well, that's what the lease says. The name is Glenn Stratton. I'm a commercial artist when I work.
Well, where does Marcia Palmer live?
Right over my head, just like an angel. Apartment 4A.
Sorry. It seems we got the wrong information.
Hey, there's nothing wrong, is there? I've been worried about Marcia lately. She hasn't seemed herself.
Yeah, I know. Afraid of something.
That's exactly it.
Come on, let's get upstairs, Brooksy.
Oh, if you see her, old man, would you tell her that her persistent suitor would love to have dinner with her?
The charge will be $1 for 10 words, Mr. Stratton.
All right.
Come on, honey. No use waiting for the elevator.
Mr. Stratton is quite a boy. Any minute you expect him to step back into Esquire.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why Mother down in the vestibule gave us a bum steer about the apartment number. If anybody, she should know where people live in this place.
Well, let's be charitable and say she's slightly pixelated.
This must be it. Here, Angel. Better try it again.
Obviously, Marcia hasn't any fear of the outside world. The door's open.
Palmer?
Let's try the living room. Oh.
Did you say living room, Brooksy?
She's...
Yeah, that stuff all over the front of her is in red ink.
Oh, George, maybe we better...
Brooksy, don't touch.
But
This is a deal for the police. Anyway, she was considerate enough to leave a note right here by the gun.
Oh. What does it say?
Please forgive me. I hope this doesn't hurt anybody too much. But I really can't go on any longer. Marcia.
Oh, maybe if we'd come sooner.
She must have a telephone somewhere around here. Usually they belong on desks.
Or maybe it's in the bedroom. Oh, if we only knew what she meant by the fear that was driving her to this.
There's a lot of things we don't know about Marcia Palmer.
There's the phone on the bed table.
Oh, yeah, good. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to Lieutenant Riley. Hello, Riley's office, please. This is Valentine.
It seems simple enough to explain, but when you're all through, somehow you don't believe it.
Oh, hello, Riley. Yeah, me. I'm at the Afton Apartments, 45 Lorraine. Yeah, I know you're happy to know where I am. Now, look, a client of mine, Marcia Palmer's committed suicide. Okay, I know it's a big town and you can't go poking into every suicide, but... Oh, sure, I could report it through the ordinary channels, but believe me, there's something offbeat about this case. Okay, if you don't want to bother, I'll just take care of this myself. Okay. Well, I guess we can expect a lieutenant, Brooksy.
Good.
Now, let's get inside and see what we can find around here.
Oh, I don't think I'd like to look at her again if I can help it.
Just take it easy, Brooksy. I don't think you're going to have to look at her.
What do you mean?
She isn't there.
But that's impossible.
I know. She couldn't have just walked out of here.
And the note's gone.
Oh, Riley's going to love this. Well, anyway, the gun is still here. There's something I'd like to know right now, Brooksy.
What do you mean, George?
Do I or don't I have a client?
Well...
And if I do, where is she? Dead or alive? Oh, hey, you. You're the janitor here, aren't you?
I'm the superintendent here, if that's what you mean.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. Not that I believe anything like this happened, but did you notice Miss Palmer leave the building within the last few minutes?
Oh, the model?
Oh, whatever she was, did you see her?
No, and I've been working on this lawn for the last half hour. And if she did, I certainly would have... Young lady, did you say whatever she was?
Skip it, Chief. Now, did you see anyone else come out carrying, a large bundle and driving off with it?
Nobody. This is a very quiet time of the day around here.
I see.
Hey, look, who are you people anyway?
Say, I want to talk to that elderly lady who cleans the halls for you.
And have you understand that I do every stitch of work around here myself. That's why it's so neat and clean.
But we talked to a scrub woman when we came in.
In the flesh.
We don't have a scrub woman here. The way I keep this place, you can eat off the floor.
But
We have no scrub woman.
Valentine, aside from being a cop, I'm trying to be a logical, understanding man. When you tell me there was a girl sitting in this chair when you came in and she committed suicide, natural curiosity makes me ask one simple question. Where's the body?
We don't know.
Stop repeating yourself, Miss Brooks.
But she was there.
And while you were telephoning me in the bedroom, the corpse walked out on you. Well, I don't know why I should let that upset me. That sort of thing happens every day.
Well, it happened today.
Well, what about this letter she sent me, Lieutenant? And there's the gun, still on the desk.
Valentine, half the people who write you should be rounded up with a butterfly net.
The gun, Lieutenant?
Yes, we'll look at that right now. Careful, like, so we won't destroy the all-important fingerprints in this amazing case. There. Do you see what I see, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah.
Not one shot's been fired.
And from the looks and smell of this murderous instrument, I'd say it hadn't been used in weeks.
All right. I admit I'm stumped.
And this is the gun the girl who isn't here used to commit suicide. Yeah. How do you know she was even dead? Did you examine the body?
That's not fair, Lieutenant. You know you're not supposed to touch the body.
And where is this female hobby who loves to polish mailboxes and doorknobs, but who doesn't work here?
Don't rub it in, Lieutenant. But I'm going to find an answer to this.
Oh, it's all yours. I'm going to have one of the boys track down your Miss Palmer for you, but if you ask me, my friend, somebody's taking you for a ride.
Well, if you ask me, my friend, it's Marcia Palmer who's been taken for a ride.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about conservation in your car. If you're not getting full gasoline mileage from your car, better have the spark plugs serviced for dirty, chipped, or cracked plugs. Often waste as much as 1 gallon out of every 10 gallons of gasoline. That's throwing away quite a bit of money, even if you buy only 10 gallons of gas a week. To help your spark plugs do their job, and they do have to fire 1,000,000 times in every 1,000 miles, get them cleaned and reset. For this money-saving service, depend on the men who have a reputation for expert car care at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. If your spark plugs have given you 10,000 miles of service, you'll be money ahead by getting a new set of Atlas Champions. These spark plugs are precision-made for accurate timing, full flash sparking, trouble-free service without fuel waste. And you can get Atlas Champion spark plugs at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a young model threatens suicide, so you darn quick get over to her apartment. But she's already dead. You go into the bedroom to call Lieutenant Riley on the phone, but when you come back, the body isn't there at the desk anymore. All of which makes no sense at all. But if you're like George Valentine, you find yourself face to face with, of all things, a theatrical agent.
No, Max. None of the ladies in these pictures is the one I'm looking for.
Ah, what are you saying, Georgie? Every one of these ladies spent the better part of their lives scrubbing floors in front of audiences.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. But
Edna Tremaine. Look at her there. In one place, she spent 2 full acts on her knees scrubbing floors to send her son through medical school.
Uh-huh.
And then, in the 3rd act, when he's the president of the same medical school, he passes her in the corridor. You don't even recognize it. Pathetic, ain't it?
Yeah, I'm all choked up, Max. But will you listen to me?
Wasn't I all the time?
No, I told you I feel pretty sure that someone hired a woman and a darn good actress to play the part of a phony scrub woman at the Afton Apartments.
How can you be so sure? She was an actress, Georgie.
The phrase she used, Max. She said she only worked there because she was at liberty. Now, that's a theatrical term. You know that.
At liberty. How I hate those words. The more I hear them, the more money I don't make.
Come on. Think hard, Max. I described it to you. She has a thin, hatchet-like face, with eyes that try to smile at you, but you couldn't quite believe it.
Wait a minute, Georgie. I got a few more pictures. People I ain't used for years. I'll let you see them. Hold it till I call my secretary. Who am I kidding? I ain't got a secretary.
Oh, same old Max. Hey, there's room for $10 on the expense account if you can be of help.
Must be down here in this drawer. Here, take a look, Georgie.
Okay, all right. No.
That one it wouldn't be. Very versatile. Well, it's strictly burlesque.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's this?
You recognize her?
She's the one, all right. What's her name? Where does she live?
I'll get you that information in a minute, sir. I'll just get my secretary.
Max?
Yeah. Who am I kidding? Oh, I used to have a secretary. Anyway, on the back of it says her name is Amy Randall.
Address?
Hotel Raleigh, character part, all dialects, glad to audition, age over 21. They all say that.
Okay, thanks, Max. I think I found just what I want.
I don't know how you found out where I live, Mr. Valentine, and I don't know what you want from an old scrub woman.
You mind if I hold your hand a minute, Mom?
Now, young
Such
man,
soft, well-kept hands. Not the hands of a scrub woman.
Huh?
Come on, Amy. Give it to me straight. I know all about you. You're an actress.
No. And I thought I played my part so perfectly.
Oh, that you did. You did that. You deserve 3 curtain calls. But come on now. Who hired you to be there just when we arrived?
And you've been out of work as long as I have, Mr. Valentine. You don't ask any questions. $50 for an hour's work is a lot of money.
Who was the man?
He never said.
He gave you a check, didn't he?
No, it was all cash.
What did he look like?
Well, he was rather short and stout.
Uh-huh.
And he had just a kind of fringe of gray hair on his head.
Yeah?
Told me he saw me on the stage once and looked me up. He said he was playing a practical joke on somebody. I just had to say I was worried about Miss Palmer and put on an act.
Uh-huh.
For a moment there. Didn't you really believe I was the scrub woman? Didn't you?
I told you before, Mom, you were slightly terrific.
You don't know what it means for me to hear you say that.
And you don't know just what kind of part you played in the little drama today.
What?
But then again, that makes us even, Mom. I don't know that either.
All right. If that's the way it has to be, the three of us will sit down here in the lobby until Miss Palmer gets home tonight.
I don't know why you're here at all, Lieutenant Riley. I thought you were convinced that this was all a weird joke and somebody was taking George for a ride.
Well,
Practically your own words, Lieutenant.
Valentine, I can handle you alone. And Miss Brooks, I don't have too much trouble with you either. But when both of you gang up on me like this,
Yes?
Well, the truth is we haven't been able to find the Palmer dame all afternoon. And I just didn't put one man on the job, but 6. I covered all the places she usually hangs around, too, and nobody's seen her.
If you just stop blustering and pouting, Lieutenant, I'd like to say thanks for coming back.
Yeah? Well, I'm not doing you any favors. Every time you get a case like this, I get a headache. Let's say I'm here just because I can't afford to buy any more aspirin.
Well, how do you figure it, Lieutenant? Somebody went to a lot of trouble to hire an actress so she could create an appropriate atmosphere for the so-called suicide.
I know, Miss Brooks, I know.
Lieutenant Riley.
Stratton, I told you the first word I got about her, I'd let you know.
Oh, thank heaven you're still here.
What's the matter with you? What happened?
She's up there.
Huh? Miss Palmer?
Up where?
In her apartment. She's sitting there at the desk. I thought for a moment she'd speak to me, but she didn't.
Okay,
she
don't
didn't.
fall apart. Let's have it in clear, simple language.
Huh?
In words of small syllables.
She's dead. She killed herself.
No question about it now. She's good and dead. What were you doing here anyway, Stratton?
I thought I heard footsteps, so I came up. You see, we'd had a little argument last night. I just wanted to tell her I was sorry.
What kind of an argument?
The kind two people have when they love each other. No reason for it, but I don't know, when you want to make up for it, suddenly it's just too late.
All right, Stratton. We'll talk about that sometime later on.
But why the fake suicide this afternoon? And then to come back here tonight and go through the whole thing for keeps.
Hey, this might mean something, Lieutenant.
What's that?
There's a smear of blood on the light switch over there.
Oh, I must have done that. It was dark, and fumbling for the light, I must have touched the desk first. Didn't even notice it, because as soon as I saw it...
This gun on the desk, the one Miss Palmer used, have you ever noticed it around here before?
Yeah. I told Marcia she was a fool to keep it around, but she had a license for it, and she felt she was safer with it.
Any reason why she should write me a letter like this? Go on, Stratton, take a good look at it.
It's Marcia's handwriting, all right, I'm sure of that. I can't understand what she could have meant.
Didn't you yourself say she seemed to be afraid of something?
I said she looked as though she did, and she really did, but I still don't know what it could have been.
Okay, Valentine, I know there might be a lot more to this, but for the time being, I've got to accept the obvious.
Obvious, he says.
Miss Palmer wrote you a letter threatening suicide. She went through with it. That's all we've got to work on for the time being. Oh, Stratton.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Be at headquarters at 10 in the morning. We want to get your story down straight.
It happens to be a very convenient hour for me, Lieutenant. You see, I'm unemployed.
Oh, one more thing, Stratton.
Yeah.
Marcia was a model. Where did she work?
She modeled clothes for a big firm downtown called the Mode Modern.
Uh-huh. Which brings me to you, Brooksy.
Huh? I fail to see the connection.
We'll talk about it later. But you also have a date tomorrow morning at 10.
Yes, Miss Brooks. I'm Miss Gavin, the head model here.
Well, I know you're going to think I'm just perfectly mercenary.
Aren't we all?
I mean, to be here at the Mode Modern the first thing in the morning after reading about what happened to that poor Marcia Palmer. Wasn't it perfectly awful?
Yes. It was quite a shock to all of us here.
Well, I thought there might be an opening for me here. After all, I'm a perfect 12, and I've had loads of experience modeling. You can check with Mr. Gillespie at High Style Incorporated or Mr. Farbstein at the...
Well, even if Mr. Wyatt were here, he's the head of the firm, you know, I doubt if this would be the right time to talk about taking Marcia's place. I think he was more upset than any of us about what happened.
Well, like I said, wasn't it perfectly awful? The paper said there was a note. She was afraid of something.
That I don't believe, Miss Brooks.
You don't?
Marcia and I were quite close. She wasn't afraid of anything. She was always happy and cheerful, especially yesterday when we had lunch together.
You don't say.
I even asked her what there was to be so happy about. Oh, she said it was a joke, and she'd tell me about it some other time.
A joke, huh? Isn't that just perfectly...
I know. Awful. Now, if you'd like to leave your name...
Well, I would like to talk to Mr. Wyatt.
I'm afraid you can't. He won't be in at all today. He's being honored at a luncheon at the Commodore, his club.
How perfectly exciting.
He even has a picture in the paper.
Oh?
Here.
Oh, my, he looks so friendly and chubby.
Marcia and I called Mr. Wyatt Cupid. Oh, but never to his face, if you know what I mean. Shall I tell him that you'll get in touch with him, Miss Brooks?
Oh, but definitely.
Well, your little interview at Mode Moderne, Angel, only makes this case screwier than ever.
Well, as soon as I heard about Mr. Wyatt and saw his angelic countenance in the paper, I thought he might fit in somewhere.
Yeah, short, chubby little man hired our actress for him to play scrubwoman. Oh, he fits in all right, but not with the facts.
What do you mean, George?
Just a minute, Brooksy. Let's go and see Riley, see what he's got out of Stratton.
Oh, Valentine. I've been expecting him.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
Oh, so. Well, here's the way it stacks up this morning. The medical examiner goes along with the suicide theory. Gun, fingerprints, everything. Stratton here tells a straight story.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
So that's about it for now, Valentine.
Just one thing's been puzzling me.
Yeah?
Stratton, apartment 4A where Marcia lived has exactly the same layout as yours in 3A, hasn't it?
Well, I suppose so. You know, these apartment houses, not much imagination.
But you said you fumbled for the light switch and got blood on it because you were over at the desk first.
That's exactly what you said, Stratton.
Well, I suppose so. I don't remember.
3 of us were there when you said it.
Now, why did you have to fumble for the light switch? It's exactly in the same place in Marcia's apartment as in yours, right next to the door.
Well, maybe I didn't explain myself just right.
You were planning Marcia's body at the desk where it was, and the gun, too.
No, you're wrong.
That you wanted to do in darkness. Then you put on the light and went running downstairs. That's why
Hold it, Valentine. Hold it. I'll take it from here.
Look, Lieutenant, you got to listen to me.
That smear of blood on the light switch puts you square on the spot, fella. Now, the less you say now without a lawyer, the better. I'm holding you on suspicion of murder.
Well, you'll have to pardon us. Brooksy and I have a luncheon date at the Commodore.
Huh? Have we? Oh, yes.
Oh, wait a minute, Valentine. I want to talk to you
Maybe
about...
you're happy about this way this case washed out, Lieutenant, but I'm not. Come on, keep talking, Mr. Wyatt.
I don't know what to say. I should be inside in the ballroom, Mr. Valentine, talking to the fellows.
How can you even think of your silly club now, after everything that's happened?
All in all, it was a pretty elaborate job, even hiring a character actress to build suspense.
Yes, I tried to think of everything.
You did?
Oh, it was a clever stunt, all right, getting Miss Palmer to write that letter to me. It amounted to a suicide.
I knew I couldn't afford to overlook a thing. I'm sorry. Sorry I ever got involved in the whole mess.
Okay, Mr. Wyatt, don't take it so hard. You better get back to your luncheon. And, go easy on the cream chicken.
George, I'm still reeling.
Yeah, I can see what you mean, all right.
Oh, I know children can be children. But a grown man like Mr. Wyatt...
Oh, not a mere man, Angel. The new president of the Liars Club being honored at the Commodore, no less.
Fantastic.
You see, Brooksy, he had to have the tallest story ever heard for this inaugural. And he probably would have had.
I'll say.
A suicide that wasn't a suicide. A missing body and all the trimmings. He knows all the names, facts, and answers. But still, there he was, free and unfettered to address all his fellow liars. Boy, can you top that one?
Not at the moment. But maybe Marcia wouldn't have been murdered at all if Mr. Wyatt hadn't dreamed up that gag.
No, Brooksy, we can be pretty sure she would have. You read Glenn Stratton's confession. He was insanely jealous. He was just waiting for the right opportunity.
Thinking back, it makes me shudder, George. To fool us, Marcia went down to Stratton's apartment, probably laughing at the joke. Then he killed her and brought her back upstairs.
Yeah. Wyatt must have cooked up the deal with his favorite model down at Stratton's apartment. That's why Wyatt told the phony scrub woman it was 3A.
Darling, Riley's never going to forgive you for leaving him up in the air, not knowing whether he had the murderer or not.
Yeah, but I had to talk to my client, Brooksy.
Client?
Well, can you think of anybody else in the case I could pin for a fee? Except the biggest liar in the world?
George, I have an idea. Let's present him with a bill that will make even Mr. Wyatt scream, "It's a lie!"
It's often the little things that make your day a good one or a rough one. The simple business of starting your car, for example. If it's obstinate and gives you a bad time when you want to get going, it can add up to a lot of irritation. For fast starts every time and wherever you're driving, just try Chevron Supreme gasoline in your car. This premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored, specially adapted to each different climate and altitude zone in the West. Day or night, summer or winter, you can depend upon it for fast starts. And that's a saving, too, of the power in your battery. What's more, Chevron Supreme gives your car smooth acceleration and extra power for rugged hills. Get a tank full tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hey, look, Barney, what was the idea of dragging me into this doorway when that car came up?
Boy, Mr. Valentine, did you see him turn around and beat it when he started getting to work?
What works? What happened?
Oh, we figured you might be followed when you left the Swedes, so the Bearcats were ready on the roof with ash cans, bricks, cans of garbage, stuff like that. Boy, they let him have it.
I suppose I should say thanks.
Ah, nothing to it. Say, what'd you find out about Danny?
Nothing much, kid. Except that there are at least two characters who'd do anything to keep me from finding out.
Well, don't you worry. They won't. Not with the Bearcats on the job.
Tonight's adventure, George Valentine, has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jacqueline DeWitt as Gloria, Tony Barrett as Glenn Stratton, Glenn Delano as the scrub woman, Ralph Moody as the janitor, and Harry Lang as Max. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. A minor case of murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're on a spot nailed there tight, you need my kind of help, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, Esquire, One of the members of our Bearcat social club suddenly finds himself in a very embarrassing predicament. With more exactitude, he is in the can for murder. Now, knowing this fellow Bearcat as we do, we are convinced that he is innocent. Therefore, we are hiring you to prove same. As a starter, there is $100 in it for you. If that isn't enough, there's more where that came from.
The address of our headquarters is 19.5 Duane Street, and it's signed Chuck Wilson, acting captain. George, this sounds like a letter a kid wrote.
But to quote from this provocative communique, a fellow Bearcat is in the can for murder. That's not kid stuff, Brooksy.
That depends on just how old this fellow Bearcat is.
Oh, they get old early down there around Duane Street.
Well, we haven't had a social evening in a long time, darling. Would you suggest we drop in at the club?
With great exactitude, I answer. Yeah.
Golly, I hate to think where they dug up that money for your fee.
Stop sounding like a policewoman, Angel. All the Bearcats just got together and raided their piggy banks. Nice place you got around here, Chuck.
It's just an empty store we fixed up.
Yeah, but look at that furniture we got. See that red plush chair? Right out of the lobby of the Piccadilly apartment.
Shut up, Barney, will you? Valentine, I believe in getting right to the point.
And that's the way I like to do business, too, Chuck. What's on your mind?
Now, look, Dan Corey is the real captain of the Bearcats. The cops got him jugged for shivving his stepfather.
For what?
Shivving him, lady. You know, pushing a knife in him.
Oh.
Yeah, but he didn't do it, Valentine, even if he said he did.
Oh, he admits he did, huh? And just what kind of a miracle do you expect from me, fellas?
Just to believe what I'm saying and find out what really happened.
Well, I'm here to listen.
Well, the Bearcats have our own special rules, see, and we don't go back on them.
Yeah, that's right. Let me read them to you, Valentine.
Yeah, okay, Barney.
The guy that goes looking for trouble unless it comes your way is going to get their tails kicked in.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that rule.
Try never to cop anything unless it's from an enemy gang. The fine for violating this rule is $1.
Now, there might be some question about that rate.
Well, get to the one we're talking about, will you, Barney?
Oh, yeah, sure. Lead pipe, baseball bats, and other harmless things is okay. But don't carry dangerous weapons. You might be tempted to use them and give the club a bad name.
Oh, yeah, nothing like trying to stay out of trouble.
Violate this rule and you get thrown right out.
Yeah, now, Danny made that up himself, see? And he'd rather let you break his arm than break one of his own rules.
Okay, Chuck, let's say I believe you. And Danny confessed to the police for reasons of his own.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, can you think of anyone in the neighborhood who'd want to kill Danny's stepfather?
Just about everybody. His stepfather was nothing but a phony. Always pushing people around, even Danny's mother.
Yeah, but who did the babes go for him?
Look, why don't you drop dead? Don't you see we got a lady present?
Huh?
Oh, don't let me cramp your style.
What else about Corey?
Well, he was in some kind of a racket with Leo Sudan, see? They worked out of the Swedes pool room on Malone Street.
Uh-huh.
Well, you going to take it on, Valentine?
What would you say, Brooksy?
Well, George, I'd say if so many of the other guys are so sure about Danny being innocent, they may have something there.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that myself. Brooksy?
Yeah?
You drop in and see Danny's mother.
She lives just down the block, number 33.
And while you do that, Angel, I'll get down to the jail and have a talk with Danny. Just what did happen that night, Danny?
The story's the same every time they make me tell it. I came home that night from the club. The key was in the door, so I just walked in.
Yeah?
Well, the man who married my mother was leaving. He had his bags all packed. I knew right then he was throwing her over. So
I know. But how is it the police didn't find the knife?
Well, I threw it in the river.
Yeah? Why'd you go to all that trouble, Danny? And then walk up to the cop on the beat and confess?
I don't know. I guess I was just half crazy.
Oh, I see.
So now you know.
I don't think I know anything about you yet, Danny. I think you're holding out on me. All right, never mind about me. But do you think you're playing fair with Chuck, Barney, and the others?
Think of those guys. Getting up all that dough and then hiring you.
Well?
They're nuts, all of them. And don't think I'm sorry for what I did. Corey had it coming to him. You don't treat any woman the way he treated my mother. I ought to know. After the swell way my real father always acted. Before he...
All right, Danny. All right, take it easy.
You're just wasting your time, Mr. Valentine. Forget it.
Danny. I can be just as tough as you. I'll be seeing you, kid.
Miss Brooks, I know Danny admitted he killed Phil. But if anybody's to blame, it's me.
Oh, mothers have a habit of blaming themselves, Mrs. Corey.
Yeah, but I knew how he worshipped his own father. And yet I married a man like Phil. A man who lived his days in a pool parlor. He wasn't the father I should have picked for my boy.
But you had the right to make your own choice.
Oh, Danny and his stepfather fought right from the beginning. There was no peace in the house. That's when Danny became an altogether different boy. Started that gang of his. Oh, I suppose I should have known something like this was going to happen.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Corey?
A few weeks after we were married, Phil was coming upstairs from that pool parlor. Danny was waiting for him. He pushed Phil down the stairs. I opened the door just in time to see him. All Danny did was look at me and walk out.
Well, that's just going to make it look all the worse for Danny when he comes up for trial.
Oh, I know. Everybody thinks he did it, but I can't believe it.
Oh, I didn't know you had company, Mrs. Corey. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Ravel. Come in. This is Miss Brooks, a good friend.
How do you do?
Hello. Oh, I do hope you've been able to talk some sense into Mrs. Corey. She can't just sit around moping all day.
Well, you've been very kind.
Kind, my foot. I know what it means to feel you're all alone in the world. You forget I spent half my life in hallrooms in the strange towns when I was in the chorus line.
I think I'd better be running along.
And you don't have to worry about Mrs. Corey, not a bit, dearie. Like I told her, as long as I own this rooming house, there'll always be a place for her here, and I own it outright. Best kind of security for someone in show business. Like my late husband used to say...
Everybody tries to be so kind.
Oh, now. All you need is a good sleep, and I'm going to see that you get it.
That's good advice, Mrs. Corey. You want to look your best when you see your son.
See him? Well, Dan won't talk to me. He won't let me visit him in jail.
Well, sometimes things change awfully fast, Mrs. Corey. So suppose we just wait and see.
Sudan?
Yeah. Who are you?
Let's go somewhere and talk.
I just see I'm in the middle of a pool game. What you trying to do, jinx me? Hey, wait a minute. How'd you know my name? I never seen you before. Yeah, I'll be right with you. I asked you a question, friend. And what gives?
I thought we might have a little talk about what happened to Phil. You know, your business partner.
You a dick?
No. But I'm not just the inquiring reporter either.
Okay, whoever you are. Scram. I got $5 on this game.
What was the deal between you and Corey? The numbers, rackets, slot machines? What was it?
I said beat it.
Wouldn't you be at all curious if I told you maybe it wasn't Corey's kid who knifed him?
Me? I ain't got a curious bone in my body.
Okay. Have it your way, Sudan. But I think you can tell me a lot outside.
I got one thing to tell you. This looks like the only way.
Hold it. Get the pool cue down, Leo.
Don't tell me what to do, sweet. I'll
Give me that cue. That's better. I try to run a respectable place. And talking about that, you better put the pool ball back on the table, too, Mac.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Glad you reminded me. Leo almost got it between his teeth.
Swede, this guy's been asking me about Phil Corey.
You don't say. Hey, look, be a nice fella, Mr. Run Along. Leo wants to finish his game. You and him got a beef, see him later. Somewhere else.
Okay, you win. I know when I'm not wanted.
But don't get me wrong, pal. Nothing against you personal. Just that I pride myself on running a nice, peaceable recreation parlor.
You know, Swede, you're a man with ideals. I like that. But I got a few broken down ideals, too.
What's that supposed to mean?
I never get kicked out of the same place twice. I mean, and still leave it nice and peaceable.
Hi, Valentine.
Huh? Oh, Barney.
Yeah.
Where'd you come from?
Oh, I was in that alley there all the time.
Oh?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to come out of the Swede's place.
Now, what do you call this? Bearcat protection?
Oh, no. I just thought you liked some company, that's all.
Hey, what are you carrying there, anyway?
That's a camera. Yeah, you ought to see some of the pictures I took with it.
Hey, that's a pretty expensive deal. Where'd you get it?
Oh, don't worry, Valentine. It's mine, all right.
Yeah, I can imagine. Now, what's the real gag, Barney?
Huh?
One of your club members going to be on my tail all the time?
Oh, no, nothing like that. We know you can take care of yourself. I just happen to be loitering in the alley, that's all. Be quick, Valentine. Get this doorway.
Hey, Barney, what is it?
Don't ask me no questions. Come on.
Hey, what the devil is this, Barney?
Oh, you mean all that noise?
Yeah. You're dragging me in this doorway.
Boy, look at that car turn around. It's getting the works. I wish I could take a picture of it.
Hey, what works, Barney? What's going on? Give.
Well, Chuck figured you might be followed when you left the suite, see? So the Bearcats were already on the roofs up and down the street. They must have seen that car was trailing you.
How do you like that? But all that stuff out there on the street.
Oh, the street cleaning department will clean that all up in the morning. Nothing but ash cans, bricks, cans of garbage, things like that.
I suppose I should say thanks.
We wasn't going to let anybody wake you over. And you notice we didn't use no guns or knives.
Oh, yeah. Perfect little gentleman.
Yeah, that's right. But what did you find out about Danny, huh?
Nothing much, kid. Except now there are at least two characters who do anything to keep me from finding out what really happened to Phil Corey.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. But first, a word to the wise motorist. If you have an oil filter on your car, remember it needs a little attention now and then. In fact, the filter element should be replaced every 6,000 miles. For after you've had that much service from your oil filter, you'll find the element is bulging with 2 or 3 pounds of dirt, most of it carbon and metal particles. And then it can no longer clean the engine oil. So to keep the engine oil in your car cleaner for longer periods, just make sure the oil filter element is replaced every 6,000 miles. It's another speedy service they're glad to do for you at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, you find yourself working with a gang of rough kids called the Bearcats, just about as tough as they come. They won't believe that one of their members, Dan Corey, is guilty of murdering his stepfather. You play along because you don't believe young Danny did it either, and that's why, like George Valentine, you find yourself with Brooksy in the one-room headquarters of the Bearcats right now, addressing the membership.
All right, now, all you guys, clam up. Come on, stop yapping, will you? I mean, the meeting will come to order. Well, we got some official business to discuss. Okay, Mr. Valentine, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot, Chuck. Well, fellas, before I get started, what do you say about unloading some of those, harmless weapons your Constitution allows you to carry? Okay, I'm waiting, fellas. Come on now, put them on the table.
Well, come on, fellas. You're not afraid to walk down the streets like everybody else without all that stuff. Or are you?
Well, okay, you heard what the lady said. Come on, get clean, will you?
Thank you, Angel.
Hey, did you hear that? He called her Angel.
All right, forget it. All right, Valentine, what about Danny?
I'm coming to that right now. I don't have anything like real proof to clear him.
Huh?
What?
Hey, look, we're paying you $100. You're supposed to have all the answers.
Yeah, that's right, like you said in that ad you had in the paper.
Please, boys, let Mr. Valentine finish.
You see, fellas, it isn't as easy as you think. Before I can help Danny, you've got to have absolute proof of his innocence.
Well, after you left the Swedes and talked to Sudan, somebody tried to get you. That ought to be enough for you to work on.
It'd be a lot easier if I was sure we were telling each other all we know about this thing. The truth is, unless I'm sure of that, I'm pretty much up a blind alley. Now, somebody here knows what I mean.
You win, Valentine. Here.
No. Who's got the shit?
That's an ugly-looking knife.
You see, Danny's old man brought it back with him when he come home to Pacific. He got it off a Jap.
And where did you get it, Chuck?
I may as well tell you the whole thing. See, I was standing on the corner that night, right next to the candy store. Danny went upstairs for something, and the next thing I know, he was giving this to me. He said, make sure you ditch it, Chuck. Then he goes right over and gives himself up to a cop.
Well, weren't you afraid that if this knife were found with Danny's fingerprints on it, it'd make the case really open and shut?
Yeah, I thought of that, Angel. I mean, Miss Brooks.
Then why were you so careful to preserve the fingerprints, Chuck? I see you got it all wrapped up in a handkerchief.
Look, I got more than half a brain, Valentine. If they convicted Danny and he didn't have a chance, I was going to come up with this. Maybe there'd be some other fingerprints on it besides his.
Uh-huh. Smart thinking, Chuck. Here, Brooksy, take this knife down to Lieutenant Riley and ask him to check the prints.
Oh, George, you know he's bound to ask questions.
Tell him I'll talk to him later. Right now, I got to get to work. But first, Barney.
Yeah?
All these harmless weapons. Get rid of them, will you? Throw them in the river.
Throw him in the river? What's the idea?
Now, look, it's up to you, guys. Either get rid of this stuff or I forget I ever heard of Danny.
Wait a minute.
He's right. Come on, he's right.
Good, that's the idea. Now, with what you told me about the knife, Chuck, maybe I can really start getting places.
I told Chuck to get rid of that knife. What's he trying to do to me?
Danny, wasn't that the knife your father brought back from the Pacific just for you?
Oh, he brought back all kinds of other souvenirs, too.
It was hanging over the mantelpiece in the front room. You were very proud of it, weren't you?
I saw it hanging there, so when I got mad at him, I grabbed it and I let him have it.
You're lying through your teeth, Danny.
The police believe
You're trying to protect somebody. You went right out and gave yourself up. But first you made very sure you got rid of the knife. Now, why?
You asked me that before.
Yeah, but this time I don't need the answer. So long, Danny. I'll still be seeing you. Swede, you and Sudan had me followed last night because you were afraid I might find out you were making book on the races in back of this joint.
What are you talking about?
I told you, Valentine, I run a peaceable pool parlor.
Or on the other hand, I don't think you would have gone to all that trouble just for that. Maybe it was because the police didn't find just a railroad ticket, the key to his place, and things like that on Corey. They also found quite a wad of dough.
The police never overlook anything, do they?
Was he trying to get out of town with your cash, boys?
Listen, Valentine, I never like to get
one more
tough,
thing.
but...
Stop shoving me with that oversized bay window of yours.
Speak your piece and get out.
Okay. I found the murder weapon, the knife. Now, that ought to tell us who the murderer is.
Don't say.
Excuse me. I gotta get back to my pool game.
You, my friend, you're getting out of here. Go on, you heard me? Go on out.
Not before I give way to an impulse I've had since I first saw that big beer belly of yours. Well, Brooksy, there's nothing we can do but wait here in the hall till Danny's mother gets back.
May as well sit here on the stairs and make ourselves comfortable.
Uh-huh.
You don't know the job I had persuading Lieutenant Riley to let me bring this knife back with me. Why'd you want it anyway, George?
Oh, just a hunch, Angel. May come in handy.
About Danny. When they arrested him, all they found was a key to the door and a couple of dollars in change. But those fingerprints, I don't see how...
Hold it, Angel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Corey.
Oh, Miss Brooks.
This is Mr. Valentine. Remember, I was telling you about it.
Oh, how do you do,
How do you
Mr.
do?
Valentine?
Now, look, Mrs. Corey, there's no time to waste. Dan's trial begins tomorrow.
Oh, I know. That's why I've been out walking, trying to think what to do next.
Mrs. Corey, your son thinks you killed your husband.
Are you sure, George?
What are you saying, Mr. Valentine?
When he came in that night, your husband was already dead on the floor. Dan saw the knife. He was sure you did it.
Oh, no.
He knew the police had reasoned that only two people could be inside here alone with Corey, you and he. So he took the blame.
That's why it was so important to Dan to get rid of the knife. He didn't want any suspicion to point to his mother.
But what am I going to do? I didn't kill Phil, and neither did Danny.
Where were you that night, Mrs. Corey? A good, tight alibi would help.
Oh, I don't know where I was. Just like today, I left the house and started walking. Didn't matter where. Phil told me he was going to leave me. I'd lost my son and my husband.
I'll get it.
Oh, sorry, Miss Corey. Seems I keep walking in when you have company.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Ravel.
Hello.
George, this is Mrs. Corey's landlady.
Oh, well, I'm glad somebody's with you. I wanted you to have this nice hot soup.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't want to knock on the door and disturb you, but I didn't have my key. Now, just sit down and have some of this.
Oh, Mrs. Ravel.
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a minute. Could we go in the other room?
Oh, I'll take that tray for Mrs. Corey.
Talk to me about what, Mr. Valentine?
Just a minute.
Yes.
Mrs. Ravel, I'm doing all I can to help Mrs. Corey and Danny. And I know you are, too.
I've done my best.
Well, maybe you can do me a favor. You know we found the murder weapon.
Oh, you did? Well, I hope it means something. Something good.
Yeah, I hope so, too. Now, here's what I'd like you to do. The knife is wrapped in a handkerchief. You'll find it in the desk of the store at 19.5 Duane Street, the Bearcats Social Club.
What?
I want you to go over there and get it and bring it back here.
But why me, Mr. Valentine?
Well, because I can't leave here, and neither can Miss Brooks. You see, we're expecting Lieutenant Riley of the police and a couple of other people. Now, if you'll do this little thing for me, you'll be saving me an awful lot of trouble.
Oh, sure. But it'll take me a few minutes to make myself presentable.
Well, take your time, Mrs. Ravel. The important thing is, what happens after you come back with that knife? Brooksy, you know what to do. Now get on it. I got to use that hall phone here.
I suppose it would be impolite if I asked what was going on.
No time, Angel. I have to call Lieutenant Riley. Ask him to have a squad car pick up Sedan and the suite and bring him over here.
Oh, that's all very enlightening.
Now get going. Mrs. Ravel is not going to take forever to make herself presentable. Now, if I can only get Barney on the phone. So be sure you got it straight, Barney. Remember, I'm depending on you. You're the only one who can do this thing for me. And get over here as soon as you can. So long. All right, Swede, Sudan, you may as well sit down.
Why'd the cops pick us up and bring us here?
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, Mrs. Corey, you didn't have any of that soup.
She'll have it some other time, Mrs. Ravel.
Valentine, nobody's got anything against us. You can't hold us here.
Uh-huh. Gentlemen, I told you about the murder weapon. Well, here it is.
What are we supposed to do? Faint?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, what is it? I can't stand this much longer.
I hope you won't have to, Mrs. Corey, and I...
Oh, there you are, Mr. Valentine. Took me a little time to get that picture developed.
Hey, what picture, George?
Hey, let me see that, Barney.
Hey,
Huh?
Hey, it's the first time I took a picture from inside a closet. Turned out good, huh?
Yeah, very good, very good. Picture of you, Mrs. Ravel, taking the knife out of the desk.
What? Well, you told me to do that. You sent me there.
I didn't tell you to wipe off the fingerprints as you're doing here in this picture.
And that's what she is doing, George.
Wait.
You were afraid your fingerprints would be found on the knife, weren't you, Mrs. Ravel?
I never saw that knife before.
Sorry, but that won't explain away what you were doing in this picture. Besides, the fingerprints were already taken off the handle down at headquarters.
Mrs. Ravel, I can't believe that you'd...
Don't be a fool. Imagine me calling you a fool. There wasn't a good-looking woman in the whole neighborhood Phil didn't try to make time with. I thought he was going to leave you for me. Then when he told me he was going away, alone, I killed him.
And if you didn't, sister, we might have. Corey was taking it on the lam with our dough.
But, George, Lieutenant Riley found only one set of fingerprints.
Just Danny's, I know, yeah. He wiped off what he thought were his mother's fingerprints.
Then my fingerprints weren't...
No. You were quite safe, Mrs. Ravel. Although I suspected you, I had to have proof. And you supplied it.
What are we waiting for? All right, now, all you mugs, clam up, will you? Hey, stop yapping. I mean, the banquet will now come to order.
Hey, listen, before we get started, Chuck, I got something to say to Mr. Valentine, and I want the rest of you guys to listen too, will you? Okay. I already told you, Mr. Valentine, how I feel after what you did for me, but there's something else. Nobody but you would have gone along with a gang like us. You believed everything Chuck told you. You trusted Barney and all of us. You stuck by us. I guess the Bearcats have been a little off the beam, but you can take my word for it. After this, we're going to straighten up and fly right. We're going to start a baseball team and use those bats the way they were meant to be used.
Well, Well, fellas, after that, I don't think there's anything to add, except, well, let's see.
Sure. And don't worry about the food, Mr. Valentine. We paid for it with our own money. Sure. Oh, yeah, Mr. Valentine, how did you suspect that Mrs. Ravel anyway?
Well, it was all a matter of keys, Barney. Whoever killed Corey had to be inside the apartment.
Yeah?
When Danny came upstairs that night, he found a key in the door. The police took it as evidence. Mrs. Corey had her key.
Oh.
Phil Corey's key was found on him, and you, Danny, they found your key on you and you were arrested. Now, the only person who didn't have a key, had to knock to get in, was, of all people, the landlady.
The landlord? How do you like it?
Order. Come on, everybody. Wait a minute. I got a motion, hey. What this club needs is an honorary captain. We already decided who it's going to be, huh, fellas?
Sure we have.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute, fellas. You don't have to do that. After all,
Sorry, Mr. Valentine. We was really thinking about Angel. I mean, Miss Brooks.
What really makes your car go? The big three factors, of course, are ignition, air, and fuel. And that last one, fuel, is mighty important. Most any gasoline mixed with air and then ignited will furnish enough power to make your car go. But to get the most out of your car, try Chevron Supreme gasoline, the premium fuel that's tailored to each different climate and altitude zone. Chevron Supreme has special blending agents that make your car start with a snap. These blending agents also give your car speedy pickup in stop-and-go traffic and smooth, steady power on the open highway. Next time you start out, get peak performance from your car by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's available at every standard station and independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
George, the woman's asleep. Maybe it'd be better if we came back in the morning.
Brooksy, even when people sleep, they manage to breathe.
Huh? Oh. Look, George. Maybe this empty bottle on the bed table means something.
I don't know. This note does.
When you will find me, I am dead. I could not tell you the secret of the Montoyas and go on living in peace and honor. Forgive me, Maria.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Irene Tedrow as Mrs. Corey, Gloria Blondell as Mrs. Ravel, Tommy Cook as Danny, Tony Barrett as Chuck, Sidney Miller as Barney, Herb Litton as Sudan, and Jack Crucian as Swede. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Impatient Redhead, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger is my stock and trade. If you feel you're trapped and can't see your way out alone, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, if this sounds like a letter to a lovelorn column, that's exactly what it is. I've been seeing a man for the last 6 months. I love him, and I can swear he loves me, too. I must know what it is that's keeping him from admitting his feelings. What is he afraid of? Is there a secret in his life he can't share with me? All this you must find out.
Must find out because I bring things to a I must bring things to a head somehow. I shall be in my apartment at the Raleigh Towers all day waiting for you. And it's signed Blanche Legler.
Blanche Legler. Yeah, that'd be the daughter of the late beer baron, Otto Legler.
Sure, Legler's Lager, the brew with tradition.
Yeah, she must be worth millions, Brooksy. I wonder what does make this guy so backward about being forward.
Well, maybe the gentleman has a wife and 4 kids in Hackensack.
Well, there's no harm in talking to Blanche. No matter what happens, I bet you get a cold bottle of beer out of it.
Well, you know I'm dying of curiosity. But I've got to stay here and wait for that long-distance call you're expecting from Detroit.
Oh, well, now don't take it to heart, Angel. Whatever Blanche Legler has to confide, I'll let you have it in gaudiest detail. See you later.
Look at me, Mr. Valentine.
That doesn't take any effort at all, Miss Legler.
Oh, stop being coy. I don't need that reassurance.
Well, suppose you stop quarter-decking up and down. Then maybe we can find out just what you do need.
All right. Maybe you've read some things about me in the paper. I make good copy. They say my father spoiled me. And I'm used to getting what I want.
Words to that effect.
Vicente Montoya is something I want. I know he loves me. I can feel it. I can see it in his eyes. But what happens? All I get is that continental charm and gentility until it almost makes me sick.
Sit down, Miss Legler.
I can't. I'm too nervous. I've done everything but get down on my knees to propose to Vicente.
Miss Legler.
Let's make it Blanche.
All right, Blanche. Now, aside from the glint in his eye, how do you know you're the only woman in this life?
Oh, I know there have been others, George. One after another for a year, and all of them redheads.
Well, that's very interesting. You're right in the tradition, then.
Yes, there was a parade of redheads. Every night a different one, sitting with him at the same table in the Oval Room at the Stafford Hotel. But for the last 6 months, I've been the only one.
Well, Blanche, maybe you're playing it wrong. It might be a good idea if you were on the defense. Play hard to get, instead of leading with your left.
Oh, don't be naive, George. I've tried being elusive and oh, so very feminine. That doesn't work either.
I see. Well, from what you told me, this Vicente character is an exceedingly polished gentleman, son of a Spanish marquise and stuff.
So what? Take another look at me. Is it such a come down for him to marry me?
Okay, Blanche, I admit the odds are with you, unless the man is blind.
Thank you.
But I'll be equally frank. Throwing out male icebergs isn't exactly my racket. Nor is snooping into people's private lives, except when they've definitely strayed from the straight and narrow.
Can't you use a big fat fee?
Oh, sure, always. But not if it's going to make me unhappy with myself.
Suppose I can assure you it won't be snooping.
I bet you're good at cryptographs.
I'll show you what I mean. Here, in the drawing room.
Blanche, what is it? I received your call and... Oh.
Do you realize, Vicente, this is the first time we've seen each other during the day? It's always been the Oval Room at night.
That is no matter. Is there anything wrong?
Oh, this is Mr. Valentine, Mr. Montoya.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Vicente, this seems to be the day for frankness.
Como?
I hired this man to find out what it is that stands between us, darling.
You did this, Blanche? Why? Why?
Now look.
Oh, come now, George. We can't call it snooping when we put all our cards on the table.
That you did this is very unfortunate, Blanche.
Well, what did you expect me to do? Do you think I sat there all those evenings just to sample all the rare wines you ordered with such authority? Or indulge in glib conversation?
Please, Blanche.
Whatever's keeping you from saying what you feel I want to know, bring it out in the open. I'll stand by you, Vicente.
Was there not a young man named Tommy Sloan? I should never have come into your lives, Blanche. Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah?
I know Blanche's power of persuasion, but if I were in your place, I would not pursue this matter any further. It would bring no good to anyone, especially you.
What's that supposed to mean?
This just happens to be a day for frankness, as Blanche says. Adios.
Well, George?
Well, in his polite way, Senor Montoya carries a very big chip on his shoulder. I wonder what would happen if I knocked it off.
Why don't you?
I think I will, Blanche. We're in business.
must know, Miss Brooks, I bribed the maid. That's how I know Blanche called in Valentine.
Oh, you've got it bad, Mr. Sloan.
You're not wrong. I can't think, I can't work, I can't do anything.
Well, I don't know what to tell you until we find out what Mr. Valentine's decided to do.
Wait a minute. Miss Brooks, a woman's no different from a man.
Well,
I mean, you can tell when someone's meant just for you and you for him, can't you?
I think I can.
Well, that's the way it's been between Blanche and me for years, until Montoya came along. He isn't right for her, I tell you. They've got nothing in common. It's different between Blanche and me. We know how to laugh together, have fun.
All right, calm down, Mr. Sloan.
Oh. Well, anyway, will you give Valentine this message?
Yes.
Whatever he finds out about Vicente Montoya, I want to know, too. I'm willing to pay for it.
Well, I'm sure that will interest him a great deal.
And you can also add, Blanche will never marry Montoya, no matter what I have to do.
Yeah, Brooksy, that's very interesting about Tommy, but it's hardly news.
Well, you must have got around this morning, darling.
Yeah, and here's the net results. Vicente Montoya is the real thing. More money than he can live to spend. And his father is a Marquese, all right. And listen to the trimmings the old man could tag onto his name.
Yeah.
Grand Officer of the Spanish Legion of Honor, Grand Cross of St. Gregory the Great, Knight of Zaragoza, and so on and so on.
All of which leaves you where, Mr. Dorothy Dick?
Exactly nowhere.
Well, what does this Vicente Montoya look like? What's his great charm?
Oh, I don't know. Call it breeding if you want, Brooksy. But he's handsome besides. Shiny black hair, distinguished. Walks as though he swallowed a ramrod. Oh, yeah. He knows the vintage years of all the best wines.
Oh, poor Tommy.
And the final fact, which I'm sure Blanche already knows, Vicente lives with his father, the Marquese of Montoya, in the sumptuous suite of the Hotel Warwick.
Why don't you just let love take its course? Blanche will either wind up in a suburban cottage or a castle in Spain.
I know. But why the chip on Vicente's shoulder if everything is all sweetness and light? What? Hey, wait.
George, what are you doing?
Just looking at your hair.
Well, you've never looked at it that way before.
Now, look, Angel, this hurts me more than it does you. But you're going over to the beauty parlor and have those lovely locks dyed red.
George!
Huh?
I suppose you wonder why I had the head waiter ask you to come over to my table.
I was curious enough to join you, wasn't I?
I'm very grateful, Miss Brooks. Oh, Henri.
Yes, Senor Montoya.
A bottle of sherry. You know, the only year I think is worthy of a great occasion.
Oh, of course.
The moment you walked in, I noticed your hair. It is truly very lovely.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not just making idle conversation, please believe me. All the men in the Montoya family, as far back as anyone can remember, have chosen women who have red hair.
Oh, no wonder when I walked in you didn't take your eyes off me for a moment.
I only know of one woman with red hair more beautiful than yours.
I should get up and leave you, Mr. Montoya. No woman likes to think herself second best. Where's your gallantry?
I'm afraid I lost it, along with a great many other illusions.
Well, we're going to do something about that tonight.
When you came in, I thought you might be able to take her place. Make me forget Blanche.
Blanche?
She's the only woman I ever loved. I'm giving her up.
Oh.
Sherry, senor. The way you like it.
Thank you.
Why did you tell me all this, Mr. Montoya?
Why? So you can run back and tell Mr. Valentine.
What did you say?
Red hair is becoming to you, Miss Brooks. But I can see that it was dyed. Remember, I'm a connoisseur.
Okay. That leaves you the top man on the totem pole.
I beg your pardon.
Skip it. Just let me ask you a simple question. If you love Miss Legler, why are you so willing to give her up?
Why don't you tell Mr. Valentine he will never find that out the day that I die?
must excuse me, Mr. Valentine, but I'm really listening.
Okay, have it your way, Marquise, but I don't believe you.
Did you ever think, senor, that in a long life one learns much?
Yes, I know, but about your son.
One learns about many things. Now, these pistols, the largest private collection of Spanish dueling pistols in the world.
Congratulations.
I make it a point to spend an hour a day with them, oil them, polish them, see that they withstand the passage of time. But go on, senora. What were you saying?
All right, here it is. Your son is in love, but he won't dare admit it. You know why?
Senor, my son is not a simpering girl, and I'm not a dueña to watch over him every minute.
What is he afraid of? You ought to know. You're his father.
Strange about this pistol. The barrel hardly moves. Let's see.
You're holding out on me, Marquise, and I'm a pretty stubborn guy. Hey! Well, that almost took my ear off.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Senor Valentine. I was sure there was no bullet in that pistol.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for missing.
It does prove something, doesn't it?
Does it?
If you insist on handling something you know is dangerous, you can expect your head to be blown off. No es verdad, senor.
Oh, sure, you're so right, Marquis. And don't think I'm going to forget it.
Maria!
Si, senor.
Please show the gentleman out. He hasn't got all the time in the world. Goodbye, Senor Valentine.
Maybe we'll have another man-to-man talk again, when you're not fussing with your pistols.
Senor, I know that which you are trying to find out. I've been with the Montoyas for very many years.
Why, Maria, I'm surprised at you. You've had your ear at the keyhole.
How much will you pay?
Oh, I have a very liberal client.
$500.
Could be.
My sister's grandchild. That money would mean he could go to the university.
When do we get to talk?
Later tonight. I live in a room at 28 Douglas Street. You will be there.
This ought to be room 6, Brooksy, over here.
Tomorrow I'm going to have the most expensive shampoo at Rudolph's and put it on the office expense account.
Well, you're welcome to it, ain't you?
I don't know if it's polite, George. The door is open.
Yeah, so it is.
George, she's asleep. Maybe it'd be better if we came back in the morning.
Wait a minute, Brooksy. Even when people sleep, they manage to breathe.
But
now, wait. Let me see. Brooksy, Marie isn't asleep. She's dead.
Oh.
There's no sign of violence.
Maybe this empty bottle on the bed table means something.
I don't know, but this note here does.
What does it say, George?
When you will find me, I am dead. I know now I could not tell you the secret of the Montoyas and go on living in peace and honor, so I do this thing. Forgive me, Maria.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about wear. It's easy to keep the outside and inside of your car spick and span, but how can you keep the interior engine parts clean and efficient? How can you save those expensive, tight-fitting parts from the wear caused by fast-forming carbon, rust, and acids? Engineers at Standard of California licked this problem by developing RPM motor oil. And they did the job so well that a recent survey shows Western motorists prefer RPM 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. Chemical compounds in RPM keep your entire engine cleaner. They protect hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. They prevent costly rust, corrosion, and crankcase foaming. And that's why RPM, a premium quality motor oil, gives your car longer life at low-cost operation. Get it tomorrow at a Standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a fiery, red-headed heiress hires you to find out all you can about a certain Spanish nobleman. He's what she wants. So, with some reluctance, you take the case, only to find yourself threatened with violence on all sides. What's more, the faithful old servant of the Montoya family prefers suicide to revealing the secret that you know is there. But being as stubborn and curious as George Valentine, you pay a visit with Claire to the old Marquise of Montoya.
I don't know if I want to talk to you tonight, Mr. Valentine. Miss Brooks.
Sorry, Marquise, but you're going to have to.
May I get you a glass of sherry, young lady? I'll call Maria. No, nobody will call Maria anymore. I cannot get used to the idea. You see, she has been in the family so many years.
Which just about brings us to the point, doesn't it, Mr. Montoya?
Yeah, there's no question that Maria committed suicide. But that's not enough for me. What made her do it?
What makes any of us do what we do with our lives?
In the note she left, she said something about not being able to live in peace or honor.
In our country, more important than bread and water, or even life itself, are dignity and honor.
Marquise, you knew Maria was going to tell me whatever it is you and your son are trying to hide.
There is very little I do not know that goes on in this house.
Well, then let's not mince words. You forced her to kill herself.
That is very harsh, Mr. Valentine, and not true.
What is true, then?
I merely reminded her of the years we considered her a member of the Montoya family and the kindness we showed her. I never meant it to be more than a reminder. I never thought that she would go so far.
Uh-huh. But it was better for you rather than have a talk.
Think what you please, Senor Valentine. As far as that young man in Barcelona...
The one Maria wanted the money for?
The one she was willing to forsake all loyalty for, yes. I will take care of him. He will not want for anything. Maria can rest quietly. Oh, Vicente.
Yes, Father.
As you see, we have visitors.
I know. Miss Brooks, I'm sorry about that little fiasco I carried out in the Oval Room. Believe me, I am seldom that rude.
Oh, don't let it worry you, Mr. Montoya. I seldom walk around with blazing red hair.
There's really nothing more to say, Mr. Valentine.
Father, just a moment, monsieur. I have something to say.
Okay, let's have it.
The last time we met, I said something that may have sounded like a threat. I did not mean it that way.
Now, you know, this is getting rather awkward. Everybody being so sorry about everything. Why don't we just cry on each other's shoulders?
Mr. Valentine, I'm serious. I know you are interested only in the welfare of your client.
That's right, Miss Legler.
I realize that most of the fault is mine. You cannot monopolize any woman's time for 6 months without having her make certain obvious assumptions.
What are you driving at?
I give you my word as a gentleman that I shall never see her again. Marriage is completely out of the question. Therefore, the reason can't possibly be important. Would you tell Blanche that and forget the whole thing?
Well, confidentially, friend, I wasn't too happy with this case from the beginning.
Yes?
And if marriage is out of the question, I don't see what good I can do. Yeah, I'll speak to Miss Legler in the morning. And so that's how it is, Blanche. And I'm inclined to agree with Vicente. So how about dropping the whole thing?
Maybe the day after tomorrow. You think that's pretty good advice.
Since I was 4 years old, Miss Brooks, the only advice I've taken was my own.
I want to talk to you, Blanche.
Oh, Tommy, what are you doing here? I told you we have nothing more to talk about.
We'll see about that. You're Valentine, aren't you?
That's the name the mother insisted on. It happened to be my father's name. Now, take it easy, will you, Thomas?
I spoke to Montoya after you and Miss Brooks left.
Vicente certainly had a busy evening.
Blanche, why don't you get it through your crazy little head? Vicente doesn't want you.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Slap me all you want. That won't change things. Isn't that what Montoya said to you, too, Valentine?
Well, he was a little more suave about it.
Look at me, Blanche. I love you. It isn't something that happened just yesterday or 6 months ago. It's been there for years. And you love me, too. You told me there's no changing that.
Oh, Tommy, please. Please go.
Okay, I'm leaving. But I'm never going to be too far away.
You know, Blanche, I think your friend Tommy has the right idea.
I remember you were saying you wanted to drop the case, George.
I said I thought it would be best.
I may as well tell you I'll only hire someone else.
Well, there's no mistaking that, George.
No, wait a minute, Brooksy.
Changing your mind?
I still think somebody's going to get hurt in this deal. But as long as you're going to get a stand-in for me anyway, I may as well go along for the ride. Oh, now listen, friend. The Spanish news syndicate should know more than that about one of the most prominent families in Spain.
Perhaps, Mr. Valentine, but that's the only information that's available.
Professor Ortega, if there's anybody who knows all about Spanish history, it's you. There must be something about the Montoyas.
Forgive me, young man. I am not a gossip columnist. A historian deals only with the facts. And I gave you those.
No, Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, don't apologize. A writer's always looking for an excuse to knock off work.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Wendell.
The truth is, my dear, I wasn't even working. I just sit here in front of the typewriter in case my wife comes in.
Okay, but what about the Marquess of Montoya?
Fascinating old gentleman. Had lunch with him in Seville once. I'll never forget it. He never even cracked a smile.
Wendell, you've written enough books about Spain to be an authority.
Could there be anything about the Montoya family that they'd go to all this trouble to conceal? I mean, why would a man like Vicente Montoya turn his back on a woman who's beautiful and has a fortune?
Well, there is one story, but I don't know whether I ought to...
What's that supposed to be?
The Montoya line goes way back, even beyond the time when Columbus became America's first tourist.
Well?
It's hard to separate legend from fact, especially when it has to do with Spain. But there's supposed to be a curse on the Montoyas.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, hold on.
Now, don't look at it that way. This is more fact than legend. Ask a Spaniard about it, and you'll probably get nowhere. But it's all there in the records.
What's in the records? Well, don't be so mysterious, Mr. Wendell.
Without being too descriptive, Miss Brooks, it seems there's been a strange creature popping up on the Montoya family tree every fourth generation.
Strange creature? What are you talking about, Wendell?
A stunted little beauty. Always about 3 or 4 feet tall. His feet end where the normal man's knees begin. And he never has a single hair on his body. The last one I remember being born was in 1828.
Oh, how terrible.
There's probably a very sound scientific reason for it, but I suppose it's much more romantic calling it a curse.
So that's it.
What?
Well, don't you see, Brooksy? That's why Vicente's afraid to marry. Afraid that this thing might happen again to his children or his children's children.
But it doesn't have to happen every fourth generation, does it, Mr. Wendell?
Miss Brooks, I am not an authority on eugenics or the laws of heredity.
Well, thanks a lot, Wendell. This calls for a final chat with the Marquess of Montoya. Just the two of us.
So you did find out, yeah?
Oh, I get all kinds of jobs, Marquess. Some I like, some I don't.
Now you understand why it had to be kept a secret.
Mm-hmm. And I'm willing to leave it that way. I'll think of a good reason to give Blanche so she'll have no more questions to ask.
Gracias.
Suppose I say that Vicente has a wife in South America. I think I can even produce a fake marriage.
Could you do that, senor?
I thought you had a reputation for never smiling.
I know, but I never thought that a young man from a young country could have so much understanding, so much.
Well, it doesn't take too much understanding to know what you've gone through, Marquess. The courage and the iron will it took for you and Vicente to live with the Montoya curse.
One does what one has to. But you're right about not leaving the country, Mr. Valentine. I have an estate in Argentina, Vicente, and I will leave for there as soon as we can arrange.
Yeah, I think that'll be best, and the chapter will be closed. Well, goodbye, sir. Good luck. And I mean that.
Adios y gracias, amigo. And I mean that, too.
Everything all right, George?
As right as it can be, Angel.
Un momento. I must come downstairs and see you in Mr. Valentine.
Now, look, there's nothing to worry about, Vicente, so take it easy, will you? I don't know from nothing, and I'm really off the case.
I do not believe it. What did my father tell you? I've got to come downstairs and find out.
Oh, Mr. Montoya, be careful.
I've got to know. Valentine!
Oh, Georgie tripped.
Oh, wait, I'll help.
Don't look at me! I don't want anybody to see me this way.
George.
Now you see me as I was born. There are my artificial legs. The wig.
Oh, no.
Now you have your answer. I am the fourth generation.
Oh, George, I don't think I'll ever forget the sight of Vicente Montoya scuttling up those stairs.
Well, why don't you try remembering that Blanche and Tommy are going to get married next week? That's a much happier notion.
Yeah. You know something?
Hmm?
Speaking as a woman, I think deep in her heart, Blanche was happy when you came up with that whopper about Vicente having a wife.
I don't think that white lie will be held against me.
Oh, I'm sure it won't. But, George, when you were inside talking to the Marquise, you suspected the truth, didn't you?
Oh, Brooksy, it was a weird thought I didn't even want to admit to myself. But I kept thinking of Vicente's stiff mechanical walk.
Yes?
And Wendell did say that last time this happened was about 1828. The next time would be around 1900, about the time Vicente was born.
Hmm. You know, I think this whole thing was a horrible dream if you weren't standing right beside me.
Oh, but I am here, Angel. And you want me to show you how real that is?
Mm-hmm. So right.
Maybe you found after a lengthy motoring trip that a warm bath and a good sleep put you right back in shape. But don't forget, your car needs a little attention, too, after a long trip. In fact, every 1,000 miles, your car needs the expert lube service it can get at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. For these are the only service stations using RPM greases and oils, each lubricant tailor-made to shield vital wear points from road dust, grit, moisture. Without proper lubrication, spring shackles and other stress points wear down unduly fast, and they make quite a rattle doing it. RPM oils and greases assure longer wear and quieter, softer riding. So when you're in a long trip and every 1,000 miles, ask for lube service where you know it's expert, at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Well, here's just about everything on the case, except the receipt. Brooksy, I outsmarted myself and missed the boat.
But, George, Jeffries wouldn't break into his own desk to steal it.
That doesn't seem that he... Hey, wait, you know, Angel? Maybe I didn't miss the boat after all.
What do you mean?
Now, look, you get out of here fast, grab a cab, go back to the office, but be sure nobody sees you.
But what about you, George?
I'll be back there in a few minutes. And, Brooksy, I'm pretty sure we'll have a visitor.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jay Novello as Vicente, Lorene Tuttle as Blanche, Pedro de Cordova as the Marquise, Ken Peters as Tommy, and Virginia Gregg as Maria. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Father Who Had Nothing to Say, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're perched behind the 8 ball and can't see the clear, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, for 10 years now, since I was 14, I've lived with a secret. The fact that I'm the son of a murderer convicted for life. Now I'm going to take a step I know may threaten everything that means happiness to me. Still in all conscience, I must take it. And I can't think of anyone who can help me, except perhaps you. Suppose we talk this over as quickly as possible.
As quickly as possible so I can supply what you so blithely call full details. Signed, Ralph Lochner.
Brooksy,
Yes, George?
without knowing any more about the young man than what he says in his letter, I think I'd like to knock myself out trying to help him.
But aside from the startling fact that his father is a convicted murderer, he didn't say very much.
Yeah, but the way he said it, Angel. Take a step that threatens his happiness, and he must take it in all conscience. That's a nice phrase, in all conscience.
Well, if things have worked out for him in the last 10 years, well, why doesn't he leave well enough alone?
Well, that's what we're going to find out, Brooksy.
Oh, I suppose that means we're on our way.
Huh? Could we do anything else? I mean, in all conscience?
Mr. Valentine, some cynical people would say the best thing in the world happened to me when my father was convicted of killing that woman.
Well, that's a sweet way of looking at it.
Well, what did happen to me? I lived with my father in a basement room of an apartment hotel. He was a handyman there. Not very much to look forward to.
Well, men have started much lower in life than that.
But then my father suddenly becomes a front-page sensation. The murderer of Lillian Wayne. And I get put in an orphanage. That's that, you'd say. But it wasn't.
Go on.
Well, then all sorts of wonderful things happened to Harry Peterson's kid. That's me. Mr. and Mrs. Lochner adopt me. I get sent to the finest schools. My name's legally changed so that the secret is dead and buried.
But, you still can't forget your real father, can you?
No, I can't, Miss Brooks. I can only think of him as a pathetic little man who did all he could for me, not as a murderer.
But you were only 14 then, Ralph. You naturally wouldn't want to think anything like that of your father. But the courts...
I know. Guilty. With a recommendation for mercy.
Well, he got a fair trial, didn't he?
Yes, and I can appreciate how fair. You see, my foster father, Carl Lochner, let me choose whatever profession I wanted. Well, next month I'm going to be admitted to the bar.
Yeah?
Well, I've gone all through the records of my father's trial, the testimony of the witnesses. Yes, he got a very fair trial.
Well, then what's on your mind? What's this step you've got to take, the one you mentioned in your letter?
Well, knowing something about the law, I've decided that damning as the evidence was against my father, most of it was circumstantial. And he never did admit he killed that girl.
But, well, if this is just a feeling you have and the case is 10 years old...
Look, Ralph, you ought to know it's going to take something a lot more concrete than that to get past the receptionist at the DA.
Yes, but at least I'll feel I've done all I can.
Oh, son, is this Mr. Valentine, the gentleman you told me about?
Oh, yes, Father, and this is Miss Brooks.
Oh, how do you do?
Dad, I told Valentine everything, and I hope you still don't feel that...
No, Ralph, I thought it over. I think you're right.
Well, frankly, Mr. Lochner, I don't know what good I can do.
And digging around in the past always involves a risk. I mean, publicity.
Yes, and my secret may not remain a secret. Father and I have been all through that.
You can understand my anxiety, Mr. Valentine. Ralph's starting out in a career that holds a great deal of promise. He's engaged to Irene Masterson, a lovely girl from a fine family.
If she has to find out that I'm the son of a murderer, then, well, that's the way it'll have to be. You just do what you think is necessary, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, the warden told me you're going to try to prove I'm innocent. I want you to do nothing. Get out.
Now, wait a minute, Peterson.
I don't want you to reopen the case. You will not find anything different.
Aren't you changing your tune after 10 years? Not once did you admit you killed Lillian Wayne.
Just the same, you stay out of this. And do not come back to see me again.
Wait, take it easy, Peterson. We still got a few minutes.
You heard what I said?
Yeah. I may as well tell you, no matter how you feel about it, I'm going to find out the truth.
Why do you do this when I tell you no?
Your son wants it that way, Mr. Peterson.
Ralph?
Yeah.
Look at me, Valentine. You see, a very happy man.
I don't believe it.
Prison has been good to me. Here I learned to read and write. I'm in charge of the books in the library.
Your life's complete, huh?
10 years ago, I fixed it so my son gets everything I could never give to him. Now in the newspapers, I read he's marrying a big society girl. He is happy. I am happy. Why do you poke your nose in? Don't you like to see people happy?
Look, Peterson, let's stop kidding each other. You'd rather throw away a chance to get out of this place than to have people find out that Ralph Peterson and Ralph Lochner are one and the same.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Have it your way, Peterson. But if you didn't kill Lillian Wayne, it's my job to find out who did. And believe me, I'm going to give it a good try.
Miss Brooks, 12 good men and true decided that beyond any reasonable doubt, Harry Peterson murdered Lillian Wayne.
I know, Lieutenant, but George called up and asked me to come over and see if you have any additional information.
Well, just what I gave you there. Copy what you want.
Okay.
It's all a matter of public record. Say, just a second, Miss Brooks. Hold it. Is there something Valentine knows about this case that I don't know? Huh? I mean, just being a member of the police force.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. The last time I heard from him, he was calling from the penitentiary after he saw Mr. Peterson.
What? You mean he went all the way up there to... another one of his hunches, huh?
Say, what's the name of this witness here, Lieutenant?
You can read, Miss Brooks. But I tell you, there can't be anything to it. 5 witnesses put Harry Peterson on the scene of the crime. His fingerprints were all over the table lamp that was used to knock her off.
And, what about motive, Lieutenant Riley?
Well, to pull it delicately, Miss Brooks, this little shrimp gets a yen for Lillian Wayne, who's, by the way of being a gorgeous model. She can't see him, he can't take no for an answer, and zowie.
Very delicately put, Lieutenant.
Well,
if it's as open as shut as all that, George will just come up with the answer you've got here.
Well, of course. There's only one answer. He's just wasting his... Oh, never mind. I'm just whistling in the dark.
Yeah?
Mr. Donnelly?
Shh, not so loud.
Huh? What's the matter?
Look, miss, did you ever have a baby? Oh, wrong question, huh? Well, anyway, come on in. But try to be quiet.
Hey, what's this all about?
Oh, it's the kid. The wife's out shopping. You should have seen the time I had getting that baby to sleep. Say, who are you anyway? And how'd you know who I was?
Look, where can we talk above a whisper?
Oh, well, come on in here. Okay, now what do you want?
I'm just checking on exactly what happened to Lillian Wayne the day she was murdered.
Who?
Lillian Wayne.
Yeah, I heard you. But why are you bringing that up? Look, who are you, mister?
Just someone who's not so sure Harry Peterson killed Miss Wayne.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. I told the police my story. Sure, I had a fight with Lillian, but that was all.
And they let it go at that?
They had to. Well, I went down the elevator an hour before the chambermaid saw Peterson go into the apartment.
What was the fight about?
Just me waking up to find out what a sucker I was.
Hey, translate that, will you?
Well, I was a pretty sharp middleweight those days. Dames a dime a dozen. But Lillian says she's only got eyes for me. And like a school kid, I believed her.
Oh, then you found out about the little black book.
Yeah, but that I didn't know till later, Peterson's trial. All I knew then was that some guy was sending flowers to her every day from the florist shop around the corner. So we had a fight, and I guess I lost my temper.
How badly did you lose it?
Well, I guess I poked her one.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Well, if it weren't for Peterson, then you would have been tagged for suspect number 1.
Don't remind me, pal. And for Pete's sake, don't let this get back to my wife. She don't know anything about me and Lillian.
Oh, don't worry, Donnelly. I have to be good at keeping secrets.
Oh, thanks. You don't know my wife's temper. If she ever found out, she'd knock my ears off.
Now, Mr. Valentine, just who sent you to see me? I'm very busy. I have an elaborate floral wreath to make up.
No one sent me, Mr. Jeffries. Your name just happens to be on the list of witnesses in the Lillian Wayne case.
Oh?
And Mike Donnelly mentioned that you own this flower shop near Lillian's apartment hotel.
Mike Donnelly?
Mm-hmm.
That thug. I was hoping by now he had his head knocked off in the ring.
Oh, my, such unruly passions, Mr. Jeffries.
Yes, what have you got against Mike?
That man actually assaulted me in the corridor during the trial, just because I told the truth.
Which is?
It was Donnelly who bought the flowers I was delivering to Miss Wayne that day. I keep a record of every transaction in my store. A very methodical man.
That's very interesting.
I don't know why I should have gotten so excited. The police cleared him of any connection with the murder.
Yeah, that was hardly gratitude, was it, Mr. Jeffries?
What do you mean?
Well, it was mostly your testimony that placed Harry Peterson in the dead woman's apartment at the time of the murder.
There was no question about that. It was Peterson who came to the door and accepted the flowers.
But it seems stupid, doesn't it, to answer the door when you have a corpse on your hands?
Oh, not at all. Peterson worked there. He knew that I'd have the manager let me in so I could place the flowers in the water.
And something equally stupid. I mean, allowing himself to be seen.
Oh, he tried not to show himself, but he had to sign a receipt. That's when I got a glimpse of him. Oh, it was Peterson, all right.
Receipt?
Why, yes. That's right.
You didn't mention a receipt in any of your court testimony.
I assure you I had all I could do to answer the barrage of questions they kept throwing at me.
I see. You said you were a methodical man, Mr. Jeffries. I guess you kept that little memento of the Wayne trial.
Well, I probably have it in the envelope with the clippings of the trial. Somewhere in that desk drawer there.
Uh-huh.
Naturally, Peterson didn't sign his own name. He thought he was being smart, scribbling down a phony one. Larrabee, as I remember.
I see. Well, that's it, I guess. Thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Jeffries.
Don't mention it. Now maybe I can finish that floral wreath.
All right, George, let's have it. Why'd you give up so easily? I mean about the receipt.
Just being cautious, Angel.
But you said yourself it would be so conclusive, one way or the other. Just comparing the handwriting with Peterson.
Yeah, I know, Brooksy. But as I said, let's take it easy like. Jeffries is lying through his teeth, but I can't afford to scare him off until I find out why.
You mean he actually framed poor Peterson?
I'm sure of it. You see, Angel, Peterson couldn't possibly have signed that receipt.
Huh?
He didn't learn to read or write until after he was sent to prison.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meantime, here's some exciting and valuable news for today's car owners. Atlas Tire engineers have produced a new tire that gives the softest ride you've ever had, even when you're on the roughest roads. It's the Atlas Grip Safe Cushion Air, kind of big brother to the famous Atlas Grip Safe tire. Cushion Air is a big brother because it has the same quality, extra safety, quietness, and steering ease of Atlas Grip Safe tires, plus more air at lower pressure to put your car on a cushion of air. And it's backed by the most valuable warranty in the tire industry, the written Atlas warranty that's good at 38,000 stations in 48 states and Canada 7 days a week. Ask about extra low-pressure Atlas Cushion Air tires tomorrow. They're made especially for new cars and can be adapted to many older models, too. Ask at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a very intense young man named Ralph Lochner says he wants you to make sure, one way or the other, if his father is guilty of the murder he was convicted of 10 years ago. Finally, if you play it like George Valentine, you arrive at the unshakable conviction that the father is innocent. And, in effect, that's just what you're telling Ralph and his foster father, Carl Lochner, right now.
It's as simple as that, gentlemen.
What do you mean?
I know Mr. Peterson didn't kill Lillian Wayne. I might even be able to prove it. But it would be a lot easier and a lot surer if first I found out who the murderer really was.
Why didn't that fool Jeffrey say something about a receipt? Of course my father could never have signed it. I remember as a kid how ashamed I was because he couldn't read or write.
I know how you feel, Ralph. It was a terrible oversight.
Oversight? 10 years of someone's life going just like that? Because some stupid florist forgets to mention a receipt?
Well, Jeffries might have forgotten that little thing. But he was deliberately lying when he identified the man at the door as your father.
Well, let's do something about it. Turn him over to the police.
Now, hold it, will you, fella?
They'd shake the truth out of him. I'd like to be the lawyer for the prosecution. I'd see
what
that
if he
got...
said he made an honest mistake? After all, there were other witnesses.
What do you propose to do, Valentine?
Well, I'd like to know why Jeffries put the finger on Mr. Peterson, whom he was trying to protect.
Do you think he's at all suspicious?
Oh, he's bound to be a little, but I tried to ease out of it.
I'd feel a lot better if we had that receipt.
Oh, it's safe enough. It's in the middle drawer of the desk back of his florist shop.
Mm-hmm. I agree with your thinking, Valentine, but just the same, you're up against a pretty impossible job. The name Larrabee is patently fictitious, and this is a murder that's 10 years old. Where do you start?
With the obvious, Mr. Lochner. And I can't think of anyone more obvious than our ex-pugilist friend, Mike Donnelly.
Oh, I ask you, Miss Brooks, did you ever see a kid like that, always bawling?
Your wife out shopping again, Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah. Thursday night she's got a bingo game. Oh, excuse me a minute, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, that's better. Now we can go on talking.
Well, you don't mind giving us your signature so we can compare it with the one on Mr. Jeffries' receipt.
Oh, why should I mind?
Fine.
Here you are.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, just what did that guy tell you about me anyway?
Well, he said you ordered the flowers for Miss Wayne the day she was murdered.
Oh, he did, huh? Go on, what else?
And, that you and he had a little fight in the courthouse during the trial.
A little fight? I nearly killed him. And I'll tell you why. Because it might interest you, Miss Brooks.
Yes.
Of course, it makes me look like a dope, but here it is just the same. I knew he was getting flowers and presents from somebody. So I used to stroll around downstairs to see who it was.
I see.
All I saw was Jeffries delivering flowers. The owner of the flower shop himself, mind you, not one of the boys. Then it dawned on me.
It's also beginning to dawn on me.
Yeah. He was making time with Lillian, too. She admitted it. That's why we had the fight the afternoon she was killed.
So there was room in Lillian's big, generous heart for our Mr. Jeffries as well.
Yeah, among others.
You know, Mr. Donnelly, I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't given me a lot more than your signature.
Didn't I tell you not to come back?
Look, Mr. Peterson, the man who killed Miss Wayne signed a receipt for some flowers. And you didn't learn how to write till you came here.
That's true.
Well, don't you see there's enough doubt now to get you another hearing? It's bound to come out that Ralph Lochner is your son. So how about working with me instead of against me?
If I could only believe, after all these years, I could be together with my son again. Used to know he don't have to be ashamed of me. I'll do anything, Mr. Valentine, anything.
Good. Now tell me, Mr. Peterson, just what did happen that day?
It's true what all those people said, the chambermaid, the elevator boy, the others. I was in Miss Wayne's apartment to fix the Venetian blinds. She called downstairs in the morning.
Go on.
I rang the bell. When she didn't answer, I used the pass key, and there she was on the floor, dead. Didn't know what to do. I picked up the lamp, put it back on the table, and just stood there looking at her.
And that's how your fingerprints got on the lamp. Now tell me, did Jeffries, the florist, make a delivery while you were there?
No, nobody. When I made myself understand what happened to the lady, I ran downstairs to my room. He was sitting there when the police came. Poor Ralphie was such a young boy then. He didn't understand what it meant when they took me away.
You got a fine son, Peterson.
Well, tell me, if they let me go, could I be with my Ralph again?
Well, your son will be a lawyer soon. He'll think of something.
I leave everything to you, Mr. Valentine.
I have just one more stop to make when I get back to town, Mr. Peterson. And I'll feel a whole lot better when that's out of the way. Come on, quick, Brooksy. Close that door. We don't want the cop on the beat to spot the light back here.
Or we'll just tell him we're a couple of flower lovers. What do you think of Donnelly's story about Jeffries being on Lillian Wayne's bandwagon, too?
More about that, Angel. Right now, I want to get a picture of that receipt. If I can get Riley working on it without Jeffries getting suspicious...
George, look. The desk.
Hey, a very clumsy job.
Oh.
I would have jimmied open the drawer with much more finesse. It's only a formality, but let's see. Uh-huh. Yeah. Just about everything else on the Wayne trial, but no receipt. Oh, I outsmarted myself, Brooksy, and missed the boat.
Well, one sure thing, George. Jeffries wouldn't break into his own desk.
Why not, if he wanted to make it appear that someone else stole that all-important piece of paper?
If it meant so much to somebody, he probably destroyed it by now.
Yeah, Hey. You know, Angel, maybe I didn't miss the boat after all. Maybe it just looked that way. It wasn't going out, it was coming in.
Well, funny, things don't look any rosier to me, darling.
Well, that's because it's late. You're tired. You need some sleep.
Oh, now, George, wait a minute.
Now, be careful when you get to the end of the alley. Be sure nobody sees you. Then grab a cab, and I'll be in touch with you later.
Yeah, but what about you?
I'll be going back to the office in a few minutes. I'm sure I'm going to have a visitor. Now, scram. Hello, operator. I want you to call the police and report a burglary. Jeffries Florist Shop, 937 Grant Boulevard. Who, me? Oh, just put down a public-spirited citizen. Huh? Well, if it isn't Nature Boy. I was just about to give you up.
You were in my shop tonight, weren't you?
Oh, why don't you give up, Jeffries? You don't stand the chance of a deep freeze salesman in Siberia. You've just been lucky for 10 years.
Where's that receipt, Valentine?
What makes you so sure I've got it?
You're the only one who knew where it was. Let's have it.
That's my lease on life.
You think I'm joking, don't you?
On the contrary. But I know you won't let that 38 in your hand go off until you find out what happened to that.
Don't be too sure about that. I haven't any time to waste on you.
You're a many-sided character, my friend. It was a real shock when I found out that you were another one of the boys in Lillian Wayne's male harem.
You're a liar.
Liar? Now you're adding slander to perjury.
Get up. Now put your hands up. If you have that receipt on you, I'm going to find it.
Doesn't it ever make you sick to your stomach having to live with yourself?
Shut up.
Didn't you ever think of Peterson in the prison laundry or the jute mill while you were flouncing around up to your hips in flowers?
It's got to be here somewhere.
You're trapped,
Get back.
Jeffries. You're trapped. Peterson couldn't sign anything. He didn't know how to read or write.
What was that? What did you say?
I knew I'd get a rise out of you.
I'll kill you.
Better drop it, Jeffries, if you want to use this arm again.
All right. Oh, what are you going to do?
I was just wondering how to make you stay put while I make a couple of phone calls.
You can't.
I think Harry Peterson would like it done this way. Yeah? Oh, your timing is perfect, Angel. The visitor? Oh, he's here, but he's out. Never mind. Sure, come on over. Join the party. Sure, this calls for a party, Brooksy. Less than 5 minutes ago, I found out who really killed the fair Lillian.
Valentine, I know it's probably just an oversight, but I've never been advised the Homicide Bureau has been moved over here to your office.
Well, I thought we could clean this thing up faster over here, Lieutenant.
I never killed that woman. And I'm not saying another word until you let me talk to my lawyer.
You're going to need 2 lawyers, Jeffries.
I hate to interrupt this delightful discussion, but Mike Donnelly's in the outer office, fussing and fuming. George, it seems when you called him, you woke up his baby.
Sorry, but he has the answers to a lot of questions that'll have to be asked.
What right do you have to keep me here? What's the charge? There isn't any. That's why you won't let me get to my lawyer.
Oh, so I have no charge to hold you on, huh? Well, forgetting about suspicion of murder, there's a little matter of perjury. Then there's illegal entry, forcing your way into a respectable citizen's place of business.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Assault and battery on the same defenseless citizen. No charge, huh? Why, you... Hennessy! Take this monkey downtown.
Yes, sir. You won't get a thing out of me, no matter what you do.
And watch him, Hennessy. Now, Valentine, there's still a few questions I have to ask you.
Oh, just a minute, Lieutenant. I think someone just came in the outer office.
It's probably the Lochners, Brooksy.
Valentine, what'd you find out? I just saw them take Jeffries away.
We got here as soon as we could. Just what has happened?
This is Lieutenant Riley, gentlemen.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello.
We were just getting to that, Mr. Lochner.
Hey, what about me, Valentine?
Okay, Donnelly, come on in.
The wife's at a midnight movie. I had to get a neighbor to stay with the kid.
Please,
and you know
Valentine, what'd you find out about Jeffries?
The name of the murderer.
What?
Jeffries didn't have the receipt, and I didn't take it from his shop.
Well, how does that tell you who the murderer was?
Oh, the simple process of elimination, Lieutenant.
I don't follow you, George.
I told only 2 people where that receipt was. You, Ralph, and you, Mr. Lochner.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Yes, what are you driving at, Valentine?
Paying blackmail to Jeffries all these years, even adopting Harry Peterson's son, can't change one fact, can it, Mr. Lochner? You killed Lillian Wayne. Hey. Come on, Brooksy, come on. Get your head up off the lieutenant's desk.
I wasn't sleeping.
Oh, no. You were just trying to see if you could look through your eyelids.
Well, come on, kids. I'm going to have me a gallon of coffee. It's been a long night.
Did you get a statement from Lochner and Jeffrey?
Yeah, it's all sewed up. Victim of circumstance. You keep reading that corny phrase, but you only appreciate it when you run up against a Harry Peterson.
Oh, come now, Lieutenant. It wasn't just the hand of fate. It got a couple of assists.
Yeah. Jeffries delivers some flowers to his girlfriend. The rat hangs around downstairs to see who his rival is. It turns out to be the wealthy Mr. Lochner. So, Jeffries helps put Peterson away and then blackmails Lochner plenty for keeping quiet.
You know, I was wondering, Lieutenant.
What's that?
Did it really ease Lochner's conscience adopting Peterson's kid?
The longer I'm in this game, the less I know about people.
I was wondering about something, too. I was wondering if poor Donnelly had much trouble getting his baby to sleep.
Oh, you're punch-drunk, Angel. Let's get that coffee.
Some folks claim that one motor oil is just like another until a mechanic tells them they need a new set of piston rings. But folks who use RPM motor oil find piston ring troubles are few and far between. This premium quality motor oil is compounded to keep a cooling lubricant on upper cylinder walls at all times. Whether your car is standing cold for hours at a time or running hot, RPM clings to vertical engine parts left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary oils. And because RPM is always on the job, your chances of engine trouble caused by rust are reduced to about zero. That's mighty important when you remember that hidden rust causes as much as 80% of engine wear in the average car. No wonder RPM motor oil is the choice of Western motorists 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. For trouble-free operation and longer car life, get RPM tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hello?
Oh, Brooksy.
Oh, George, I've been worried about you. Where are you?
Well,
Careful what you say, buddy.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, Brooksy, I just want to tell you not to worry if I'm away for a couple of days on this job.
Huh?
I know I can leave everything to you.
George, something's wrong. I'm going to call Lieutenant Riley.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's enough, Valentine. Hang up that phone. If you know what's good for you.
Yeah, I know, all right. Good night, Brooksy. I'll be seeing you. I hope.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Harry Lewis as Ralph, Herbert Butterfield as Lochner, Louis Van Rooten as Peterson, Eddie Marr as Donnelly, and Robert Jellison as Jeffries. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The hearse was painted pink, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're up a blind alley and nobody can help you, give yourself another chance and call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, how much do you charge for making a play for a beautiful dame? There's more to it than that. I may add the lady is dynamite. I may also add that the money is going to be okay. Also this, if everything works out, you'll be helping a lot of people out of that blind alley you mentioned in your ad. If you happen to be interested, let's talk.
Happen to be interested? Let's talk it over. I'm in room 918, Hotel Somerset. The name is yours truly, J.C. Collins. Oh, Brooksy's never going to forgive herself for being late this morning.
Huh? What? Oh, who is this?
Me, Angel. What goes with you this morning?
Oh, it's you, George.
Oh, shucks, you guessed.
I guess I overslept. But we were out so late last night on the McMillan job.
Well, just stay right where you are, Angel. I just wanted you to know where I was going to be.
Where's that, George?
Oh, just having a chat with one J.C. Collins at the Hotel Somerset. Yeah, it seems we have a very distasteful assignment, Brooksy. I have to go out and make love to a beautiful dame, it says here.
George, I'm on my way down to the office right
What's
now.
more, it says here she's dynamite.
I'm getting into something right now, George. It won't take me...
Hold it, Brooksy. Take it easy. Let me see what this is all about, and I'll talk to you later.
Did you hear that, Raymond? This guy thinks there's actual J.C. Collins.
That was the general impression we tried to create in that letter, Ernie.
Sit down, sit, Valentine.
Hey, now look, I'm not a country cousin who just got in yesterday. Yeah. I don't work for guys like you, Gorman.
That's what you think.
As far as anyone's concerned, you'll just be working for J.C. Collins. Oh, be smart.
As far as I'm concerned, I'd be working for a grade A rat. And Raymond, that's never smart.
Don't get up, Valentine. You're not going nowhere.
Well, I know I can take your word for that, Gorman. So I'll just listen.
Yeah, well, I'll give it to you straight. There's another guy in this town. I mean, the town's not big enough for both of us, and consequently...
Well?
Wait, I got no use for words. Tell him what I mean, Raymond.
Well, it's really very simple. As you know, Mr. Gorman owns a lot of property, including this hotel. He also has a great many business interests.
Yeah, don't I?
Yeah, I know. Some narrow-minded people call them rackets.
Let's not be irrelevant. Anyway, it seems another businessman, Frank Granby by name, aspires to supplant Mr. Gorman in his various enterprises.
Granby? I thought he was mistaken for a clay pigeon the other night.
Oh, that was no mistake. But it was embarrassingly bad marksmanship. Frank was wounded, but he got away, and now he's hiding somewhere, and he must be smoked out.
Yeah, and fast.
Look, fellas, I know confession is good for the soul, but why pick on me? How did you know I won't leave here and reiterate some of these little intimacies?
What? What do you say, Raymond?
Well, not to oversimplify, Mr. Valentine doesn't want to play ball.
Tell him what I mean.
What Ernie means is...
Yeah?
You can help us smoke out Granby. Ernie's very basic in his thinking about these things, but I believe he's got something.
Not to be precocious, I gather this has something to do with the beautiful dame who's also dynamite.
Lila Parker. Sings at the Glass Hat. Yeah, Granby is nuts about her. If he thought she was playing around, he'd go on and tell him what I mean, Raymond.
Oh, the luxuries of life. Someone to translate your English for you.
What?
He's just being sarcastic, Ernie. But you're right about the dame, Valentine. Personally, I'd envy you this job if I didn't know Granby cares more for her than he does for his own life.
You're going to make a play for her, Valentine. More than that, she's going to... Raymond...
More than that, you've got to make her like it.
Sorry, boys, no deal.
You got no choice. Raymond, call that number.
Righto, Ernie.
Maybe Valentine will get what we're driving at.
Here, Valentine, you take this.
Huh?
Hello?
Brooksy.
Well, who else when you call this number? Where are you, darling? Hey, what's this about?
Skip it, Angel. I'll talk to you later.
You get what I mean?
George, where are you?
Careful what you say.
Just wanted to tell you not to worry if I'm away a couple of days on this job. I know I can leave everything to you, Brooksy.
Well, of course
That's
you can't.
all I can tell you right now, Angel. So long. All right, Raymond. You're not so good at translating. Just what does Gorman...
Ernie, make him let me go.
Hey, well, you got no choice. Let go of him, Valentine. You see, Valentine, Miss Brooks is our insurance that you do just like I say. Now, go on, Raymond, tell him.
Miss Brooks, you've heard of hardened criminals, haven't you?
Yes, Lieutenant Riley, but what does this have to do with George?
Well, I'm a hardened cop. I only deal in facts.
Well, I've been giving you facts.
I know. You didn't like the way Valentine sounded on the phone.
He called the office and seemed so surprised when I answered the phone.
What, so what? Sometimes I forget what number I'm calling.
Well, he sounded so strange when he said that was all he could tell me, and then he hung up.
Oh, look, are you sure it isn't this business about a beautiful dame that's getting you so excited?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I know George.
So does Mrs. Riley know me, but even she has her doubts sometimes.
Can't you see I'm serious? I even went to the hotel. There was no J.C. Collins ever registered at the Somerset. Who sent George that letter?
And now, look, Miss Brooks, I keep fighting back the impulse, but I like that guy of yours.
Me too.
Well, still, I'm a public servant, and I can't go flouncing around after him every time he gets himself into trouble.
Well, I'm going to do some flouncing around, Lieutenant.
That I know, and I can expect the worst.
Well, Lieutenant, if that's all you have to say,
just a minute.
Yes.
If Valentine is really in some kind of trouble, I'll leave word here where you can reach me day or night.
Mr. Valentine?
Yeah.
Gus, the piano player, told me you wanted to see me.
That's right, Miss Parker. Won't you sit down?
Gus said you were one of my greatest admirers. My singing, no doubt.
Singing? Well, that never occurred to me.
That's a new approach. I think I will sit down. Well, Mr. Valentine, it isn't my singing. Just what is it about me that you admire so much?
Well, don't you know?
Yeah. I've known since I was 14.
And you're one of the few women who'll be hearing that when you're 40.
Is that supposed to be so good?
May I order you something?
I'm happy the way I am. What do you want?
Oh, I'm just a lonely guy feeling sorry for myself in a strange town.
Same line, but I can't say I've heard it read any better.
What are you doing after your last show?
Going home and rinse out a few things?
I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot when you're through.
You can grow an awful long beard waiting for somebody who isn't going to show up.
Often wondered how I'd look with a beard.
Listen, mister, and listen carefully. Why don't you be good to yourself and go home?
And hate myself for the rest of my days?
All right. I know I look like something in a pastry window shop
I never thought
to you.
of it that way. That's very good.
Believe me, I'm poison. And you won't do a thing for my ego if you hang around and prove I'm right. Now stay away from me.
See you later, Lila. You'll recognize me by my beard. I'm afraid you picked yourself the wrong boy, gentlemen. The fair Lila seems particularly allergic to me.
What? What do you say, Raymond?
They don't get along together.
Don't give me that, Valentine. You're a pretty good-looking guy, and Lila, she isn't used to being lonely.
Just keep trying, Valentine. The sooner Frank Granby finds out you have designs on Lila, the sooner this unpleasant little job will be over.
Well, I do have a sort of one-sided date to meet her here later in the parking lot.
Hey, see, Raymond, he's doing okay. But don't try to play cute, Valentine. There'll be somebody watching you every minute. There'll be... You tell him what I mean, Raymond.
I think he knows what you mean.
Coleman, as you've said several times, I don't have any choice. I have to play the game your way because you have all the cards.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But look, if anything happens to Miss Brooks, you better make sure I'm dead first. Because I'm going to be out looking for you. I bet you didn't think I was going to be here, Lila.
How much do you want to bet?
Oh, let's say an old Dick Tracy button.
Move over. How'd you know this was my car?
The parking lot attendant said this pink convertible dreamboat belonged to you.
Oh.
Where do we go from here?
You're only hitchhiking, mister. You've got to take your chances.
Okay, fair enough.
I can give you this much of a hint before we start.
Well, that's a pretty good start anyway in language, Lila. But why the sudden change of heart?
Suppose we say I'm curious about a man who's so willing to take poison.
Hey, look, maybe I'm only a hitchhiker, Lila, but you're going over 75 now.
I'll be doing faster than that if you don't answer my question.
Well, how do you know anybody hired me to make a play for you?
All right, it won't be any loss if we both go off the road.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy, Lila.
Was it Gorman? Why didn't you answer?
What are you talking about?
You don't have to answer. So it is Gorman. Now I know.
Hey, wait, Lila!
Oh, this is going to be just fine.
Yeah, what's that supposed to mean?
Exactly where are we, George?
Across the road from a gas station you almost didn't miss.
I mean, exactly where does this whole mess leave us?
Why don't you tell me?
All right. You and I are going to make sure Frank thinks he's got everything to be jealous of.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in love with a man?
Gorman wants to make Frank show himself so he can kill him. I want to know where Frank is so I can save him.
What?
I know what happened the other night. He's somewhere hurt, wounded, maybe dying.
Oh, great. That gives me a very cozy feeling. Like walking around with a target on my back and another one on the front. Who's going to get me first, Frank or Gorman?
There's a risk in everything. It's a gamble whether you live or not the moment you're born.
Well, before you get too philosophical, Lila, maybe I can sneak in a phone call from the station.
But it's closed.
There might be a booth in the back. Maybe there's a way to get both of us out of this jam.
What makes you such an optimist, George?
Well, let me have police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley in homicide. Uh-huh, that's right. Yeah, I'll wait. Oh, sorry. Look, mister, you'll have
Better
to...
hang up, Valentine. I think you've got the wrong number. Well, I'm glad you know how to take advice.
You make it very easy, Raymond. You insist on pointing a gun at people.
Come on out, Valentine.
Oh, just wouldn't be an act without you, eh, Gorman?
You're too smart, Valentine. You're too... Tell him what I mean, Raymond.
Oh, you... And to think words were unnecessary.
That's right, Raymond. Work him over. But don't let it show. We have to keep him nice and pretty for Miss Parker.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, here are some interesting figures. Did you know that the Navy calls its 5-inch gun the workhorse of the Navy, and that this gun has to be relined after firing about 2,000 times? But that's nothing compared to the work done by spark plugs in your car. They have to fire more than 1 million times in every 1,000 miles. And if you've driven 10,000 miles, those spark plugs have fired 15 million times in white-hot temperatures. Dirty, cracked, or chipped plugs are often the cause of hard starting, lagging in traffic, waste of gasoline and power. So if your car has gone 10,000 miles without a new set of spark plugs, better ask for a set of Atlas Champions tomorrow. The accurate timing and full flashing sparking of quality Atlas Champions repay their cost many times over in superior car performance. Ask for them at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine, and here's the situation. You're promised a fat fee to romance a beautiful nightclub singer named Lila. Very pleasant assignment, if you didn't find out that Lila is a decoy in a gun-happy feud between two racketeers. Yes, and that their insurance against you making a single wrong move is the girl you happen to love. That's why, like George Valentine, you pick your words carefully now as you talk to Lila.
You know we're being watched, don't you, Lila?
That character over at the bar makes it pretty obvious.
What do you say we give him his money's worth? You're supposed to find me very fascinating.
I'm doing all right. In a quiet sort of way. At least he thinks so. Frank ever saw me look at another man like this. Drive him crazy.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And if he ever saw me light a cigarette like this. Take the first puff and give it to you to smoke. Like this.
What then?
There would be murder, darling. How are we doing?
I don't know. But I can see how you can lose an awful lot of ground this way.
You still haven't told me why you're working for Gorman. Before you answer, try to look romantic. It's expected of us.
I'm in this thing for love's sweet sake, Lila, just like you are. So what do you say we leave it that way?
George, I've got to find out where Frank is so I can help him.
Gorman wants Frank to come out, too, only he wants to kill him.
Have you got an answer?
No, not much of a one. But it may be worth playing.
Well, why don't you, then?
All right, here we go. Oh! That was very clumsy of me, Lila. I'm awfully sorry. Oh, waiter.
It's nothing, George. Just a little water.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Will you take care of this, please, waiter?
Of course, right away. It'll only take a minute.
Well, you shouldn't dismiss a minute like that, friend. It's 60 seconds long. You can get a lot done in that time.
Are you sure Mr. Valentine isn't in his apartment? Oh, I see. And you haven't heard from him since yesterday? No. No, this is Miss Brooks. I'll phone back later. I'm getting nowhere fast. Maybe there's a J.C. Collins in the city directory.
Hiya, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hi.
Thought I'd drop in and see what's wrong with Mr. Valentine.
What's that, Leo? Have you seen George? When?
This morning he bought a paper for me like always.
You mean he was right outside the building and never came upstairs?
Oh, he was with some big tough guy who was watching him every minute.
Oh. Well, did Mr. Valentine say anything to you, Leo?
Nah, just took a paper and give me this instead of a nickel. He ain't getting absent-minded or something, is he?
Here, let me see that.
He started to say something to me. He gave me a look that froze me up tight. So I figured I'd come up and talk to you.
Oh, Leo, you're a few months ahead of time, but you're a real Santa Claus.
Huh? I am?
You don't know what a wonderful present you brought me.
I did?
The first real clue I've got.
You sure you're feeling okay, Miss Brooks? That's nothing but a union button. Every waiter wears one in every restaurant.
Lieutenant, I told you I was going to do some flouncing around.
I know, and you did. Now, what's this about the waiter's button?
I checked with the union. It was issued to Mike Spiegel, who works at the Glass Hat. He reported it lost this morning.
I see. And you're sure Valentine slipped it to the newsie for a reason?
A good reason. Lieutenant, did you know that Hotel Somerset is owned by Ernie Gorman?
So what? Even a thug like Gorman can own real estate as long as he pays his taxes.
Then Gorman could have told the clerk to say there was no J.C. Collins registered there.
Yeah, I suppose so.
In the letter George got, there was much to do about a beautiful dame. Well, there's a beautiful dame named Lila Parker singing at the Glass Hat.
Oh, there's a lot of beautiful dames singing in a lot of nightclubs.
But Lila happens to be the girlfriend of Frank Granby, who, in turn, happens to be Ernie Gorman's biggest rival in this town.
Say, that's a thought, Miss Brooks. It sort of interests me. In fact, I like it. Say, where's that waiter's button?
Where are you going, Lieutenant?
Well, now it's my turn to do some flouncing around.
I hope you don't find this routine. I mean, sitting here with me. Too boring, George.
Somehow, Lila, I have a feeling that tonight isn't going to be boring at all.
I think I'd like my coffee now. It's almost time for me to do my number.
Sure. Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
Huh? Oh, you must be new here.
Yes, sir. I'm taking Spiegel's place. Just for tonight, sir.
That coffee, George.
Oh, well, no, not just plain coffee. Not tonight, Lila.
No?
No, something more lavish than that. Cafe Valentino.
Huh?
Do you think you'll be able to remember this, waiter?
I'll do the best I can, sir.
Now, look, it'll take some mocha, a dash of ginger, a touch of Tabasco, a few drops of Benedictine. Oh, yes, and of course we have
look,
to have...
sir, look. Would you mind writing it down here on the pad so they get it just right back in the kitchen?
Oh, certainly. It's really not as complicated as it sounds.
Well, I just wanted to make sure we understood each other, sir.
Oh, I don't think there'll be any question about that. Huh. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'll be right back.
You certainly go all out to get what you want, don't you?
Well, some things are worth a little extra effort, Lila.
I see Gorman has a new boy watching us tonight.
Yeah, well, that's good. Nothing like variety when every time you turn, there's a gunsel on your tail.
George, why doesn't Frank make a move? He must know about us by now.
I don't know, Lila.
We've been sitting here for 3 nights now. Word must have gotten back to him about us. I don't think I can stand this much
Easy,
longer.
Lila, we have company.
Oh, yes.
I hope this is right, sir. They said they did the best they could.
Fine. And I'll take the check.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there goes Gus with my number. This wonderful treat will have to wait, George.
Oh, it'll be here, Lila. Now, Now, let's see what the Cafe Valentino made the check look like. Don't worry about Miss Brooks. You stick with Gorman and Granby. We'll be behind you all the time. Riley.
We're sorry to drag you out of the glass hat the way we did, Don Valentine, aren't we, Raymond?
Personally, I'm filled with remorse.
Oh, yeah, I can just see the tears in your baby blue eyes, Raymond.
I don't like taking you out of the company of a beautiful dame, but the time has come. It's here. Tell him what I mean, Raymond.
Granby's going to stop hiding tonight. He's coming out.
How do you know?
We caught up with one of his boys after a little persuasion.
Yeah, it's good persuasion.
He told us. Granby knows what a Casanova Lily thinks you are, Valentine. So he can't hold out anymore, and he's going to pay her a little visit after she gets through singing at the Glass Hat. They're going away together.
And that's when you're going to get your chance at him, huh? Congratulations.
Well, what do you say, Raymond?
Just being sarcastic again.
Oh, is that what you call it? Anyway, you're not through yet, Valentine.
Surprised. I didn't think I was.
You see that Lila goes right home after the club. Then you meet me across the street. I'd like us to be together to see how this thing winds up.
You're so good to me.
Oh, Ernie.
Yeah?
Shall I bring Langley in now?
Yeah, but you talk to him. I don't want to know nothing what happens except that it's done right. See you later, Valentine. I'll be downstairs at the barber's, Raymond.
Wow. You got a very sensitive boss.
He does all right. Well, Langley, come in here.
It's about time. Got me flying from Detroit. How long am I supposed to wait?
Not long now.
You, Gorman?
No, you're going to deal with me.
Who's that guy?
Oh, I'm just sitting here passing the time of day.
Now, if you listen carefully, Langley, you can be back in Detroit tomorrow morning.
What do I do? Somebody getting a complete treatment?
The full course. Now, you park your car in the 800 block on Sierra Avenue.
Yeah.
Sometime after midnight, a pink convertible is going to pass you. You can't miss it. It's a big custom job. I don't have to tell you what to do then.
Hey, Raymond, wait a minute. You can't. What about Lila?
Now who's being sensitive?
You sure Lila's up there?
Why don't you ask your boys, Gorman? They followed us here from the Glass Hat.
I want to be sure. That's why I parked down the street and come over here.
But you can see the light in the window. And you can't mistake that pink convertible of hers across the street.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, Gorman, I have a hunch Granby got in touch with Lila at the club tonight and told her he'd be in the apartment.
Huh? What makes you think that?
Well, when we got back here, she was in such a hurry to get upstairs, she jumped out and left the keys in her car.
Yeah? And all the boys got to do now is wait. Hey, we'll stay right here in this doorway.
The other boys.
Look what goes here, Valentine. I don't like the way you're acting. What are you cooking up?
My, what a suspicious nature. I just know when I'm licked, that's all. Say, what happened to Raymond?
You got something else to do. My usual stay out of things like this. But Granby. And this I got to see for myself.
Wait a minute. The light just went out up there.
He must be coming downstairs. You stay here, Valentine. I'm going to get a little closer. I want to see him better when he comes out with it.
I knew you'd be there, Gorman.
What?
See what you can do about this.
She's trying to kill me.
Lila, stop it. Don't be a fool.
Go on, Gorman. Try to run. Where are you going to hide in empty streets?
Oh, please, Lila, don't. Let me talk this over with Frank.
Frank's up here, but he's just died. Go on. Let me see you run, Gorman.
The car. That's right, her car.
Wait, Gorman. Stay out of that car.
Don't you see she's trying to kill me?
Gorman!
I told you I gotta get away.
He can't get away.
Gorman, wait. I tried to tell you. You can't get away. It's a plan. Gorman!
This is the first time I ever saw a hearse painted pink. And the corpse behind the wheel.
Valentine, when you called that car a pink hearse, you weren't far wrong. I just had a good look at Gorman down at the morgue.
Yeah, well, as you know, Lieutenant, I tried to stop him.
Lieutenant, I thought you had men planted all around that street.
I did, but they weren't fast enough to keep Langley from killing the man who hired him. Anyway, he and Raymond are going to be out of circulation for a long, long time.
What about Lila?
Well, what do you want me to do, Valentine? Arrest a woman because she's a bad shot? Let the DA decide what he wants to do.
Well, that's that, Brooksy. Oh, Lieutenant, would you join us in some Cafe Valentino?
Why, Say, I've been meaning to ask you. What kind of a concoction is that?
Oh, just a little thing I dreamed up, Lieutenant. But I'd sure hate to drink it.
You can bet a successful contractor knows profit and loss just as well as a banker, a baker, or yourself. J.R. Armstrong, contractor in Oakland, California, keeps a sharp eye on costs when it comes to car operation. That's why he switched to RPM motor oil 8 years ago. Today, Mr. Armstrong says, quote, I haven't had an engine breakdown since I started using RPM in 1940, unquote. An unusual record? Well, it's no surprise to RPM users, for compounds in this premium quality motor oil actually stop rust in your car's engine, protect hot spots left bare by ordinary motor oils, prevent costly foaming and corrosion. The low-cost operation Mr. Armstrong enjoys is typical of RPM users throughout the West. Another reason they prefer RPM 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. To cut your car expenses, ask for RPM motor oil at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
There are probably darker places than this, George. I can't think of any.
Yeah, we're almost up to the top floor now, Brooksy.
You know, I could have sworn I heard somebody downstairs in the hall.
Oh, probably just plaster falling off the ceiling.
Oh, I can't imagine anyone living here.
Just stay right behind me, Angel.
Oh! George! George, where are you? George!
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louise Arthur as Lila, Ed Max as Gorman, Louis Van Ruten as Raymond, and Jack Crucian as Langley. Music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Little Man Who Was Everywhere. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you can't handle it alone without getting hurt, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, a man is trying to drive me mad, and it's very annoying. He's a little man with big glasses. I see him everywhere I go. What would you do if you kept seeing the same little man staring at you, sending you threatening notes? He has no right to do this to me. It's most inconsiderate. You must do something about it.
Something about it. I shall be at my home, 940 Walton Drive, all day waiting for your call. It's signed Vivian Newcomb.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Let me see.
Well, that's what the lady said, George.
She sounds whack.
Oh, maybe she's just at the age when ladies are apt to see men everywhere.
Yeah, but not little men with big glasses.
Guess he really does exist if he writes threatening notes.
Uh-huh. Okay, Angel, I'm intrigued. Let's go and see about this little man who is or isn't there.
I'm the executor of the Carl Newcomb estate. That was Vivian's father. And it's probably a good idea that I'm here.
What do you mean, Mr. Wilton?
Oh, just to make sure you understand what Vivian says.
Oh, what's the matter? Doesn't she speak English?
That's just it. Decidedly. She overspeaks it. Her father used to say Vivian has a grasshopper mind. The way she jumps.
Well, from her letter, I'd say she has only one thought.
Next to Mother, Pierre. It's about the only time I feel really
Oh,
safe.
Vivian.
What? Oh, I didn't know you brought company with you, David.
My dear, this is the gentleman.
Oh, of course, Mr. Valentine.
How do you do? This is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
How do you do? Do you know anything about French poodles, Mr. Valentine?
What?
Well, Pierre hasn't been himself the last few days. I believe he's liverish.
Yeah. Well, not to change the subject, Miss Newcomer, but wasn't there something about a little man with big glasses?
Oh, I don't know where to turn. Whenever I leave the house, I know I'm going to see him. And he just stands there, stares at me.
That man, Harry Sterner, is deliberately trying to drive me out of my mind.
Harry Sterner? You mean you know who this man is?
Oh, yes. Davis, show Mr. Valentine those notes.
They used to come every day. Just a few words scribbled on each.
Uh-huh, I see. Vengeance shall be mine.
You mean just that, George?
Uh-huh. Here's another one. You shall perish in the flames of your own conscience. Did the thought of her keep you awake last night, too? And more in the same groove. Say, who is this Sterner?
You see, Mr. Valentine, the Newcomb estate consists almost entirely of a number of apartment houses down in the old river flat section.
Apartment houses? Isn't that giving those eyesores a rather fancy name, Mr. Wilton?
Well, I admit they were built quite a few years ago, but many people are satisfied to live in them.
About Mr. Sterner.
Some months ago, there was a regrettable fire in our place at 39 Morton Street. Unfortunately, Mrs. Sterner was lost in it.
Oh, how dreadful.
Oh, now I'm beginning to see what this is all about.
And of course, I'm terribly sorry for this poor man, Mr. Valentine. But why does he blame me? I had nothing to do with it.
Miss Newcomer, did you ever show these notes to the police?
Oh, yes, and they spoke to him. He stopped sending the notes, but he goes right on popping up everywhere and just looking at me in that frightening way.
Say, come to think about it, haven't there been several fires recently down in that section?
That's the other side of this problem. After the one in 39 Morton Street, there have been 3 others, all in our building. Luckily, the damage wasn't too great.
Sterner?
We don't know, but we'd like to.
Oh, you must do something about that man, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. Now, this Sterner, where can I find him?
The poor fellow keeps sneaking back into the house at 39 so he can stay in the apartment he had with his wife. The building is boarded up, but he gets in and out. We overlook it.
You must force this man to realize how unhappy he's making me, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I'm sure he realizes that, Miss Newcomer. I'm just wondering how unhappy he plans to make you.
I don't care who you are. How did you get in here?
Look, what I want to know, Sterner, is how do you live in this place? No lights, the windows all boarded up?
And the stench of burnt wood. And that's what I like most. It doesn't let me forget what happened. Not for a moment.
Why do you torture yourself like this, friend? It can't do any good.
I look around this burned-out tenement and I think of my wife. And when I think of Irene, I think of Miss Newcomer.
Okay, now take it.
And then I find out where she is and I go there. And I stand just looking at her. She's beginning to crack under it, isn't she?
Why don't you face it, Sterner? Miss Newcomer isn't going to let this go on.
Oh, what can she do? The streets are free. That's one thing her money can't change.
Look, if you carry this thing too far, a couple of guys in white jackets are going to suggest a padded cell for you.
Is it insane to want to teach a woman some respect for human life? All her buildings are fire traps.
She knows that. But still, she doesn't do anything about it.
Well, look, I can understand how you feel, but...
Irene, she didn't have to die. That fire didn't have to sweep through here like it did. It was plain murder. You don't let a known murderer get away with it, do you?
Those other fires in the Newcomer buildings, is that part of your little campaign,
The police weren't able to prove anything. Oh, yes. And since the last one, they've been following me. Oh, yes, I know.
Now, you listen to me,
go
Stern.
back to Miss Newcomer and tell her she can go on wondering what I'm going to do next. And there's nothing you can do about it, Mr. Valentine.
Miss Brooks, if it has to do with fires, the arson squad takes care of it. Homicide keeps me busy. So you can tell Valentine I've got a perfectly good excuse to stay off his merry-go-round this time.
Oh, but you were sweet enough to go to all the trouble to get the information George wants.
Well, yes. But you can tell him if it took me more than 5 minutes, I wouldn't have.
Information, please?
Yeah. Tell him Sterner used to be your watchmaker till he got arthritis. Couldn't handle the tools after a while.
Oh, what does he do now?
Now he's a watchman in one of the loft buildings in River Flats. Now, about those fires...
Oh, it's hard to believe any man would deliberately set fire to a crowded tenement.
The arson boys say they were definitely the work of a pyromaniac, a firebug.
Oh.
The jobs were too sloppy to be professional.
Well, and that seems to point to Sterner.
Okay, if Sterner's playing with matches, they're gonna nail him. And if he keeps making faces at Miss Newcomer, he's gonna end up in the booby hatch.
Yeah.
Yep, at long last, a nice, simple job for our friend. Except for one thing.
Well, I think I know what you mean.
Yeah. Nothing Valentine's in the middle of ever stays simple.
Yes, sir, Mr. Valentine. Yours truly, Edward Beasley, selling insurance for almost every company in the world, covering any risk except your chances of surviving an atom bomb.
Yeah, that's a very cheerful thought.
We haven't got our statistics ready on that yet.
Yeah. To come to the point, Beasley.
Yes?
I understand you wrote the fire insurance on the Newcomer properties.
Yeah, that's right.
Now tell me, would the amount of the insurance tempt someone to put the torch to them one by one?
Well, as a matter of fact, it's quite a sizable amount. Hey, wait a minute. Are you implying that Miss Newcomer...
Oh, I just have an inquisitive nature, that's all.
But that's exactly what you are implying. If those fires weren't started by some crazy firebug, as everybody knows they were, it would have to be done by someone who stands to profit.
Just a thought. There are times when all of us can use some ready cash.
Now, look, young man, you're barking up the wrong tree. If you ask me, this Sterner fella's at the bottom of all this.
I don't happen to believe that.
What?
Oh, I'll admit he has a screw loose because of what happened to his wife. But that's the very reason he's not our firebug.
Well, that's the darndest reasoning I've ever heard.
Sterner's had too much tragedy in his life. He wouldn't risk letting the same thing happen to a lot of innocent people.
Well, there may be something to that. Have you told your clients about the way you feel, Valentine? Seems to me that would be only ethical.
I'm going to do that little thing right now, Beasley. Then I'm going to see Sterner again.
In effect, you're putting me and Miss Newcomer under suspicion.
I only know the way I feel. Sterner didn't set those fires, and they weren't started by any wild-eyed pyromaniac either. There's a purpose and a reason behind them. So now what do you want me to do?
If I told you to get off the case, Valentine, I'd only be admitting that there's something wrong. So I want you to stick with it. I believe I speak for Miss Newcomer, too.
Okay.
I still think you'll find that Sterner's your man. But the important thing is to stop him from hounding Vivian. She may not sound it, but she's a thoroughly frightened woman. Indeed, on the verge of a breakdown.
Okay, I'll do what I can. I just thought you'd better know how things stand before I go to work on Sterner again.
A very frank young man. Oh, Vivian. I just wanted to tell you I think you made an admirable choice in Valentine. He was just here. He said he doesn't believe Sterner had anything to do with those fires. And naturally, I told him to go right ahead. I think everything will be all right.
There are probably darker places than this, but I can't think of any, George.
Yeah, Brooksy. I should have remembered to bring a flash. Wait a minute, I'll light another match. Yeah, we're almost up to the top floor now.
You know, George, I could have sworn I heard someone downstairs in the hall.
Oh, probably just plaster falling off the ceiling.
Can't imagine anyone living here.
You can imagine Sterner doing it. Ouch!
Tanner.
Time out for another match, Angel.
By all means, let there be light.
Well, that's the door just ahead. You know, it's very interesting what Riley had to say about Sterner. I thought it was strange that a man as well-spoken as he should be living down in this section. Hey, Sterner, this is Valentine. Look, I got a few things to tell you. Come on, open up.
Might be he isn't home, if you can call this home.
Yeah, guess you're right. Well, we just have to wait for him.
Oh, no, not up here we won't. I have a sudden desire to fill my lungs with good fresh air.
All right. I think we can find our way down without this match. Now, you stay right behind me, Angel.
You don't have to worry about that. George,
Huh?
can cats really see in the dark?
Oh, you'd better stay away from this newcomer. You're beginning to sound like her.
Oh, I don't know. Cats and darkness. George! George!
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about playing it safe. When you shop for meat, you're confident of quality because you know you're protected by health department regulations. But how can you be sure of quality when you're buying a battery for your car? The National Society of Automotive Engineers established protection for you when it established 3 rigid battery tests. Atlas batteries excel in all 3 of these tests required by the Society. Next time you look at an Atlas battery, notice the certified capacities embossed on the back panel, which also shows the number of plates in it. So for a sure starting battery with greater capacity through a longer service period, make sure it's an Atlas battery. You can get one at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Certified Atlas batteries and expert battery service are 2 reasons why independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a slightly pixelated lady complains that a man has been deliberately driving her out of her mind. The man? You find a pathetic, grief-stricken husband who's lost his wife in a tenement fire. Like George Valentine, you can't believe he's also a half-demented firebug, as everyone else suspects. So along with Brooksy, you find yourself on the darkened stairs of a boarded-up tenement. Suddenly, something sends both of you hurtling down to the landing below. And then...
Are you sure you're all right, George?
Oh, yeah, just great. What about you?
I'm still all in one piece, I think. Oh, I landed right on top of you, poor darling.
Oh, good for something, anyway. Hey, what the devil was that on the stairs, anyway?
Oh, never mind that now. You just stay where you are. I'll go get some help.
Angel. We came into this place together. We're going out the same way. Here, give me a hand. Fancy seeing you, Lieutenant.
Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, Valentine. Couldn't resist dropping by at the office and seeing how quickly you heal.
I thought you were going to stay off the merry-go-round this time, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, well, this is just a duty call on a sick friend.
Thank you very much. The abrasions are numerous but superficial.
I warn you, Lieutenant, he's in a very sour mood.
Yeah? Well, maybe this will cheer you up.
Why, thank you, Lieutenant. You know, I've always wanted to have a piece of wire for my very own. Now, what is this?
This is what was stretched across the stairs.
Let me see that.
After you called me, Miss Brooks, I went down to Morton Street and had a look-see.
Of course, George. There was somebody in the hall. And whoever it was put the wire there while we were fussing outside Sterner's door.
And I can tell you who it was. Sterner.
Huh?
All right, now make me believe it.
Valentine, this is a special kind of wire.
Yeah?
Very fine, very strong, and it's used almost exclusively by watchmakers. I checked.
And Sterner used to be a watchmaker, George.
All right, yeah, I know.
And I can tell you why he wanted you out of the way.
Go on, Lieutenant. This is strictly your party now.
Well, here's something we all overlooked. All 4 of the fires down in River Flats happened on the 8th of the month, beginning with the one that got Mrs. Sterner.
Lieutenant, are you trying to say that these fires are a sort of anniversary present from Sterner to the newcomer estate?
Well, that's the way a firebug's mind would reason.
Hey, wait a minute. Today is the 8th of the month, too.
Well, don't you see? He wants you off the scene.
I take it you've questioned Sterner, Lieutenant.
Yeah, and he denies everything, and we don't have enough to pin it on him. But now we'll detail an extra man to follow him.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Okay.
Yeah, hello? What? Now, wait a minute. Who is this? Oh, yes, Miss Newcomer. One thing at a time. What does your French poodle have to do with it? What's that? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, I'll be right there.
Now what does she want?
Yeah, come on, let's have it.
It seems my word-happy client has had a change of heart. Now she wants me off the case.
Pierre, my poor darling Pierre.
Please, Vivian, I know how attached you were to the dog. But what's done is done.
Exactly what has been done, Mr. Wilton?
Why, that fiend. He poisoned Pierre.
Now, my dear, we're not sure.
Well, who else could it be? That's Sterner's way of saying that I'll be next. Oh, what will I do about Pierre, Davis? Shall I have him cremated or buried in a pet cemetery? I think that he would have wanted...
Yes, I'm sure he would have. Now, what's this about me?
Oh, we want you to drop the case. Give him his check, Davis.
Here you are, Valentine. I'm sorry.
Oh, I see. Had it already, huh?
Well, don't you see, Mr. Valentine? Sterner knows that I hired you. That's why he killed Pierre. If I don't dismiss you, I'm sure he'll do away with me.
Thanks for the check, but I'm still on the case.
Oh, but really,
That's
young
right.
man?
From here on in, I'm working for Sterner.
Well, how can you work for a man who goes around killing dogs?
Mrs. Sterner died in a fire that could have been prevented.
Now, hold on.
You think I'm stretching a point to say that the person responsible is worse than a man who killed a dog? I see we're not going to have any trouble with booby traps this time, Angel.
I bought the biggest flashlight I could find. George,
Yeah?
have you any real reason to believe Sterner didn't poison that dog?
No, Brooksy. But could be that Miss Newcomer or Wilton used the dog as an excuse to get me out of the picture. I might be getting too close to the truth.
George!
Never hear a madman.
Come on.
I can kill you. I told you to stay away from me. No! You hit me and go ahead and hit me. But you never did.
Let go of him, Beasley. Cut it out.
This crazy firebug, I'll drag him out the street by his neck.
Told you to let him go, but you don't seem to understand.
All right. Beasley was in here when I opened the door. They're all against me, but I'm stronger than all of them put together, and I'll show
Keep
them.
quiet, Sterner.
What's this all about,
That's what I'm
George?
gonna find out.
Well, I was waiting for him here. I had enough of this nonsense. If something happens to him in here, the insurance company's going to be responsible.
Well, you don't have to go about it that way, do you, Beasley?
Oh, there's no use talking to this loon. All he can do is babble about me taking him away from his wife. What kind of talk is that?
Look, George, I found this on the floor.
Huh? Yeah? This spool of wire belong to you, Sterner?
Mine? Oh, no. I never saw it before.
Okay.
I don't know about you, Valentine, but I'm through coddling him. I'm going to the police and have him thrown out and kept out.
No, you can't. I've got to stay here with Irene.
Come on, Brooks, outside.
I've got to stay here.
George, it's cruel to leave him in there like that all alone.
I'm not leaving him, Angel, but there's something I want you to do.
Yeah, what's that?
Get a list of all the newcomer tenements. Then drop by each one and write out a detailed description.
Well, that'll take some time.
Well, hop to it. I have a few things to do myself.
Valentine, you know I just can't go and lock Sterner up for the night.
Find an excuse, Lieutenant. I want to prove that even with Sterner locked up, there'll still be a fire tonight as scheduled.
I'm sorry, no can do.
Miss Newcomer, get a warrant sworn out against Sterner for poisoning your dog. You want to see him in jail, don't you?
And what will he do to me when he gets out? Oh, no, I won't.
George, you're just guessing. You couldn't tell just by looking at this list.
The answer to everything is right here, Angel. Tonight there's going to be a fire at 63 Ferris Street. See anybody we know going to 63?
No, it's all quiet, George.
Oh. Well, it's a cinch nobody can get in or out of that place without us seeing him. There's only the front entrance.
And if no one shows?
Someone will, Brooksy. And I'm betting it won't be Sterner. Well, I see all the lights are out in the warehouse next door.
Mm-hmm. The last truck went out a few minutes ago. Empire Fabrics Corporation must be working overtime.
No.
George.
Huh?
Down the street, just turning the corner.
Here, let's get back in the doorway. Oh, no. That couldn't have been him. Couldn't have been.
It's Sterner. How did he ever shake those detectives?
I don't know.
Well, he's going into 63, all right.
Well, I gotta stop him. Sterner! Wait a minute, Sterner!
What are you doing here, Mr. Valentine?
I'm asking you that. I thought you told me you were gonna work tonight.
Well, I did, but I thought of something I had to do.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Now, look here.
Let go of me. I've got to go in here. There's something I've got to find.
Sterner, you... Sterner!
What did he say,
Stay
George?
here, Brooksy. I have to go in and drag him out.
Oh, he wouldn't dare start a fire now that he knows we've seen it.
In his frame of mind, I don't know what he'll do.
I'll go with you.
Let's be quiet about it, Brooksy. Yeah, looks like he's headed for the top. Come on.
George.
Get out of here, Brooksy.
Would you?
Get over to the corner. Put in an alarm.
Be careful, George.
Let's be on the top floor.
I gotta get to the top floor.
You'll never get past them flames! Help! Somebody! Do something for me! I'm trapped!
Now listen carefully, Sterner. We're trapped here on the top floor, but there's a window just below this one.
Yes.
I'm gonna let you down outside as far as I can, then I'll swing you in.
No, I'm afraid.
You prefer the fire?
No, I'll do it. Anything you say.
All right, now climb outside. Don't worry, I won't let you fall.
Yes, but you...
I'll take my chances with this drain pipe.
He'll be all right, won't he, George?
Yeah, it's mostly shock, Brooksy. Once they get Sterner to the hospital, he'll be okay.
Oh, the way he kept mumbling about his wife. Finding an answer here tonight.
Just one more errand for you, Angel, and we can call it a day.
Yeah, what's that?
Get hold of Lieutenant Riley and meet me at the hospital.
George, I'm so glad you got here. Mr. Sterner keeps calling for you.
Oh, how is he?
Oh, it's pathetic. The guy thinks you can help him. He doesn't seem to realize that all you can do is land him in the state hospital for the criminally insane.
How'd you make out, George?
Yeah? Where were you anyway, Valentine?
Well, you'd call it illegal entry, Lieutenant. Here's
What?
a present.
What's this? Allied Fire and Indemnity Company. Amount of insurance. $800,000.
Wow.
Name of insured Empire Fabrics Corporation.
But that's the name on the warehouse right
Next to the tenement where the fire was tonight. The idea was for both of them to burn down. But go on, Lieutenant, the line on the bottom.
Name of agent. What's this?
Huh?
Edward Beasley.
Yes, Beasley. The firebug who was crazy like a fox. Yeah, would have done your heart good, Angel, to see Beasley.
Yeah, Miss Brooks. He folded right up when I shoved that policy under his nose.
Well, George, just what was the racket? I don't quite understand.
Well, Beasley took advantage of a tragedy. When Sterner began to hound Miss Newcomer, Beasley saw a chance to create the myth of a firebug.
He knew the Empire Fabrics people were having money trouble, so he cooked up a deal to split the insurance money with them.
Well, I'd say it was pretty slick if it weren't so, well, grim.
Beasley phoned Sterner and tricked him into showing up at number 63. If Sterner died in the fire, everybody would say the pyromaniac was caught in his own trap.
No doubt about it being a professional job. It was all the fire department could do to keep the flames out of the warehouse.
Then all those trucks last night. They must have been removing everything that was really valuable.
Old Beasley didn't miss a trick. From the wire on the stairway to Miss Newcomer's French poodle.
Yeah, well, while on the subject of that lady, I must remember to buy a pair of glasses.
Glasses? All right, I'll play straight, man. Why?
Every time she turns around, she's going to find me staring at her until she does something about those fire traps she owns. Say, incidentally, what's the penalty for driving someone batty?
Well, in this case, Miss Brooks, the biggest bouquet of roses you can buy on a cop's pay.
Now that summer is officially over, I'd like to pass along a money-saving tip for your autumn driving. Chances are your car has purred through many a cloud of road dust in the past few months, and the air cleaner under the hood may be as clogged up as a freshly used tea strainer. If that's the case, you may be wasting as much gasoline as you would be with the choke out all the time. And the fact that a dirty air cleaner lets dust and road grit mix with the gasoline is equally costly, maybe more. So, for driving economy, ask the independent Chevron gas station or the standard station to service your air cleaner tomorrow. While you're there, ask them to tell you how to get rid of grease and foreign material in the cooling system. Both of these services are speedy and inexpensive. And helping you maintain low-cost operation is another reason standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George faced with a new problem and a new client.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I know I must be about 18, but I may as well have been born yesterday. My mind doesn't go back any further than that. I don't know who I am or what I might have done. I'm in trouble, Mr. Valentine, so please hurry.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Howard McNear as Sterner, Sarah Selby as Vivian, Pedro de Cordoba as Wilton, and Franklin Parkler as Beasley. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Death wears a gay sport jacket. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're crowded into a corner and can't fight your way out, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, in the last month, violent death has struck 4 people in the Warrington Square section. Death in a gay sport jacket. I think I know who the killer is, but I can't be sure, and I'll never have a moment's peace until he's caught. The police don't seem to believe there's any connection between these 4 murders. That's why I'm hiring you. Enclosed, find the key.
Find the key to locker 306 in the East Hempstead Railroad Station. The money you find there should pay your fee and expenses. It's yours whether you accept the case or not. I leave that up to your conscience.
Mm-hmm. I gather, Brooksy, there's no signature.
No, it's a generous amount of white space on the bottom, George. And the letter's typewritten.
Our correspondent seems to revel in mystery.
Well, here's something more specific. You might call it a postscript.
Yeah?
List of Warrington Square victims.
Uh-huh. Well, whoever wrote this, he or she, didn't have to go to that trouble. Jack Pringle on the Morning Bulletin has been repeating that list in bold type every day.
September 12th, Joe Barcelona, butcher. September 17th, Mrs. Adelaide Walsh, housewife. September 29th, James O'Hara, truck driver. October 18th, Nancy Cabot, fashion designer.
4?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know about Nancy Cabot, whoever she is. Hey, you know, Angel, this should be a pleasure.
Multiple murder?
No. A client who's willing to pay off without even identifying himself.
Well, that is if there is any money in locker 306.
Well, Brooksy, there doesn't have to be any mystery about that.
Pacific Limited, leaving on track 14 in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
You see, it is real money, Brooksy. This stuff in here isn't watercress.
No. I can recognize the pictures of some of our nicest presidents.
How about that? There's $300 here.
But how are you going to earn that lucre, George? Or don't you have a conscience?
I don't know about a conscience, Angel, but I keep thinking about Nancy Cabot. Why is her name on that list? If anything has happened to her, why haven't we read about it in the papers?
Valentine, believe it or not, when a crime is committed, the police somehow manage to hear about it. I told you there's been no report about a Nancy Cabot.
Okay, Lieutenant, okay. What do you make of this letter?
Oh, we've been getting our share of love notes like that, too. Everybody has an idea who the man in the plaid sport jacket is. Why don't you check up on the delivery boy in our neighborhood? He likes plaid shirts. My neighbor has an uncle who isn't right in the head, and so on and so forth.
Well, it's not impossible that there is a character like that floating around.
It's only possible when you have a mind like Jack Pringle's. Why, even I own a plaid sport jacket.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Oh, you're cute, Valentine.
Well, after all, Lieutenant, people
Look,
did
Miss
see...
Brooks, here's all I have to say, then I want to forget it. Joe Barcelona, butcher, has a brawl and ends up with a knife in his back. An old woman out walking her cat tells Pringle that she saw a guy in a plaid coat leaving the scene.
Could be.
Okay, so we're working on the case.
And how about Mrs. Walsh?
Oh, that was no murder. The woman was up on the roof and decided to end it all. But Pringle digs up a neighborhood character by the name of Mallory, who swears he saw the same fashion plate slinking away from the building. So right away, she was pushed off the roof. And that leaves James O'Hara.
Yeah, I know. This time, Pringle came up with a ham actor named Emmett Carey who said the victim was shoved under a truck by the same plaid-coated individual.
The medical examiner says O'Hara was plastered and didn't know where he was going. Now, can you blame me if I don't see eye to eye with Pringle? What does he care if he starts a minor crime wave as long as it builds circulation for his lousy
Lieutenant, don't mind me.
Pringle, how did you get in
I
here?
just walked in. You get steamed up like that, how do you expect to hear doors open? I don't know how you can stand it in here, Valentine, without your ears stopped.
Get out of here,
Now,
you...
hold on, Lieutenant. I'm just doing my job, which is to repeat the same question I asked yesterday. What's being done to track down this sadistic monster in a gay sport coat?
Now, look here, you...
What's your interest in this case, Valentine?
Oh, me? Oh, I'm always interested in the feet.
Oh? Who are you working for?
Well, even if I knew myself, friend, I wouldn't tell you.
Oh, no offense. I just get paid to find out things.
Now you found out it's none of your business.
You know, sweetheart, one of these days I'm going to have me a girl Friday just like you. You'd be surprised how women go for me.
Women take to arsenic, too. But that's no recommendation for poison.
Very good, Miss Brooks.
Maybe I'm touchy, but it looks as though I'm not wanted.
Oh, don't leave on our account, Pringle. We're just going. In case you want to know where, Miss Brooks has to see a lady about a cat.
Young lady, it's very sweet of you to sign my petition.
Oh, think nothing of it, Mrs. Winthrop.
The city needs a home for stray cats. I've been waging this campaign for 20 years.
Oh, to get back to Joe Barcelona, Mrs. Winthrop, how can you be so sure about the man in the sport coat? Wasn't it pretty dark that night?
Oh, yes. But sometimes I do think I have the eyes of a cat, my dear. Do you believe in reincarnation? Do you think I might have some feline blood in me?
Oh, I wouldn't know. Just what did you tell Mr. Pringle?
Oh, he asked me so many questions, Miss Brooks. I'm certainly glad I was able to supply him the answers. Why, if there's a killer around, he may even decide he doesn't like cats. There are some people like that, you know.
Well, thanks very much.
Did you read what Mr. Pringle wrote about me in the paper? He called me the cat woman. Wasn't that sweet of him?
Well, Lieutenant Riley couldn't have said I swore I saw anybody.
You mean you're going back on your story, Mr. Malloy?
By no means. I'm just not a swearing man. Here, have one of my cards.
What do you mean? What's it? If you ever feel like cussing, it's the devil in you fussing.
I give out hundreds of those every day.
That's swell.
Swearing destroys a person's moral fiber. It's worse than drinking. And talking about drinking, could you spare a little change for a cup of coffee and...
I don't know what the ant is, but this ought to cover it.
And I'll be switched. You see how you can express your emotions without resorting to profanity.
Yeah, I'll make a mental note of that. Now, Mr. Mallory, how can you be so sure that the man you saw scuttling out of Mrs. Walsh's building after she fell to the street is one and the same as in the Barcelona case? After all, a lot of men wear plaid sport jackets.
No, by jinkety. When Mr. Pringle was asking me all those questions, I realized that the coat was the exact same color, and blue and green plaid.
I see. Okay, if that's your story, I guess I'm stuck with it. Bye, Jinkety.
No, Mr. Carey, I'm not a newspaper reporter.
Oh, very unfortunate, Miss Brooks. I thought you might have some occasion to talk to Mr. Pringle and remind him that when he uses my name in his stories, it's spelled with 2 M's and 2 T's. Emmett Carey.
Well, I'm just checking on that man you saw push Mr. O'Hara in front of the truck.
Oh, I never said I actually saw this fiend do it. What I did say was that my powers of observation, developed after long years in the theater, made me spot the culprit before he could beat a hasty retreat and so lose himself in the crowd.
Oh?
The garment he was wearing matched exactly the coat described by Mr. Pringle in his newspaper pieces.
Then there's no room for doubt.
None whatsoever. Oh, it was gratifying to see my name in the papers again.
I can imagine.
And you shall see it again and again, my dear, when I found just the right vehicle for my talent.
Yes, I'm sure of that. Now, I really must...
You will remember to tell Mr. Pringle that there are 2 M's and 2 T's, now won't you?
You don't know the time I had finding you, Miss Cabot.
But I see you did.
Is there any reason why you aren't listed in the telephone directory?
Yes. Privacy, Mr. Valentine. I'm curious, how did you manage to locate me?
Oh, I did a little checking. I happen to know you're a fashion designer.
You seem to know a great deal about me.
Including the fact that you're on somebody's death list.
Oh, come now. Isn't that a bit too melodramatic?
I got a letter from somebody who didn't sign his name. Call that melodramatic, too. But it had you listed as the 4th victim of this prowler in a plaid jacket. I'm glad to see that it was a mistake.
Can there be any doubt that I'm very much alive?
Well, even saying this was a cracked note, you ought to be a little more concerned. Why your name, Miss Cabot? And you do live in the same neighborhood where our friend is operating.
Sorry. Right now I'm more interested in watering these flowers. Mr. Valentine, have you ever tried growing things in a window box? It's really a challenge.
Is that all you have to say?
Yes. Unless you're an authority on ivy geranium. You see, I find it difficult to be hysterical about this apparition who's supposed to be haunting Warrington Square.
Yeah, you and the police both.
So far, you haven't produced anything spectacular to make me feel otherwise.
No, I guess not.
Look, I do appreciate what you're trying to be helpful, Mr. Valentine. I'd like to be helpful, too.
Well,
Talk to Jack Pringle.
What about?
Doesn't it seem odd to you that he's the one who always comes up with a witness and a detailed description of the madman?
Yeah, I've mulled that over. It's possible a reporter might overwork his imagination to get a good story.
Or he might have other reasons. Of course, I wouldn't know. I'm just trying to be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Valentine, it's getting late. I really must get dressed for dinner. I'd like to ask you to stay, but he happens to be something very special. My future husband, I hope.
All right, good luck, Nancy. But just to make sure, you'd better find out if he owns a gay sport jacket.
What took you so long up there, George? What did she have to say?
Nothing particularly new, Angel, except a discourse on growing geraniums in a window box. Come on, let's go.
Well, aside from meeting a gallery of queer characters, we've gotten nowhere fast. George!
Hey.
Oh, that window box just missed us.
Back up against the wall, Brooksy. The lady has more than one of those up there.
I'd feel better back in the lobby.
I know I'm not going to feel better until I have another talk with Nancy Cabot. Better get Riley on the phone, Angel.
Oh, who could have gotten in here and choked her? You only left her a few minutes ago.
I can think of 3 answers. Somebody who was waiting for me to leave, somebody Nancy knew well, and somebody who had good reason to let fall with that window box.
Well, now all we need is a witness to say he saw a man in a gay sport jacket.
Well, get busy, Brooksy. Don't impede justice. Call the lieutenant.
What are you doing with that typewriter, George?
Dear Mr. Valentine, in the last month...
Oh, I get it. Was it Miss Cabot who wrote us that letter?
On her own little typewriter, Brooksy. She was just a day early in writing her obituary.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about an important driving precaution. If you're planning a motoring trip, here's something you should do to make it a safe trip. Stop in at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station before you start out and have your tires inspected. If you find they're worn smooth, have risky cuts or bruises, don't take a chance. Play safe and get a new set of grip-safe Atlas tires. The wider, skid-resisting Atlas tread gives you greater driving protection. There's more rubber to grip the road to give you quick, safe stops and absorb road shocks. With each new Atlas passenger tire, you get a full year's written warranty against damage to the tire from road hazards. No wonder Atlas is the tire known nationally for its safety, long life, and economy. Another tip, when you're on the open road, keep safe by keeping the right amount of air in each tire. And that's a job for the folks at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. You get an unsigned letter and a list of 4 people who've met with violent death. In exchange for good legal tender found in a railroad station locker, you're supposed to come up with the murderer. If you're anything like George Valentine, the deal doesn't faze you. But then you find one of the victims still alive. However, she doesn't disappoint you. You find the lady nicely throttled in her apartment, which is where you are now with Brooksy and Lieutenant Riley.
Valentine, if Nancy Cabot was afraid for her life, why didn't she sign her name to that letter instead of all this rigmarole?
Well, don't you see, Lieutenant? She knew that if I took that job, I'd eventually get around to that 4th name on the list. Then she'd find out how I was doing without tipping her hand.
Well, that's an answer, George, but it doesn't make it any simpler.
Yeah. Nice having you on my side for a change, Miss Brooks.
She was plain scared that this guy in the plaid coat would find out that she got in touch with me. There's nothing complicated about that.
Huh?
Another thing. All the time I was talking to her, I had the feeling she was trying to tell me something. But what?
Despite myself, I'm beginning to believe Pringle's story about the ghost of Warrington Square.
Oh, not you, Lieutenant.
Well, can you blame me? Valentine leaves the gal's apartment. She's choked to death. A flower box comes down on your head, and then the killer disappears into thin air.
If another neighborhood character says he saw a man in a gay sport coat coming out of the house, he'll have to explain why we didn't see him.
Now, wait a minute, Pringle. You can't go in there.
Never mind, Hennessy. Let him come in.
Where's she, Riley? I've got to see her.
She's in the next room. But you have no objection if the medical examiner looks at her first?
Get out of my way.
Wait a minute. What's the matter with you? You crazy?
Don't try to stop me.
Hey, wait a minute, Lieutenant. You know the girl, don't you, Pringle?
No, we're going to be married.
What's that? You must have been the someone very special she was going to meet tonight.
How do you know, Valentine? What were you doing here?
Miss Cabot hired me to find this dapper murderer you've been writing about.
Shouldn't have done that. She knew what it meant to me to prove I was right. She should have stayed out of it.
Well, it's a tough break, Pringle, but don't blame yourself.
You're right, I shouldn't. I should blame you.
Now, wait a minute.
If you'd done something, he never would have had a chance to kill Nancy.
What makes you so sure it was our friend?
Don't be naive, Valentine. This man is mad. This was his way of getting back at me.
Oh, that's incredible.
That's putting it mildly. But from here on in, Pringle, I'll accept your theory as fact and work accordingly.
Oh, wait a minute. I know you're desperate, Lieutenant, but don't be rash.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, as soon as I find out, I'll let you know.
Say, George, there's a man in the outer office. He gave me this for you.
What? Do your bit for all humanity. Join the fight against profanity. Oh. Don't you remember, Angel? I told you about Mr. Mallory. Bring him in.
Oh, the characters in this case. This way, Mr. Mallory.
Oh, yes, thank you, ma'am.
What brings you here?
I saw the picture of that girl who was murdered.
You mean Miss Cabot?
Yes.
Here, Mr. Mallory, sit down. Make yourself at home.
Well, come on. What about the lady?
Well, perhaps first we could talk about a little contribution to my anti-cussing campaign.
Oh. The amount will depend on the information, and so you'd better start talking.
Well, it said in the papers that Mr. Pringle and Miss Cabot were so in love with each other and were going to get married.
Love, marriage. That's the usual combination, isn't it?
Well, a couple of days ago they were together, and they passed me on the street. They were having a terrible fight.
Oh?
Yes, and you should have heard the words Mr. Pringle used. I was tempted to give him one of my cards.
Do you remember what they were quarreling about?
And she made it plain she was going to marry someone else.
Hey, that would change the picture a little, George.
Yeah. If it wasn't just a lover's quarrel.
Now, Mr. Valentine, about the...
Oh, yeah. Hey,
You busy, Valentine?
No. Come in, Lieutenant.
Well, I thought we'd compare notes again, because this case is the darndest...
Hey, Lieutenant, what you say?
Huh?
Here, take one of my cards.
Oh, you and those cards...
Well, thank you very much.
I drive you crazy.
You look tired, Lieutenant.
Tired? Oh, I'm walking around dead.
Well, here, relax. Take it easy.
Look, Valentine, now look, we've had our differences, but I'm at a point now where I'll take suggestions from anybody.
You know, that's a very reasonable attitude.
Never mind that. Say, do you know anything I don't know? What did you mean in the Cabot apartment about me not being too rash or something like that?
Oh, George was just thinking of your blood pressure, Lieutenant.
Nah, don't give me that. Come on, now loosen up, Valentine. Come on.
Okay. Maybe I can tell you something that'll make you feel a lot better.
What's that?
You don't have to worry about any more murders in Warrington Square. There won't be any.
What makes you say that? How do you know?
Well, for one thing...
Ah, for the love.
Okay, Angel, I'll take it. Hello? Who? Oh, yeah, I know all about you. What's that? Oh, that's fine, but just keep that to yourself till we have a chance to talk it over. Yeah, I'll be right there.
Now, look, what were you going to say? What makes you so sure there's not going to be another murder?
I'm afraid that'll have to wait now, Lieutenant. My optimism has suddenly waned.
Carrie's rooming house is just on the next block, George.
Hey, Brooksy, just how did this Emmett Carey impress you? You spoke to him.
Oh, just an actor who probably sleeps with his scrapbook under the pillow. Seemed honest enough.
Yeah. Sounded like a screwball over the phone. Anyway, something must have happened to change his mind about seeing the man in the plaid coat.
Well, if he told Pringle that, I can imagine how the demon reporter feels. Oh, golly, this is all we need.
Who is this?
The Catwoman. If she starts talking, we'll never get out of here.
Oh, one of my cats is missing, Miss Brooks. Have you seen her? You couldn't help recognizing her. Her name is Bella.
Oh, there hasn't been a cat in sight, Mrs. Winthrop. Now, we really must...
I can't understand it. Bella was such a well-adjusted cat. Have you seen her, young man?
No, ma'am.
Oh, no, she'll come back.
Yeah. Oh, Brooksy, don't you...
My petition. Would you care to sign it, young man?
But
To found a home for stray cats.
Better sign it, George.
Okay.
Do you suppose, Miss Brooks, that man in the plaid coat could have lured Bella away? I've been thinking about that.
Uncle George!
We'll tell you later, Mother. Come on, let me in here.
I came out of the house and I nearly stumbled over it. George, it's Emmett Tarry.
Hey, look, miss. Did you notice anyone else in the street when you came out?
A man was just running around the corner.
That's for the man in the plaid coat.
Brooksy, stay here till the police come. I'll be right back. Hey, look, friend. A man came running into this block a few minutes ago. He had to pass here. Did you see him? You must have seen him. Oh.
No, I wouldn't be able to see him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody around here knows poor old Joe can't see. You're looking for this fellow in a plaid coat, aren't you? He just passed here.
Yeah. But how would you know that if you're blind?
He stopped right in front of me here.
You mean he told you who he was?
Oh, he said everybody was looking for him, but they'd never find him. He said he wasn't through killing yet. He didn't care who I told that to. You know, he must be crazy.
You're not kidding, Pop. Well, that's it.
You're not going to stop looking for him, are you?
He has a way of evaporating right in front of your eyes.
Oh, you should keep after him. He ran down the street and went into that alley. You know, a fella like that shouldn't be around loose.
Okay, this is for your trouble.
Oh, God bless you.
Don't mention it. Whether you know it or not, you may turn out to be the one to clean up this whole mess.
And in this, the latest of the Warrington Square murders, the police have a blind man as the principal witness. Now maybe a blind man shall lead the police, etc., etc. Well, that's a beautiful story you wrote, Pringle.
What did you want me to do, Lieutenant? Shower you with compliments?
Don't you feel out of things not being the one to find the witness this time?
Not at all, sweetheart. Seems I'm right in the middle of things. Tell me, Riley, why did you ask me down here anyway? Thought I wasn't welcome in your office.
If you want to know, it wasn't my idea at all.
All right, I'll guess who. Valentine? Where is he?
Oh, he's here. Okay, Valentine.
Yeah, over here, Joe. Take this chair. Be careful now.
That's all right, Mr. Valentine. You don't have to worry about poor old Joe. I can get around.
So you finally decided to let the working press talk to your precious witness, huh, Lieutenant?
That's right. I thought you'd like an interview.
Yeah, I've got a few questions for him.
Well, keep them under your hat, because Valentine here is going to ask the questions.
Correction, please, Lieutenant. Just one question. Joe, you said the man in the plaid sport coat stopped and talked to you.
That's right.
Well, here's the question. Do you know who he is?
Yes. It's that fellow over there.
Is he pointing at me?
That's right. This was one time the power of suggestion couldn't work on a witness. You couldn't plant any ideas in Joe's mind as you did with the other three witnesses.
You must be hopped up, Valentine.
You had to act out the myth you created because you thought he was blind. He's just a bad boy, Pringle. He doesn't like to work. There's nothing wrong with Joe's eyes.
Seems strange to be reading anything about the Warrington Square murders without Jack Pringle's byline on it.
Yeah, well, it'd have to carry a city jail dateline, Brooksy. The editor probably didn't think that would look dignified.
Well, I hope you're pleased to see yourself in print, darling. Valentine suspected the blind man was a phony when the latter pointed out with such accuracy the path the fleeing killer took.
Yeah, only one thing wrong with that story. They don't mention my name enough.
Furthermore,
That's better.
Valentine reasoned that Pringle could have instilled in the three earlier witnesses the conviction that they'd seen a man in the plaid coat when actually no such man existed.
Yeah, but Brooksy, they forgot to add that Pringle was lucky to find three people who were so susceptible to suggestion.
A Catwoman, a man with a crusade, a ham actor.
Mm-hmm. Pringle tried not to overlook a thing. He knew it would look too suspicious if the trail stopped abruptly after he killed Nancy Cabot. So he went on with Carey to keep alive the myth of the killer in the gay sport jacket. Oh, Angel. I think I'll take Lieutenant Riley's suggestion and give that $300 to the police welfare fund.
Oh, that's fine. But shouldn't we keep some of it for all the time and work?
Oh, I forgot to mention this. I sold an exclusive first-person story to the Morning Bulletin for $500.
Why does the lady of the house defrost the refrigerator periodically? Because she knows that too much ice will prevent proper cooling. If she's wise and thrifty about the family car, too, she knows it's all important to get oil drains at regular intervals. That's because any oil used too long collects too much carbon and other engine killers. So if you've driven quite a spell without having the crankcase oil drained and replaced with fresh oil, take a tip. You'll get longer engine life by getting an oil drain at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station tomorrow. For that's where they have RPM motor oil. RPM, you know, is compounded to keep your whole engine system cleaner. And that it certainly does when you get oil drains at regular intervals. Speedy oil drain service with premium quality RPM for your fresh oil is another reason all these stations say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, a new and intriguing letter will come to George's desk saying,
Dear Mr. Valentine, for almost 7 years I've been hounding a man who killed his own wife. Next week he's going to collect $200,000 because I failed. I need help and I don't mind admitting it. So how about giving me a ring? Signed, Samuels.
Don't miss George Valentine's latest case, The 7 Dead Years, next Monday night. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Georgia Ellis as Nancy, Tony Barrett as Pringle, Peggy Weber as Mrs. Winthrop, Howard McNear as Mallory, Larry Dobkin as Carrie, and Dick Ryan as Joe. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The 7 Dead Years, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're crowded against a wall and you can't punch your way out alone, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, for almost 7 years I've been hounding a man who killed his own wife. I can't prove that he did, and all of a sudden I can't afford to spend any more time floundering around. Next week he's going to collect $200,000 because I failed, and that's something that's keeping me awake nights. I've dealt with plenty of crooks in my life.
Plenty of crooks in my life and didn't need anybody's help. But this is different, and I don't mind admitting it. How about giving me a ring? It's signed Samuels.
Samuels?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm overwhelmed, Brooksy.
Why? Who's Samuels?
Oh, just about the shrewdest insurance investigator in the game. But I thought he was retired off somewhere in the Florida Keys fishing.
Well, according to this letter, all he's doing is staying awake nights.
Oh, 7 years, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of a sudden, time is running out for Samuels. Why did he put it just that way, Angel? Say, what do the words 7 years mean to you?
Oh, 7-year itch, 7 lean years, 7 years it might take a salmon to make 7 honeymoon trips up the Columbia River?
All right, without making funny, Brooksy. 7 years also means the legal period after which a man or woman is declared dead. It's poetically called the Enoch Arden Law.
Oh, well, then this Samuels is in a race against time.
Uh-huh. And if he is in such a hurry, it'd be a shame if we wasted time on this end, wouldn't it?
This man McLean killed his wife and got rid of the body. I know it.
Well, according to all this, Marion McLean just wrote a suicide note and disappeared.
And if the husband is walking around enjoying good fresh air, the police must have given him a clean bill of health.
That's okay for the police, but not for me.
Well, what makes you so hard to satisfy?
This McLean dame gets insured for $200,000, then conveniently vanishes from the face of the earth. Besides, whenever I meet up with a crook, my belly turns over twice, and this guy McLean has been giving me a nervous stomach for 7 years. 7 long years.
Well, as I get it, Mr. Samuels, you're retired. If the insurance company is willing to pay the $200,000, I don't see
It's a matter of pride, Miss Brooks. When I first turned in the report on the McLeans, I said it was a phony. It's the only case in my career I feel wasn't washed up right.
I think I know what's bothering you, Samuels.
Do you?
Yeah, the body. It was never found.
Yeah. The hardest thing in the world to do is to get rid of a body. And don't look so amazed, Miss Brooks. That's the truth.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Well, you can't burn it. Something's always left over. Buttons, bridge work, teeth, and you can't drown it. It comes up to the surface sometime or another, and you bury it, somebody finds it when they're digging post holes.
Well, Samuels, if you've been searching for the corpus delicti for 7 years, I don't know what I can do.
Take a look at this ad in the paper.
Wanted by sculptor. Male professional model. Must be exceptionally muscular and broad-shouldered. To pose for heroic figure in important civic memorial. Frank McLean.
Oh, is this the same McLean we've been talking about, Mr. Samuels?
Yeah, he has a house and studio a few miles out of town in Roxbury.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I go out there...
I'll pay you for it out of my own pocket. It's worth it to me.
And while I'm not posing, I'm supposed to go up in the attic or dig out in the garden to find a corpse.
Well, it's not going to be anything as obvious as that. I've been at it 7 years trying to find out what he did with his wife. He knows my face as well as his own. I can't work on this deal anymore. That's why I want you.
Well, George, you do have the shoulders for it.
Okay, Samuels. I don't know how I'll look as Atlas holding up the world or as Spartan youth, but I'll give it a try.
I take it, Mr. Valentine, you've posed for other well-known sculptors?
Oh, yes, of course. But back east, New York. I just got in town and saw your ad.
I see.
Oh, darling.
Yes, Nana.
Is that man still there? Are we going to work any more today?
My very favorite model, Valentine.
Oh?
No, Nana, we won't work any more today. Here, Valentine, you might be interested in seeing some of my work.
Sure, fine.
Now, here's something in bronze I did in 1936. I call it Age.
Well, all I see is a little girl, asleep.
She's a dead little girl, which makes her older than any of us.
Oh, well, that's one way of looking at it.
You'll have plenty of time to see my other stuff, but here's what I'm working on.
Well, looks like quite a project, Mr. McLean.
It's going into the town square at Portchester to memorialize the 100th birthday of that little hamlet. Aside from artistic merits, it has to be able to withstand the passage of time and the critical comments of migratory birds.
Oh. Is this where I fit in?
Yes. You'll be the figure of man in capital letters. You're reaching upward for ultimate perfection. As you see, the figures of health, love, and spiritual attainment are already finished. The statue in the middle will be eternal life, which Nana is going to pose for.
Well, when do I start working?
Take off your coat and your shirt.
What? Oh, yeah, sure.
I have a very definite conception of this man's physique. After all, to the good people of Portchester, he's supposed to symbolize all mankind.
Well, that's quite a responsibility. How do I shape up?
Turn around.
Well, what have we got here?
All of mankind, lady.
Yes, and with hair on your chest.
This is Nana. As I said, Valentine, she's going to portray eternal life. In the meantime, she abuses the privilege of being the eternal
feminine.
You love to make with words, darling, but you ought to know by now that you can't insult me. Certainly not till after we're married.
That will be all for today, Miss Kenyon. Same time tomorrow.
My, aren't we businesslike? Well, beware of him, Mr. Valentine. He's a creature of moods. Goodbye, darling. So long, Mr. Man.
Your fiancée is a very charming girl, Mr. McLean.
Her charm is only an added attraction, and she knows it. Now you and I better get started, Valentine. Stretch your arm up toward the skylight over there.
Like this?
Yes, and hold the pose.
Say, how long do I have to stand like this?
You're not getting tired. I haven't even finished making my rough sketch.
Don't we get time out for a cigarette, McLean?
What kind of people have you been posing for anyway? We've just been working a short while.
Oh, sorry, but I can't hold up my arm like this anymore. Oh, it was beginning to weigh a ton.
Whom do you think you're fooling?
Huh?
How stupid do you think I am?
Well, that's a question that invites all kinds of answers.
I had to find out. You're not a professional model. If you were, you could have held your arm like that much longer without getting tired.
I guess I wasn't very good.
Samuel sent you here, didn't he? Well, you can tell that human bloodhound he's still wasting his time.
Okay, I'll deliver the message, friend. But I doubt if he's going to be convinced. Would you mind turning around while I put on my shirt?
You know, darling, McLean could be right about Samuel's having a blind spot, an obsession.
Yeah, but before I tell him what a flop I was as a model, I'd like to try something.
Such as?
Well, first of all, let's take it for granted that Samuel's is right. It's next to impossible to get rid of a human body. Well, then, maybe there never was a body.
Oh, well, in other words, Mrs. McLean is very much alive somewhere.
Yeah, it could be, Angel. Waiting for 7 years to pass. So McLean can collect that dough and join us somewhere in Europe, let's say.
Oh, well, that's a pretty wild notion, George. Two people separating for 7 years like that?
Yeah, but a very profitable separation. They'll be getting roughly $30,000 a year for it.
Okay. Say we even buy that. What do you propose to try?
I'll take this hypothetical situation. You're my wife.
Oh, must it be hypothetical?
You love me very much.
Oh, check.
Love me enough to endure 7 years of hiding and separation so we'll have enough to live on for the rest of our lives.
All right, supposing.
Then you read in public print that I have intentions toward a gorgeous model by the name of Nana Kenyon. Now, what would you do?
I'd come halfway around the world and scratch your eyes out. And that wouldn't be hypothetical.
Especially with a payoff at hand, so McLean could disappear with all the moolah and the luscious Nana.
Well, how are you going to get this world-shaking piece of gossip into the paper?
Leo Minch in the Bulletin. His column is syndicated in 650 newspapers. Nana is pretty colorful.
Some pun.
Besides, Brooksy, Leo owes me a favor.
I'm a patient man, Valentine. I've waited for 7 years. I can stand it a few more days.
Good.
But how do you know this item in Minch's column is going to pay off?
I don't know.
Well, if Mrs. McLean is alive and has the usual feminine instincts, it'll work.
Valentine, I'm not too sold on this theory of yours. I still say McLean got rid of the body. But how, where, that's what I've got to find out. You'll be coming into that money next Tuesday.
Yeah. Let me have that picture and description of Mrs. McLean. I want to get it around where it'll do the most good. Now, let's see. 5'4", 125 pounds. Brown hair, scar on left cheek. Middle finger of left hand severed at first joint. Fair complexion, brown eyes.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, I gotta see you a minute.
Huh?
I think you owe me $50.
Oh, George, this is one of the cab drivers I spoke to at the airport. Mike, Kozlenko, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenko.
Did you see Mrs. McLean?
Well, if it wasn't, she's got a twin. Scar on the cheek and all.
Oh, when'd she show up? Where'd you take her?
Well, she got off the plane early this morning. Come in on one of them DC-6s.
Well, you sure took your time getting here.
I had to haul a guy all the way out to the racetrack and wait for him. I tried calling you, but your line was busy.
Okay. Where'd you drop her off? What was the address?
Well, she didn't give me no address. I took her out to Roxbury.
That's where McLean lives.
I let her off on the corner of Sycamore and Dean. She looked boiling mad.
Come on, Brooksy. We got to move fast if we're going to keep Samuels from being right.
What do you mean, George?
Well, if this is Mrs. McLean, she's an uninvited guest. After all these years, I'd hate to have to go looking for her body.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about protection. Most motorists quite naturally believe that automobile engines wear out faster when they're running, but that's not true. Your car faces its biggest wear test when it's standing cold, for that's when rust caused by condensed moisture inside cylinders can start to work. And that's where RPM motor oil helps you avoid a repair bill. RPM special compounds keep a protective oil film on all engine parts all of the time. Whether your car is running hot or standing cold, RPM clings stubbornly to vital wear points, and consequently, rust never has a chance to get started in your car. No wonder it's the 2-to-1 choice of Western motorists. Next time you need oil, ask for rust-fighting RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's something you knew all the time. After 7 years without the well-known corpus delicti, a person is declared legally dead. So you're not particularly surprised when an over-conscientious insurance investigator, now retired, hires you to find the body of one Marion McLean, missing just about that long. Then, surprise, she comes waltzing back into town, big as life. If you're like George Valentine, sensitive to rude shocks like this, you pay a visit to the studio of Frank McLean, sculptor and husband of said lady.
I know I'm going way out on the limb, McLean, but I was told your wife is here in Roxbury.
Oh? Who told you, Valentine? Another ghost? My wife is dead. Or hasn't Samuels told you?
Dead or alive, this was a frame-up from the beginning, McLean. I'm still going to prove it.
The ghost you mentioned happens to be a very earthy character. A cab driver with a nice earthy name like Kozlenko.
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenkos. He claims he picked up your wife at the airport early this morning and dropped her off here on the corner of Sycamore and Dean.
Your Kozlenko boy is wasting his time driving a cab. He should be holding seances. Come Tuesday, my wife will be dead exactly 7 years.
You keep track of time very carefully, don't you? What do? Check off the days on the calendar?
Oh, I may have an artistic temperament, but I'm practical enough to know what you can buy with $200,000. Any other questions, gentlemen?
The same one I've been asking all these years, McLean. Now, let's say Valentine is right and your wife showed this morning. What'd you do with her?
Poor Samuels. How does your mind work? Now you're saying I killed Marion today. How about your theory that the hardest thing in the world to dispose of is a human body?
I still say that.
Well, unlike you, Samuels, I'm a reasonable man. My life is an open book. Go on. Look around any way you like. I do want you to be happy.
Okay. You can stop being glib, McLean. You said we have your permission to look wherever we want.
That's right.
What's on your mind, Valentine?
Well, something that comes to you when you think about it hard enough. Like all simple things, you might walk right by it. It's so obvious.
Oh, don't look so startled, gentlemen. Mr. Valentine loves to be cryptic. He'll get to the point.
Oh, I can't wait.
Children know the principle very well. When you play hide and seek, the one place you're least likely to be discovered is where you just got through trying to hide.
What do you mean by that, Valentine?
Samuels, I understand you had the cellar dug up when Mrs. McLean first disappeared.
Yeah, and there was nothing there.
Well, there may be this time. You know, kid stuff.
Sorry you didn't find anything in the cellar, Valentine. You had such a fascinating theory.
Yeah? Well, there's still a lot of places around here to look, McLean.
Oh, to be sure. But do let me be the gracious host and mix you all a drink.
Well, a party.
I'm glad you dropped in, Nana. We're playing a little game. Body. Who's got the body?
Well, aren't we a little old for parlor games?
Samuels here doesn't think so.
Yeah, I'm a child at heart.
You know, Mr. Valentine, I almost didn't recognize you with your shirt on.
Yes, that mole on his left shoulder does something for him, doesn't it?
I see you noticed that, too, Miss Brooks.
Oh, we've gone to the beach together many times.
Here you are, everybody. Drink hearty.
Oh, thank you.
Here's to you, Samuels, and a happy retirement.
Thanks.
Well, I see you've done a lot of work on your masterpiece for the Portchester Town Square.
It's almost finished, Valentine. We're just missing the figure of the man.
I understand the figure in the middle. Eternal life is supposed to be you, Miss Kenyon.
My solitary contribution to American culture.
Oh, come on, Valentine. Let's get going.
If I were you, Miss Kenyon, I'd sue somebody for libel. That figure is nowhere near as glamorous as you really are.
Oh, thank you for the compliment. I'm sure you didn't mean every word of it. Goodness, Frank, you certainly poured this drink with a heavy hand. I could use a little more soda.
So could I. Wait, Nan, I'll join you.
I didn't think these were too bad, did you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, everything's just perfect.
Now, if we could only get Samuel to think that. No, that would be too much to ask.
Not for me, Nana.
All right, soulmate. If it isn't soda you want, what is it?
You've been around, Nana.
Yes, I've been around. I didn't think my travel scars were so prominent.
Well, let's be corny and say it's something stronger than both of us. Something we can't resist. The eternal feminine and the equally eternal masculine.
You handle words real nice, partner.
Oh, I'm real smart. I bet I could even remember an address, if I had to.
420 Montrose. If you ring the bell and there's no answer,
Yeah?
there just might be a key under the flower pot on the back porch.
Oh, maybe this was a wild goose chase, but it's not now.
Well, what are you doing here, Miss Brooks?
Oh, well, Mr. Valentine couldn't make it, Nana. He asked me to convey his deepest regrets. And there was that key under the flower pot.
Why, that...
Oh, what you were going to say.
What have you got there? Give me those tickets.
I was just admiring them. I've always dreamt of a holiday in South America.
I said give them to me.
Tickets for Flight 114 next Wednesday. The day after Frank McLean collects the insurance on his wife. The tickets bought right here at the airport in Roxbury.
I'm not going to ask you again. Let me have those
tickets. It may
tickets.
not mean anything at all. But it's worth checking. Just who bought these tickets and why.
Sorry, but you're not leaving here.
No fair, Nana. You didn't say put them up.
I'm not finished with you yet.
That's better. I like to be warned. Now I can forget I'm a lady.
What are you doing?
You remember selling these tickets, don't you, mister? Seats 4 and 5, Flight 114, Wednesday?
Oh, yes, I remember it very well.
Oh, good. Would you be able to identify the man if you saw him again?
Man? But it wasn't a man, it was a woman.
Oh?
That's why I do remember it so distinctly.
Oh, you mean she had all the reasons why men would look at her twice?
I didn't think of it quite that way, miss. I meant the little scar on her cheek.
Scar? Wait a minute. Is this the woman you sold the tickets to? The one in this picture?
Why, yes, that's her.
Mrs. McLean bought those tickets.
If Mrs. McLean bought those airplane tickets, Brooksy, that means for sure she's back here in Roxbury.
And not just on the testimony of one of the Boston Kozlenkos.
Well, what do you make of it, Samuels?
If McLean and Nana got those tickets from her, you can bet your life she didn't just hand them over on a silver platter.
Not so her husband and his lady fair could go flying down to Rio.
Hey, look, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I think Nana must be a chasing spirit by now. Drop by her place again and let her out of that closet.
Oh, must I?
Yes, you must. And bring her out to McLean's. For one thing, she's got to answer some questions about those tickets.
Now, there's a cool cookie for you, that McLean. Imagine him using the same tickets his wife bought.
He probably figured that was one way no one would know his plans. Where he was going after he collected on the insurance.
Well, I'd better be going.
See you later, Brooksy. Hey, you know something, Samuels?
What's that?
If McLean wanted to get rid of his wife, he wouldn't necessarily plant her right there on the home ground.
He wouldn't risk taking her anywhere else. Like I always say, the hardest thing in the world to get rid of is...
I know. But we were all over the place. I wouldn't know where else to go looking tonight.
Wait. There's one place we didn't look.
Huh?
On the back part of that property is an old well. All overgrown with shrubbery and stuff. That's why we passed it by.
Go on.
I looked there 7 years ago, and if your idea about hiding things where people look before is...
Okay. What's keeping us?
Sure you
you got enough rope up there, Samuels?
Plenty.
This well looks deeper than we thought.
Be careful. Can you use your flash?
Better wait till I get farther down.
Yeah, that might...
Samuels! The rope! Samuels!
George! George!
We'll have him up here in a minute, Miss Brooks. Lucky he didn't bring the whole rope down with him when he fell.
Do you know if there's any water down there?
No, I don't.
Well, let me give you a hand.
Now, wait till I get a hold of that Ginzo who sneaked up behind and slugged me.
Who, McLean?
Who else? Wait. He's near the top, I think.
Oh, George. Oh, here, honey, I'll help you.
Come on now, fella. Up and over.
Oh, you okay, darling?
Oh, with reservations. I feel as though I've been dragged not too gently through a meat grinder.
Yeah, somebody walked up behind me in the dark and let me have it.
Yeah, I found Samuels lying here when I went out to look for you two.
Uh-huh. Now, let's get inside and see McLean, hey, Valentine? Maybe it's time to do something about that well-groomed pan of his, like you said.
You took the words right out of my mouth, friend. I've just come to a very interesting conclusion.
I was wondering about that 1,000-watt look in your eye.
Yeah, Brooksy. To do some real profound thinking, there's nothing better than lying around on the bottom of a well. It's real nice and cozy, folks, to have everybody around like this. We might even toast marshmallows if I didn't have something more important on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
As a rule, I don't believe in petty tantrums on the part of grown men. But I owe somebody a fractured jaw.
Now, look here, Valentine. What Samuel said about me sneaking up behind
That's
him...
you, McLean. Step aside till the teacher gives you permission.
What brought this on, George?
I do believe he's going to hit somebody.
Yeah. You, Samuels.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Valentine? You gone nuts?
Yes, you, Samuel.
George!
Okay, Valentine, I'm coming at you and I'll ask questions later.
Fine. I was waiting for an excuse to do this again.
Careful.
All right, come on. Get up.
Nice work, Valentine. I've never seen my studio put to better use.
Shut up, you.
My, he's mad at everybody.
George, what is this about Samuel?
Yeah, what's the idea? What did I ever do to you?
You tried to kill me. Nobody slugged you except yourself to make it look good.
What do you mean,
Bad
George?
slip of logic, Samuels. You were McLean's personal nemesis. If he were getting really desperate, he'd want to get rid of you, not me. He'd make good and sure you were dead.
That's crazy. Why should I want to knock you off? I hired you.
How could Samuels possibly have anything to do with Mrs. McLean's disappearance?
Samuels, you know where that woman's body is, don't you? You knew it tonight when you suggested I go plumbing the depths of that abandoned well because you were too fat to do it yourself.
You're way off the beam, Valentine.
You were afraid I'd find out, too, sooner or later. And you weren't going to take any chance.
Now, look.
With me dead, you could blackmail the real murderer for a long time to come.
I see. I still remain the suspected murderer.
Don't be so glib, Bub. You're exactly that.
When will somebody get around to making sense here?
I'm getting used to being the suspected murderer, Nana. But still, I say, where is the body? You know, you've got to produce that to prove there was a murder.
Samuels knows where it is, don't you? You caught on a little quicker than I did. That's because you've been living with this case for 7 years.
Well, I don't like being ghoulish. But do you really know where Mrs. McLean is, George?
Take a look at this impressive group of statuary.
My best effort yet.
Statues, George?
The one in the middle, particularly, Brooksy. Eternal life. You yourself said it didn't do its model, Nana, justice. And no wonder. There's only one thing Mrs. McLean has in common with Nana. They're both women of about the same size.
There's no telling where that weird imagination of yours will lead you, Valentine.
You don't need imagination, McLean. Just the plain observation that Samuels had, too. You were in such a hurry to make a plaster cast with your wife's body in it that you forgot one little defect that might have been overlooked after 7 years.
What's that?
I mean specifically the middle finger of your wife's hand. It's severed at the first joint, and the plastic cast preserved it that way.
No. I couldn't have forgotten that. I couldn't.
Yes. Ironic as it is, McLean, there's death inside the statue of eternal life.
When you shop for meat, you're confident of getting good quality because you know you're protected by health department regulations. But how can you be sure of quality when you're buying a battery for your car?
The National Society of Automotive Engineers established protection for you when it established 3 rigid battery tests. Atlas batteries excel in all 3 of these tests required by the Society. Next time you look at an Atlas battery, notice the certified capacities embossed on the back panel and the number of plates. So for a sure starting battery with greater capacity through a longer service period, make sure it's an Atlas battery. You can get one at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Certified Atlas batteries and expert battery service are 2 reasons why independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George faced with a new problem, expressed in a letter that has just come to his desk.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm a freshman at Western State University. I'm majoring in botany. And I've suddenly found that flowers can smell of murder. Please give me a chance to tell you the whole story. I live in Quonset Hut number 8, University Road. Signed, Louise Durain.
Next Monday night, a new case for George Valentine. The Flowers That Smelled of Murder. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Samuels, Jay Novello as McLean, Louise Arthur as Nana, Don Diamond as the cabbie, and Bob Bruce as the clerk. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Flowers That Smelled of Murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're in on a game and you know you're going to draw the losing hand, deal me in, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm a freshman at Western State University. I'm majoring in botany, and I've suddenly found out that flowers can smell of murder. My professor of botany is about to be killed. Several attempts have been made on him, but nobody takes me seriously. I'm sure I'm not imagining things,
I'm not imagining things, so give me a chance to tell you the whole story. I live in Quonset Hut number 8, University Road. The name is Louise Durain.
Uh-huh. That row of Quonsets on University Road, they're all reserved for ex-GIs. If our freshman friend took any part in the recent unpleasantness, she's not likely to be a light-headed character.
Well...
So, if she has murder on her mind...
Okay, whether she's an ex-whack or just plain wacky, Western State, here we come.
Oh, Louise? Yes, sure she's here. Darling, you coming out soon?
Oh, I'll be right there, Daddykin. I just got out of the shower.
Have a seat, Miss Brooks. Mr. Valentine, she won't be long.
Oh, thank you.
Louise wrote me quite a letter. She said something about a murder.
Oh, yes, I know. The poor child's been walking around with the idea of murder on her mind for days. Which reminds me...
Remind you of what?
Do you know what Socrates said about murder, Miss Brooks?
I beg your pardon?
He said,
Nothing.
Oh.
Oh, even though society did murder him, you know. He just drank the hemlock and died. You see, after looking well at the world, the true philosopher decides there's nothing to say.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. But about Louise and this letter.
I leave my pink sweater. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had company, Marco.
It's impolite to stare, George.
Can't help it, Angel. My mother decided I was going to be a boy baby.
Dear, this is Mr. Valentine and his assistant, Miss Brooks.
Of course. How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm so glad you did take my letter seriously. I suppose I should tell you what this is all about.
Well, it would help.
Poor Professor Kober is in terrible danger. I don't sleep nights thinking about it.
Oh, yes, the handsome professor's a source of great concern to my wife.
Your wife?
Oh, yes, for the longest time.
Yes.
I'm very proud of how young and beautiful she keeps herself.
Michael really means that. Can you wonder why I think he's such a darling?
Yes, well, at the risk of not being a darling, aren't you a little too old to be a freshman?
Well, as long as Michael doesn't admit it, I won't.
You mean Mr. Durain is a freshman here at Western State, too?
Oh, yes, we're just starting. Both of us are here on the GI Bill of Rights.
He was in the OSS. He can speak 17 languages, including North Manchurian. Show them, darling.
Well,
now about those murder attempts on Professor Kober.
Oh, he's my botany teacher. You see, I used to be in the WAC, but I always really wanted to be a botanist. And I'm doing very well, too.
Show them, darling.
Well, you'd never think it, but plants range from the lower algae to the fungi. Mosses, liverworts, ferns, and gymnosperms. Isn't that terribly thrilling?
Well, not as thrilling as murder, Mrs. Durain.
You know that little thing you mentioned in your letter, remember?
Oh, yes. You see, somebody has already tried to kill Professor Kober several times. And no matter what John says, the things that happened to him weren't just accidents.
No.
Now, the time something went wrong with his car, and he nearly went off the cliff. Or the time somebody almost ran him down when he was crossing a corner. And other things like that.
Well, is there any reason why anybody would want to get rid of the good professor?
Why, don't you know?
No.
John's almost succeeded in crossbreeding a terrestrial orchid with an epiphytic one. It'll be the most beautiful flower ever grown.
And for that reason, someone wants to murder him?
Of course. He's almost ready to report it to the Botanical Society. It's to be called Papilionaceous Corolla Louise.
Think of it, Valentine. Louise, just a freshman majoring in botany, is going to have a flower named for her. Could a man want a greater compliment for his wife?
Papilionaceous Corolla Louise as a motive for murder? Brooksy, I think we better...
Oh, you're not taking me seriously either, are you?
I'm afraid you're taking botany a little too seriously, Mrs. Durain.
Mother, I've got to talk to you.
Darling, you might at least close the door. There's a terrible draft.
Is this your son?
Who are these people?
Well, your mother just happened to answer an ad, but we were going to leave anyway.
Well, no, why should you? Everybody knows anyway.
Knows what, Stephen?
All right, I'll qualify it. Everybody knows. Except you, my father.
Please, dear, you're talking to your father.
He knows that, my darling.
George, wouldn't it be better if we...
Wait a minute. I didn't know there was going to be a double feature.
How do you think I feel on the campus when everybody knows I'm a sophomore and my mother and father are freshmen?
Well, that is an interesting setup. Tell me, Stephen, do you do your parents' arithmetic for them?
This is no kidding. Mother, everybody's saying that you and Professor Kober are that way about each other. They see you everywhere together. No son wants to hear that kind of talk about his mother.
Oh, now, wait a minute, son. I'll have you understand your mother's a very attractive woman.
Thank you, Michael. Oh, Stephen, I made some of that potato salad you like so much. It's in the refrigerator.
Oh, it's no use talking to you two.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. We forgot all about Professor Kober.
Did we? I thought he was very prominent in the conversation.
Now, somebody is trying to kill him. Of course, Michael and Stephen won't believe it, but...
But I do. Enough to want to hang around a while and see what this is all about.
Miss Brooks, it's very considerate of the Phi Gamma Epsilon sorority to worry so strenuously about my husband.
Well, naturally, when we girls heard about these threats on Professor Kober's life, we just...
I can just imagine what your hen parties must sound like. I hope your house mother doesn't listen in.
Oh, it wasn't just that, Mrs. Kober. You see, with all this talk about Mrs... Oh, dear, what was I going to say? Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Why should you be? It's common knowledge on the campus that Mrs. Durain's been throwing herself at my husband. And all this talk about murder attempts has been a figment of this woman's weird imagination.
Oh, and that's all there is to it?
My husband leads a very sheltered academic life. He happens to be engaged in some experiments with flowers. That's hardly provocation for murder.
Oh, no. No, I love flowers myself.
True, he's very handsome for a botany teacher, but childishly unaware of his own charms. That's no cause for murder either.
Of course not.
However, if the professor were aware of his shaggy, masculine attraction and were doing something about it,
yes,
that might be a very understandable cause for murder.
Huh?
Good day, Miss Brooks.
Believe me, Mr. Valentine, these accidents that have been happening to Professor Kober are, well, just that, accidents.
Yes, I know what you mean, Professor Bosworth, but I'm more interested in these experiments Kober's working on. And as head of the department and presumably his boss, you ought to be able to give me that information.
Of course. But I doubt if it could possibly have much interest for the layman. Professor Kober is merely trying to create a new genus of the orchid family.
Uh-huh.
Of course, it'll probably win the valuable American Horticultural Prize. A paper will be written on it, and a few thousand botanists throughout the world will thrill over it. And there will be some academic glory for Professor Kober and Western State University.
Obviously, you have a great deal of respect for Professor Kober.
I have. He's a true genius. I'm merely the head of the botany department. My particular talent is being able to get the money from the trustees so that men like Kober can carry on the experiments and reap the glory.
I see.
There's only one thing we had any conflict about, Kober and I.
Oh, what's that?
The name he insists on giving this flower. The Papilionaceous corolla Louise.
Oh, the Louise part of it bothers you, eh? Yes, I can see that might lead to complications.
No, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine. You're not intruding at all. Any friend of Mrs. DeRane's is always welcome in the greenhouse.
Oh, John, I just can't wait till you show them our new flower.
No, I can't wait either. I've heard so much about it.
Well, this way.
I hate to sound like a tourist, Professor Kober, but this greenhouse is more elaborate than any I've ever seen.
Yes, isn't it, my dear? The most modern in the world. I designed it myself.
And we have different rooms for every type of flower, don't we, John? And no end of gadgets.
Louisa's enthusiasm is a constant source of inspiration, but she is right. There is no end of gadgets. I'm afraid only Professor Bosworth and I know where they all are and what they are supposed to do. Yeah, please come in quickly so that I can close the door.
Well, yeah, but shouldn't we put on a light?
Can't see a thing.
Well, you see, we have no light at all in this room. I had it built especially for this experiment.
Tell them why, John. It's awfully intriguing.
Well, you see, light and cold are the two enemies of the Papilionaceous corolla. The slightest fall in temperature would mean their death. That's why we have a thermostatic control. Even that is well hidden in the back.
But how did you get to see these beautiful specimens of yours, Professor?
Well, you will. In a minute, after you get used to the dark.
George, I think I'm beginning to see them now. Look, can't you see them glowing?
Yeah. Hey, they're really something.
Mm-hmm. Worth every minute of the 12 years I've spent to get that unearthly perfection and color in the petals.
John says in nature, the most beautiful and dangerous things thrive in the darkness. Didn't you say that, John?
Well, I didn't put it as romantically as that, Louise. But with these flowers, it does seem that way. And another thing. You have only to touch them, and that glow comes right off on your fingers. And you can't get rid of it for days.
Well, that's very interesting.
Well, now I'm afraid we'll have to get to work, Louise. We got that new soil preparation this morning. Let's get on out where it's light.
Oh, dear, and I left the seed chart in my car. I'll be right back, John.
Oh, hurry, my dear. I have to bring in the flats for those seedlings. Oh, Mr. Valentine, why don't you and Miss Brooks stay and see how we work?
Yes, Professor, thanks. That'll be fine. Oh, on the other hand, Brooksy, you stay here. I think I'll give the professor a hand.
Okay, George.
Here, you don't want to do that all alone.
Oh, no need for you to bother, Valentine.
Hey, Professor, look out! Get out of the way!
Valentine! Oh.
That was close. Are you all right?
I wouldn't be if you hadn't pushed me out of the way.
That boulder was coming straight at us.
Yes.
Can you stand up?
I think so. Oh, just a part of it went over my foot.
George, what was
I
that?
think you can see for yourself, Brooksy.
Oh, are you all right, George?
Yes, quite now, Louise.
George, where are you going?
Up this hill. To see if this is another one of those accidents.
Oh, I'll help you inside, George.
Wait a minute, darling.
Professor Kober nearly got that boulder in the middle of his back. He was bending down over his precious seedlings, a perfect target.
It must have fallen from here.
Yeah. But it didn't just come loose, Brooksy. Look at this.
Property of Western State University. Botanical department.
Yeah, the shovel somebody used to spade up the dirt from under that rock. He had to do it to be able to push it down.
You mean he or she, don't you?
Yeah, Brooksy. What I want to know is, was that boulder meant for the professor or for me?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Here in the West, winter brings skiing, skating, and tobogganing to a lot of folks, but to the battery in your car, winter brings a heap of extra work. Colder mornings mean harder starting. Longer evenings mean more battery juice for lights. So why not give your battery a helping hand? Get real fast starts and extra power from it. Just pull in at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. Being experts at battery service, they can give it more pep than a pup in no time at all. If your battery's got one foot in the grave, they can supply you a new Atlas battery. Each Atlas battery has the number of plates and the certified capacity stamped right on the battery case. And the written warranty you get with a new Atlas battery is good at 38,000 stations 7 days a week. For all your car's battery needs, rely on a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A huge boulder almost pins a college professor against a tree. Why? He's only interested in developing a new type of orchid. The incident itself is exciting enough, but if you're half as curious as Claire Brooks, what you really want to know is why your boss, George Valentine, thought something like this might happen. Remembering all the strange characters in the case, you're right on George's heels as he enters the Quonset hut on University Road.
Anybody here?
The Duranes seem to be out, George.
What do you want? What are you doing here?
Oh, just looking for your father and mother, Stephen. We have something to talk about.
Well, go on, find them. I can't. Get out.
Now, that's no way to talk, Stephen.
Why not? Father's out somewhere quoting Homer. My mother's... who knows where she is. Expect to walk in and find me in the best of humor?
Now, listen to me, kid.
I won't, and take your hands off of me.
I said listen to me. Your mother was right when she said someone is trying to kill Professor Kober. We saw it happen again this afternoon.
And he's not dead? What's the matter? Why'd they make such a mess out of it?
Okay, it's no use talking to you.
By the way, when did you get home, Stephen?
I don't see why I have to answer questions like that. Not to strangers. Now get out of here!
Oh, I really must apologize for my son's manners.
Oh, Mr. Durane.
We didn't hear you come in.
No, I came in the back way. Did I hear you say something about another accident happening to Professor Kober?
Yeah, you heard right.
You needn't look at me that way. I was in the Hodgkins Library all afternoon reading Plato's Republic in the original Greek. Believe me, it wasn't easy. A cup of tea, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, I don't think so, thanks.
It'd be a shame if anything happened to Professor Kober before he won that $50,000 prize.
Is that how much the prize is worth?
Oh, yes. Oh, I see you don't know your flowers, old man.
Where's Louise?
Oh, she called and said she'd be working late again at the greenhouse.
Oh, now look, Durane, I'm as modern as the next guy, but don't you resent your wife spending so much time with another man?
Oh, now, Louise happens to be fond of flowers. I am imbued with the spirit of philosophy. But get one thing straight, Valentine. We're very much in love with each other. Nothing can alter that.
Thanks. That makes a lot of things clear, Durane.
It does?
Sure, Brooksy. Now, come on, we're in a hurry. Let's have a look in the orchid room, Brooksy.
I can't see a thing, George.
Give yourself a chance. Remember the flowers that glow in the dark? Professor Kober? Huh?
George! Something on the floor. I just tripped over
Just a minute.
Who is it?
I don't know. I can hardly see. But I think it's the professor. I'm sure this is his topcoat.
The one he wore this afternoon?
Yeah. But it's not the professor.
What?
It's a woman.
Louise?
No.
Well, let me see. Hey, it's Mrs. Kober, the professor's wife.
Stabbed in the back with a pair of pruning shears.
Oh, George, I can't look.
I know. And about that theory of mine.
Yes, dear?
You don't have to worry about it anymore. This little piece of mayhem has knocked it all in a cocked hat.
Well, where do we go from here?
We go to the telephone and call Lieutenant Riley.
Well, still running true to form, eh, Valentine? Leave it to you to get murder all mixed up with a professor and flowers that glow in the dark.
Oh, the trouble with you, Lieutenant, is that you think murder only happens to Mr. Average Man.
Yep, I've got no imagination, Miss Brooks. Oh, I could imagine somebody trying to knock off Professor Kober where there's a prize of 50 G's lurking in the background, but why his wife?
Because she happened to be wearing his coat. You know, somehow, Lieutenant, I hate putting things off until tomorrow morning.
If that's supposed to be an aspersion on the efficiency of the homicide squad, it leaves me cold. What do you expect me to do, slap the whole Durain family in the can?
No, not that, but...
Both the father and the son could have had a gripe against the professor. And if Mrs. Kober wasn't killed by a mistake, either Louise or the professor could have done it.
George, didn't you have a sort of special theory all cooked up before we found Mrs. Kober?
Well, Brooksy, unlike the lieutenant, I wasn't hepped on the jealousy angle.
I got here as soon as I could after you called, Valentine. Oh, this is dreadful.
Murder's never very wholesome. Oh, Dr. Bosworth, this is Lieutenant Riley of Homicide.
How are you?
How do you do? When I talked to you before, Valentine, I was convinced that all this was just so much nonsense, but now I see how wrong I've been. Lieutenant.
Yes, Doctor?
How can we go about keeping this as quiet as possible? You know how squeamish trustees are about bad publicity.
Oh, that should be easy, Doctor. Just what do you propose we do? Forget somebody was killed here tonight?
Oh, no, of course not. I suppose I'll just have to issue some dignified announcements.
You make it sound like a wedding, Doctor.
Now, I'd better go and speak to the dean. It's going to be a terrible shock to him after all the years he's spent looking forward to. Oh, Valentine, you'll call me in the morning?
Yeah, sure thing. We're going to be moving along now, too.
Well, what about it, Valentine? Come on, let's get moving. I'm tired. I have to be at the morgue at 8 in the morning.
Let's not worry so much about a night's sleep, eh, Lieutenant?
What? It's my night's sleep you're talking about.
As a tough-minded practical cop, I know you don't subscribe to the bromide so dear to the heart of mystery writers.
Such bromides as?
The murderer returning to the scene of the crime.
Oh, no, not that one, Valentine.
You're willing to wait it out and see?
No. What do you take me for? Why, I wouldn't...
You wouldn't what, Lieutenant?
I wouldn't dare take a chance on leaving now. The worst thing about waiting around in the dark is that you can't play gin rummy.
Patience, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Well, if no one shows, darling, the dawn's going to come up like thunder on someone's very red face.
Ooh, you and your subtleties.
You know, I was talking to the commissioner the other day, and said boss, why bother about having a homicide squad when one man like George... Hey, what's that?
Sounds like it comes from the other end of the greenhouse.
This is my day off of pat answers. We'd better go and see.
Wait a minute. Hold it, Valentine. Hold it. There's a lot of glass on the ground here.
Yeah, and whoever indulged himself in this bit of vandalism is off in that car.
Well, we'll never catch up with him.
Okay, Valentine. Something did happen as you said it might. But what was it?
The murderer. He came back to smash this thermostat, see?
Yeah?
But take a chance like that on being caught, George.
Just to smash the devil out of this gadget?
A very important gadget, Lieutenant. It controls the temperature of the greenhouse.
Of course. Professor Kober's flowers.
Yes, and they're dying right now. Brooksy, you and the lieutenant have to keep that from happening.
Me? What do I know about flowers?
When in doubt, just ask Brooksy.
Now, come on, Miss Brooks. Look, fun is fun, but it's cold in here.
Now, Lieutenant, let me have your shirt.
You already took my jacket.
These flowers have to be kept warm and covered. Even if we just save one of them, it'll mean something.
Yeah. Well, I don't see you giving up much for the cause.
Lieutenant, please.
For the love of Mike. Here. Take the shirt off my back. Oh, I just hope that Valentine knows what he's doing.
We'll find out as soon as he gets back. In the meantime, we have to find something else to put around these flowers.
Well, that's... No, please, Miss Brooks. No, don't look at me that way. Please, I've done enough for the Flower Kingdom tonight.
Oh, you're cute, Lieutenant. But I just happened to remember those burlap bags outside.
All right, Valentine. We sit here in the dark in the orchid room, and the murderer's going to walk in this door and say, "Here I am, take me downtown."
You won't have to say a word, Lieutenant, I hope. Okay, Brooksy, send them in one by one. You can start with Stephen.
Oh, Stephen, will you come in?
Why do we have to go through this? Hasn't my mother caused us enough trouble?
You shouldn't be so critical of your mother, son. Now go over there and sit down. Mr. Durain next, Brooksy.
If you will, please, Mr. Durain.
Isn't this kind of unusual, Valentine? All the darkness? Oh, but of course, as the philosophers have always understood, murder and darkness go together.
Sit next to Stephen, will you? I think you can find your way.
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Durain next.
Valentine, what are you doing? You're not even asking these people any questions.
I'm so worried about Professor Kober. He hasn't had a wink of sleep all night.
Over there, Louise, please.
Oh, ye gods.
Go right in, please, Professor Kober.
Oh, my flowers. You did manage to keep them alive. Look at them. How they glow. How did you do it, Mr. Valentine?
Well, I could tell you, Pat, but I won't.
Sit there, Professor Kober. Oh, Dr. Bosworth, I think you can come in. I believe I know who our murderer is.
I certainly hope so.
And I have you to thank for the answer, Doctor.
Me?
Yes, sir. And I want to shake your hand.
Of course, but...
Hey, look at that guy's hand.
The fingers, the way they shine.
That's right.
Well, what do you know?
Look at his hand, John. It's the pollen from our flower.
But, Bosworth, that couldn't be. You haven't been here for weeks.
Oh, yes, he was. He had to be here when he killed Mrs. Kober.
Golly, I never imagined Bosworth thought he'd kill the professor.
Well, why else would he have said it would be such a shock to the dean after all the years the old gentleman spent looking forward to?
To the end of those experiments. Yeah, sure.
With Kober gone, Bosworth could finish his work and get all the glory. But first he had to kill those flowers.
Then, using Kober's notes, it would be easy.
Mm-hmm. I noticed a faint glow on the thermostat control, even in the light.
Well, I was too worried about who was getting away in that car.
You see, only 2 men knew about those elaborate temperature controls in the greenhouse. And Kober, the true scientist, would rather die than destroy his own brainchild.
Well, that's that. But I don't know how I'll ever be able to feel the same way about a man who almost achieved immortality.
Huh? What?
Well, Professor Kober was so grateful, he volunteered to call his sensational orchid the Papilionaceous Valentine.
Oh, now, you two, you know I'm not as beautiful as the fair Louise.
Well, now, that's that's gratitude for you. It was my coat and my shirt that kept those flowers alive.
Oh, he's right at that, George.
All right. From now on, between the 3 of us, it'll be the Papilionaceous Corolla Riley.
Oh, gee.
Bless you.
One of the first things a lady does when she's shopping for clothes is to touch the garment. She judges the texture by feeling it. The hand test will tell you a lot about Atlas grip-safe tires, too. Next time you're at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station, just press your palm on the tread of a new Atlas tire and feel how it grips your hand. Atlas tires on your car grip the road in the same way, thanks to their special non-skid tread design. That's how they give you quick, straight stops and why Atlas tires are safer on the turns. You can't buy safer driving for yourself and your family. And you can't find a better warranty than the written Atlas warranty. It's good at 38,000 stations in the 48 states and Canada 7 days a week. Why take chances in winter driving? Get Atlas Grip Safe tires tomorrow. Get them at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George reading a letter from an old man who says,
Dear Mr. Valentine, I wish to bestow a beautiful and precious gift upon a member of my family, the worthiest one, the rare Wittenberg Bible. You can help me. Kindly call Sunday morning when I can be sure that all of my little family will be home. Signed, Wesley Hart.
Another problem for George. Next Monday night in Murder, It's a Gift. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Lorene Tuttle as Louise, Jeff Chandler as Michael, Tommy Cook as Stephen, Ted Ponels as Cober, Fay Baker as Lenore, and Herb Rawlinson as Bosworth. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Murder, It's a Gift. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're ready to throw in the sponge without giving the deal another whirl, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, no doubt you'll consider this transaction stale, flat, and unprofitable. I wish to bestow a beautiful and precious gift upon a member of my family, the worthiest one, the rare Wittenberg Bible. I want to see it bring to someone else the happiness it brought to me. You can help me. The
address is 715 Warren Road. Kindly call Sunday morning when I can be sure all my little family will be at home. Signed, Wesley Hart.
Mm-hmm. Brooksy, when was the last time you did something ennobling and spiritual with your Sunday morning?
You mean beside getting up before noon?
Yeah, exactly what I mean. Now, here's a chance for both of us to make atonement come this Sabbath. So let's get up early and see that the right person does get Mr. Hart's rare and precious gift.
Oh, but George, a father should know his own family. Which one is, to quote, the worthiest.
Oh, you'd be surprised how often Papa knows very little about his own brood.
Oh, maybe you're right. The night of my first dance, my father did believe I was going out to get the milk instead of trying to tiptoe in with it.
Oh, Angel, you've had a lurid past. But seriously, we have a date for Sunday morning.
Mr. Valentine, most people like to leave what they consider their fortune in a will, to be used only after they die.
That's the usual routine, Mr. Hart, yeah.
Well, I'm going to be different. Here, sit down, Miss Brooks. Sit down.
Oh, thank you. Just how are you going to be different, Mr. Hart?
I'm going to give someone my only treasured possession while I'm still alive, so I can see him enjoy it.
Oh, that's a pretty fine notion.
I believe you're a better citizen on Earth if you don't wait for your citizenship in heaven.
Again, a happy notion, but...
About this valuable Wittenberg Bible of yours, doesn't your family know it's going to be left to them?
Not to which one, and not that I'm going to leave it to him right now.
Oh.
That's why I wrote to you, Mr. Valentine. I want you to investigate each one of them, look into their pasts.
What's that?
Well, now, surely in your own family you ought to know enough about...
Early again this morning. I need some black coffee, Pops, and fast.
What's the matter, son? You seem nervous.
I wonder why. I can always run 50 balls in a game of straight pool, but last night my hands were shaking. And just when it would have really paid off.
Now, Sam, you shouldn't take your recreation so seriously. It's only a game of billiards.
Only a game of... Oh, sure, yeah.
Oh, Sam, these are two friends of mine. They'll probably be staying here with us.
Oh, but really...
Well, that's swell, Pops. If you can't get any food here before 10 o'clock, I'd better go in the kitchen and see if I can't make Edie give me some coffee.
Yeah, you'd better do that, fella. If you expect to maneuver any ham and eggs to your mouth.
What's that, mister?
Just an observation.
Oh. Well, it must like that leave me cold so early in the morning.
Where are you rushing off, Sam? You're your usual self, aren't you?
Oh, that's Carter. Wonderful girl. You couldn't ask for a finer daughter.
You came in even later than I did. Who was it? Did you make the grade?
As a matter of fact, well, at least I have you three for an audience.
Oh, Carter, these are two friends of mine. They'll probably be staying here with us.
Hello,
Well, I
Cora.
don't... How delightful. Isn't anybody interested in the fast-talking gentlemen who try to convince me that under my strict and starchy nurse's uniform there beats a feminine heart?
Oh, I'd love to hear all about it.
As long as it's in the family.
Carter's a nurse, you know. She spends all her life trying to take care of people.
Thank you, Pops. Anyway, this Casanova I was out with last night was the subtle type. He didn't just talk about fur coats and bracelets and stuff like that. He actually had them with him. He was so amazed I don't play that way, Pops.
Good girl, Carter.
See you at breakfast.
Well, it's quite a family you've got here, Mr. Hart.
Yes, aren't they?
Breakfast is ready, Mr. Hart.
Oh, Miss Purdy, these are the two friends I told you about.
Let's not go through that again, Brooks.
Well, there's room for them at the table. Now let's not waste any more time.
Oh, of course. I know when you run a boarding house, everything must be on a schedule.
Boarding house?
You know, I don't consider it that, Mr. Hart. You and the others are just paying guests.
A proud woman, Miss Purdy. I always think of her as my sister, another member of my family, taking care of me when I'm not well, bringing me hot tea and...
Hey, just a minute, Pops.
Yes?
A wayward thought just occurred to me. If Miss Purdy, who runs this boarding house, is your sister, perhaps those other two characters are unrelated to you in the same way.
Oh, did you think we were related by blood ties?
Well,
Now, I wonder where we could have picked up that wild notion.
I see what you mean, Miss Brooks. Oh, I'm not really related to any one of these people, but living with them for these last 3 years, sharing their hopes and frustrations, I've begun to think of them as my own flesh and blood.
Oh, that's just fine.
Perhaps that is hard to understand, young man, but when you're alone in the world and as old as I am, you sort of need that sense of belonging, of having a family.
Oh, it's of course we understand.
Yes, I guess we do. But look, Mr. Hart, if there is no family, maybe there's also no Wittenberg Bible. So maybe we ought to call this a Sunday morning excursion.
Oh, no, I had the Bible. It's worth more than $20,000. I just had it appraised last week.
Well, there aren't any more members of the family, are there, Mr. Hart?
No, just these three. But, Mr. Valentine, you will do this for an old man, won't you?
Well,
Miss Purdy has 2 vacant rooms. You and Miss Brooks can stay on as boarders. Of course, I'll take care of that.
Mr. Hart, please. Breakfast is served.
All right, Pops, let's go in. I don't like to go to work on an empty stomach.
I've been watching you the last few days, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, I know, Cora. I wouldn't be a man if I weren't aware of it.
You look too rugged to be naive. You make things easy for yourself. All you have to do is ask me.
Well, let's clamp down on the double talk. What's on your mind?
Everybody in this house knows why you and that girl are here.
All right, suppose you tell me.
Pop's hired you to find out which one of us three should get the Bible after he dies.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the general idea. But I didn't think we discussed it over a public address system.
Oh, things get around. Or haven't you ever lived in a rooming house? Anyway, here's a hint.
Uh-huh.
The name? Antoinette Purdy, our esteemed landlady. The date? January the 3rd, 1929. Look it up in the papers. What you'll find may not make you healthier or wealthier, but...
Yeah, I know. But it will make me wiser. Okay, I'll take you up on that, Cora.
Miss Brooks.
Yes, Sam?
Here's something you can pass along to Valentine. Cora Steele, nurse, isn't all she starched up to be. She's also quite a gal, and she knows it.
All right, so Cora always ends up one step ahead of the wolves. What about it?
Nothing. But why don't you work on that angle? It may pay off.
Mr. Valentine, one can't run a guest house without getting to know a great deal about one's guests.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Miss Purdy. In your business and mine, it only makes good sense to keep your eyes and ears open.
You never heard it from me, Mr. Valentine. But there's a parole officer downtown by the name of John Higgins. Why don't you talk to him about Sam Keith?
Yeah, surprising, isn't it, Angel, how much information you can get when people are so happy to supply it about someone else?
Yeah, and such choice information.
Miss Purdy is really Mrs. Herdine, whose husband died on January 3rd, 1929. The verdict of accidental poisoning was never completely satisfactory to anybody.
And Mrs. Herdine was not only acquitted, but inherited this rooming house, among other things.
And our friend Sam Keith was involved in a small-time robbery when he was only 18, spent 3 years in jail for it.
Which may account for the young man's bitterness.
And Cora, the only blank mark against her is having too many boyfriends.
Well, as far as I know, no state in the Union has declared being human a crime.
Well, we may as well tell Pops what we found out and let him decide what he wants to do.
Good. Confidentially, darling, I've been thinking yearningly of my little apartment. Guess I just wasn't made for a rooming house.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I often think I really belong in a suburban cottage with a white picket fence running all around it. Not to mention children doing the same thing.
Well, with everything running around like that, it doesn't look like there's going to be any room for me.
Oh, you're just reeking with sentiment today, aren't you?
Look, Valentine, I want to talk to you.
Sure, Sam, I'm always available.
You don't mind if I try to kill you, do you?
Well, I might protest slightly.
Well, that's what I'm going to do if you tell Pops anything about me.
Oh, now take it easy, kid.
Sam, don't be a fool.
It's okay, Brooksy, stay where you are.
Oh, you've been looking me up, Valentine, and I don't like it. If it's not the parole officer, it's you or somebody else. Well, I don't have to live that way, hunted like an animal, just because I made a mistake.
Nobody's hunting you, Sam. Slow down, will you?
Don't tell me what to do. I'm telling you.
George, don't. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Sorry, this is self-defense, Brooksy.
Oh.
All right. Come on, kid. Let me help you up.
Get your hands off me.
I didn't want to do that. You better put something on that chin.
Don't pamper me, bud. I know how to take care of myself. You better learn to do that, too, the next time.
Well, things happen in this rooming house, don't they?
Yeah, Brooksy. Hey, let's get through with the benevolent Mr. Hart before Miss Purdy decides to slip us a poisonous Mickey Finn so she can keep her secret.
It seems I did know a lot of things about my little family.
Well, Mr. Hart, when you start digging, you can find the darndest things about the smallest family.
And the facts we gave you this afternoon are those you hired us to find out.
So we just came up to your room to say goodbye.
One more favor, young man.
What's that?
I got the Bible out of the safe deposit box. Here it is.
Yeah?
I made up my mind who gets it. I wrote the name on the flyleaf.
Well, I'll be honest enough to admit I'm curious.
I'm more than curious, Mr. Hart. Well, what do you want me to do?
Stay here just a little while longer. Till tonight. You see, each one of them, Miss Purdy, Cora, Sam, knows that you've looked them up and told me all about them.
Well?
Well, what they don't know is that the lucky one doesn't have to wait till I'm dead. I'm going to present the Bible tonight at dinner.
Okay, we'll stick around, then.
Thank you. Here, Mr. Valentine, take this Bible, but promise me you won't open it till dinner tonight.
If that's the way you want it.
I'm going to shave, change my clothes, take a bath. I want to look my best for this very important day in my life.
Valentine, get up here quick. Something's happened to Mr. Hart.
What are you talking about, Sam?
Come up here and see for yourself. He's dead.
Dead? But how could he be? We just left him a little while ago.
He's there in the bathtub, Valentine. Look at him, lying there like that.
Yeah, stay out here in the hall, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I came in here to shave. I didn't know Pops was here. Then I saw him.
Yeah, he's dead, brother, all right, dead. The one thing you don't want to be from the day you're born. But there's no sign of a struggle. And just 6 inches of water in the tub.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about safety. If you're planning a trip, better get those worn tires inspected tomorrow at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. That's where you'll find your best value, Atlas tires, famous for giving more mileage and safer mileage. Besides having more rubber to grip the road and a road-tested design for safer stops, Atlas tires give you greater riding comfort, too. And each new Atlas passenger tire is backed by a written warranty. For a whole year, this warranty covers damage to the tire from ordinary road hazards and guarantees the materials and workmanship for the life of the tire. Best of all, your Atlas tire warranty is honored by 38,000 dealers coast to coast and in Canada 7 days a week. For safer, better driving, go on Atlas tires. And for expert tire care, rely on standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a good and pious man decides to leave his one valuable possession, a rare Wittenberg Bible, to the person most worthy of it. Furthermore, he wants to leave this legacy while he's still alive, so he can share in the happiness of the one who receives it. That's the plan, but this good and pious man is found dead. Which leads to all kinds of questions which annoy you no end if you're anything like George Valentine. You see, you're not too sure you're getting the right answer.
Valentine, there's only one answer. The one the medical examiner gave us.
Well, now, look, I don't want to be a character, Lieutenant, but suppose I don't go along with that conclusion.
Well, then, Pally Chum, you can just go
Please, Lieutenant, don't be too specific in your direction.
Huh? Well, I'll just leave what I mean to your imagination.
Now, I have every respect for the medical examiner, and I can't tell you just why I'm being stubborn. But I think Wesley Hart was murdered.
Well, now at least everything is out in the open.
Valentine, maybe the good doctor used words that are too big for you. Suppose I break them down.
Yeah, do that for me, will you?
Wesley Hart was a hale and hearty old fellow, as sound as a russet apple.
Remember, I met the gentleman first, Lieutenant.
No one could drown a man like that in a half a tub of water without him putting up one heck of a scrap. Why, you'd have to hold his head under for quite some time, you know.
George, just on general principles, I'd like to be on your side. But there were no signs of a struggle at all. No water on the floor, no scratches, no bruises.
Yeah, I know.
It's just like the doc says. The old boy either fainted or he had a heart attack when he sat down in the tub. All this excitement about him giving away that Bible at dinner tonight.
But still, the timing was so pat, Riley. That's what keeps bothering me.
Well, you'll live through it. Now, let me have that Bible. We'll find out whose name's on the flyleaf. Give it to him and call this case closed.
Would you still do that if I proved this was murder?
Ah, for Pete's sake. There he goes again, Miss Brooks.
Well, don't look at me. I've always told you he was stubborn.
Oh, may I come in, Lieutenant?
Ah, sure, Miss Purdy.
The sergeant outside said you might be here some time, so I took the liberty of making some coffee.
Oh, well, Frank, that's fine.
Glad somebody feels fine. I feel lower than anything you can name.
I was merely using a figure of speech, Miss Steele.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
Maybe I wouldn't
Thank you
feel
very
so
much.
rotten about Pops if I weren't a nurse.
Well, there's nothing you could have done about it, Cora.
Well, I was home in my room. Pops had only cried out, made any kind of noise. I'd have been there to help him. But he drowned so quickly, I don't understand it.
Mr. Hart was a truly good man, Lieutenant. He trusted everybody. I could never teach him to keep the door to his room closed.
Okay, Miss Purdy, we're all sorry about the old gentleman.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the matter with us, Lieutenant? We must be slowing down.
What are you talking about?
Yes, George, what is it?
It just hit me like a sneak punch with brass knuckles. I'd like to try an experiment, Lieutenant.
What kind of an experiment?
Well, now, ordinarily, I'm not an exhibitionist. But if I could get into a pair of swimming trunks and into a tub half full of water, I think I may be able to prove a very important point. Okay, that does it. I think that's the about amount of water Hart drowned in.
I should say so.
Oh, you better hurry up, George, or you'll catch cold.
Sam's swimming trunks are a little snug on me.
Don't we get to see this remarkable experiment, Lieutenant?
You people stay out there in the hall. We've got a full house as it is. Okay, Johnny Weissmuller. Let's see what's on your mind.
The same old thing, Lieutenant. Murder.
All right. Come on, let's see you drown yourself.
Well, I gotta have some help, Lieutenant.
Glad to oblige. Name your person.
I think I could use Sam.
Oh, Mr. Keith, will you come in here, please?
What do you want with me? What's this supposed to prove?
You don't mind cooperating with the law, do you, Sam?
No, but I don't like being framed either.
Mustn't be so suspicious, friend. I just want you to do a little job.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, lean over the tub. That's right. I'll lie down like this. And when I give you the signal, pull my feet up suddenly with a jerk. Keep them up.
This is a screwy...
Do as you're told. Okay, now.
Well, you can come out from under the water now, darling.
Hey, what is this? Valentine. Put his feet down, you fool.
George.
He's out like a light. Here, come on, give me a hand. Give me a hand. Get him out of this tub. Hey, nurse, get in here and hurry up.
He ought to be coming out of it in a minute.
Maybe we still ought to call the emergency squad, Lieutenant.
Oh, he'll be okay now.
Oh, I hope so. What happened? He certainly couldn't have drowned in a few seconds like that.
He was out to set a new world's record.
Got him breathing regularly now. George?
You heard him. He told me to do it. It was Valentine's own idea.
And you sure went at it with a right good will, Sam. Are you all right, George?
Isn't this the spot where I'm supposed to say, where am I?
Here, fella. Get up. Come on. I'll give you a hand.
Oh,
That's it.
Oh. Well, that worked a little too well, didn't it?
Is that what happened to Mr. Hart, George?
Yeah. But with him, it really worked right, Brooksy.
Then that poor old man was murdered.
And
After all.
Mr. Valentine means one of us did it, Miss Purdy.
How well you read my mind, Cora.
It's just like putting the finger on me because I got in trouble once.
Ah, quiet, all of you. Listen to me. This was murder, all right. And Valentine, while Miss Steele was working on you, I called up the medical examiner.
And?
Under the hair on the back of Mr. Hart's head, there's a slight bruise. They couldn't see it at first. You've got an exact duplicate, Valentine, when you hit your head on the bottom of the tub.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, Lieutenant. But that's not what knocked me out.
What do you mean, George?
It was the water suddenly rushing up my nostrils that knocked me out. Better than any left hook.
Well,
And if Sam continued to hold my feet up in the air a while longer, I would have drowned without making a sound. And without a struggle.
Yeah. And the three of you were all home when the old man was taking his bath.
Yes, Lieutenant Riley, but
And, Miss Purdy, you yourself mentioned his cute little habit of not locking doors behind him.
You all would have known that.
Lieutenant, I'd like a word with you alone.
Okay. Sergeant?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Take these good people downstairs and keep them amused. I'll be right there.
All right, come along now.
Now, before we do anything else, Valentine, let's go and take a good look at that Bible. The person whose name is on that flyleaf certainly has a motive.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to talk to you about. Lieutenant, let's not look at it. Not until we're all seated around the dinner table.
What?
May I express my amazement, too?
Well, that's the way the old fella had it planned. Why not carry out that last wish?
You mean just out of sentiment?
Half and half, Brooksy. Half sentiment, and half the satisfaction of seeing a murderer put his own neck in a noose.
I can't say I'm enjoying this meal.
Why, I think it's delicious, Cora. Compliments to the cook, Miss Purdy.
hardly the time for light conversation, Miss Brooks.
Sorry.
Look, Lieutenant.
Yes, Sam? You having trouble digesting your food, too?
If you think you've got anything on me, do something about it. I've got a date. I want to leave.
I think the pool room will still be there. Sit down.
All right, folks, we can get to the point now.
Thank you, but not too much.
All of you know that Mr. Hart had decided to leave this Bible to one of you. A decision he reached mostly on the basis of my investigations.
Don't you mean you're snooping, Mr. Valentine?
When you get paid for it, Miss Purdy, it becomes investigation.
Your moral support is highly appreciated, Brooksy. Anyway, this afternoon, Mr. Hart removed this Bible from the safe deposit box and placed it in his bureau drawer. While he was taking his bath, you all had a chance to go in there and see whose name is on the flyleaf.
Yeah, once again, the little matter of leaving doors open.
Well, right now, the lieutenant and I are going to take a look at it. You see, ironically enough, the lucky beneficiary is going to be saddled with a fat, juicy motive. He's going to get one hefty shove toward the gas chamber.
An assist from beyond the grave, you might call it.
Well put, Lieutenant. Now, suppose we have a look-see.
Say, wait a minute.
Yes, Cora?
Just because Pop's decided to leave it to me, or to any one of us, it doesn't mean we'd kill him for it. What right do you have to assume that?
Hey, Lieutenant, you can read the inscription.
Okay. After careful thought, I give this Wittenberg Bible to the person for whom it can do the most good. I give it with all my love to Sam.
That's not true. He'd never leave it to me. He knew all about me being in jail that time. You told him, Valentine. You found out all about me. Well, don't all of you look at me that way. I like the old guy, and I kind of think he liked me.
Save it, Sam, save it. We'll have a lot of time to talk about that.
If you're making the trip downtown, Lieutenant, why not take along the right person?
Right
What do you mean?
person?
I mean you, Cora.
Me? Just what do you have against me, Mr. Valentine?
Nobody could have seen that Bible today after I came home with Pops. I never left it out of my sight.
Well, what of it?
But Cora was so sure it was left to her, she began to protest. A little too quickly and much too much.
That's right. We didn't hear Miss Purdy or Sam say a word.
You gave us the motive after all, Cora.
Oh, really?
You naturally thought the only one to whom Mr. Hart, in all his saintliness, would leave his precious Bible would be you. Miss Purdy and Sam had blemishes on their past.
Well, you're just guessing. You can't...
As a nurse who's given plenty of baths to her patients, you'd know how a little deal like this would work.
Just because I'm a nurse, that doesn't
Miss Purdy
mean...
isn't strong or young enough to kill in just that way.
Well, what about Sam? It was his name in that Bible.
That's why I chose him for that little experiment. He wouldn't have done it so efficiently if it meant tipping his mitt.
Well, you seem at a loss for words, Miss Steele. But that makes sense.
Yes, Cora. It could only have been you. Hey, now, let me get this straight, Sam. This Wittenberg Bible is worth what most people would consider a small fortune.
Just the same, Valentine, I'm not going to sell it. I'm just going to hang on to it.
Well, the money might be the thing to put you back on your feet, Sam.
It's worth more than that, Miss Brooks, knowing that a man like Pops had faith in me. I thought people stopped passing that stuff out. That's what was keeping me behind the 8 ball.
Well, I suppose now you'll be thinking of getting married.
Maybe. But first I guess I'll have to, well, make good.
Mm-hmm. Well, it doesn't always work, Sam. I've been trying to make good with George for a long time. And just look.
What?
Never mind, Sam. That's a private joke.
How many women drivers do you think there are in the West? 1 million? 2 million? Well, conservative estimates tell us there are 2.5 million in California alone. With so many women driving in western states, let's hear what one of them says about RPM motor oil. There's Mrs. Jerome Barline of Spokane, Washington, and she says, quote, I don't know much about cars, but I do know I haven't had to spend 1 cent for repairs since I started using RPM, unquote. From that, I'd say Mrs. Barline knows plenty about car operation. Other users of compounded RPM motor oil say they have gone 7 and 8 years without engine repairs. That's not so surprising when you know that RPM actually fights off your car's worst enemy, internal engine rust. It stops carbon trouble, too, clings to engine hot spots, and prevents bearing corrosion. So why not give your car a new lease on life starting tomorrow? Get your crankcase drained and refilled with RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George off on another case, starting with a letter that reads,
Dear Mr. Valentine, any sane person knows that a room can't murder a man. Yet after living in a certain room, I have a definite feeling that's what's going to happen to me. I need your help. So meet me at Farewell Lodge as soon as possible. Signed, Burton Hilliard.
Next Monday night, another case for George Valentine. The Room That Killed. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Pedro de Cordova as Hart, Don Diamond as Sam, Betty Lou Gerson as Cora, and Ann O'Neill as Miss Purdy. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Who is Sylvia? Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If it's something you're afraid to let someone else do for you, you can trust me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, is she trying to get me out of her life, or is it my imagination? Is she in love with someone else, or am I just going mad with jealousy? I've got to know these things about Sylvia, or I won't be able to go on. Maybe it's weak and degrading for a man to grovel like this, but you've got to help me. I'll be waiting for you at my home.
Waiting for you at my home between the hours of 2 and 4. Gratefully yours, Leslie Graham.
Uh-huh. Whoever wrote this letter had a hard time keeping the pen on the paper, Brooksy.
Well, it's a pretty pathetic letter to swallow, George.
It ain't pablum, Angel. The guy's in a bad way.
Well, I don't see how you fit in. This is something for the psychiatrist's couch.
Yeah, maybe so. But I'm curious. Who is Sylvia? What is she?
Valentine, we have to hurry. Sylvia may be back any minute. She's out shopping.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to get started, Graham.
Yes, why don't you pull yourself together?
Valentine, I want you to put my mind at ease. Assure me one way or the other that the things I keep thinking are either right or wrong.
Oh, in other words, you want me to spy on your wife?
Oh, no, it's not as tawdry as that. It's something that happens to a man when he's in love with a creature as beautiful as Sylvia.
Why don't you try trusting her, Mr. Graham?
Why? Here, Miss Brooks. Take a look at this picture. Can't you see why the word trust becomes meaningless?
Yeah, very choice. But there are a great many beautiful women in the world, Graham. Some of them even manage to wash diapers.
Oh, you wouldn't understand.
When we were first married, the only person I was jealous of was her dead husband. Then it started. I began to hate every man who stared at her in the street. Then whenever I was away from her, I was no good for anything.
All right, now, all right.
But now there's a handsome blonde gentleman named Tom Vickers who trails around after her. So you can see how...
I can see everything, Graham. But it's no soap. Divorce cases as such are not in my line.
You would help me if I could make you understand. Understand how a man can get on his knees and keep begging a woman over and over again to tell him that she loves him. Yes, you could be that much afraid of losing her, Valentine.
Find the liquor cabinet. Get him some brandy.
Okay, George.
Oh, I'm tired.
Come on now, sit down. Now go on, do as I say. Sit down.
I feel like I'm dead inside.
You'll be all right in a minute.
Here, Mr. Graham. Take this.
Thank you.
Oh, Leslie! This is a pretty tableau, I must say. What's happened?
Just two friends. They were just leaving, Sylvia.
What has Leslie been telling you? And who are you?
The name's Valentine, Mrs. Graham. Your husband thought we could investigate a private matter for him.
And we were just leaving.
I'm the only private matter in my husband's life, Mr. Valentine. But it seems that I'm not private enough.
Please, Sylvia, not in front of these people.
What difference does it make after what you must have told them? I'm sure Leslie hired you to spy on me.
You can relax. I'm not for hire.
I know what Leslie's like when he starts raving, Mr. Valentine. What were some of the more vivid highlights of his fantasies?
Believe me, Mrs. Graham, he had nothing but good to say about you.
Oh, Leslie, what am I going to do with you?
I know. Oh, darling, what's happened to this love of ours?
Well, you ought to know. You've done everything to strangle it with your insane jealousy.
How the other side lives.
You never trusted me a moment. When you could have loved me, you made scenes.
I stopped off and got that... Oh, I didn't realize you had company, Sylvia.
This isn't company, Tom. It's a three-ring circus. Leslie, after the disgusting spectacle you've made of yourself, I think you ought to go upstairs.
Yes, Sylvia. All right, I'll go.
Sylvia, you shouldn't have spoken to Leslie like that.
Oh, shouldn't I have? Here, darling, take these packages into the other room.
But that's true.
Please,
You had...
Tom. I want to speak to these people. Alone.
Okay, Sylvia.
Yes, Sylvia?
I see we've become friends.
You should live that long.
No, I must apologize for Miss Brooks. Sometimes her frankness embarrasses me. What were you going to say?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I wanted you to understand. I have to be firm with Leslie. If I coddled him, he'd only feel sorry for himself.
Well, it seems to me that when a man's in a state like that, even a very beautiful wife could find a touch of kindness in her. Good night, Sylvia.
Good night. You didn't mention your first name.
Never knew fresh air could smell so good.
Oh, I think I know the secret of Sylvia's attraction. She wears knockout drops for perfume.
Who is Sylvia?
Well, the beautiful Sylvia seems to have made an impression.
Brooksy, I got a fast research job for you. Back files down at the newspaper.
What do you mean, George?
There's a house full of dynamite back there, Angel. And when and if the blow-off comes, I want to be well informed.
Curious again?
Still curious. Who is Sylvia? What is she?
George, I got all that stuff you wanted. And believe me, it took some digging.
Good work, Brooksy. Let's see.
Well, Sylvia hooked Leslie 3 years ago. He was a wealthy investment broker.
Uh-huh, but what about the late spouse number one?
Oh, hold your hat, darling. Sylvia and Hugh Frankel, a Chicago importer, enjoyed married bliss less than a year. Then, alas, the poor man departed this world under sad circumstances.
Yeah, Brooksy. Never mind the suspense.
Well, after a midnight snack of liver patty sandwiches, which proved to be tainted,
Yeah?
Frankel died of ptomaine poisoning and indigestion. It seems Sylvia wasn't feeling well that evening and just had toast and tea.
Well.
And according to the Chicago newspapers, the coroner's jury could see nothing other than an unfortunate accident.
Yeah, well, it was probably looking at Sylvia all the time.
What goes with that girl, George? What has she got?
You mean besides deluxe equipment and extras?
Mm-hmm.
A mind that's always figuring what's best for Sylvia. A heart that's just put there to beat, and a soul that thrives on men rolling in the dust.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a recipe worth putting down.
To some guys, that combination's like the apple was to Eve. They know it's no good for them, but they want it. Yeah, well, we'll go on with this session on abnormal psychology in a minute. Hello, Valentine. Oh, yeah, Lieutenant. Well, sure I was out there. What's that, Riley? Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, of course I'll be right over.
What is it, George? For Lieutenant Riley, that was a short conversation.
The good lieutenant happens to be very busy at the Grahams.
The Grahams?
Yeah, Brooksy. Leslie Graham killed himself this evening.
Valentine, you wouldn't find me here at all tonight on what looks like a routine suicide case, except for one thing.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you, Lieutenant. You found out that I paid a little visit to the Graham homestead yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Then I was afraid to stay away, if you know what I mean.
Oh, we both know what you mean.
Don't be so understanding, Miss Brooks.
Sorry.
We checked with the partner in Graham's firm downtown. He says Graham was making all kinds of morbid remarks throughout the day about life not being worth the candle. You know, scintillating stuff like that. Does that check with what you found, or is there more to it?
Well, Lieutenant, Graham was in an even worse frame of mind when I saw him.
Yeah? What do you want to see about?
Unhappiness, Lieutenant?
Oh, unhappiness, he says. Now, would you mind being just a little more specific? Was he unhappy because of his golf game? Or did someone nudge his fenders? Come on, get to the point or I'll...
Yes, sir, Lieutenant, yes, sir. Yeah. Graham was unhappy because he wasn't getting along with Mrs. Graham. He wanted me to get the usual kind of evidence.
And we have scruples, you know, Lieutenant.
I know. Well, he wouldn't be the first guy to bump himself off because of a sour marriage.
Where is Mrs. Graham?
In the drawing room with that whatchamacallit guy, Vickers.
Oh, how cozy.
Yeah. Hey, Doc, are you through?
Yes, Lieutenant. Seems to be just as the family doctor said.
And what was that?
Oh, hello, Valentine. Grim loaded his highball glass full of Renapol, Lieutenant.
Renapol?
Yeah. You can buy it in any drugstore. You don't need a prescription. It's specific for headaches, mostly migraine.
Well, wouldn't Graham have to take a lot of it?
He took a whole bottle. Oh. And with whiskey, that really means a one-way ticket. Anyway, he didn't find it hard to take. It's practically tasteless.
Well, I'll go and tell Mrs. Graham. There'll be an inquest in a couple of days.
And I'll go write out my report.
So long, Doc.
All right, my fancy friend. Why did you hold out on the lieutenant like that?
Did I do that?
Oh, stop being coy, George.
Well, everything I said was the absolute truth.
Yeah, but you didn't say enough. You could have made this thing look more like murder and less like suicide. You know, house full of dynamite, the first husband who was crazy for liver patty sandwiches.
Well, you heard the lieutenant, Angel. There'll be an inquest, so the facts will come out a few days later.
Yes, but what's the idea?
Just this, Brooksy. I want Sylvia to play her hand as though she had all the cards in the deck. Give her every chance to make a slip.
Oh. George. What have you got there under your top coat?
You mean this?
Oh, you swiped her picture. Oh, now, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to put it on my desk and just stare at it. What do you think it'll do to me?
It'll get you a black eye from me. Oh, now, look, what's on your mind, George?
I don't know, Brooksy. Let's say just a hunch. Now, you run along home. I'm going to pay a few calls on the neighborhood druggists. See you in the morning.
Now, let me see. Well, the fact is, I haven't seen Mrs. Graham in my drugstore in weeks.
I see.
The truth is, I sold one bottle of Renapol recently, and that was to a man.
Yeah, well, what did he look like? Can you remember? Come on, try.
Oh, that's easy. He was a big, strapping fellow. I was saying to myself, who'd think anybody like that would have a headache?
Yeah, but what did he look like?
Broad shoulders, blonde hair, like an athlete.
That's enough. Thank you, friend. Alone, Sylvia? What did you do? Send Tommy home?
Yes, George. You see, I took the trouble to find out your first name.
Oh. I thought Tommy'd be here trying to comfort you in your bereavement.
Well, he was. But his efforts were getting a little too arduous. And I've had a long and hectic day. What do you want?
I just wanted to tell you I know Tommy bought that Renapol.
Oh, really? Well, maybe he had a headache.
Oh, I'm full of all kinds of miscellaneous information tonight. I also know that a certain Mr. Frankel ate his way into an early grave.
I'm an ill-starred woman. I just can't keep husbands.
Well, it should make interesting small talk at the inquest.
Oh. You won't get a rise out of me.
I can try. How about this? What happened to your picture, Sylvia?
What? So you're the one who took it.
Well, it's just a picture.
I want it back, and you're going to give it to me.
Going to the police? You seem to have lost some of your poise, Sylvia.
I swear I'll kill you if you don't get out of my life.
I moved in to stay.
You're going to change your mind.
Wait a minute, take it easy. Put that punch bowl down. It's probably worth a lot of dough.
You forgot that I've got plenty of money.
What?
You're going to have a face full of scratches for weeks.
Get away. Do you want me to take it?
You still think that I couldn't kill.
Sylvia, what's going on?
Oh, Tommy. So glad you've come back.
Valentine, what are you trying to do?
Defend myself, and not too successfully.
Tommy, 1 minute more, and I wouldn't have known what to do.
You do anything to hurt her, Valentine, and I'll kill you.
Well, why don't you start now? I feel just like
Well, you bet I'll do.
Yeah. Now, don't bother getting up, Jungle Jim. Just listen. Being threatened with murder twice in 5 minutes does something for my ego, but it does even more to my temper.
You have had a pretty busy 5 minutes, haven't you?
Slow motion, Sylvia. Just wait till I really get started.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Brings you in deadly conflict with the wife, Sylvia. You can't say she's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen because you haven't seen them all. Yes, Sylvia, who has you threatened with death twice in 5 minutes.
George, isn't it enough to have Sylvia's picture in front of you on the desk? You don't have to stare at it with a magnifying glass.
Yeah, well, somehow, Angel, I don't feel I've gotten close enough to that lady.
Well, you've gotten close enough for her to play tic-tac-toe all over your face.
Well, it wasn't all one-sided. She has a few broken fingernails to show for it.
Oh, darling, you know you're skating on thin ice. Especially now that you found out Vickers bought that rent-a-pal.
That's right. Go ahead and comfort me. Now, look, Brooksy.
Yeah.
This picture of Sylvia stealing all the glory from the beautiful mansion in the background was taken by a professional photographer.
Well, so what?
So his name is on the back of it, Horace Maddox in Sanford. I want you to have a chat with him.
Way out in Sanford?
Yeah, that's right. Find out when he took this picture, where, the name of the woman, everything.
Oh, George, we know the name.
Don't argue, Brooksy. Just make sure you're back in time for the inquest. I'm going to need that information.
To prove what?
What I'm only guessing now. Wow.
Hello.
I'm not used to receiving ladies in my apartment at this hour. Besides, I don't remember putting you on my list.
Aren't you going to ask me in?
I really ought to frisk you for deadly weapons first, but come on in.
Thank you.
All right, Sylvia, what is it?
George, why can't you like me?
Like you? Why, you're my fluffy little lamb.
I know you think I'm here because I want something.
Yeah, and I bet I know what it is. You were baking a cake and you just ran out of sugar.
I want that picture.
Oh, no, Sylvia, no fisticuffs tonight.
No, this time I'm willing to pay for it, George.
Hmm?
In exchange, you can have me and everything I've got.
Wow, that's like being offered Fort Knox and throwing in Hedy Lamarr as an afterthought.
I think I'd like the arrangement, too. I have an idea that you'd be the first man I ever met who'd be able to tell me what to do.
Well, thanks. That puts me right in the same class with Clyde Beatty.
As far as money's concerned, George, you may know what you're getting. I don't want there to be any unknown quantity in the deal.
And to think they go to all that trouble to make an atom bomb.
Well?
Look, Sylvia, I want to live a little longer. You're as treacherous as the ragged edge of an open tin can. Now, get this straight. I'm sticking with this case, even if it gives me gray hair and bursitis in the left shoulder.
All right. Now I've got a surprise for you.
Here we go.
Yesterday, Tommy Vickers and I were married. Okay. You can stop rocking on your heels, George.
Married to Vickers? And still making fancy offers?
That could have been arranged. You just have to wait a little while.
Oh, brother, this is the jackpot. First Hugh Frankel, then Leslie Graham, then Tom Vickers. Then eventually one George Valentine.
I don't know what you mean.
Are you crazy?
Never mind that. Let me tell you why I married Tom.
No, let me tell you. Because I'm a chump, a knothead. With what I knew, I could have stopped it.
Yes, but you didn't, Doc.
Now, when this case comes to trial, you won't have to testify against Tommy. All the background of this sordid little triangle.
The story I'll tell is that I knew suspicion might point to Tom, but to show my faith in his innocence, I married him anyway.
Oh, I gotta hand it to you, Sylvia.
Me too. The other way. It's too bad one of us has to lose. And it's not going to be me.
Oh, yes, Miss Brooks. I remember very well the day I took that picture.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Maddox.
Annie was so excited I could hardly make her stand still.
Annie?
Why, yes. Annie Ferguson, that's her name.
Oh, yes, please go on.
She was so beautiful that day. She kept rattling on about her father's mansion. She wanted to make sure that I got Woody Crest into the picture. In a way, it was, well, a little pathetic.
Well, is there anything else you can remember about her?
Well, I know she couldn't have been very happy there because shortly afterwards she ran away.
Oh, I see. Well, now tell me, just how do I get to this Woody Crest?
Oh, it's just on the outskirts of town. Any cab will take you there.
Oh, that's fine.
They'll be glad to see you. I know they've been trying to locate Annie all these years.
All right, everybody, we can start now. This is Assistant District Attorney Griggs.
This is all going to be very informal. We ought to be out of your house in a little while, Mrs. Graham.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Gregg.
I'm supposed to assure all of you that you're not supposed to say anything here today that might incriminate you, just in case what transpires here warrants an indictment. Is that clear? Yeah, sure. We all know the circumstances of Leslie Graham's death. Do you have any further comments to make on your autopsy report, Coroner?
No, sir. Death due to overdose of Renapol.
Very well, we can go on. Just a few questions. I believe, Valentine, you said you had something important in connection with this inquiry.
Yeah, that's right, D.A. I have another witness I'd like to introduce.
Sergeant, tell Mr. Cook we're ready for him now.
Yes, sir.
Hello? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, certainly. It's for you, Mr. Valentine.
Thanks.
Look, Valentine, do you have to have personal calls in here?
Well, it won't happen again, Lieutenant. Hello? Yeah, Brooksy. The airport? Well, you ought to be able to get here in a few minutes. Go on. Well, I guess now I can stop guessing. Go on, hop a cab, Angel.
All right, now, are you Mr. Cook?
Yes, sir.
Well, look, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you one question. Take a look around this room.
Yes.
A few days before Leslie Graham's death, someone bought a bottle of Renapol in your drugstore. Do you see that person in this room?
Why, yes. It's that gentleman over there with the blonde hair.
Hey, what is this?
Is that true, Mr. Vickers?
Well, I guess so, but I didn't think it was important.
Ye gods, not important, he says. I could buy Renapol. Joe Smith could buy it. But when you do, Vickers, it's more than important.
Well,
Why'd you buy it?
Do you suffer from headaches?
Well, no, but I can explain.
Why don't you, Vickers?
Well, it's all very simple. I don't know how Leslie got hold of this stuff, but I bought it for Sylvia.
What?
What do you say?
Well, didn't I? Why, for months you've been telling me about those terrible headaches, going to the doctor twice a week.
Tom, I don't want to believe this.
Believe what? It was raining that day. You wanted to get home, so you asked me to stop in at the drugstore.
Is that true, Mrs. Graham? Or Mrs. Vickers, rather? I keep forgetting.
Mrs. Vickers, that's the only thing I can think of. I'm married to the man who killed Leslie.
Sylvia.
Keep talking, Mrs. Vickers.
I haven't had a headache in ages. My doctor can tell you that. Tom. Oh, Tom, I believed you. You were such a comfort when Leslie wasn't himself. And now to think that you try to use me to get out of this terrible mess.
But I'm not. I'm not.
Leslie may not have been the best husband in the world, but he was a human being. Oh, Tom. Oh, Tom, I can't lie for you.
Kiss of death.
What did you say, Valentine?
Nothing, Lieutenant. I was just sympathizing with Mrs. Vickers.
You can do that later, Valentine. Surely you've got something to say, Vickers.
Oh, I could go on saying I'm innocent. What good would it do?
If you didn't buy this Renapol for Mrs. Graham, then it couldn't have accidentally found its way into her husband's whiskey. Facts leave me no choice but to ask for an indictment for murder.
Just a minute, Griggs. I'd like to say something.
If it has something to do with the case, go ahead, Valentine.
First of all, I agree that there should be an indictment for murder.
Oh, what are you doing? Just making it unanimous? Come on, quit stalling.
Hey, hold on there, young lady. Where do you think you're going?
Out of my way, Sergeant.
I don't have to stall any longer, Lieutenant.
Here you are, George.
Good.
What's this all about?
1 minute, DA. Lieutenant? Briggs, take a look at this picture.
Well, what about it?
Just wanted you to look at it. Now, you, Sylvia. Do you recognize this?
Well, of course. That's a picture of myself.
And the house in the background.
That's Father's mansion on our estate.
Uh-huh. Gentlemen, take a look at this picture through this magnifying glass. The white plaque on the entrance post. Ordinarily, you can't see it. Go on, now, what does it say, Griggs?
Well, I can make out, Woody Crest.
Okay, that's the name of the place.
But there's another word that follows. You can only see the first 2 letters. The shrubbery covers the rest.
That's right. S-A...
Well? Surprisingly few words in the English language beginning with S-A that fit with Woody Crest. Would you give us that word, Sylvia?
No!
Brooksy, you just came from Sanford. What did you find Woody Crest was?
A sanatorium.
More brutally, a mental institution. An insane asylum.
No!
They're still looking for one Annie Ferguson who escaped 5 years ago and embarked on a new life and a new career. Murder.
It's gone on and on. If it weren't for you.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Help me with the Griggs. Help me.
Sylvia, no matter what they do, I'll stick by you. You didn't know what you were doing.
Well, Sylvia. You fool. Don't you realize that you were going to sit in the gas chamber for what I did to Leslie? And I'd get your money, too. But now you know.
Yes, Annie. Now we know who is Sylvia and what she is.
All right, Valentine. You were as smart as a whip. But don't think I'm forgetting you held out on me.
Well, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I thought that was the only way to do it.
But the next time...
Time. Back to your corners, gentlemen.
Oh, saved by the bell.
Oh, darling, I know your mind moves in mysterious ways, but...
Yeah?
But what made you so sure it was murder and it had to be Sylvia?
Well, no matter how much of a patsy Tommy Boy is, he wouldn't buy any poisonous substance right at the corner drugstore. That's when I vaguely began to suspect some kind of a trap.
More coffee, folks?
Oh, yes, please. I'd like
When
some.
you're through there, I'll take a check, Sylvia.
What's your name, sister?
Sylvia.
I don't feel so good.
I don't think I want any more coffee.
I want to go home.
Most motorists today expect and deserve at least 3 things from their cars: fast start, smooth acceleration, and lots of extra power. And if you haven't been enjoying these 3 motoring advantages, we'll have to blame it on the recent and unavoidable shortage of Chevron Supreme gasoline. But the shortage is over, and right now you can get high-octane Chevron Supreme again at most any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. So if your car has had starting trouble, and if it's been logy on hills, say goodbye to all that annoyance by saying, fill her up with Chevron Supreme. One of the reasons this premium quality gasoline gives your car all the motoring advantages your car was made for is because it's climate tailored. That means Chevron Supreme gasoline gives peak performance in each different altitude and temperature zone, wherever you drive in the West. Ask for a tank full at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George poring over the latest letter to come to his desk, a letter that reads...
Dear Valentine, I bet you never heard of this before. I've got to commit a crime to keep from being a criminal. And what I've got to do involves murder. There's no way out for me unless I can get some help. You can't get in touch with me, so I'll be dropping in on you. The name, Bill Moran.
Next week, a new and exciting case for George. Stand in for murder. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Frances Cheney as Sylvia, Louis Van Ruten as Graham, George Neese as Tommy, Ken Christie as Griggs, and Fred Howard as Maddox. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Stand in for murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life is throwing you a sneak punch and you don't know how to dodge, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Valentine, I bet you never heard this one before. I've got to commit a crime to keep from being a criminal. No use kidding anybody. What I've got to do involves murder, and I'm the fall guy, the clay pigeon. All the way here on the train, I try to figure out of the frame. But there's no way unless I can get some help. You can't get in touch with me, so I'll be dropping in on you. The name's Bill Moran. It doesn't matter what I did in the past, Valentine.
Well, it's fairly important to me, Moran, if I'm going to take this case.
Okay. I can tell you this much. I happen to be innocent, but the evidence stacks up against me.
That's an old and familiar refrain, isn't it?
Yeah, but it happens to be true, lady. They just have to see the police on me, and I'll be eating my meals off a tin plate.
Who are they, in quotes?
Oh, some boys back east. You could call them gamblers, except they never bet on anything but a sure thing.
I see. In other words, they're blackmailing you into this job you've got to do.
It's the only way they'll let me get out of the racket. Make them forget what they have on me.
Okay, suppose I take this thing. Just suppose, that is. What is it you've got to do?
That's just it. I don't know, Valentine.
But you said something in your letter about murder.
And I'm not even guessing, lady. They wouldn't be sending me all the way across the country for anything else.
Well, you must have gotten some instructions.
Sure I did. Show up in Suite 817 at the Hawthorne tonight. The door will be open. I'm supposed to go inside and sit down till somebody shows up. That's all I know.
Sounds like a new parlor game.
I'm one of those conservative gamblers who saved some of his money. So whatever it's worth for you to take my place, just name it. You can do it because nobody in this town knows me.
Oh, he can do it all right, Mr. Moran. But don't you think that anyone who's stand-in for a dead duck should have his head examined?
I didn't say this was going to be a picnic, lady. Well, Valentine?
Well, that's a nice scenario you got there, Moran. You want to get out of the racket, settle down, go straight. You haven't bought a chicken farm, too, have you?
Okay, forget it, Valentine. I didn't expect you to believe me.
I didn't say I didn't believe you. It's just hard to believe.
Oh, here. Perhaps you can believe this picture.
Yeah. She's very attractive.
And she doesn't look like she's out of the chorus at the Copacabana.
She works in a real estate office, $35 a week. And she lives with her mother in Brooklyn. And to make it real corny, her name is Mary.
Well, maybe I'm a sucker, fella, but I think you sold me.
Well, you may be buying more than you can handle this time, darling. Why don't you think it over?
I have, Brooksy. If Moran is telling the truth, he deserves a break from somebody.
Thanks, Valentine.
Let me have your wallet and any other means of identification.
Okay.
Where are you located in town?
Well, I was supposed to get in this morning, but I made it a day earlier, so I'd be sure I'd have nobody on my tail. I'm holed up in a cheap rooming house on Montgomery Street.
Okay, now here's what you do. Here's a key to my place. Write down the address, Angel.
Okay.
Don't even go back to that rooming house, Moran.
Yeah, but all
you
my
can
things
use
are
my
over.
things. Anyway, you're not going anywhere. Just sit there and play solitaire till you hear from me.
Here you are, Mr. Moran.
Sam at the switchboard will see that no one disturbs you. He'll also know if you go out.
Don't worry. I'll stay put.
All right, get going, Moran. You'll hear from me sometime tonight. I hope.
Take care of yourself, Valentine.
Oh, this is fine. What am I supposed to do? Knit one, purl two, and worry myself sick until this is over? George,
Why,
this is...
Brooksy, I have a very important job for you. You've got to follow somebody.
What?
Yeah, me.
Oh.
For one thing, I want you to be outside the Hawthorne tonight when I go up to meet somebody I don't know and who fortunately doesn't know me.
Anything you say, Mr. Moran, you crazy lunk.
Well, the door opened without a time bomb going on. So it begins. Hey, what's wrong? Let me help you.
The knife.
I'll get that thing out of you and call a doctor. Hold on.
No, too late.
Mr. Clayton, I found those escrow papers in the file, and according to...
Hey, will you stop screaming? It's not going to wake him up. He's dead.
Don't come near me. You've got no reason to kill me, too.
What are you talking about?
Look, if you leave me alone, I'll just tell the police I found him that way. Tell them I didn't see who did it.
What do you mean you... Oh, I guess this does look bad. Knife in hand, body on the floor. Who are you anyway, sister? Come on, talk.
Mr. Clayton's secretary. We were working late. He wanted to get off on a vacation in a few days, and... Oh,
Now what? Why the delayed take?
you must be Moran.
Oh, I get it. This frame is beginning to look so perfect you could put a picture in it.
You wrote him all those threatening letters.
And I suppose they're all nicely tucked away for the cops to find.
Stay away from me. Help, somebody!
Go ahead, baby. Blow your top. Sorry I can't stick around for the double cross. The man I'm supposed to have killed, Brooksy, is Charles Clayton, vice president of the Colonial Savings Bank.
Oh, do you still want to go on with this little masquerade?
I'm going to call Lieutenant Riley.
Fine.
But you stay right here and keep your eye on the entrance of that hotel.
Well, what'll I do? Count the times the revolving door goes round?
No, you're going to wait till the cops get through with that secretary, then stick with her. See where she goes, everything she does.
Well, unless she's wearing a typewriter cover for a hat, how will I know her?
You can't miss her, Angel. She's got red, coppery hair down to her shoulders, the Hollywood version of the perfect secretary. In other words, you wouldn't be expecting her to take shorthand.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you through the switchboard at your place.
Good girl. And there's my cue to get going.
Valentine, it costs the taxpayers a lot of money to train police officers.
Look, Lieutenant...
If you're going to take law enforcement all in your own little hands, they'll just have to sit around and get rusty. Now, you wouldn't want to see that happen, would you?
Oh, it wasn't a question of enforcing the law, Lieutenant. I was just trying to protect my client.
Well, we might have been able to help you in our awkward, unprofessional way. Why didn't you come to us first when this Moran guy waltzed in on you?
Because nothing happened first.
Yeah. The only thing to do with you is to give you desk space here at headquarters. At least that way we could keep an eye on you. Now, look, you.
Yes, Lieutenant?
We made a quick check, see? The gal you saw up at the Hawthorne was Clayton's secretary, all right, and the guy was trying to get things cleaned up so he could get off on a vacation. Those are facts, and nothing's wrong with them.
Yeah, well, here's another fact. I was kissed off and left to freeze against the cushion. Why? This isn't penny ante stuff, Lieutenant.
You're only guessing when you suspect the secretary, and you know it.
Oh, come on, Lieutenant. This thing is too pat. I walk in at the appointed time. There's a guy gasping on his last with a knife in him. And right then, Theo, baby, wanders in from the next room. So we have a batch of my fingerprints, a witness. And I understand some letters in the file supposedly written by Moran.
Yeah. You know, if it was anybody else but you, I'd slam you in the can so fast it would take your breath away.
Look, Lieutenant, let me have until tomorrow, just one day.
Okay, but if you don't come up with something by then, I'm going to have to ask you to hand over that client of yours.
It's a deal, but one more favor.
What do you want now, my badge?
The Secretary, Theo Brown, will give you a description of Moran, and that description will be me.
Huh?
Let it stay that way.
Are you out of your head? You'll have every cop in town on your tail.
Yeah, maybe, Lieutenant. But I'm betting there'll be more than one character tipping his mitt when he finds out that Bill Moran, wanted for murder, is still on the loose.
George, I'm really beat around the edges this morning.
Hey, Angel. Have some of this coffee.
Thanks. I was back watching Theo's bungalow at 7 a.m.
No leads?
Not unless you can read something into them. About 8:30, Theo drove over to the Colonial Bank.
Well, sure. She works there.
Oh, well, she must be taking the day off. She got as far as the entrance, and she suddenly stopped.
Huh?
Looked a little frantic to me.
Yeah, well, what then?
She made a beeline to the Samba restaurant on Doris Boulevard.
Well, that place doesn't open till 6 o'clock.
Well, Theo sashayed in as though she had a half interest in the place.
Chick Hollis doesn't give away a half interest to anybody.
Well, she certainly wasn't visiting the porters or the scrub women.
Well, why not Chick Hollis himself? Yeah, sure. He's just the kind of a boy who likes these big, elaborate deals that would be hard to trace to him.
Yeah. There may be a connection between Theo and Hollis.
Things are beginning to open up, Brooksy. And if Hollis is behind it, I think I know a way to find out what this is all about. Hello, Theo.
Huh? What are you doing here?
Close the door. Now, if you start screaming again, you're going to suddenly lose your voice.
You didn't answer my question, Moran. What are you going to do?
I'm asking the questions. Nice place you got around here. Wasn't half bad waiting around all day to see you.
That gun on the coffee table doesn't scare me.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was just cleaning it. I'll put it away.
Well, what do we do? Just sit here?
No, I got other plans. I've been looking through your closets and other places. And I found out a lot of things.
I hope my dainty washables met with your masculine approval.
Never mind that. What I want to know is how could a secretary afford 3 fur coats like I saw and a closet full of expensive dresses?
Maybe I saved my money.
Or maybe there's a simpler explanation.
I think I'll make myself a drink.
I mean Chick Hollis.
What? Never heard of the man.
Look, Theo, suppose you stop lying. Go on, sit down in that chair.
You don't care how you manhandle women, do you, Mr. Moran?
Now pick up that telephone. Call up Chick. But be sure you dial the right numbers. I know what they are.
What do you expect to get out of this, Moran?
Just wait and see. You might be surprised. Now just say, Moran is here with me, Chick.
What?
If you say any more, I'll put a period on the sentence with his gun.
All right. Hello? Moran is here with me, Chick.
That's all, Theo. Now you can make yourself a short drink. I don't think we'll have to wait very long. Why doesn't Hollis use his key, Theo? Or is he playing it safe? Stay where you are.
Theo, what do you mean by calling me?
You're in the right place, friend.
All right, you got muscles.
Oh,
So what?
There's a third act, sister. A guy like Hollis wouldn't come here alone. Well, little man, don't you want to come in, too?
What did you do to the boss? Why,
You're not going to do anything. I'll take that gun. All right, now the 3 of you. Go on, sit on that couch. I think I'm about to make a speech.
Now, wait a minute, Moran. Certainly we can come to an understanding about this.
You heard me wrong, Hollis. I said I was going to do the talking.
Chick, if you told me it might be like this, I could have done something about that monkey.
Best thing you can do, Squicky, is keep your mouth shut. Right now, he's got all the cards.
Yeah, and I'm going to improve my hand as I go along. Hollis, you're a grade A sucker. You don't think anybody's smarter than you, and that's bad. All Theo said on the phone was that Moran is here, and the next minute you were leaning on the front door buzzer.
Well, Chick, have you got any answers?
Let's wait till he's through, huh?
If you never showed, Chick, I'd be left high and dry because I was only guessing. But now I know.
You know what?
I know this much, Squeaky. The big frame was on, and I was in the middle of it. If one of you doesn't tell me how I can get out of it, I'm going to kill the 3 of you.
Chick.
You see, Theo, I got nothing to lose.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about power. Have you ever driven up San Francisco's famous hill streets like Powell, Taylor, and Jones? Some hill. But try any hill with Chevron Supreme gasoline in your car, and you'll say, some gas. For this premium quality gasoline specially blended to give your car its fullest, smoothest power on the steepest hills. Chevron Supreme means faster starts, too, and extra pep for quicker pickups in heavy traffic driving. Best of all, this premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored to give your car peak performance in each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. Why not try a tank full first thing tomorrow? Get Chevron Supreme at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's bad enough to play stand-in for a fall guy. It's really bad when the frame-up involves murder. Worse yet, if you're as stubborn as George Valentine, you carry on the masquerade even when you know that your client, Bill Moran, is being sought for murder. All of which leaves you, gun in hand, facing three desperate characters who'd like nothing better than to see you good and dead.
Oh, what's the matter with you three? Didn't you ever go to school? Can't you talk?
I think we can come to terms, Moran. I'm afraid you were framed and deserve some consideration.
Oh, now, Mr. Hollis, you're so good to me.
You can make any arrangements you want, Chick, but get this straight. None of this is coming out of my share. I worked too hard setting things up for the kill.
I like your choice of words, Theo.
If you just had told me, Chick, I'd have come here prepared for this guy.
I know you feel naked without your arsenal boy soprano, but sit down.
You hear what he called me? Someday I'm going to get him and nobody will even recognize him when I'm through.
Sit down, Squeaky. You too, Theo. Look, I'm a businessman, Moran. I settle when I have to.
Especially when a gun is pointed at you. Go on, keep talking.
Well, here's my proposition. I'll see that you get out of the country. A private plane and a pilot who knows where to set you down in Mexico.
Not good enough. What am I going to do, eat friolis for the rest of my life?
$5,000?
Oh, I want to be able to afford a lottery ticket once in a while.
$10,000.
Let's not quibble about pennies and make it $20,000. But if I do win a lottery, I'll send you half of what I make.
That's very funny. Now, come on, I'll stow you away for the night so nobody can find you. You can get started in the morning.
Oh, I got a place to stay. Right here.
Chick, you're not going to leave me here. Not with Moran.
I always do what I have to. You know that, Theo.
Don't worry, sister. You're safe. The worst that can happen is my snoring. If you close the door of your bedroom and stay there, it's all going to be peace and quiet.
Isn't he a regular little gentleman?
Oh, Hollis, be sure to take that vest pocket gunso with you.
Squeaky likes to take care of me.
And I like to take care of myself. Nobody's going to look for me in the apartment of the late Mr. Clayton's secretary.
All right, Moran, you're calling the shots. Oh, Theo.
Yes?
I think you better let me have the key. It may be safer for everyone.
If you're worrying about me, don't.
Just the same, you'd better give it to me.
I said I'm going to keep it, Chick. Good night.
Didn't you hear what I... All right, good night. Come on, Squeaky.
That guy thinks he's through with me.
Even if I do find you loathsome, Moran, do you mind if I sit down next to you and have a brandy?
I don't care what you do.
Hey, what are you doing with my pocketbook? Give it to me.
I always wondered why women didn't carry knapsacks instead of pocketbooks. Uh-huh. What, no ham sandwiches?
Let me have that.
Okay, yeah.
Where are you going?
Just want to see something. Yeah. Our friend Squeaky is holding up a lamppost down there.
You think he might be waiting for you? Does it make you feel better, Moran?
I haven't felt good since I met you yesterday. Now, up you go.
What are you going to do with me?
You're going into that closet, sister. You won't freeze with all those fur coats in there.
No.
Hello? It's me, Brooksy. Safe? Like a babe nuzzling in his mother's arms. Now listen carefully. I'm at Theo's place and I could use some help. So get over here as soon as you can. Yes, Lieutenant, I know I only have till 12 o'clock. But if you'll just do this, maybe I'll have the answer by then.
Hey, you! Yeah, you, trying to hold up that lamppost.
Oh, me?
Yeah, get in the car.
But I I didn't do anything,
It
officer.
don't matter, Bub. I'm arresting you for loitering.
Well, Bill, here she is, Miss Theo Brown. You have no idea what trouble it was getting her here.
Oh, I smoked 10 packs of cigarettes today, Miss Brooks. Where's Valentine?
Oh, well, that shouldn't be as important to you as Theo. She's the one who put the finger on you, Mr. Moran.
Moran? But who is
Did you do that to me, lady?
Now, Bill,
Why?
just sit down.
I'm going to find out why, even if I
If
have
you
to
do,
give
Bill, you're going to have to walk over me to get to her.
What?
That's what I said. If you want everything to come out even for everybody, including Mary back in Brooklyn, you'll listen to me.
Oh, all right.
You and I are just going to see that Theo stays right here in George's apartment. That shouldn't be long. George may show up any time between now and the next century.
Come on in, Hollis. Come on in. This is your office. Make yourself at home.
What are you doing here, Moran?
Any reason I shouldn't be here? Unless you told Squeaky I shouldn't be.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's skip that.
Don't tell me this is merely a social call.
Anything but. I came to tell you you'll have to take more money out of the bank.
Look, Moran, what do you think I'm made of?
You got no choice but dig it up. If you want to see Theo again.
Where is she?
Where she can scream as loud as she wants and it won't make any difference.
How much more do you want?
I want to be sure about that trip to Mexico without any fancy byplay. And I could use 10,000 more. In fact, I'm going to have it.
How would you like to have 20,000 more?
I don't quite get the lyrics, but the tune sounds okay.
Get rid of Theo. Get rid of her for good.
Oh, now I recognize the tone. It's the funeral march.
It's important to me. And you may as well be hiding out for 2 murders as for one.
Oh, it's nice doing business with you, Hollis. As long as I never have to turn my back on you.
All you have to do is kill her. And bring me the key ring you'll find in her pocketbook.
Okay. But we'll play it my way.
Which is?
You go and get the money. You'll find me waiting here for you.
How do I know?
I can't afford to double-cross you.
All right, Moran. So stay right where you are.
Oh, now there's a man with his heart in the right place. Hello, Riley. This is Valentine. The trap's all baited and the rat is on his way. Yeah, I'll be down there as soon as I can, Lieutenant. After that, I think we'll have all the answers. So long. Ooh, if Riley ever decided to throttle me, I think the jury would call it justifiable homicide.
You reach for your gun and I'll kill you.
Huh? Well, when did you get out, Squeaky?
I got friends. I can get bail. You had me picked up, didn't you? Valentine.
Who's Valentine?
I've been in the next room listening. You just called the cops. I'm going to do Chicken me a favor and kill you.
You're an all-around boy, aren't you, Squeaky? Using a gun now.
I never killed that banker, but you gave me an idea. I think I will use a knife on you.
I always knew I was lucky.
It'll be nice and quiet. You're through wisecracking, Valentine.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Put that gun away. You couldn't cut a piece of cheese, you boy soprano.
Don't you call me that. Boy soprano! I'll show you!
You ought to know by now when you lose your temper, you only see red.
George, I was worried about you. I just saw Hollis leave the building. Oh.
Yeah, the gentleman on the floor, Brooksy, didn't like being called a boy soprano. What are you doing here anyway?
What a man. First he tells me to follow him, and when I finally catch up with him, he asks questions.
Oh, I guess you ought to be in on the payoff, Angel. But we'll have to wait. The bank doesn't open till 10.
Where do you intend to spend all that nice, crisp money, Hollis?
Huh? What's that?
Lieutenant Riley, homicide. No. Leave that safe deposit box out so we can take a good look at it.
Sure. What's all this about, Lieutenant? I'm a respectable businessman. I run a restaurant, and
Yeah, you also know how to kill and have someone else pay for it.
Moran.
Don't disillusion him too quickly, George. He may die of shock.
The name is Valentine.
All right, your name's Valentine. What's the gag?
Moran's my client, and he didn't want to be framed. And you really dreamt up a beauty.
What have you been doing? Taking goof pills?
Mr. Hollis doesn't seem to take you seriously, George. You better convince him.
The first mistake you made, Hollis, is when you made such a commotion about a key when you were at Theo's place. Now, that made me curious.
Strange how your curiosity doesn't interest me.
I got a good look at Theo's key ring. There was a key to a safe deposit box on it. That's what you were haggling about.
Can I call my lawyer, Lieutenant?
The lieutenant seems to be occupied, Mr. Hollis.
I traced the key down here to the Colonial Savings Bank. The box is in your name and Theo's.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, nothing, ordinarily. But on the first of the month, when the bank examiners come around, they might just find that Vice President Clayton has been stashing away all sorts of money for his vacation with Theo.
Suddenly, I can't hear a word you're saying.
That was nice long-range planning, getting Theo into the bank so she could make Clayton forget what they taught him in Sunday school.
$150,000 in here.
Well, that's a nice round sum.
Enough for you to split with Theo, even after you paid to import a guy to take the rap for killing Clayton. Now tell me, Hollis, did you wait until you heard me coming down the hall to put the knife in him? And did Theo let you out the back way?
I didn't kill Clayton.
Well, Squeaky says he didn't, so you two boys will have a chance to fight it out for the honor.
And with Squeaky and Theo both singing, you're going to be a dead duck, Hollis.
You know, George, a horrible thought just occurred to me.
What's that, Brooksy?
Well, either Hollis or Theo could have come here yesterday morning, taken the money and gone somewhere to live happily ever after.
That couldn't happen.
Huh? What made you so sure? How come you knew you had a whole day to work in?
Because Hollis and Theo overlooked something.
I never overlooked anything.
When you go to the trouble to kill the vice president of a bank, you run the risk of its closing the next day, in respect to his beloved memory. Look, why are we going to the household fixtures department, Angel?
You'll see. George, I just thought of something. The reason Theo was so upset. I mean, when she stopped at the front door of the bank and then made a beeline for the Samba. I wasn't close enough to see the sign, bank closed.
Came the door. Yeah, but what are we supposed to do among all these pots and pans?
Buy a wedding present for Bill Moran and Mary back in Brooklyn. Oh, miss, how much are these chimes?
$12.50, and a very good buy. Listen.
Oh, nice. I'll take 2 of them.
Well, I hate to ask this, but... Angel, who's the other one for?
If I live long enough, you'll find out.
Can you imagine driving around the world not once, but 4 times without an engine repair? Well, in actual mileage, one man has driven even farther than that on compounded RPM motor oil and without an engine repair. His name is George M. Hollingsworth, an insurance agent in Bakersfield, California. Here's what Mr. Hollingsworth said, quote, "One of my cars has gone 123,000 miles on RPM without engine repairs," unquote. And lots of Western motorists have told us they've driven 7 and 8 years on RPM without engine repairs. Thousands of others have learned that RPM pays its own way many times over. For RPM is compounded to stop carbon trouble, to guard engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils, and to keep the whole engine system cleaner. Try RPM motor oil tomorrow. Get it at any standard station or any independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George faced with a new problem in a letter that reads,
"Dear Mr. Valentine, how do you explain this in a man? At 38, he's retired, a millionaire. Yet he steals a trinket from a 5 and 10 cent store. Makes sure he's caught and then merely laughs. This man is my husband. I must find out what's happening to him. Please come to my home as soon as possible. Signed, Edna Pallister."
Next week, a new case for George, the Malignant Heart. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gene Bates as Theo, Gerald Moore as Hollis, Robert Jellison as Squeaky, and Eddie Marr as Moran. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Malignant Heart, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're getting your brains knocked out and are just hanging on until the gong sounds, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, how do you explain this in a man? At 38, he's retired. A millionaire, yet he steals a trinket from a 5 and 10 cent store, makes sure he's caught, and then merely laughs. He stands aside and lets his own father work as a night watchman. This man is my husband, and I love him for what he was before he changed into this thing of evil.
Of evil during the last year. I must find out what's happening to Walter. Won't you please come out to my home as soon as possible? And it's signed, yours most urgently, Edna Pallister.
Oh, you know, Brooksy, sometimes I think Lieutenant Riley is right.
Well, you're exceptionally charitable today, George.
Well, it does seem that all the characters from the lunatic fringe find their way to us.
Yeah, well, I guess we just get all the breaks. But how do you account for a Walter Pallister?
How do you account for a Walter Pallister? Well, given a minimum of human curiosity, Brooksy, that's the question we can't pass up. You're an intelligent woman, Mrs. Pallister. It hardly seems necessary to tell you your husband needs a psychiatrist.
Do you think I haven't tried that?
Well, what happened?
At the end of the interview, Walter gave the doctor an inferiority complex. You see, my husband is a very brilliant man.
Oh, I'm sure there's another word for him. But as you said in your letter, you love him.
For what he used to be, Mr. Valentine. Good and kind.
All right, now, okay. You implied there are other incidents, besides the theft in the 5 and 10, and being the kind of son that's hardly a comfort to anybody in his old age.
Mr. Valentine, I hardly know where to start.
Well, when did you first notice this change in your husband, Mrs. Pallister?
Well, we're not overly religious. But we used to go to church every Sunday.
Yeah?
And then for no reason at all, there was that Sunday shortly after he retired. He dropped me off at the church, and then he said loudly so everyone could hear, "I'm going to put in a few rounds of golf, and I'll see you later, darling, when you're through with your pagan rituals."
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, Mrs. Pallister, you might be attaching too much importance to that. He may not have been himself that morning, and a lot of people skip church once in a while.
Yes, I know. I only mention it because that was the first time I noticed the change in Walter's character.
Oh, I didn't know you had company, Mrs. Pallister.
Well, you could have knocked Lucy. But what do you want?
I know this isn't my day off, but I'm taking the afternoon off to go into town and do some shopping. Some personal shopping.
Why do you take the trouble to announce it? Apparently I have nothing to say about it.
I just thought you'd like to know. If you've got any complaints about me, you can take them to Mr. Pallister.
I'm sorry for the interruption, Mr. Valentine.
Your, maid?
Yeah. Why don't I fire her?
Sure, what's the matter? Is she under contract? Why don't you just bounce her out the front door?
I can't. Walter again.
How's that?
He likes her here.
Well, that's a real cozy arrangement. But being slightly feminine myself, you know what I do? Well, Oh, sorry, Mrs. Pallister.
It's all right. All our friends talk about Walter and Lucy. He made sure they would. But you know, she doesn't really mean anything to him. That's just one more thing I don't understand about him.
You know, I'm beginning not to understand him at all.
Yes, I know. It's not going to be easy to find a reason for anything my husband's done in the last year. Look, you see this house? Now, this whole estate, for instance.
Well, it's very beautiful.
It's not very easy living in it.
What does that mean?
All this used to belong to my husband's partner. It meant everything to him. But Walter decided that he wanted it, and he got it. Even if it meant ruining a man so he'd have to sell it.
Well, it seems your husband isn't going to be happy till he becomes Mr. Obnoxious of 1948.
Mr. Valentine, there must be an explanation. And I owe it to Walter to find out what's happened. You've got to help me.
You know, they don't make them like you very often, Mr. Pallister. I don't know exactly what I can do, but one thing is sure. I'll have to meet Mr. Pallister and talk to him.
Where is he?
Probably in the kennels. Down there near the caretaker's cottage. Sometimes it seems to me those vicious dogs are the only thing he cares about these days.
I don't mean to be cynical, Mrs. Pallister, but I don't know how to approach your husband. What do I say? You've been a naughty boy, Walter, so come on and tell the nice man why.
Just do what you can. Anyway, he's probably expecting you. You can be sure that Lucy was eavesdropping.
Oh, well, in that case, Brooksy, I guess we can expect anything.
George, I think they're coming after us.
Hey, Pallister, just a minute. We want to talk to you.
Go on, get him. His throat, General. That's the boy.
Back, Brooksy. Get him off of me.
Now you've got him, General.
No, you don't. Pallister, if you don't call those hounds off, I'll shoot all three of them.
All right, now back. Go on, go on. What have you done to General? He's my best dog.
What have I done? Did you hear the man, Brooksy?
Oh, never mind that. Are you all
I'm
right,
okay.
darling?
Except it feels strange standing around with one sleeve missing.
Let me have that gun.
Hey, wait a minute. What? Now, you didn't have to do that, Pallister.
The dog wasn't hurt.
On the contrary, he was. I believe your name is Valentine.
Oh, did Lucy give you my Social Security number, too?
And you wanted to talk to me. I think we'll be much more comfortable back in the library. Sorry to keep you waiting, Valentine. Mrs. Pallister has been unnerved by all the excitement.
I can imagine.
I insisted she take a sedative and lie down. Well, is there anything I can get you?
Well, you could run out and buy Mr. Valentine a new suit.
Okay. That's our quota for small talk.
Splendid. Now...
Mr. Pallister, I came right over as soon as I got your call.
Come in, Haggerty. Miss Brooks, Valentine, I'd like you to meet the gentleman who keeps the peace in our little village. Chief Haggerty.
Hi. Where is this fellow you was telling me about?
Uh-huh. I think he means me, Chief. Okay, Pallister, what's the payoff this time?
Haggerty, although there's a sign down at the gate that distinctly says no trespassing and beware of dogs, this man invaded my property and deliberately killed one of my best hounds.
And this man is a diamond-studded liar.
Now, young lady, there's no call for language like that.
You'll find 2 bullets missing from his gun, Haggerty. It was a wanton killing of a defenseless creature.
Oh, I don't know. I let him bite me first.
What charges do you want to make against Mr. Pallister? Now, according to the book...
Well, you know I'm generous to a fault, Chief. I just don't like to see the law flouted. How about a small fine?
Anything you say, Mr. Pallister. That'll be $25, young fella.
Now, wait a minute. Look.
And you can pay up right now, because I'm the justice of the peace around here, too.
Okay.
Well, now I've seen everything.
If he gives you any more trouble, Mr. Pallister, you let me know. I'll really make it tough for him.
You and Napoleon, eh, Walter?
Oh, Valentine, don't look so grim. That was beautiful. Oh, can't you appreciate it? All right. Here's your $25.
If you don't do something about him, George, I'm going to turn into a great big tomboy.
Are you through enjoying yourself, Pallister?
Don't you see, Valentine? As the law would say, I perjured myself against you, and I got the biggest laugh I've had in a long time. And why?
Go on.
My wife hired you to delve into the aberrations of my twisted psyche. Well, I wanted to give you something to think about. I suppose you've had enough now?
The only reason I let you have your fun is that I've decided to go to work for Mrs. Pallister, even though I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do.
Fine.
You mean you don't mind?
On the contrary, I'm intrigued with the possibilities. In fact, I insist that you stay right on here as our guests.
In fact, I wouldn't think of refusing such hospitality.
Very well. Come along, Valentine. I'll let you have one of my suits. Oh, I believe Lucy is back now. She'll show you to your room, Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks. I think I'd feel a lot safer if I found it myself.
And then we can get together here in the library again and go on with this fascinating inquiry as to why I'm such an unholy brute.
The water's going to be down in a minute. Please listen. You and Miss Brooks must leave. You've got to.
Hey, wait a minute. Why the turnabout, Mrs. Pallister?
I should think you'd need us here.
Look, he's capable of anything. After what happened today, I realize I have no right to ask anybody to share this with me. He might have been killed.
And if I assure you we can take care of ourselves?
You don't know him. He's so diabolically clever. I'll just have to make up my mind to leave him.
Well, frankly, I can think of harder decisions to make.
Now, you must go. I think he's planning something right now.
Edna,
Walter?
go upstairs this moment and bathe your eyes. You're hardly an appetizing sight, my dear, as a hostess.
Well, I was only...
I said go upstairs.
Walter?
Hey, wait a minute. Let her go, Pallister, or I'll have to take this little game off the drawing room level.
Oh, sorry. Now, darling, will you go and see about dinner? Well, did you have a chance to look around? Did you notice this little Hindu idol in the corner, for instance?
It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen.
It's been a constant source of inspiration to me. Those tentacles, you see, are the forces of evil, reaching out, claiming everything.
Uh-huh.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing.
Do you know, Valentine, it was a melancholy thought to find out that at 38, I'd been successful, vastly successful, at everything I put my mind to.
Poor you.
Oh, you're quite right. All the zest, the challenge, is gone. I can understand the fits of depression Alexander the Great had when he found out he'd conquered the world and there was nothing else left.
Well, would it be impolite if I said I was hungry?
Forgive me, Miss Brooks. I'll see what the delay is.
Oh, boy.
Well, if he isn't mad, what's the pattern to all this?
Well, whatever Pallister's got must be contagious. What are you mumbling about?
Brooksy, he isn't going about this haphazardly. He's got a goal. There's a method, a pattern.
Oh, George, he's the grown-up edition of the kid next door who used to tear the wings off butterflies.
Nothing so simple, Angel. But how about this for a weird notion? Buster's out to break every law, man-made or moral, that he can think of, one by one and with great fanfare. He prefers having somebody know what he's doing, so he can get a real kick out of getting away with it.
Well, it's a weirdie, all right, but I don't understand it.
Pallister is not just a Peck's bad boy. He imagines himself an undersized Superman. He stole from the 5 and 10, and the Pallister name saved him from any embarrassment.
All
right, he wanted this estate, so he ruined his partner to get it. He turned the dogs on us, and I paid a fine.
Yeah, and look what he's doing to his father.
Yeah, Brooksy, every decency, one by one. That benighted character thinks that's the one way he can really prove his power.
Yeah, but even so, I don't see what we can do to help poor Mrs. Pallister.
Brooksy, we've got to do something.
What do you mean, George?
A man like Pallister never stops till he brings things to a logical conclusion. And you can see him driving toward it now.
Huh?
I told you, Brooksy, he's out to break every law. And I don't think he'll be satisfied until he's committed murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, if your car misbehaves in city traffic, acts like it had about as much get up and go as a snail, there are two things you can do. One, you can just steel yourself to impatient horns and stony stares. But a happier way out is the second one. Just switch to Chevron Supreme gasoline. for special blending agents in this premium quality gasoline assure speedy pickup in stop-and-go traffic. And they give your car all the go-ahead it needs when the lights flash green. Chevron Supreme's blended, too, for that extra power your car needs on hills. Another thing, it's climate-tailored to bring out your car's pep and power in each different altitude and temperature zone. So wherever you go in the West, rely on Chevron Supreme for smoother performance. Independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations are proud to offer you this great premium quality gasoline. No wonder they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Walter Pallister, a success at everything he touches, has focused his dark, brooding mind on what he considers the supreme proof of his power. He's determined to deliberately break every law and get away with it. So far, only George and Brooksy have succeeded in guessing what he's doing, and you can't help feeling that he won't rest until he's committed murder. All of which doesn't make breakfast at the Pallister home a very festive occasion.
Let's see, Valentine. You and Miss Brooks have been with us more than 12 hours now. I'm afraid it's been very dull.
Oh, I can remember more boring occasions. For instance, the time I got my hand caught in a meat grinder.
Walter, won't you finish your coffee?
Please, Edna. Since everyone is so glum, Miss Brooks, let's see if I can make you laugh.
Well, the only place I'm ticklish is on the bottom of my feet.
A droll thought just occurred to me. Imagine the noble Sir Galahad going out to slay the fire-breathing dragon and suddenly finding himself with a rubber spear. You ought to know what I mean, Valentine.
Ha ha. Very funny.
I think all of us have finished. Why don't we all...
Wait, I have an idea how to liven up things. Why don't we all pack up and go up to my lodge in Wisconsin for a couple of days? Skiing, little shooting. Oh, Lucy, come on in here.
Walter, this really isn't the time.
Your husband seems to have made up his mind, Mrs. Pallister, so there couldn't be a better time.
Did you call me, Walt? Mr. Pallister?
Get upstairs and start packing. We're going on a little vacation, and you're coming along too, Lucy.
Oh, I just know we'll have loads of fun.
Go on, Edna.
Why don't you go along with Mrs. Pallister, Brooksy?
Okay, George. Maybe she can tell me where I can dig up a pair of red flannels.
Tell me, friend, what is it you can do on the snowy slopes of Wisconsin that you can't do in this house?
Just a notion. I haven't been up to the lodge in 2 years. You know, the last time I was up there, I brought down a running rabbit at 100 yards with a .22. That's perfect shooting.
Shut up, Pallister.
Do I get on your nerves?
Which one of us is it going to be? Have you decided?
What are you talking about?
Aren't you about ready to decide that you're big enough to get away with murder?
Well, what do you know? I guess I've underrated you, Valentine.
But you won't get away with it, Pallister.
So finally, I've met someone with perception enough to see the reasoning behind my little game. Heaven knows I've given enough clues. I made it obvious what I was doing.
You know, there's never yet been a Superman who hasn't stubbed his toe trying to do what you're doing.
Which makes the game all the more exhilarating. Yes, especially now that you know that you can't do anything about it.
You sure?
If you went to the police, they'd laugh at you. Of course, the simplest thing you could do would be to bow out of the picture.
Oh, no. That might deprive you of some of that exhilaration you were talking about, the appreciative audience.
Good. Then you'd better run along and pack, too. Oh, Valentine.
Yeah?
Don't forget to include your rubber spear. What do you think of Lucy, everybody? She's beginning to ski like a champion.
Oh, and only in 3 days, mind you. Oh, I knew this was going to be loads of fun.
I'm doing pretty well myself. Only 3 days and I can stand up on these things.
That's funny, Brooksy. That's never the way I find you.
Miss Brooks hasn't had the advantage of Walter's undivided attention.
Come on, Lucy. Before we leave, you're going to be able to ski down the whole north run right from the top of the hill to the road.
You really think I could, Walter?
I better go in and see about lunch. It's obvious Lucy isn't going to have time to prepare it.
Well, I'll be in a minute to help you, Mrs. Pallister. Oh, George, be a good guy and kiss me, will you?
Oh, no fair if I have to be good.
Thanks. Now, would you mind saying something funny?
Now, what's the matter? Angel scared?
You bet I'm scared. That man gives me the willies. He's like a shadow on us all the time.
Yeah, he makes me feel like a Boy Scout, and I don't like it. But there's nothing I can do.
He probably has it all planned. It could be any one of us.
Yeah, depending on which one suits his vanity.
Bet you had even a small guess what he's up to?
Oh, Brooksy, I can't follow Pallister around like a bloodhound. All I can do is keep my eyes open and try to keep one step ahead of him.
It's horrible to think he might be able to kill and get away with it. Just the way he has with everything else.
I'm not worried now about his getting away with it. But how to keep him from committing murder.
You can't stop me, Mr. Valentine. We're leaving in a half hour, and I'm going to make that north run down the hill.
I'm not going to let you do it, Lucy.
What right have you to tell me what to do?
Now, Lucy, Valentine may be right. It is a little dangerous.
I don't care. I'm going to do it. I'll show you how good I am, Walter. Just watch me. Do we have to stand here in the road all day?
What's the matter with that girl? Why doesn't she stop?
Don't be impatient, my dear. Have we got everything in the station wagon? Oh, come to think of it, we left all the skis down by the mailbox. I'll be right back.
I see Lucy up there now.
It's about time.
Here she comes.
Oh, look at her. She's really showing off, isn't she?
Oh, golly. Oh, George, you've got to admit she's pretty good. Look at her pick-up speed.
Yeah. Well, anyway, she got by the first turn.
Well, now all she has to do is make that last turn around the tree, and it'll be easy going down to the road.
Yeah, that's all she's got to do.
Oh, nothing's happened. She's losing her balance.
George, the tree!
Oh, no. Come on, let's get up there.
Oh.
Not that it'll do any good.
Oh, it's horrible. She smashed right into the tree.
Oh, George.
Fool. Why didn't she listen to us, Valentine?
You knew she wouldn't listen, Pallister. You had her all hopped up about making that run. You know that one slip taking that turn, and Lucy'd be a jigsaw puzzle for the undertaker.
It was an accident.
As much of an accident as this. Oh!
Mr. Valentine, don't.
I hope that made you feel better, Sir Galahad. But it doesn't change the fact that it was an accident.
Well, sorry to take so long getting back here from the mortuary, but I don't think I'll have to detain you folks much longer here.
We're hardly worried about that at a time like this, Sheriff.
And the coroner just had to take one look at the poor girl. It was too bad.
And that's that, eh, Sheriff?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Valentine. Now, if you people will just sign this paper as witnesses to the accident, they will satisfy the state of Minnesota, and they will satisfy me. Here, Mrs. Pallister, if you will be kind enough.
Yes.
Oh, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
You said the coroner just had to take one look at Lucy.
Sure, that's what I said.
I'm sure he's not too busy to take a second look with me.
I'll have my fingers crossed till you get back, George.
Till you get back? Why, we were just sitting here waiting to leave.
Sorry, Superman. You'll just have to go on sitting and waiting.
It was a natural mistake, Mr. Valentine. After what happened, I just assumed
Don't take it too hard, Coroner. At first, I assumed the same thing, too.
Why did you want me to stop by the mailbox, Valentine? Nobody's leaving any mail this time of day.
What I'm looking for, Sheriff, was left much earlier. Yeah, but it's got to be around here in the snow somewhere, Sheriff.
No, this is a mighty lot of snow. Wait.
Yeah?
Looky here.
That's it, a high-powered 22.
I can't believe it. You mean...
You're talking about a man who's perfect at everything. He can bring a running rabbit down at 100 yards. All right. Since you all seem so incredulous, I'll skip right down to the words of one syllable department.
Doesn't matter. Walter, I won't believe it. You couldn't have done it.
Thank you, Edna. There you are, Valentine. I'm vindicated.
I should have known you wouldn't leave anything to chance, Pallister. When Lucy was about to make that ski run, you went down the road to pick up the skis you planted there previously.
Wouldn't that be rather hard to prove?
Around the curve of the road, we couldn't see you, but you were there all right, this rifle in hand. You had a bead on Lucy every second. When she came to that curve by the tree, you let her have it.
But, George, we didn't hear a shot.
A silencer took care of that, miss.
And a telescopic sight brought Lucy as close as a floating duck in a shooting gallery.
Walter, why? Walter, why?
You wouldn't understand, my dear, even if I told you. The whole magnificent concept would be too big for your mind.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, it doesn't matter, Sheriff. Only the facts matter now. Pallister, you killed Lucy Irwin with a malignant and abandoned heart, as it states so beautifully in a murder indictment.
Yes?
And another fact. You're going to pay for it with your life.
Oh, no.
What's he laughing
at?
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Valentine. I'm not going to be destroyed, as threatened when you flout all your precious conventions. I'm going to go right on living, even though it may be in jail for a while.
Oh, how do you figure that?
Why, didn't you know? There's no capital punishment in the state of Wisconsin.
Oh, you're so right, Pallister, as always. But you're in the sovereign state of Minnesota. Or didn't you hear the sheriff say that before?
What? What did you say?
Explain it to him, Sheriff, as you explained it to me.
Well, folks have been disputing this little corner of the state for years now. Had a special referendum last election. We decided we want to be in Minnesota.
You're lying. Oh, you're making all this up. You can't.
And in Minnesota, Pallister, they have capital punishment.
Oh, golly, it's good to get back to the office. I don't think I'll ever get warm again.
You'll thaw out, Angel. You'll thaw out. So let's get busy and see what mail's piled up, huh?
Okay. Hey, what is this? Sarcasm?
What do you mean?
A circular, look. Spend your honeymoon in Paradise Valley. Have fun in this winter wonderland. Skiing, ice skating, tobogganing. Oh, no.
Oh, no honeymoon?
Well, I'd rather skip the honeymoon if it means winter sports.
Hey, you know, back in New England, there used to be a winter sport called bundling. Highly recommended.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
Hmm?
Well, if that's the case, we could even go to the North Pole.
If you're looking for ways to cut corners that will make your budget go further, listen to this. It's a statement by Mr. O.C. Blackburn of Van Nuys, California, who uses compounded RPM motor oil in his car. He says, quote, I use RPM for economy. RPM, I know, reduces wear, lengthens engine life, and lowers repair cost on my car, unquote. And like thousands of other Western motorists, you'll find you can make car operation a more thrifty deal when you rely on RPM motor oil. How does RPM do it? By fighting off your car's worst enemy, internal engine rust, by stopping carbon trouble, and by clinging to internal engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. So for real economy, why not start tomorrow? Get a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM motor oil. Get it at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George studying a new letter that has just reached him.
Dear Mr. Valentine, a man should be able to do anything to hold the woman he loves. But I'm not strong enough. I need your help desperately. I shall be at your office in the morning to tell you the whole story. Yours truly, Bruno Terrell.
Next week, a new case for George, the fabulous Fatso. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West.
Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Death in Fancy Dress, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's tossed you a wet blanket and you're trying to stagger out from under, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, because of a hobby that's dear to my heart and certainly innocent enough, I've received several threats on my life of late. I'm aware that this can't be of world-shaking importance, but it is a confounded nuisance to me. If you decide to take pity on me and come to my rescue, please drop in at my apartment, the Hampshire Towers.
Apartment at the Hampshire Towers tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Would you verify this appointment by phone? Signed, Lloyd Bascom.
Oh, dear old Bascom, whoever he is. Several threats on his life, and he loses composure completely.
Well, at least he did admit it was a confounded nuisance.
I suppose if some scoundrel sprayed him with a shotgun, our friend would say it was a blasted annoyance.
Yeah, well, what intrigues me is this gentleman's hobby. What does he collect, atomic secret?
Hey, you know, Brooksy, I've always wanted to find an exciting pastime for my spare moments. Go on, Angel, verify the man's appointment.
Well, here we are. My trophy room, you might call it.
Mr. Bascom, all I see is a lot of junk.
Yes. Now, take this particular piece of junk. A broken wine glass. The one with which Lucy Graham plunged her coming-out party into a furor. She practically gouged Tony Warren's eye out with it while she was deep in her cups. I bought it from the caterers. As you see, I have it all neatly tagged. The occasion, the date, etc.
And this 1945 license plate, Mr. Bascom?
Oh, yes. The very proper and respected Mrs. Arlington Mackenzie was dragged into court on a hit-and-run charge. That's the plate off her Duesenberg. I bribed her chauffeur to get it. Oh, it was a beautiful scandal.
Well, I can see where this sort of thing wouldn't make you the most popular boy in your set, Bascom.
I could not help being born with a silver spoon. But there's nothing to prevent me from reminding my friends of their more scandalous escapades. Now, look here. This lovely lock of red hair. A very lurid story goes with this.
If you like, you gentlemen can retire to the smoking car.
No, this little affair was quite well publicized. Celeste Dupre, the nightclub singer who was accused of the murder of Malcolm Gardner, the broker. She was acquitted. Dear me, I wonder whatever happened to the dear girl. Now, over here...
Yeah, well, we get the general idea, Bascom. This is your private wax museum of dead scandals you like to keep alive.
Oh, well put, Valentine. I must remember that phrase when I show off my collection at my next party.
You mean you deliberately keep bringing up all this?
Oh, pardon me. I'll see who's at the door.
Huh. Man after my own heart.
Yeah. If you're not careful, Angel, he'll cut it out and put it in his collection.
What surprises me is that Mr. Bascom's been allowed to go on breathing this long.
What's the matter with you, Reynolds? I didn't come here to talk. What is the matter? Have you lost your mind?
George.
Yes, maybe I have. Stop it, Reynolds, you fool. Valentine, kill you.
Come on, boys, break it up. You heard me, friends. Get off of him.
Get out of my way.
Now, listen, Buster. Don't make me hang you up to dry. I'm a peace-loving man.
What else have you got here that belongs to my wife, Bascom?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You see, I found those letters you left under the Christmas tree.
Very well, you found them. I'm as good as my word. I promised Donna I'd let her have them back to the present. But too bad you had to find them. The package wasn't addressed to you, Reynolds.
Never mind that. I burned them without telling her I saw them.
That's too bad. Donna must be very distressed at my breach of faith. Now, Reynolds, if you don't mind, I do have company.
Oh, don't mind us.
I don't know how much Donna paid you for them. Lord knows she's the one with the money. I don't care. But if you have anything else of hers that you can hold over her, I swear I'll break your filthy neck. Just remember that.
Oh, dear. See what I mean, Valentine?
No. Suppose you draw me a diagram.
You've already earned part of your fee when you hauled Reynolds off me.
That was on the house, Bascom.
What do you mean?
I think he means it's no go. If you want protection, you better call out the National Guard.
To put it another way, I don't like your idea of fun. I don't like your museum, and I particularly don't like you.
Now, wait a minute, Valentine.
Let's get going, Brooksy. I don't want to be late for my paper route. Hey, hold it a minute, Angel.
What is it, George?
Anything wrong, Reynolds?
What? Oh, I was just sitting here trying to calm down. I had a few drinks before and...
Yeah, you're looking pretty bad shape. Hey, let me have the wheel. I'll take you home. Hop in the back, Brooksy.
Really, Mr. Reynolds, you didn't have to bother inviting us in.
The least I can do is offer you and Mr. Valentine a drink.
Say, look, Reynolds, don't worry about that little scene up at Bascom's going any farther than us.
Thank you. I'm not in the habit of washing my dirty linen in public. Just make yourself comfortable there in the drawing room. I'll call Donna.
Yeah, thanks.
George, I don't know about you, but
I know. I'm not too comfortable either. We'll just waltz through the formalities and blow.
Darling, over there, Look.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, Valentine, Donna said
Hey, wait a minute, Reynolds. Could we go across to that room for a minute?
Why? What's the matter with you two, anyway? Why are you standing there like that?
I just think it's better that you don't come in here right now.
What are you talking about? What happened?
Please, Mr. Reynolds.
Get out of my way. Let me in here. Donna.
Take it easy, Reynolds. Don't.
But she's dead.
Here, you better sit down.
Oh. Bascom drove her to this. Might just as well have pulled the trigger himself. I felt like killing you before, now I will.
You can't do that.
Let go of me, you... How can you look at her lying there and say that? Let go of me!
Somehow Bascom will get what's coming to him.
Not Bascom. He never does anything he has to pay for. The law can't punish him. That's why I've got to do this myself.
Sorry, Reynolds. I got to hold you right here till you pull yourself together. Brooksy, call Lieutenant Riley.
All right, Valentine, here it is.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Between the medical examiner's report and my amateur sleuthing, it's just what you thought it was when you walked into that room across the hall. Suicide, pure and simple.
I wasn't questioning that.
What? Then what were you questioning? Why did you drag me into the case? Just for old lang syne?
Oh, well, it just seemed a good idea at the time.
It isn't easy, Lieutenant, to know that a man has driven a woman to suicide and not try to do something about him.
Okay, Valentine. I know your heart's in the right place, but look, chum boy, why don't you grow up? There's a lot of slimy characters in this world.
But, Lieutenant Riley, we know Bascom was blackmailing Mrs. Reynolds.
Oh, do we? All I know is she wrote him some silly letters and he was gallant enough to return them to her as a Christmas present. If anything, that makes him out just Ginger Peach.
You know, I'd give a lot to get something on that guy.
Go to it, chum boy. Go to it. But remember, keep it legal. Now I gotta mosey along. Oh, Reynolds.
Leaving, Lieutenant.
Yes, there's nothing more for me to do. I'm sorry about everything. Well, so long, Valentine, and good luck.
So long.
I suppose I should thank you for holding that before, Valentine. I don't know what I would have done.
Skip it. But there's something else, Reynolds.
Yes?
Nobody can go racketeering with other people's lives without making at least one bad slip somewhere along the line. It seems there are others who feel like you do and would like to see Bascom dead. I want to find out why.
What's that?
I want you to hire me to look into our friends, past and present. See if I can find that one little slip. Is it a deal?
I suppose so, sure.
Okay, you got yourself $1 a year, man.
It may take you years.
That's okay, Reynolds. This is going to be a labor of love.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word from a wise motorist. Can you imagine driving around the world not once, but 4 times without an engine repair? Well, in actual mileage, one man has driven even farther than that on compounded RPM motor oil and without an engine repair. His name is George M. Hollingsworth, an insurance agent in Bakersfield, California. Here's what Mr. Hollingsworth said. Quote, one of my cars has gone 123,000 miles on RPM without engine repairs, unquote. And lots of Western motorists have told us they've driven 7 and 8 years on RPM without engine repairs. Thousands of others have learned that RPM pays its own way many times over. For RPM is compounded to stop carbon trouble, to guard engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils, and to keep the whole engine system cleaner. Try RPM motor oil tomorrow. Get it at any standard station or any independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure, George Valentine. Your would-be client turns out to be, among other things, a blackmailer responsible for the suicide of one Donna Reynolds. So, in a complete reversal, you find yourself pitted against the gentleman, determined to find just one slip-up somewhere in his checkered career. If you're like George Valentine, you're as patient as a terrier watching a gopher hole. But you get nowhere, except to Lieutenant Riley's office down at headquarters, where you've been rudely summoned.
I think you know this gentleman, Valentine.
I wouldn't admit it to anybody but you, Lieutenant. Hiya, Bascom.
How are you enjoying your incursion into my life?
I've had pleasanter assignments. What do you want with me, Riley?
Well, as you know, we're a close little family down here at headquarters.
You better give me the next line. I forgot my cue.
Sergeant Olson downstairs told me that this gentleman would like to swear out a warrant against you.
Oh.
So I thought we'd better talk it over first. Now, Mr. Bascom...
You're doing very well, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
Yes. Complaint number 1, illegal entry. Valentine, have you been prowling around in Mr. Bascom's apartment?
Well, I never.
Yeah,
An apartment? Why, I thought it was a museum. Such fascinating exhibits, broken wine glasses, old license plates. I thought it was open to the public. So, as I remember, I did drop in.
Yes. Complaint number 2, questioning Mr. Bascom's friends and causing him unwarranted embarrassment.
Oh, no, that's not fair, Lieutenant. Sure, I talked to a lot of people who knew this, gentleman, but not one of them would admit to being his friend.
Come now, Valentine. Let's not have a battle of wits. You're so unequipped.
Touche, Mr. Bascom, touche.
Cliché, Mr. Valentine, cliché.
What the devil's going on here?
In 2 words of 2 syllables, Lieutenant. If he doesn't stop bothering me, I shall expect that warrant to be served. I think that will be all. Good day.
Lieutenant. Did you get that? Can you tie that monkey? Now, look here, Valentine. We've broken bread together. Mrs. Riley likes you, well, like a son.
Yeah, and I think of her every time I hear an Irish tenor.
I told you to keep it legal when it comes to Bascom. He and the commissioner have mutual friends.
I gotta find a lead. There's gotta be one.
Well, why do you keep saying that? Just because of some letters between him and the late Mrs. Reynolds, this drawing room character suddenly becomes Jack the Ripper. What have you found anyway?
Oh, nothing much, Lieutenant, nothing much. We checked most of the people on those tags in his collection. They all hate his guts but won't say anything.
Okay, but remember, pal, I warned you.
Hello, Lieutenant. May I come in?
Oh, Brooks.
Sure.
You told me to meet you downstairs.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I'm just an old chatterbox. What'd you find out, Angel?
Well, the last anybody heard of Celeste Dupre was 2 years ago. She was working in Jake Swansea's cocktail bar out on Fulton Boulevard.
Celeste Dupre, how's she mixed up in this?
One of her beautiful Titian locks is in Bascom's collection of mementos. Remember, she was accused of murder once?
I was going to stop by at Swansea's new club. I thought I'd better talk to you first, darling.
Good girl, Brooksy, good girl. We'll go over and have a talk with Jake right now.
Swansea says for you to wait at the bar. He'll be right down.
Okay, thanks. Come on, Brooksy, let's go. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, George?
Wouldn't that be Reynolds talking to himself at that corner table?
Oh, yeah. Looks like he's drowning his sorrows. Coming up for the last time.
Yeah, better see if I can get him out of here. Hello, Reynolds. Don't you think you ought to go home?
Oh, Valentine.
Would you like us to call your cab, Mr. Reynolds?
What I'm doing, I can do better right here. Thank you, Miss Brooks.
You know, getting crocked isn't going to help anything, Reynolds.
Tell me something, Valentine. Did you get anything on Bascom? Skeleton up in the attic? Trunk full of counterfeit $1,000 bills? When do I come to his trial?
Okay, Reynolds, you win. But take it easy, will you?
Hey, is Swansea waving over here at me or you?
Oh, I think that's our cue, Mr. Reynolds.
Look, Valentine, if Reynolds is a friend of yours, maybe you can get him home. He's been here like that every day.
Oh, he'll snap out of it. Look, Swansea, maybe you can help me.
Sure, sit down. Can I get you anything, Miss Brooks?
No, thanks.
What can you tell me about Celeste Dupre?
Well, Swansea?
Cigarette?
You didn't answer my question.
When did you leave that kid alone? Didn't you have enough trouble back there being accused of murder and everything?
Didn't she work for you once?
Yeah. After it happened, I was the only one to give her a job. Well, if you want anything, it's on the house.
Sit down, Swansea. Now, I asked you, what happened to Celeste Dupre? Where do I find her?
Can't you see I don't feel like talking?
You know I'm going to find her sooner or later anyway, and when I do, I may come back. I want to know why you didn't tell me.
Okay. But don't build any fires under. Make that a personal favor to me.
I don't like to see anybody hurt, Swansea.
Red lives at the Shelby Arms. Only now her name is Seal Dawson.
Police?
Not exactly, Celeste, or do you prefer Seal?
Does it matter?
Now, my name's Valentine. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Just whom do you represent?
In this case, Valentine, as much as anybody else.
I can't keep you from asking questions.
Why did you give Lloyd Bascom a lock of your hair?
What did you...
And when did he give you for it? He usually pays for mementos like that.
Why don't you leave me alone?
I hate to come at you from left field like that, but sometimes it gets results.
Oh, during my trial, Bascom asked me for a lock of my hair. I didn't see any harm in giving it to him.
The one I saw looked like a recent acquisition. But we'll let that rest. It's not too bad.
What do you mean?
Well, you've done pretty well for yourself, Celeste. This teepee you live in must run you quite a nut. What do you do for a living?
I model clothes.
The wampum a model gets wouldn't rent a doghouse in this neighborhood. Now, suppose we get out of there.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes. Yes, that's right. I didn't expect you to call.
Oh, you should.
Take your hand off the phone.
Say what I tell you, Celeste, and I'm not fooling. Valentine just left. Go on.
Valentine just left. What's that?
Tell him you want to see him. Get right over here because it's important.
No, nothing's wrong. But I wish you'd come over. Yes, very important. Goodbye. I believe you would have hit me if I didn't play parrot for you.
Could be, Red, could be. I'm not on my best behavior these days.
You don't know who that was. Could have been my cousin from 29 Palms.
Whoever it was, Celeste, I'll be waiting downstairs in front of the house to greet him. You didn't waste a minute getting here, did you, Bascom?
Valentine,
Don't look so grief-stricken. Celeste didn't cross you. She had to say what I told her.
Oh, dear, you're turning into quite a problem.
Yeah, well, let's go up and join Celeste. We have a lot to talk about, you and I, including why you called her to see if I was here. You first, Bascom.
Yes, I could stand a drink of that.
As I recall, when we first met, you were wondering what became of Celeste Dupre.
Oh, that.
Well, there you are, Bascom.
Hey, Reynolds.
I was waiting for you. I'm going to kill you.
No,
hey.
Don't
drop
it, Reynolds. Stop that.
Let go of me. He's getting away. I followed him here. Come on. Did you let... Oh.
One of those bullets nearly had my name on it.
You hurt? I didn't expect you.
Come on, it's just a scratch. Now, let's get out of here. Cops will be flocking around here any minute.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later. Hey, will you take it easy, Brooksy? All the pieces of the puzzle are there, but it's still a puzzle.
All right, but hold your arms still.
Bascom is in the middle of something big. It may be genteel, but it's against the law. Now, what could it be? Do you think that... Ouch! Hey, look, Angel, stop fussing, will you? It's only a scratch.
Well, it could have been more than that. Darling, why don't you let this thing ride? Somebody's going to make a little hole in you yet. Anyway, Reynolds isn't going to rest till he gets Bascom, and there's nothing you can do about it. Think of him, hiding there in the lobby, waiting. If only...
Sure, that's it. Just like that. Wham, zowie.
Are you off on another tizzy? What is it now?
Go on, Brooksy, beat it. Take a walk for yourself. Buy yourself some saltwater taffy.
Will you get off the banter wagon and tell me what this is all about?
If you want to find out, meet me at Lieutenant Riley's in about an hour. Now, go on.
All right. I don't like taffy. Do you mind if I make it cough drops for this cold?
Cough drops. Oh, Brooksy, baby, you put your finger right on it. Ooh, you doll. Hey, operator. Let me have the phone number of Jake Swansea's Club 18.
Look, Valentine, you could have come over to the club if you wanted to see me.
Oh, no, Swansea. You wouldn't want anything like this to happen in your club.
Hey, what? What is that for? What's the play?
I gotta get you in the mood to talk about the tie-up between you and Celeste and Bascom.
They say around town you're a little buzz-headed. And I never believed it before.
Come on, out of your talk, or do we have ourselves a game of ping pong first?
I don't mind playing if you want to nightmare, Jake. You keep him up there.
I know. What about it, Swansea? What about it?
Smart guy, huh?
I'll put my knee right through you if you don't open up.
All right.
Okay. Just lay there. Catch your breath.
What do you want to ask me?
First, I'm going to tell you.
Yeah? What?
You're not just mixed up in blackmail, Muster. There's murder involved.
Go on.
You know about it, and you profit by it. That's being an accessory after the fact. They lock you away for that.
Yeah. I see what you mean, Valentine.
Okay, now you're being bright. If you play it smart, maybe they'll go easy on you.
You win. I guess this calls for a drink.
Yeah, Swansea. And a little trip down to headquarters.
Okay, Swansea, okay. You've been very eloquent. Just wanted to be helpful, Lieutenant. Oh, yes, I know. Well, now you can join Miss Dupre in the other office. Oh, Sergeant, send Bascom in here.
I'm right here, Lieutenant.
Well, sit down.
Thank you. Oh, Valentine, you look a mess. Fighting again?
Yeah. But it was worth it just for this one little occasion. Bascom, you met Celeste during a trial.
What of it?
You were looking for mementos for your collection. You didn't get one until some time after. Well, you and she got to know each other, rather well.
But don't expect any comments from me. You're spinning this fairy tale.
All right, then, Bascom, shut up.
So sorry.
In fact, you and Celeste became so chummy that somehow she found herself in a perfect spot. You had arranged all the unpleasant details, Bascom, and she could sit back and blackmail you groggy. And Swansea was just the boy to see that you paid off.
Come on, son, come on. Get to the point for the man. The murder.
The murder? Oh, you know all about that, Bascom, don't you? After all, you worked it out. Deliberately fancy, but very neat. Classic picture of suicide, motive and all. Yet it was murder.
Lieutenant, I'm beginning to resent the unrestrained use of that word in connection with me.
Yeah? Well, I'll just take my chances on your being angry with me, too, Mr. Bascom. I'm holding you on suspicion of murder.
On what evidence?
With what Miss Dupre and Swansea will have to say, I'll risk being wrong.
Mr. Reynolds just arrived, Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah? Well, I suppose he ought to know what's been going on, so have him come in.
I should like to call my attorney, Lieutenant.
There'll be plenty of time for that.
Come on in, Reynolds. You missed the fireworks.
Why, what's happened?
Well, this should give you some satisfaction. We're holding Bascom for the murder of your wife.
What's that? Did you say murder?
Yes. Oh, Sergeant, take this guy away now. Huh?
All right, come on now, this way.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold it, Sergeant. I don't want you to make 2 trips.
What's this, Valentine?
Don't rush me, Lieutenant. Tonight, when you were pouring shots at Bascom, You were really trying to kill me, Reynolds.
What are you saying? Why would I do that?
You didn't follow him to Celeste's place as you said. You couldn't have. You were already inside the lobby. Miss Brooks reminded me of that. Then everything fell into place.
I still want to know what reason I'd have for doing anything like that.
What about it, Valentine?
A man will do anything to get away with murder, Lieutenant. It was Reynolds who killed his wife. Ouch. Oh, will you stop it, Brooks?
Oh, be still. You're just a big baby. This is nothing but a little iodine.
Oh, little iodine. Lieutenant, do something. She's tortured.
Oh, you'll live, chum boy.
Fine thing. I fix your arm and you have to go and get into a fight.
Yeah.
I guess people never will learn. I mean about murder. If they want to kill, why don't they just bash somebody over the head without being fancy?
What a fine way for a lieutenant to talk.
Oh, they'll get caught, sure. But think of all the trouble they'd save.
Oh, but don't forget the creative touch, Lieutenant. Means a lot to a man like Bascom. Think of the setup. Months back, he introduces his charming pal Reynolds to the wealthy Donna. She marries Reynolds, all according to the plan. Ouch!
Oh, quiet, Junior.
Then it's all a build-up to our entrance, Angel. We were there to witness the clash between the aggrieved husband and the supposed blackmailer.
And all the time the poor woman was lying home dead.
No threats on Bascom's life, no letters for Reynolds to burn, no blackmail, no nothing. Just a plain, unsimple murder.
Reynolds gets the money from the estate, divides it with Bascom, then Swansea and the girl get their cut from him.
That's it, Lieutenant. Don't tell me you're through, Brooksy.
Yes, Sissy. I can see that when little George falls off his scooter, I'll have to render first aid.
What's that, little George?
And when his baby sister tumbles out of her high chair, I'll have to... Oh, George Valentine, sometimes you get me so mad I could...
Oh, Brooksy.
Oh, what?
That's no way to talk to the father of two children.
With 1949 just 4 days away, probably you've got your list of New Year's resolutions well started. But how about putting this resolution near the top of your list? Why not promise yourself to get the most out of your car? To do this, make sure you ask for Chevron Supreme gasoline, the premium quality gasoline that you can get at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. The reason Chevron Supreme allows your car to do its very best is that it's fortified with high-octane blending agents. These blending agents give your car smoother acceleration on the straightaway, smoother power, and extra power on the steepest hills. Also, Chevron Supreme's climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. Tailored to give you fast starts and speedy pickup in stop-and-go traffic. So, for best motoring in 1949, why not make a resolution right now to give your car peak performance by getting Chevron Supreme gasoline at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next Monday night, a new case for George, murder and one to go. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jay Novello as Lloyd Bascom, Louis Van Ruten as Reynolds, Gloria Blondell as Celeste, and Ken Christie as Swansea. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week for Murder and One to Go on Let George Do It. Remember, next week, those listeners who are now in standard time states will hear this broadcast 1 hour later. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Murder and One to Go. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If life's giving you so much punishment you're buckling at the knees, you need my help. George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, do you remember Carol Gordon? Once she was as glamorous and famous as any movie star you can name today. Then some 18 years ago, when talkies came in, she faded out of the limelight. Dead? Perhaps. But if she isn't, I must find her. The only clue I have is that someone thinks he saw Carol Gordon about a year ago down on Skid Row. The enclosed check is a retainer.
Check is a retainer. And if you succeed in finding her, there will be a substantial bonus. Sincerely yours, Henry Crichton.
Henry Crichton. Business management and artist representation.
Carol Gordon?
Careful. Don't say you remember her, Brooksy. You'll give your age away.
Well, I don't remember.
2 world-shaking events took place in the 20s. The stock market crash and Carol Gordon. Her autograph always gets you 2 of Wallace Reed in the trade.
And now Skid Row. Well, maybe this Mr. Crichton knows of a small part for her.
Well, if he's gambling with $250 just to play Good Samaritan, I'd like to shake hands with that gentleman.
And if he isn't, it might be a good idea to find out what's on his mind. Pretty swank. Currier and Ives prints right out in the hall.
The Dorset building. The agent's paradise. The house the 10% book.
George!
Hey, I think that's coming from our client's office, Brooksy.
Oh. He's dead! He's dead! In there! Oh, sorry.
All right now, sister. All right, take it easy. Get hold of yourself.
What?
Try to calm down. Who's dead?
Mr. Crichton, I just came back from lunch. I found him lying there on the floor. The fire poker next to him. His head. Oh, would you please call the police?
Valentine, I know you were put on this earth to keep me from being bored, to see that I don't fall into a rut. But please, let's keep this murder nice and simple.
But take another look at this letter, will you, Lieutenant?
You must admit Crichton might have been killed because he was determined to find Carol Gordon.
Miss Brooks, I used to be a Carol Gordon fan. Why, it got so Mrs. Riley wouldn't let me go to the movies when her pictures were playing.
Why, Lieutenant?
But nobody's even thought of that woman in years and years.
Crichton did, Lieutenant.
Well, being just a plodding, unimaginative copper, I'm going to have to stick to facts. Namely, Crichton got his head bashed in with a poker from which all the fingerprints were carefully wiped off.
Well, that's quite a fact to be stuck with.
There was a struggle, and the plug of the electric clock on the desk was pulled out of the wall. Now, that sets the time of the murder at 12:35. And a half a dozen people saw Miss Jackson Crichton's secretary in the coffee shop all through the lunch hour.
Lieutenant, I understand Crichton had quite an imposing list of clients.
Yes, sir, and I'm going to talk to every one of them. No flights so fancy for me, pal. Incidentally, Valentine.
Yeah?
How are you going to go about tracing Carol Gordon? Obviously, she doesn't want to be found, and she probably doesn't look anything like she used to. And Skid Row is a pretty big place, you know.
George, I think the lieutenant is trying to imply that it's going to be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Well, what's so hard about finding a needle in a haystack?
Well, that's what I... What?
All you do is get a magnet. The needle comes to you. Now, look, Mr. Gabranian, what'll it cost me to have you run this picture in your movie house tomorrow afternoon?
You mean you're going to pay me, fella? What's wrong with it, fella?
Oh, nothing's wrong with it, Mr. Gabranian. It was a super colossal production back there in 1928.
Yeah, Romance in April, starring Carol Gordon.
Never heard of her, fella.
You? In the movie business and never heard
of 1928, I was running a coffee pot. I wish I was still running it.
Well, anyway, you wouldn't mind showing this picture for $50, would you?
There's just one thing we ought to tell you, Mr.
Yeah, I knew this was coming, fella.
There's no sound, no music in this picture. It's silent.
Something new, huh?
You don't think for a moment I'd talk you into anything that would damage the reputation of Gabrenian's Cameo Theater, the gem of Skid Row.
Are you kidding? I don't even advertise the picture we're playing. I just hang out a sign, soft seats, open all night, 15 cents.
Then this ought to be right down your alley. The slumber of your selected clientele won't be disturbed by any noises coming off the screen. Just a little piano music for mood.
Yeah, lady, you might got something there.
This is a gal who knows all the angles.
Yeah. On her, they look good, too. Too bad the Cameo ain't barbecue house like it used to be. You're a real nice filly, lady.
Why, thank you, Mr. Gabrenian. I don't know whether to blush or whinny.
Huh? What's that?
Now, what about it? Does Romance in April play here tomorrow?
It plays. Money in advance, fella.
No objection to me selling the tickets?
You sell, but remember the tickets are numbered. I'll know just how many people go in.
Oh, you're a trusting soul, Mr. Gabrenian.
You said it.
Yes, sir. Here's your ticket, sir. Go right in.
Oh, thank you.
Well, business is pretty slow, darling.
Uh-huh.
Well, you can't say Mr. Gabrenian didn't advertise the revival of Romance in April.
Yeah, with the late Mr. Crichton's money.
So far, your magnets attracted nothing but the usual Skid Row characters. Maybe the whole thing...
Wait a minute. Hold it, Brooksy.
Can you tell me if the features started yet?
In just a few minutes, sir.
Good. One, please. Thank you.
George, didn't you recognize
Yeah, Brooksy, yeah. We're beginning to draw a better class of people.
Anthony Chapman, the movie heartthrob? Now, what would he be doing in a place like this? And trying to look inconspicuous.
An interesting question, Angel. I bet the answer's even more interesting.
I called up before, young man. I understand Romance in April goes on at 2:15. Is that correct?
Yeah, you've got 2 minutes to make it.
Just like to be sure, time is money. 15 cents? Is that correct? And I understand the picture runs an hour and 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Someone else out slumming.
A little man in a big briefcase. Brooksy, what's your guess? Vice president of a bank? A successful insurance salesman?
Or just a lover of the silent cinema.
You know, I got a definite feeling we started something here. But what?
Hey! Look what we've got now, George.
The carriage trade drawing up. Now I'm sure we ought to change prices before 6.
You can call for me in about an hour, Ralph.
Yes, ma'am.
One seat in the loge, please.
Loge? I doubt if we can build you one at a moment's notice.
What? Oh, well, whatever you've got.
Thanks. Thank you.
I'd say that was about $5,000 worth of mink on the hoof.
Hey, look, Gabrenian actually opened the door for us.
I don't blame the man for being overwhelmed.
Looks like all kinds of people don't mind coming to this popcorn cove to see Romance in April.
One ticket, please. It's 15 cents, isn't it?
Yeah, and you're just in time for the picture.
See, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Hope you don't mind the pennies. That's all I have.
Oh, they add up just the same. They are. I hope you enjoy the picture.
Yeah, I'm sure I will.
I take it you're a Carol Gordon fan.
Yeah. And her severest critic.
Did you hear that, Brooksy? That's an Angel, I think.
Carol Gordon? Oh, that couldn't be George.
I could be wrong. But there was something about her eyes.
But she seemed so old and pathetic.
Come on, Brooksy. Gabrenian can take over the box office now. We're going inside and make sure.
Must have broken Gabrenian's heart to hire a piano player for the day.
That girl on the screen, Angel. Look at her carefully. Don't you see some resemblance between her and the woman we saw before us at the box office?
Sorry, George. I can't talk myself into it.
Yeah. Maybe I am punching a little too hard.
Oh, she was beautiful, wasn't she?
Even in that costume with her waistline down to her knees.
And not a bad actress to compete with these titles. Ellen looked at the faded flowers and thought of the waste of her own life. Oh, brother.
No! No! Oh, waste of life. My life. What did I do?
It was Carol Gordon.
What happened?
Come on, stick with me, Brooksy.
Get out of here.
Her room is right down the hall here, folks.
Yeah, see, Brooksy? I told you she didn't just vanish. We were about giving up hope, mister.
We've been over this block with a fine-tooth comb for the last hour.
Can imagine the places you've been in, miss. Now, this here hotel don't rightly belong down in this neighborhood. Why, do you know we change bed sheets and towels twice a week?
Yeah, well, bully for you, but what did you say was the name she was using?
Ethel Mills. That is, if it's the woman you've been describing. And you know, funny thing.
What's that?
Huh?
Well, about 20 minutes ago, while I was away from the desk, somebody left a bottle of champagne for her.
Champagne?
Yep. All wrapped up fancy, too. Brought it right up to her. No other hotel around here gives room service like we do. Well, here it is. She's in there all right. And I think I know what happened.
What do you mean?
Well, if Ethel has the bottle around, it don't last long.
Well, something might have happened to her in her frame of mind.
Yeah, we better take a look, friend.
Yeah, that's right, young fella. Don't want anything bad happening to the reputation of the hotel.
Uh-oh.
Out like a light.
Well, don't just stand there. Where are those towels you're so proud of?
All right, over there.
Come on. Try to sit up.
I can't. They're hurting. Usually she don't feel like that until the next day. And the bottle's only half empty. Seems somebody left a card with it, too.
Let me see that. To Carol Gordon, on the day of her triumphant return to the screen.
Wait, this wet towel ought to help her.
No time for that, Brooksy. We have to get her to a hospital.
But, George, she's only
been poisoned. One sniff of this bottle will tell you that.
Poison?
Somebody else followed her here from the cameo. Somebody who wants to see Carol Gordon dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about winter driving. If you find that January days are kind of chilly, don't forget, cold weather is rough on your car, too. It may mean a lot of grinding starting wear, an extra drain on your car's battery. But a sure way to get fast starts, to keep your battery from working overtime, and to keep operating costs down, is to use Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this high-octane motor fuel has special blending agents that give fast starts and speedy warm-up every time you use the starter. Besides lending a helping hand to your battery, Chevron Supreme gives fast pickup in traffic, smooth acceleration, and the extra power that makes your car great on hills. It's a premium quality gasoline, and it's climate-tailored for each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That means you can depend on it the year round for fast starts and smoother extra power wherever you motor. Get a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Someone hires you to trace down an old movie star named Carol Gordon. Even before you can get started, your client is found murdered. You pick up from there and finally locate the once famous beauty in a cheap Skid Row hotel. The payoff there is that someone's tried to kill her, too. If you're like George Valentine, you won't rest till you find out why murder is singing such a merry song of mayhem.
Valentine, I don't care where you've got Carol Gordon. Get her down here to headquarters.
Well, you can't blame the lieutenant for hiding her out when she left the hospital. Somebody's out to get her.
Now, look, chum boy, I'm not too sure the lady didn't try to poison herself.
Yes, so you've been saying, with bullheaded regularity.
Well, you forget the elevator boy in Crichton's building. He recognized Carol Gordon's picture, put her right on the scene of the crime. Now, guilty conscience. I want to talk to her.
Uh-huh. Maybe you got an answer for those three strangely out-of-place characters who showed up at the revival of Romance in April.
Oh, Tony Chapman and Miss Ferris are both movie people. Maybe Maybe morbid curiosity brought him down there. Who knows?
Riley. It seems a little more than coincidence that just when Crichton hired me to find Miss Gordon, those two should decide to take in one of her pictures at the Cameo.
Well,
also, both Chapman and Miss Ferris were managed by Crichton. And what makes it even more screwier, they just became engaged to each other. And yet they show up at that theater at different times.
I don't care how it sounds. Chapman has an alibi for the time of Crichton's murder. The attendant in the garage of his apartment house vouches for the time. As for Miss Ferris, well, as far as she's concerned, she has no motive.
And the mousy little man who showed up at the revival. The one with a briefcase under his arm. I told you I saw him hanging around the hospital, too.
Okay. If and when we find this little gnome, I'll talk to him. In the meantime, you get Carol Gordon down here and fast.
Here you are, Miss Gordon. My car's parked right over here.
There's really nothing I can tell the lieutenant, Mr. Valentine.
Well, you just tell him the truth, Carol. And if he growls at you a little, don't let him upset you.
Okay, here we are. The three of us can fit into the front seat.
I know my story sounds a little weak, but I did drop in to see Henry Crichton on a personal matter. Once we were good friends. When I found him like that, I didn't stop to think. I hurried down the stairs and out of the building.
Yes, sure, I understand. I don't know if I can turn around here on the hill. I think it's the quickest way back to headquarters.
What's the matter? Hey, George! We're rolling down the hill.
Somebody's been monkeying around with the brakes. They won't hold.
Oh, try to keep it straightened out, George.
We're going faster! We're going up on the sidewalk!
Hang on. I'm going to crash.
Oh.
I was too close for comfort.
Oh.
Everybody all right?
What about you, Miss Gordon?
I'm just shaken up.
Good thing I picked out a wooden fence.
What happened? Oh, another drunken driver.
Looks like somebody tried to get all three of us this time.
Yes, doesn't it?
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh? What's the matter?
You see that Miss Gordon gets to headquarters. I just spotted someone I want to talk to.
Okay, George.
Hey, let me through here, will you? One side, please. Hey, you come back here. A few questions I want to ask you.
No. Let go of me, please. I don't know anything. There's nothing I can tell you.
Now, look, Buster, I've been dreaming about you in that briefcase. What makes you pop up all over the place?
Well, I've been following you just to see that Miss Gordon was all right, that nothing happened to her.
Come on. Who are you?
The name is Moody, sir. Walter Moody, you see? Here's my card.
Walter Moody, 6th Street Grammar School, principal. I don't get it, friend.
I am the oldest and the most faithful member of the Carol Gordon fan club. I venture to say the only member after all these years.
Are you kidding?
Oh, she was a fine actress. I have a great big shelf just full of scrapbooks. Her pictures, almost every line that was ever written about Miss Gordon.
Hey, you know, this is just cockeyed enough to turn out to be useful.
I beg your pardon.
Would you help Miss Gordon if she were in real trouble?
Oh, I'd do anything, sir. Anything.
Okay, Mr. Moody. Let's begin by taking a look at that 5-foot shelf of yours. 'You mean Carol actually used to correspond with you, Mr. Moody?
Oh, yes. Personally. I used to send the information in a newsletter to fans all over the country.
This must have been a big event in her life, according to this communique. My dearest number one fan, something has happened here today in this beautiful little town that's made me the happiest girl in the world. Soon, I hope to be able to tell you all about it.
I've always been curious about that, Mr. Valentine. What did she mean?
Eudora, California, December 9th, 1929. You know, Mr. Moody, I may be able to satisfy your curiosity.
1929, December. Yep, right here in Maracas.
December 9th. Ethel Mills and Anthony Switzer.
I can remember them two very well. When first couples are married as justice of the peace.
Anthony Switzer could be Tony Chapman. Why not?
Huh? Look here, son. What's all the shooting about, anyway?
What do you mean, Pops?
Well, just last week, fella was here. Named Crichton. He's with a young lady. Long blonde hair. He wanted the same information.
I think you've really given me something to wedge with, Pops. Thanks a lot.
Naturally, I can't deny it, Valentine. It's a matter of record.
Maybe you didn't deny it, Chapman, but you certainly have done everything to keep your marriage to Carol Gordon a secret.
Don't make me out a heel, will you? When Talking Pictures came in, Carol simply disappeared. After a while, I thought she was dead.
You know, it would be a terrible shock to your fans, Chapman, to find out that you let your wife simply disappear when she may have needed you.
Don't I know that?
And now engaged to beautiful and blonde Miss Ferris.
No one can say I haven't tried to find my wife. When I heard about one of her pictures being shown, I even went to the theater thinking she might turn up.
Uh-huh. And when she did you follow her and leave a bottle of champagne so she could celebrate her triumphant return to the screen?
But what? I don't know what you're talking about. I lost her in the crowd after she ran out.
You know, Chapman, you'd fit in nicely as the murderer of Crichton if you didn't have such a perfect alibi.
I've been through all that with the police. The attendant downstairs in the garage saw me drive in at 12:30.
Yeah, I know. You told him you weren't locking the car.
Which I always do. But I'd lost my key. Still haven't got around to getting one, as a matter of fact.
Okay, Chapman, okay. I'm just checking.
Anyway, now I can work out something with Carol. Get a quiet divorce. Maybe.
Tony, I've been waiting hours for you down in the lobby. What in the world?
Valentine, I'd like to meet Arlene Ferris, my fiancée.
Tell me, Miss Ferris, do you make it a practice to become engaged to men you know are married?
What?
Why
Tony.
did you have to do that, Valentine? Arlene didn't know, and there's really no reason why she should. The whole thing might have been smoothed over.
But you did know about Carol Gordon, didn't you, Arlene?
You must be out of your mind.
You and Henry Crichton paid a little visit to Eudora shortly before he was murdered.
Arlene?
Now, what was the deal? Were the two of you going to shake Chapman down after I located Carol?
This isn't true, is it, Arlene?
Why should I deny it? Seemed a very good idea at the time.
Good Lord.
Do you think I was infatuated with your worn-out, boyish charm, your toupee,
What?
the caps on your teeth?
Shut up, you...
Who do you
Well,
think
if you
you
two are
are
going to have an
tell me to
emotional
shut up?
wing-ding, you probably want a little privacy. Good day. Hey, Lieutenant. We can use this office in back of the garage.
Go on in, Miss Gordon.
Tell me, Valentine, why a garage? Why didn't you call up and ask me to meet you in a Turkish bath?
Oh, please, Lieutenant, the ladies.
Ah. Now, what's this all about?
Well, I didn't think you'd have any objections to Miss Gordon making a phone call.
Oh, for the love of Mike, why couldn't she have done it from my office?
It wouldn't have worked that way.
Oh, I don't know if I can say the things you told me, Mr. Valentine. I hate Tony. Hated him ever since he didn't lift a finger to help me. When he knew I was desperate.
But just do your best, Carol. As an actress, your best is better than you think. I'm sure of it.
Okay, here's his number. I'll dial it for you.
Well,
Here you are.
all right.
Hello. Tony? This is Carol. Yes, I know this must be a shock to you. But listen, dear. Let me do the talking. Tony, I've been unfair to you all these years. I should have come back and let you have the divorce. It must have been dreadful for you. Couldn't we do that now? Quietly, so that no one need ever know. Then you'll be free. Yes. Meet me in 5 minutes on the corner of State and McGovern. Please, hurry. Goodbye.
Oh, you were wonderful.
Yeah. That ought to get Mr. Chapman down here in the garage with the speed of light.
Light? Why don't you try shedding some once in a while, Valentine?
There shall be light, Lieutenant, I hope. Now, you ladies stay here in the office. Come on, Riley. Here's Chapman's custom job over here.
Well, what do I do? Just stand here and admire it? What the...
Come on back here, Lieutenant. We want to see this act without being seen.
Why'd you do that?
Just a pious hope. And if I'm wrong, I'll... Wait a minute. There's Chapman. Back of his car.
That fool attendant must have locked it anyway. Well,
Having trouble, Buster? I'll take those keys, this one in particular. The one you said you'd lost. Your fancy alibi.
Let go of this. Remember your manners, Chapman. Let Chum Boy have the key.
What is this? A frame-up?
Oh, famous last words.
That's the trouble with elaborate alibis. People are so forgetful.
Or to say it another way, friend, you just put the finger on yourself.
George Valentine will be back in just a moment to explain his reasons for naming Chapman as the killer. Meanwhile, quite a few folks have the impression that the only values an artist knows are color values. But not so with artist Ren Wicks of Beverly Hills, California. When it comes to economy in car operation, Mr. Wicks knows the value of RPM motor oil. Here's Mr. Wicks' statement, quote, "It takes a lot of things to keep a car running. One thing is good motor oil. That's why I selected RPM years ago. It reduces wear, cuts repair bills." Unquote. RPM motor oil will save wear in your car, too. Will bring a new economy to your car operation. For this premium quality motor oil was developed precisely for modern high-speed engines. Chemical compounds in RPM keep your entire engine cleaner. They protect those finely polished, close-fitting parts. Protect them from corrosion, gum, lacquer, and carbon. If your car is about due for a drain and refill, give it a new lease on life by getting RPM motor oil. Remember, it's better for your car and for your pocketbook. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. How did George Valentine come to suspect Chapman? Right at the moment, that's a question that's also troubling Lieutenant Riley.
Valentine, if I played hunches like you do, I'd be laughed out of the department. I have to stick to facts.
Well, that's the advantage I have, Lieutenant. When a hunch doesn't pay off, there's only Angel here to do the laughing.
Oh, I only snicker. How long are you two going to talk shop?
For instance, the one hunch about running Carol Gordon's picture brought a lot of other things to the surface.
Chapman must have come down to the cameo all ready to follow Carol if she showed up. He and his lethal champagne.
Yeah, he also made a scooter out of my car.
Yeah, quite a mechanic. Old lover boy even knew how to stop the clock in Crichton's office at the right time to make his alibi stick.
George, I still don't know why you hunched Arlene out of the picture.
Oh, she had too good a deal with Crichton, blackmailing Chapman to spoil it. Everything would have turned out as planned if Chapman hadn't found out what his business manager was cooking up.
Yeah.
Oh, well, don't be so depressed, Lieutenant. I'll try to teach George a healthier respect for facts.
You shouldn't be bothering your lovely head with facts, Angel. Not with your corner on the market when it comes to figures.
Why, darling.
Oh, just stating a fact, sweetheart.
Oh, you can say the sweetest things, dearest.
Well, I've got a great big hunch my stomach can't stand much more of this, so goodbye, kids.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jeanette Nolan as Carol Gordon, John McIntyre as Chapman, Virginia Gregg as Arlene, Howard McNear as Moody, Louis Van Ruten as Gabrenian, and Dick Ryan as the manager. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Corpse on a Caper, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the world has you spinning on your head, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, mine is no world-shaking problem, merely a grim and unpleasant duty. One of my girls here at Cliffbriar College passed away several days ago. Her body must be accompanied to her home in Mexico City. If you're available for this assignment, please phone me at the school this afternoon. Then you can meet Miss Burdick.
You can meet Miss Burdick, our resident nurse, at Eidlitz's funeral home this evening and make the necessary arrangements. Yours very truly, Julia Dunham Stoner, Dean.
I don't know about you, Brooksy, but I'd rather be on a slow boat to China.
Cliffbriar College. Golly, I wonder how old the poor girl was. Do you think she had a boyfriend, George? Think of how he must feel. They probably would...
Let's think of the problem at hand, Angel. Do we take this or not?
Who are you kidding? You've already made up your mind.
Well, somebody has to do it. The law says that a corpse must have a chaperone. Then, of course, there's Mexico City. Yeah, I'll bring you back a couple of maracas as a souvenir.
We'll talk about that later, senor. Shall I give Dean Stoner a ring?
Mexico City. Land of sunshine. Senoritas with flashing eyes.
You shut up.
Here's the burial permit and a copy of the death certificate, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, Miss Burdick.
You'll need those when you get to the train tomorrow.
How old was she, Miss Burdick?
Consuelo Benales was 19. I know. You're probably thinking how much she had to live for. A great deal, Miss Brooks. She was beautiful, had more money than she could possibly use. Everything.
Miss Benales is all fixed up for the trip. Looks real beautiful. If you want to, you can go in the back and see for yourself, Miss Burdick.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Eidlitz.
I better go across the street and get me a sandwich. The way work's been coming in these days, hardly get a chance to eat. If it would only level off over the years.
Mr. Eidlitz, you'd better go and hurry back. We have a few things to talk about.
And this is the wrong season for business. Don't understand it. Be back in a few minutes.
Well, I suppose every occupation has its hazards.
Death certificate. Date 1449. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage. Natural causes. Attended deceased from November 18th, 1948 to January 4th, 1949. Last visit, January 5th, 1949. So, Elwood, Dryden, MD.
Dr. Dryden is sort of college physician, although he lives off the campus.
I see.
He's been away the last few days, must be on a case.
I see.
Now, here's a check to cover your expenses, Mr. Valentine. Consuelo's family will take care of your fee when you get to Mexico City. Please let Dean Stoner know when you come back.
Yes, I'll do that, Miss Burdick.
Good night.
Look, Brooksy.
Yes, George?
Sit down and browse through the mortician's journal. I'll go and see if I can hurry Mr. Eidlitz along.
Well, all right, but please hurry, darling. Despite the potted palms, I can think of a cozier waiting room.
Hey, what is this? What hole did you two guys creep out of?
Yeah, you two men, what are you doing in my funeral parlor? And why have you got that young lady bound and gagged?
Button your lip, or
Keep
button
your
your shirt on.
That gun doesn't frighten me. I'm going out and call a policeman.
Hey, wait a minute, you get...
Oh, I...
Couldn't hold myself back. Who is that character on the floor?
Well, he was the Undertaker.
Oh, the cold cook, huh? You. What are you doing here? Who are you?
You're just talking up your sleeve, Buster. Till you take that gag out of that lady's mouth.
Me? Nobody's got more respect for women than me. I think all of them like my own dear mother. Go ahead, Danny. Take the thing out of her yap.
George.
Shut up. I just did that to show you I got respect for womanhood, lady. Now back to you, Jack. What are you doing around here?
And why did you heist the body? Huh?
He's been raving about somebody stealing Consuelo's body from the back room.
Didn't I tell you to keep still? Come on, Jack. What did you do with her?
The name's Valentine. What's the name they got under your pin-up picture in the post office?
Hey, you want I should give this guy a good slamming for cracking wise? The name is Bo Scarby. You're the only one been flitting around here all night. And Consuelo, she ain't here anymore.
You're running a fever, mister. I was just hired to go with the body back to Mexico.
She ain't going back to Mexico. She's gonna stay here and get buried right next to my dear mother.
Go ahead, keep ranting. I'll try and listen.
Even though she did walk out on me, she's my wife. You get the swing of it?
No, I don't. She's just a college kid. She's only been here from Mexico a couple of months. You're not in her league, friend.
She gave me a wrong name. Ginger Santos. But I found out who she really was. And I read about her dying up here in the college. You get the swing of it?
Oh, brother, the only thing I'm getting is a headache.
All right, Danny. I will hold the gun. We've got work to do.
George, tell them anything.
We'll start easy. First with a mouthful of fingers. Get the swing of it, Valentine? And then he was holding back.
Hey, what do you want me to tell you? I don't know anything. This is crazy.
Danny, let yourself go.
George!
All right. Little Consuelo went up to heaven, yielded up to ghosts, joined the choir, invisible. Is that what you want to know, Scarby?
You want us to go on, boss? This guy's beginning to talk out of his ears. No, leave him alone. Do listen to me, Valentine.
Yeah, you're coming over fine.
You know where Consuelo is, but you won't talk. Okay. But I'm going to be hip to everything you do from now on. You get the swing of it?
Yeah.
Come on, Danny.
Don't move, George. I'll try to get over to you.
That might be a little awkward, Brooksy, tied to that chair. I think I can make it.
There's a couple of brave boys. Oh, darling.
Oh, I'll have you out of this in a minute. While you take care of Mr. Idlitz, I'll call Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, what about you, George?
Me? I'm just a big snoop, a little old Paul Pry.
Oh, darling, how can you joke when you're...
Body, who's got the body? And why?
Valentine, when I got the message that you were here at the funeral parlor, I quivered like a bird. I said to myself, oh, no, it couldn't be. But then again, it might.
Oh, shame on you, Lieutenant. You know you don't mean it.
Even though I look it, I'm not quite ready for Mr. Idlet's back room.
It would take you, chum boy, to come up with a capering corpse. But look here. Naturally, we're going to do everything we can to find who stole the girl's body. But now, what else is on your mind?
Murder.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Just look at what we've got on our hands. Somebody waltzes in the back door and trips out with a corpse. A notorious hoodlum comes to claim it so he can bury it next to his dear mother.
A typical Valentine shindig.
The girl in question comes from a wealthy Mexican family and is presumably married to said mug, giving a false name.
And she's supposed to be going to college all the time.
Yeah. And finally, this death certificate.
What do you mean, finally? We've looked at it enough.
The doctor who wrote this hasn't been around for a few days. In fact, not since the morning after the girl died.
Well, the man's got a right to get out of town on a case or to go to a convention or something.
And not leave any word? Oh, we'll skip that. Now, how's this for the neatest trick of the week? The certificate is dated January 4th.
Well...
Last visit, it says, January 5th. The day after Consuela died.
Well, that's right.
Well, it might have been a slip of the pen.
Or a mistake, Lieutenant, purposely made to draw attention to this certificate. To say there's something screwy about it.
Well, I know this is going to hurt, but just what are you driving at?
Let's go looking for Dr. Elwood Dryden. Uphill, downhill, and all around the mulberry bush.
Here we go.
Especially in and about the canyons near Cliffbriar College for wealthy young ladies.
Lieutenant! Quick! Over here! We found something!
Come on, this may be it.
Yeah. Take it easy. Look out there. Oh, that car must have jumped the side road right down into this gully. Get the door open there.
Hey. It's good and dead, all right.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, there's not much left of the car.
George, look. It's got a medical license plate.
All right, Brady, let me get in there.
Okay, Lieutenant. Better send for a tow car.
Oh, holy smoke. You were right, Valentine. Here. Ooh. The identification tag says Elwood Dryden, M.D. A very convincing picture of an accident, except for that little hole in his head.
Powder burns. Fired at close range.
Well, then you were right about it being murder, George.
Okay. You call the shot, Valentine. Now let me see if I can match you.
Yeah?
Somebody made the doc sign a phony death certificate at the point of a gun, so there wouldn't be an autopsy on the girl. Then they let him have it.
Yep, that's the way I see it, too.
But if that's the case, there were two murders.
Uh-huh. A double header.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about modern methods. Not so many years ago, the problem of lubricating your car's engine was fairly simple. Nearly any straight mineral oil would do the job well and economically. But today, nearly every car on the road needs a specially compounded motor oil. Otherwise, engine efficiency would drop way down and repair bills would stop piling up. And that's where RPM motor oil comes in. Perfected by engineers at Standard of California, RPM assures longer engine life, cuts repair bills to the bone. Its chemical compounds prevent rust from attacking the interior of your engine. They fight off carbon and lacquer trouble, put a stop to corrosion, prevent crankcase foaming. Perhaps most important of all, RPM sticks to engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. And wherever you drive in the West, you're never far from a fresh supply of engine-saving, money-saving RPM motor oil. Get RPM tomorrow. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Reluctantly, you take the job of escorting the corpse of a young woman to her wealthy family in Mexico City. But the body is stolen. Two gangsters work you over. And the doctor who signed the death certificate is found murdered. In his place, you'd probably describe these homicidal shenanigans just as George Valentine did. A double-header. Yes, and also find yourself in the room of the late Consuelo Bonales at Cliffbriar College.
Brooksy, if we're going to believe Senorita Bonales lived in this room, we'll also have to believe she was using someone else's fingers.
What's that, George?
These fingerprints we got off that silver hairbrush don't match the ones on this passport.
Well, still, the picture here goes with the girl in the funeral parlor. Mr. Idlett's identified.
Well, you can substitute a different picture, but you can't change fingerprints.
But why the melodramatic masquerade? Why should another girl take Consuelo's place and end up on a slab in a mortuary? And where's Consuelo?
Hey, one thing at a time, Angel. But you're right. The big thing is why. Why a wealthy and beautiful young lady from Mexico would let anyone else fill her nylons?
Oh, we could kick that one around for days and not get anywhere.
Well, suppose we get a jump on the wild goose season. Beat it down to headquarters and make like Mata Hari with the boys in the fingerprint division. See if there's anything in the files that will give us a name to go with the prints.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, Dean Stoner told me that you were up here and wanted to see me.
Oh, yeah, just a few questions, Miss Burdick. Take care of that little matter, will you, Brooksy?
Oh, I'm on my way.
Now, would you know, Miss Burdick, when Dr. Dryden filled out that death certificate?
Why, the night Consuelo died. The Department of Health got it in the mail the next morning.
According to Lieutenant Riley, when you walked in, you found Miss Bonales dead.
That's right. I saw the light and wondered why she was up so late. First, I thought she'd taken an overdose of her pills.
Pills? What pills?
She suffered terribly from migraine headaches, and Dr. Dryden was prescribing for her.
Oh, I see.
Those are the pills in that bottle on her night table.
But Dr. Dryden decided differently, huh? Cerebral hemorrhage. Just one more question, Miss Burdick. What sort of girl was Consuelo?
Mr. Valentine, all our students are supposed to be paragons of virtue. Genteel young ladies from the best of families.
But off the record.
Off the record, Consuelo was a paragon of everything but virtue back in Mexico. Madcap heiress, beautiful and bored, that sort of thing. Her parents expected Cliffbriar to exert a chastening influence. But why should anyone want to make off with the poor girl's body? What is this all about, Mr. Valentine?
It's going to take a mighty hurry to find that out.
What's that?
Oh, don't mind me, Miss Burdick. Brass knuckles and a sleepless night always makes my mind wander. Yeah, Brooksy, I'm still on the phone. Well, I'm just trying to think. Now we know the Cliffbriar girl was Ginger Santos. And that's the name Consuelo Benales gave that mug Scarbeck when she married him. Yeah, well, look, I'll meet you over at Max Weiner's as soon as you can get there. Well, you know, the theatrical booking agent. Yeah, so long.
Santos.
Yes, Ginger Santos, the Mexican dancer man.
Yeah, thrown in the pokey once for dancing in an illegal gambling joint.
My files here are all mixed up. I gotta tell my secretary about this. Who am I kidding? Who's got a secretary?
Same old Max.
Wait a minute, wait. I remember. Ginger Santos, sure, especially Mexican hat dance.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Only Ginger doesn't dance around the hat.
Huh?
She makes with it like Sally Rand makes with the fan.
Yeah, well, never mind the colorful details. Max, where is she? How can we find her?
Let me see. 3 months ago, she was in the Club Reader. And now I think she's dancing out around Brewster and La Casita.
Good boy.
And come to think of it, that's also a place where you can lose some money. And I don't mean a parcheesi.
Okay, Max, send me a bill for the info.
Sure, I'll have my secretary do that. There I go again. Who's got a secretary? Better slip me a 10 now.
What a tragic waste, Miss Santos.
What?
I said, what a waste. You sitting here alone at the bar.
Where did you come from? Why didn't you get here sooner?
I take it that you wouldn't scream if I joined you, Ginger.
What do you think?
Hey, Ginger, is this guy giving you any trouble?
Yes, the kind I like. Go away, Carlos. No, wait. Get me another drink.
Look, you had too many already. Reynolds wouldn't like it. You still got your dance to do.
If my eyes are a little bloodshot, nobody will be looking at them anyway. Besides my headache.
Okay, but this is the last one.
Headache?
Yes, but no matter. A little excitement always cures that. And you look like the kind of man who could provide plenty. By the way, what's the man's name?
Valentine. George.
I mean, who are you?
Oh, just say I'm a ballet domain. That means...
Don't patronize me. I know what the word means. But aside from being a lover of the dance, what else can you suggest for excitement?
What do you think?
I like you, Valentine George. You look like the kind who'd let a girl walk on the outside.
In other words, a mug, a bruiser. You go for the type, don't you, Consuelo?
What?
Here's your drink, Ginger.
Just leave it there. What was that you just said?
Well, just providing a little excitement. Tell me, how does it feel walking around with a dead girl's name?
You're crazy.
How does it feel to know that a guy like Bo Scarbeck is looking for you?
What?
You gave him Ginger Santos' name when you married him.
Shut up.
Is it exciting enough to know that the girl you let take your place, her body is gone? Or isn't that news to you? What's the matter? You lost all your steam?
Get away from me. Stop calling me you.
Playing it that way, huh?
What right have you to talk to me that way?
What's going on here? All right, everybody, quiet down. It's just a little argument. Get back to your tables. What's the matter with you, Ginger? You know I don't like things like this happening in my club.
He was bothering me, Mike. Talk to him.
Don't give me that. There isn't a man you can't handle. If there were, you wouldn't admit it.
Mr. Reynolds seems to know you, sister.
You better talk to him, Mike. He mentioned something about eyelids.
Oh? How would you like to step in my office, fella?
Well, when there's no choice, I never waste time arguing. Come on, Buster. Let's go see your etchings.
All right, Valentine, I get the picture. Now let me do some talking.
Go ahead. It's your deal, Reynolds.
I'm a gambler, a businessman, not a murderer. I'm too smart for that. The worst that can be said about me or Ginger
You mean Consuelo.
Let me talk. The worst is that we did something to keep the other dame from being shipped to Mexico, so Consuelo's folks wouldn't find out the truth.
Now, Reynolds, there's more to it than that.
All right, so the kid pulled a fast one on her people. Hired another girl to take her place so she could play it high, wide, and handsome on her own for a while. She's dynamite. She can't stand being cooped up without exploding.
Where have you got the body of the real Ginger Santos?
My boys stashed it away. But they'll see that it gets back. With a little diplomacy, things get squared again.
Oh, you write a nice story, Reynolds, except for the happy ending. You seem to forget that... Well, hello, Scarbick. For a while, I thought you lost my trail.
Get out of my way, Valentine. I just seen her outside. She's not dead at all. You, Reynolds?
Why?
Oh, now, come, boys. Let's not forget social amenities. Reynolds, I want you to meet Bo Scarbick, also a very tough guy, but more important, Consuela's husband.
Husband? Why, that...
And, Bo, this is Mike, your successor in your wife's affection.
Yeah, I know. And me even wanting to bury her next to my dear mother. Anyway, I break this guy in half.
Please, but don't. I've caused enough trouble.
Get away from me.
Please.
Can we come in to your charge admission?
Now, just a minute.
You missed the best part, Lieutenant. This is the end of the third act coming up.
Is this Consuelo, George?
Yep. And Mr. Reynolds, who does her body snatching. They're all yours, Lieutenant.
Now, just a moment, Lieutenant. I can...
Quiet. We'll unscramble you down at headquarters. And before morning, we'll know which one of you killed Dryden and that girl.
Just to make sure you're not disappointed, Lieutenant, Brooksy and I will bring Nurse Burdick along. She'll have something to say that'll clinch the deal for you.
All right, bring her along.
Oh, 1 minute. There's something festering in my soul.
What, George?
Oh, Scarbick, I've got something for you.
Huh?
Yeah. And if you like it, send Danny. You're out!
Pretty good, Valentine. But cut it.
All unfested now. You all right back there, Miss Burdick?
I'm quite comfortable, Mr. Valentine.
You know, Brooksy, the irony of the answer to this whole thing is something only the murderer is going to appreciate.
What do you mean, darling?
Well, just think of it, Miss Burdick. Somebody forced Dr. Dryden to sign that fake death certificate. Yet he had the presence of mind to write it in such a way that it put the finger right on the killer.
Yes, it is a fabulous piece of irony, isn't it?
Yes, but it's going to be wasted on the lieutenant, George, when he finds out you've been keeping it all to yourself.
Well, he'll get over it. Uh-oh.
Huh? Oh, the left rear tire again, George.
Yeah, sounds like it. Well, may as well get prepared to go to work. Take my coat, will you, Brooksy? I'll put it on the back of the seat.
Okay, George. Well, how does it look back there?
Oh, not too bad. Well, I'm not changing any tire on the top of the pass. You'll have to wait till we get down.
You're not going to get down, Mr. Valentine.
What's that?
George, the gun. She took it out of your pocket.
Hey, what is this, Miss Burdick? Has this business affected your mind?
Start the car, please. You know what's going to happen now? At the very top of the pass, I'm going to kill both of you. And roll the car down into the valley. In what's left, no one's going to go looking for two little bullet holes.
Miss Burdick, don't be a fool. You
Don't turn around like that, Miss Brooks. Wouldn't you like to know why I killed those two?
I know about Dr. Dryden. But what did you have against that Santos girl?
Nothing. She was just a common, vulgar nobody. But her death was useful.
When is murder ever useful?
When it can get you all the things you've never had. I've been a nurse all my life, taking care of everybody else. And these last years catering to those spoiled, brainless young ladies who have everything money can buy.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen, Miss Burdick. If I explained to Lieutenant Riley you had a chance to kill us and didn't, I'm sure he'll give you a break.
Sure he will. Keep driving, Mr. Valentine. Life could have been very pleasant with the money I would have blackmailed from Consuelo Benales.
That's all zeroed out now.
All right. But it was worth the risk. I knew I had to do what I did ever since I found out about the Santos girl and Consuelo changing places. You fools, can't you see I had to get rid of the stand-in?
You did.
They'd met regularly. They met again that night, the night I killed Ginger Santos. That school nurse, I persuaded her to let me give her a routine injection. But it was the same drug she was taking in the pills for her migraine.
George, we're almost at the top.
Yeah, but...
Now, wasn't that a clever scheme for a dowdy, unimaginative nurse? The death could either be called an overdose of sedative or murder. I made Consuelo believe I could testify I saw her poison Ginger Santos' drink at the roadhouse where... Stop the car, Mr. Valentine. Yes, and I even thought of a motive for Consuelo. Ginger was blackmailing her because she knew about the gangster husband.
Have you got it all out of your system, Miss Burdick?
I had to tell someone. It was a beautiful plan. even though it didn't work. I thought of it all by myself. And I went through with it. Just as I must go through with this now.
No.
I don't want to do this. But I must. I must. It's empty.
Yes, Miss Burdick. You don't really think I would have tempted you with a loaded gun?
George, you mean that
Hold your horses, Angel. Just as soon as we deliver Miss Burdick to Riley, I'll tell you all about it.
If your car takes a lot of coaxing to get started, if it's logy in traffic, if it drags on hills, then it's hardly giving you command performance. And to get this from your car, get Chevron Supreme gasoline. Special blending agents in this premium quality gasoline command fast starts, command smooth acceleration, command the extra power that makes your car great on hills. And because high-octane Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, you can be sure of command performance from your car in each different altitude and temperature zone wherever you drive in the West. Ask for Chevron Supreme tomorrow and enjoy motoring at its best with your car giving command performance every mile. You can get Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car.
George, I think it was mean of you not to tell me you took the bullets out of that gun.
Have you given away?
Darling, I was thinking, why didn't Dr. Dryden just go ahead and sign that death certificate? There was no reason to suspect it wasn't an overdose of those pills.
Oh, well, that's what I meant by the irony, Angel.
Well, I thought you were just making conversation. Part of your act with Miss Burdick.
No, Ginger was playing her part like a trooper. Consuela's medical records said she suffered from migraines. So Ginger pretended she did, too.
Well,
I had those pills analyzed. You see, Dr. Dryden realized there was nothing wrong with Ginger, so he was prescribing sugar pills for their psychological effect. That's what Miss Burdick didn't know.
Oh. And when Dr. Dryden demanded an autopsy, she was forced to kill him.
I got it. Hello? Oh, yeah, Lieutenant. What's that? Huh? Well, sure, I guess so. That sounds okay to me. Yeah, bye. Well, what do you know, Angel? The lieutenant came through with a job for me.
Well, since when did he become a booking agent for you?
Well, the Benales family wants me to escort Consuela home once she gets her annulment and everything's straightened out.
Consuelo? You don't say.
Yeah?
Mexico City, land of sunshine. Senoritas with flashing eyes.
That's right.
Lieutenant Riley, this is Brooksy. Yeah, well, George wants me to tell you we can't take that job. I've suddenly become allergic to hot tamales.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jeanette Nolan as Miss Burdick, Tony Barrett as Scarbick, Barney Phillips as Reynolds, Junius Matthews as Idlitz, Peggy Weber as Consuelo, and Jack Crucian as Max. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The payoff is murder. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If it's touch and go with trouble and you want out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, maybe you've heard of my husband, Johnny Wyatt. Just a notch higher than a club fighter. Big, strong boy who hasn't gotten anywhere. Well, Friday night he meets Pat Driscoll at the Christopher Arena, and the payoff is all set. But not if Johnny plays it my way. Then the payoff might be murder. Still, I want to take that.
chance. Maybe my reasons for this are a little cockeyed, but if you're interested, let's talk it over. And it's signed Doris Wyatt.
Christopher Arena, Brooksy. Sounds like old home week. Remember?
Remember? I had to sit there and watch you get worked over just to satisfy the ego of a vicious little gangster named Salvador.
Ah, the late Johnny Salvador. So now there's a Douglas Harger running all of his rackets. It's enough to make a growing boy turn cynical.
One thing's certain from Mrs. Wyatt's letter. The air around Christopher Arena still has an odor from here to there and back again.
Yeah. With Harger in the picture, the fight could very well be a fix. But why should an ever-loving wife want to change the payoff so it might read murder?
Well, George, she admitted her reasons might sound a little cockeyed.
But just how cockeyed?
All right, Mr. Valentine, I'll tell you why I'm not going to let Johnny throw that fight Friday night.
Yeah, Mrs. Wyatt?
Because I've never had a mink coat.
Huh?
What's that? Exactly what I said, Miss Brooks.
Well, pardon my dunce cap, but if your husband played along with Harger, that would be about as short a cut to a mink coat as you'd want.
And you still don't seem to get it. The first time I ever saw Johnny, I was in a chorus line. I think I wanted a mink coat more than I wanted to breathe. And I could have had it even with a wedding band. But I picked Johnny. Doesn't it mean anything to you?
Yeah. You loved him.
It's more than that. For 10 whole years, I've had to stand by while he was getting his face pushed in. But at least he was always doing a clean, honest job. The only job he knew.
But how do you think we can help you if Johnny's made up his mind?
You can help me change it.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Harger and his crowd have already placed their bets. They're not going to let Johnny or anybody else cross him.
I know.
Anyway, this is a little out of my line, Mrs. Wyatt. I wouldn't know how to go about this.
And I wouldn't know what to tell you. Oh, maybe I've got a one-track mind. A gasoline station along the road, an auto court. And who knows, maybe we could still have a couple of kids. Funny where you can wind up dreaming of a mink coat. Sorry I bothered you, Mr. Valentine. Forget it.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me think about this.
Hey, Doris. Doris. I want... Oh, you got company, huh?
Where have you been, Johnny?
Training. You know, honey, Friday night, the big payoff.
Look at you. How much do you think you'll have to drink after Friday to forget what you did?
You know I'm only doing this for you, Doris. Hey, who are these people? We shouldn't be talking like this in front of
You don't have to worry about them.
Go on, get out, both of you, get out. I want to talk to my wife.
Might be a good idea if you did a little listening, Johnny.
Who are you to tell me what to do? I get enough of that. Get him out of here.
This
Doris,
is Mr. Valentine. I thought he could figure a way you could still fight an honest fight and not get hurt.
You mean you told her?
She was only thinking of you.
Get out. Get out, I told you.
Stop it, Johnny, stop it. This is one time your fists aren't going to help you. After the fight, I'm leaving you. For good.
You what?
Leaving you.
But, baby, it's 10 years. Things we had planned. This was going to be my last fight. Doris, you don't know what you're saying. You can't do it.
Take it easy now. Here, fella, sit down. Pull yourself together. Now, look.
Yeah.
If you're willing to try, I'll see if I can get you off the spot.
Oh, Johnny, please listen to him. What about it, Johnny?
Go ahead, mister.
Okay. You think you got it in you to beat this Driscoll guy
I think I can take him. Got at least one good fight left in me.
Good.
Besides, Driscoll thinks it's all fixed. He's been doing his training in nightclubs. Oh, but there's nothing you can do about it now, Valentine. You don't double-cross Hager and get away with it.
Well, you didn't fix this thing, Johnny. It was Steve Helianos. Your manager did all the talking for you.
You got a contract with this Helianos?
Sure, but I had no trouble getting out of that. Steve's been jipping me for years.
Well, what's the word, Johnny?
Just what you know it would be if I thought I was going to lose you.
Well, it looks like you've got another date at the Christopher Arena, George.
Yeah. Okay, we don't have much time. Get him under a cold shower, Doris. Fill him full of black coffee.
Yeah.
Where do you train, Johnny?
Murray's Gym, 8th Street. Hager took that place over from Salvador, too.
Well, don't go near the place. Use the gym at the YMCA until you hear from me.
What are you going to do?
See a man who has more reason than any of us to hate Hager and everything he stands for. A man who hated Johnny Salvador enough to kill him.
George, the basher.
But that guy's punch drunk. They got him locked away in a sanitarium.
Uh-huh. But I think he can still make the kind of sense that'll give us a fighting chance. Now, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I'll pick you up at the office. Right now, it's time for a couple of characters to get a shock treatment.
Here, listen, my friend. Where do you get off telling me how to run my business? Aren't you forgetting? I am his manager.
As far as Johnny Wyatt is concerned, you're out of business, Helianos, as of now.
I'm warning you. Don't make things unhealthy for yourself.
Come now, Helianos. You're the one who's flirting with high blood pressure. Don't get so excited.
But you heard what he said, Mr. Hager.
And everyone else will if you don't stop raising your voice. Besides, you know how sensitive I am to raucous voices. Now, if you'll just leave us alone, I'd like to talk to Mr. Valentine.
Sure, okay. But don't forget, I got a contract with Wyatt.
Yeah, sure. That piece of paper and a dime will buy you a cup of coffee. And if you have any complaints, take them up with the boxing commission.
You think I won, eh? Well, I will...
Your tantrums are childish, Helianos.
Huh?
I'm afraid we both have to admit that round number 1 goes to this gentleman on points.
Thanks.
Well, the gentleman better stay out of my way. We don't want to wake up floating in his sewer.
Hey, isn't that Pat Driscoll punching the bag over there?
Yes. You see him in one of his more conscientious moods. He's actually condescended to work out today.
Uh-huh. Well, no wonder Wyatt is the top heavy favorite. You stand to really clean up if he does approach.
When he does it. Which brings us to the crux of the matter, doesn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah. That Johnny Wyatt is going to fight the best he knows how. No matter which way you're betting or what you intend to do.
I can't allow Wyatt to win. There's almost $250,000 involved.
Okay, what do you propose to do about it?
Unlike Helianos, I don't indulge in lurid threats. I simply want to state a fact. If this bout doesn't come off as planned, neither you nor Wyatt will have much time to enjoy virtue's momentary triumph.
Well, now, that was the purpose of this little visit. Now we both know where we stand.
Oh, Mr. Hager, I understand this guy's giving you some kind of trouble.
Trouble? Of course not, Driscoll. We were merely discussing business.
Yeah. I was trying to find out how to bet Friday night. Mr. Hager here says you can't lose.
All right, I'm a sure thing, so what?
But I keep saying you can't win, Driscoll.
Huh?
Unless you got somebody in there to take a dive for you.
What's that? You know what I think I'm gonna do?
Hold it, Driscoll.
I'm gonna nail you one, sweetheart, and see how you look splashed on the floor.
Hey, look at the guy done it, Driscoll. Driscoll's out like a light.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, sure.
Who splashed on the floor?
I am impressed, Mr. Valentine. If I weren't betting on that reclining gentleman, I'd be tempted to applaud.
Hey, buddy, I just see what you've done. The right cross you got there. Anybody managing you?
Out of my way, Buster. I got places to go and things to
Yeah,
do.
but that right cross.
Now listen to Mr. Valentine carefully, Basher.
I'm listening. I get what you're saying.
Good, because this is very important.
Don't you see? This is your chance to win a big fight, not even have to go into the ring.
Well, how can I do that? Them keeping me here in the sanitarium.
Now, look, Basher, you know Hager took over where Salvador left off. And he's doing the same thing to other fighters that Salvador did to you.
He can't do that. Look where I am because of him. And I used to be champ. Champ.
We know that, Basher.
Now, please, get the story straight. Johnny Wyatt wants to make this his last fight. And he wants to do a clean, honest job on Driscoll.
I wish they'd let me in there. I'd show that young punk a couple of things.
Yeah, Bessie, yeah, I know. But you see, Wyatt's betting on himself. Every dollar he's got. His wife's depending on him, too.
All the money they've saved to buy a gas station, live a decent life, is on him to win.
Now, look, I'm no fight manager, and I want you to help me find the right trainer and things like that.
Yeah.
But most important, how does a guy like Hager operate? I want to call every move he makes before he even thinks of it.
Oh, okay. I'll put you straight. Already, Hager's way ahead of you.
What do you mean?
What's the odds for Friday night?
Why, it's 7-2 for Johnny Wyatt to win.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, Mr. Valentine. Before the fight, the odds are going to be even bigger for Wyatt. Hager will see that they are.
How can he do that, Bessie?
A couple of stunts like he done with you in the gym today when you socked Driscoll. He didn't have to hit the floor, but he did it so everybody would think he wasn't in shape. You know, part of the frame.
Uh-huh.
And that gets in the papers, and everybody bets on Wyatt. A sure thing.
But, George, that means...
Yeah, I'm beginning to see what it means, Brooksy.
The odds should be on Driscoll. He's young, he's smart. If you just knew where to look, you'd see they got Driscoll training hard for this fight.
Oh, this puts me on the spot, Bessie.
Yeah, well, it's an old deal. Salvador started doing it with me when I was getting washed up. I was 32. That was, 3 years ago.
Well, this is beginning to look like a work of art, George. Hager's got himself double insurance. If Johnny Wyatt doesn't throw the fight, Driscoll can probably beat him anyway.
Driscoll, smart kid.
Oh, boy, what a gold-plated goon guy I turned out to be. I let the Wyatts risk everything, their whole future on this fight.
You never can beat big boys like Hager when they got the fix on.
I know. Still, Johnny Wyatt's got to win Friday night. And I've got to make him. But how, Basher? How?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the well-tailored car. Whether your everyday motoring is in the Puget Sound area, along the Columbia River, or in the desert, there's one way you can be sure of command performance from your car. That's by relying on high-octane Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this great premium quality fuel is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That means wherever you motor, Chevron Supreme's blending agents command fast starts, command smooth acceleration, command the extra power that makes your car great on hills. Just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow and enjoy the command performance it gives your car on the straightaway, in heavy traffic, and up the steepest hills. Remember, Chevron Supreme for command performance every mile of the way. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You find yourself managing, of all things, a heavyweight fighter, Johnny Wyatt, at the end of the road, facing a younger, stronger man. If your boy wins, Hager or one of his mobsters will see that you pay with your life for the fortune they lose in bets. Yet Johnny and his wife are also betting everything they own that he gets the nod. So you're up a blind alley. If you're like George Valentine, you just put your head down and try to slug your way out.
You know, Hager, somebody must have pampered you when you were a boy. To think you can just walk into somebody's house and your very appearance is going to scare them to death?
Please, Mr. Valentine. I've been waiting for this moment. Let me do the talking.
And for once, Hager, I think you're going to do the listening. I doubt if you're going to feel like the same man when Mrs. Wyatt gets through describing you.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring. But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to. We know what he's up against. But no soft-spoken piece of rubbish like you is going to change our minds.
Any questions, Mr. Hager?
No, just a mere statement minus the dramatics. I thought it might carry greater weight stated in front of Mrs. Wyatt, who's supposed to love her husband.
No soft-spoken piece of rubbish is going to change our minds.
I admire models of virtue, Mrs. Wyatt, but only as curios you keep under glass.
Why don't you speak your piece and get back to your gilded gutter?
The simple fact remains. When I make a bet, there's always a payoff. Either in money or in that wasteful and businesslike operation known as violence.
But it's only been a couple of hours, Doris. Try to remember what you said.
I am.
Your exact words when Harger came in. Now, you did all the talking. He just stood there.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying so hard.
Don't rush her, George. Maybe it'll come easier if you don't make her try so hard.
But we got to get this right, Brooksy.
First, I remember saying, please, Mr. Valentine, I've been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, that's right. Then you said, let me do the talking.
And you said, and for once, Harger, I think
you're going to do the listening. Now we got it, Brooksy. Take all this down.
Okay, George, but I still want to know why.
Angel, this has to be the convincer. I've got to make Harger think I've got something on him. And before he realizes there's one important thing missing from the recording we're going to make.
Well, what's that?
Just his voice, Doris.
But George, you'll never get away with it.
You just take the words down, Brooksy. Johnny and I have a date at the sanitarium with a basher.
I was champ once, Wyatt. Remember me, huh? Remember me?
Yeah, we all do, Bash. It's just too bad you had a guy like Salvador Henry.
Shan't talk and wait, Basher. But will you please look at those pictures? I had to do a lot of talking to get the...
Yeah, so... Yeah. I'm watching every move he makes.
Look, this guy isn't going to get us anywhere.
Will you keep quiet, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm watching. I got it. You can turn this thing off now, Mr. Valentine. I got the answer.
Turn the projector off now, Mac, and put on the lights. Okay, what is it, Basher?
Being the champ like I was, I got Driscoll's weakness, just like that. Johnny boy, you can murder that guy in the first round.
Me and how many bulldozers?
Go on, Basher.
Well, when the bell rings, Johnny boy, you rush to the middle of the ring with your dukes up, like Driscoll was the worst enemy you ever had.
You're not far from wrong.
You've seen him in them pictures. All you got to do is all of a sudden let your hands drop down by your sides.
Yeah, you forgot to mention who carries me out.
Will you listen to him, Johnny?
When Driscoll comes in for the kill, he's wide open. You've seen it. That's when you give it to him, Johnny boy. But not with your right. not with your right.
Just how do you do it, Basher?
You throw your left at him. That's the way he's least expecting.
Well, the only punch I got is my right cross. Everybody knows the only thing I can do with my left is chase off flies.
Like I said, least expecting. And the guy's got a glass jaw. You've seen it in the pictures. He won't know what happened to him.
Valentine, let's get out of here. If I do this punch, he tells me I'll get killed.
We'll talk about that later, Johnny. Thanks for your advice, Basher. And when you listen to this fight over the radio, you can say to yourself, it's just as though the Basher were in there fighting.
Do like I said, Johnny, and you'll have him smelling the rosin before he knows what hit him.
Yeah, and I could also be reading the alphabet backwards from then on.
Do like your wife tells you. By that gas station. Don't end up like me, the champ.
Valentine, let's get out of here.
Sometimes I wake up in bed fighting my own shadow, right? And then I faint, and I give him a right cross and then a left.
So long, champ. And thanks again. Well, this is about it, Johnny. The last prelim is on out there. How do you feel?
Oh, just great.
How does he look to you, Freddie? The Basher said you were the best trainer in the business.
I done the best I could with him, Mr. Valentine, in the short time we had. You gotta remember, Johnny ain't as young as he used to be.
Yeah, especially around the stomach, huh, Freddie? Horace, what are you doing here? You never want you to see me before a fight.
Oh, this time it's different, Johnny. I got you into this. The least I can do is kiss you. Good luck.
I just want to give this to Mr. Valentine.
All right.
Here's that briefcase you wanted, George.
Oh, thanks, Angel. I'm sure I'm going to need it.
I'm betting on you, Johnny.
Okay, Freddie, that's enough. Can't help me anymore.
Anything you say, Johnny.
Did you ever see a wife like that? I'm just not good enough for her. I don't want her to see me on my face out there tonight. If they end up that way, she'll never know whether I threw the fight or not.
Will you take it easy, Johnny?
Hey, just like Joe Maloney, I better get your boy in a bathrobe.
All right. This is going to be my last fight. I'm going to go in there and slug it out with Driscoll. Well, why are you guys looking at me that way? Come on.
You boys know the rules. Keep your punches up, fight clean, break clean.
Right.
Back to your corners.
Okay, now, Johnny, I've only got a second, so listen. Fight this thing the way I want you to do it. It's your only chance.
I'm not taking that punch drunk's word.
Well, then take mine. Do it, and I'll even be happy to face Harger.
Hey, your mouthpiece, Johnny.
Go to it, Johnny.
What's the matter, boys? Come on in. Driscoll, give it to me. Don't worry, Grandpa. You're going to get it.
Come on, boys. Get going.
Oh, come on in, will you? Come on. Got my hands hanging down. Make it quick and fast. Okay, sucker.
1, 2, 3. Hey, somebody, quick, get the doctor and the boxing commission in here. Driscoll's really hurt.
Hey, where do you think you are going, friend? Don't think you are leaving this arena.
What's the matter, Helianus? When you got a gun in a man's back, no reason for your hand to shake like that.
Just excited. I cannot wait to see what is going to happen to you. Start walking.
Okay. Johnny had more left in him than you thought, didn't he?
What are you carrying in that briefcase, Valentine? Your last will and testament?
Yeah, something like that.
In here. This is Harger's office.
Come in, Mr. Valentine.
Sit down.
Thanks a lot.
If you remember, during our last conversation, there was a slight mention of a payoff, one way or another.
I have a very retentive memory, Mr. Harger, and you were very eloquent.
So why make with the fancy words, Mr. Harger? I know a couple of boys who can take care of him, but fast.
Why need we hurry, Helianus? Do you know how much you cost me tonight, Mr. Valentine?
I hope it was enough to send you to the poorhouse.
Not quite, but it was a serious blow.
Oh, yeah. I think you can afford it, all right. A lavish office like this, oil paintings, custom-built phonograph. So many, many luxuries guys like Basher don't have in a sanitarium.
But what to do with you, Mr. Valentine? Of course, you must go, and eventually Mr. Wyatt, too. But how? Well, if there's one thing I dislike, it's, let's say, crudity.
Oh, brother, leave it to you. Never at a loss for the right word. You mind if I put on a record I brought along?
I love good music.
Oh, well, then you ought to go nuts about this when you hear it played back.
Hey, what is he doing? He's got a gun in there.
Please, Helianus. You don't seem to understand how gentlemen like Mr. Valentine and I do business. Just what have you got there?
Suppose you listen, Harger. I'll put the needle down at random, but I think you'll get the general idea.
I hope it's Sibelius.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring.
It's all there, Mr. Harger.
But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to.
If anything happens to me or Johnny, this will make sweet music in the DA's ears.
Spoken piece of rubbish.
You want to hear any more, Harger? Of course, you remember. This gets better as it goes along.
You know, you don't have to have a scientific trend of mind to know that RPM motor oil means low-cost car operation and longer engine life. But Mr. George L. Reed of Miami, Arizona, happens to be scientific-minded, and this is what he says, quote, "As a mining man for 15 years, I have a pretty good idea of what proper lubrication means.
For long life in your car motor, you must have absolute lubrication, and RPM really does the job. I'm sticking with RPM, unquote. I think you'll agree that Mr. Reed is a wise and practical man. And if you've been using RPM motor oil in your car regularly, you know why Mr. Reed prefers this premium quality motor oil. You know that RPM keeps your engine cleaner, fights off carbon, rust, lacquer, and other costly troublemakers. And you know that where ordinary oils fail on hot upper cylinder walls, RPM protects those hot spots at all times. So to give your car longer life, get an oil drain and refill with RPM motor oil. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car.
Well, come on, Harger, speak up. Do you want to hear any more?
I'm not one to fool myself, Mr. Valentine. You may have something on that record.
Oh, I can just as well play the rest of it, including your ill-advised threat. You know, violence. Shall I go ahead?
No, you needn't bother.
You mean you are going to let them get away with this, Mr. Harger? I will take care of him tonight and this record, too.
Be honest. Sometimes I despair of you. You're so petulant.
Huh?
Do you think Valentine would walk in here with the only copy of that record?
I got 1,000,000 of them, Helianus, and they all tell the same story. Well, it was nice knowing you two.
Mr. Harger, just leave him to me.
Stay where you are. The gentleman and I have made a bargain. Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. Good night, Mr. Harger.
Well, how do you like it, Mr. Valentine? We finally got our gas station. And there's even an auto court in the back.
Sure looks swell.
Well, we just thought we'd drop by, Doris, and see how you and Johnny were making out. By the way, where is Johnny?
In the back somewhere. You ought to see him, Claire. Happy as a kid, can't find enough to do. But none of these things would have been possible except for you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, thanks for the badge of honor, Doris, but all I'm doing is trying to make a living.
Living. That's what Johnny and I are doing now. We're closer than we ever were. Why do you know, in the spring we may even open up a hamburger stand.
Oh, love and hamburgers. A reasonable substitute for a mink coat.
Something like that. All I know is everybody should be as happy as Johnny and I are now. For instance, you two could,
Oh, never mind, Doris. Subtleties like that are wasted on our friend here.
Oh, I know what Doris is driving at, all right?
Oh, do you, darling?
Yeah, but Angel, can we make it pay? Opening a hamburger stand.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett as Doris, Tony Barrett as Johnny, Jay Novello as Basher, Louis Van Ruten as Harger, John Ullman as Helianos, and Lester J. as Driscoll. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Till Death Do Us Part, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Changes my stock and trade. If it's loaded with dynamite and has to be kept confidential, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, enough violence has happened in my house to convince me that my sister, a plain, scatterbrained spinster of 42, should never have married a man so ruthless, so charming, and so much younger than she is. It could have only been for her money, money that can never be his until she dies. Of all things, this great charmer, Cliff LeVar, is a former ballroom dancer, all of 30. I want you to look into his past. Then we can go on from there. Respectfully yours, Miss Lydia Tarbell, Beach Cove.
Come on, Max, come on. Miss Brooks and I have to make a train out to Beach Cove tonight.
Now, take it easy, Georgie. I'm a theatrical agent, not a magician.
Well, what did you find out about LeVar?
All day I've been picking up information on this LeVar character. My secretary's got writer's cramp, and she's still blushing.
Your secretary, Max?
Huh? Yeah, who am I kidding? Who's got a secretary? But there was
That's
a time
okay,
when...
friends. You don't have to put a production to get a fee out of me. It'll be the usual sawbuck.
And don't think it ain't worth it. Long-distance calls, telegrams, underworld characters who charge you an arm and a leg just to say hello. All that I went through.
Max?
Oh. Yeah, who am I kidding? So I went down to the lobby, made a telephone call for a nickel.
Okay, now we're through with the build-up, Max. Let's have it.
Well, Georgie, a Fred Astaire this Cliff LeVar never was.
Uh-huh.
But maybe it was because the women were after him so much he couldn't keep his mind on his feet.
Oh, a lady killer, huh?
Anything more specific?
Only that he was married a couple years ago.
What?
Yeah, but only for 24 hours. Then the girl's papa paid him off. A perfect little gentleman he ain't, Georgie.
Very interesting, Maxie. Very interesting. Let me have the rest of the hieroglyphics you got on the back of that envelope.
Yeah, but...
Here's your dough, Max.
I'll put it right in the office safe. Who am I kidding? Who's got a safe? Well, I'll just put it in my pocket. Thanks, Georgie.
Well, Brooksy, I think just what we have here will be enough for Lydia Tarbell. But as she says herself, let's see where we go from there.
Beach Cove, folks. Beach Cove.
Well, this is it. Come on, Angel.
Okay. Gosh, I hope we can find a cab, George. Can't see a thing in this fog.
Yeah.
All aboard.
You stay here, Brooksy. I'll talk to the station master.
Okay, but hurry up. This fog isn't making my cold any better.
Wait a minute, you.
Huh?
You're Valentine, aren't you?
Oh, now, shucks. I thought this was one time I wouldn't have to give out autographs. What did you say your name was, Junior?
Get out of here, both of you. There's another train back to the city in an hour.
You know, I'm sure the Beach Cove Chamber of Commerce isn't going to like this.
What do I have to do to convince you people I'm not being funny? Valentine, stay out of my life. I'm warning you. If you come between me and Edie, I'll kill you. A man and his wife should be left alone.
Now, that's a nice, brave speech, Clifford. But you'd better get out of my way. I have an appointment with Miss Tarbell.
I told you what you'd better do.
George! Hey, look, Nijinsky, how would you like an overnight bag right in your face?
Put that down, lady.
Ouch!
Hey, let go of her, LeVar.
Valentine, I've been reduced to eavesdropping. I know why Lydia wants you here. She's got this crazy idea that I want to kill Edie, but I'm telling you...
I told you to let go of her. Go. You would have done better if you brought your dancing shoes along, Buster.
I could take care of myself. Everybody thinks I'm just a pretty boy. A pushover. I can take you anytime.
Well, okay.
Don't hit him again, George.
I was mad enough to kill you, Valentine. But that wouldn't have done any good. I realize that now. Just don't make me do anything foolish.
This is it, mister. The Tarbell place up there on the hill.
Okay, thanks. Come on, Brooks.
Gee, but I can't see anything. Where are we?
You'll find it, miss. It's the only house around. I'll take you up there, but there ain't no road. There's just steps.
You did fine, friend.
Yeah, when you need me, call Main 486. I'm the only cab around here.
It's this way. I've been waiting for you long enough.
Where did you come from?
Just follow my flashlight up the hill, or you'll break your necks.
Well, this is hardly a cheerful welcome.
And would you be calling this a cheerful house? You ought to know. You know why you're here.
Don't tell me you've been eavesdropping, too.
You're talking about Mr. LeVar, aren't you? I seen what you done to him, Mr. Valentine. Must have been a mighty big poke you gave him in the face. Too bad I can't stop and congratulate you.
Say, who are you anyway?
Me? My mother said I was a descendant of the kings, a prince of the earth. The one and only Damien Michael O'Flaherty. Presently a servant. Watch your step taking this turn here.
I can see we're coming to the house. What's that light down there in the bay?
That would be the pride and joy of the Tarbell sisters. Their cabin cruiser. There ain't a Sunday goes by that don't see them out in the bay in it.
You don't seem to approve.
Me? No. I don't like hard, cold things that make boats run. I'm a stableman. That's why their father brought me here from Ireland as a boy.
Uh-huh. Well, let's keep moving, Buster.
Horses, living, glorious things that coil or rile up against you under your very touch. Sensitive creatures, like Miss Edie.
What was that, Damien?
Yes, Miss Edie. She's never been free to live her own life, to love and to breathe as she pleases. And now you're here to make things even worse for her, aren't you?
Hey, look, Damien, take that flashlight out of my eyes. I met one pugnacious character tonight, and that's enough.
I'm just telling you. Don't do anything to hurt Miss Edie, or you'll have me to account to.
I'll remember that.
And remember this, too. You won't find me coming home like a cringing dog with his face half beaten in. Come on.
What was that?
Miss Edie! Was that you? Miss Edie!
Hey, we'd better keep up with this, Brooksy. Come on.
It's all right, Damien. I'm not hurt. You can go back to your place now.
Just as you say, Miss Lydia. Good night.
Miss Tarbell?
Yes, Mr. Valentine.
This is Miss Brooks.
How do you do? You really must forgive me. I'm not used to cement flower boxes falling and missing me by inches.
Lydia! Lydia, what happened? I was just behind you coming downstairs and suddenly... Oh! You were almost killed.
How observant, Edie. But now you go inside. I want to talk to these people.
Just a minute, Mrs. LeVar. Did you see your husband since he came home?
What? Oh, yes, he wasn't feeling very well.
That we know, Mrs. LeVar.
So he went upstairs to his bedroom.
Now, look, I don't want to pry, but would his bedroom happen to face the balcony where this flower box was?
Yes, that's right. But what are you trying to say? Cliff would never do anything like that. That's what you're all thinking. I know it.
Edie, stop this. Stop it this minute.
You hate Cliff, Lydia. That's why you hired this man to spy on him. Why, Lydia, why are you doing this to me?
Because I love you. I want you to be honest with yourself. Admit there's only one person in the house who could have done this. And it wasn't meant for me, Edie. It was meant for you.
Cliff's good and kind, and he really loves me. But you won't believe that. I hate you.
Mrs. LeVar, please. I think your sister's right. Let's go inside.
No, take your hands off me. I've got to tell her now just how I feel.
Let go of her, Brooksy. Maybe it's best if this whole thing comes out in the open.
I don't mind speaking my mind.
Oh, yes, it's always your mind. You're the one to say what's to be done with Father's money.
But when you die, your half goes to your husband. Cliff knows that. It's the only thing he wants from you, your money.
Tell Mr. Valentine whatever you want. But Cliff married me because he really wanted me. Nobody ever felt that way about you.
Edie.
That's why you're doing this to me. You're jealous.
Mr. Valentine, There were 2 other near accidents like the one you've just seen. You did say in your ad that if a situation is loaded with dynamite, it's your kind of a job.
Brooksy, I told you to use restraint when you write those ads.
Well, when I mentioned dynamite, I didn't think everyone was going to walk around with matches.
Well, Mr. Valentine?
Well, you know, Miss Tarbell, I've already walked into so much tonight, I don't think I could force myself to walk out.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about protection. Suppose you were the sheriff of Yuba County, California. You'd probably put your car at the head of your list of important equipment. You'd find you have a lot of miles to travel every day, and sometimes mighty fast. What kind of protection would you give your car's engine? Why, sure, RPM motor oil. For that's exactly the motor oil that Sheriff John R. Dower of Yuba County uses. And here's what Sheriff Dower says, quote, "In my business, I do a terrific amount of driving, and I have to depend upon my car. I use RPM because it lubricates thoroughly, gives longer mileage, and low-cost operation," unquote. So, to really protect your car's expensive engine and to get longer mileage, why not switch to RPM motor oil? Special compounds in this premium quality oil keep your engine cleaner, protect it from internal rust, carbon, lacquer, and corrosion. It adds up to longer car life with fewer repair bills. Better take a few minutes tomorrow for an oil drain and refill with RPM motor oil. Get RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A charming man of 30 marries a wealthy woman a dozen years his senior. Her sister says he's a fortune hunter, and because you're in a business like George Valentine's, you're hired to find out if it's true. More specifically, you must learn whether the near accidents which almost caused Edie's death were accidents or the work of her ever-loving groom. All of which leaves you in the dim-lit hall of a gloomy house, the rain beating on the roof and the fog rolling up from the bay. It's the right accompaniment for what your client has to say.
You can't blame me for being afraid for Edie. You can see that the man is capable of murder.
Sorry, I can't be as quick a judge of character, Miss Tarbell. Suppose we talk all this over in the morning.
Well, I think that would be best.
Perhaps. I may be a little over-emotional about this. Miss Brooks, your room is right there down the hall.
Thank you.
And yours, Mr. Valentine, is directly across the hall.
Just one moment, Miss Tarbell.
Yes?
Let me get one thing straight. You said that as long as Edie is alive, you and only you have control of the family money. Just what did you mean?
Exactly that.
But when Edie dies, her half of the money would go to her husband, or her children, if any.
Yes, Miss Tarbell. Isn't that rather unusual?
What's so unusual about giving me, the older sister, the right to exert her better judgment? Unusual? I think not.
I'm sorry.
If I thought Cliff was the right man for Edie, I'd gladly give her half of the estate. But frankly, Mr. Valentine, with this report you brought me, do you think he is the right man? Good night.
Good night.
See you in the morning.
Oh, that boat ride you promised us tomorrow. I doubt if we're going to have the right kind of weather.
Edie and I haven't missed a Sunday morning on the boat for years. Good night again.
George, hold me close a minute.
Oh, hey now. What's this all about, Angel?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just the house. It seems so full of hatred. And with the fog and the rain outside.
Oh, now, look, honey, I'll be right across the hall here. There's nothing to worry about.
Okay.
Go ahead, sleep well,
What have I
Brooksy.
done with my life? 40 years gone.
George.
No happiness.
That's Edie.
Yeah. Hey, look, Angel, go in to see her. Try to calm her down. Find out what's wrong with her now.
Okay, but where are you going?
Just down the hall. I think it's about time Clifford was in the mood for a little conversation piece with his Uncle George.
Can't you see I'm packing, Valentine? I'm getting out of here.
Nice shirt you have here, Cliff. Monograms, too.
Give me that.
Okay, Buster, take it easy. Whether you believe it or not, I'm here just to sort of help.
How can you change a woman like Lydia? She only believes one thing of me, and that's all.
Did you have anything to do with those accidents?
No.
That flower box tonight?
No. You think anything else of me, but I don't go around trying to kill people. I've got to make a train.
I gather you've already told Edie. That's why she's there sobbing in her room.
She brought this all on herself. She's willing to let Lydia run her life. For me, I can live in a furnished room, be a short-order cook.
Uh-huh. Aren't you forgetting something, Bud?
Lydia and her money. She doesn't trust banks, so she has all that cash, negotiable securities, jewels, right here in the house.
All right, so she's eccentric. But I still want to talk to you.
Lydia's afraid I'll go skulking from room to room, ripping up mattresses, digging up the cellar to find the family fortune. But she doesn't have to worry. I'm on my way.
Now, you read that very well. But there's just one little thing you forgot to mention.
Get out of my way.
That time in Boston, you married a debutante. Got paid off in 24 hours, $25,000 for an annulment.
You don't miss a thing, do you, Valentine? Would it help you very much to know I also played hooky from school once?
How much do you expect to get from the Edie deal?
Nothing. I love Edie. Do you know what it means to a man who spent his life taking from other people to find someone who really needs him? All I have to do is to say her name quietly and her eyes light up. She's happy. Actually beautiful. And you know something? It makes me happy. Happier than I've ever been in my life.
You know, I'm almost inclined to believe you. Look, do me a favor, Cliff.
What's that?
Be around for tomorrow. Lydia's got her heart set on that boat ride. I want you to be along.
Is that a request or something I have to do because you know I have a glass jaw?
Okay, think of it any way you want. But I hope to see you in the morning.
Hey, wait a minute. Before you go, Valentine.
Yeah?
That $25,000 you were talking about. I didn't even keep it overnight. I bet it on the worst horse at the track.
Very careless of you.
No, I didn't want that kind of money. Money a father's willing to pay because he doesn't think a man's good enough for a decent girl.
Have a good night's rest, Cliff. I gotta go now. If I stay, I might even begin to like you. Why are you so startled, Miss Tarbell? You've got the right to walk up and down the halls of your own house and listen at keyholes.
I don't have the slightest intention of apologizing.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I'm glad you heard what Cliff had to say. I'd like to see what you're going to make of it.
Edie, I was just trying to talk to you. I've got to tell Lydia how I feel. If I don't do it tonight, she'll have me under her thumb again tomorrow.
Hold on, Edie.
But I
Just what did you have to say, Edie?
He's leaving me because of you. You made this thing happen.
You've been out in the rain, and you're hysterical.
Yes, I was out in the rain, walking around, trying to think about my own life for a change.
Oh, come on back to your room, Edie. You've got to get into bed.
We'll talk about everything tomorrow on the boat.
How can you talk about boat trips when you've just destroyed the one thing that means more to me than life itself?
Maybe after tomorrow things will be different. Now, good night, dear.
Oh, this is the first time you've kissed me since I married Cliff.
Yeah. Come on, Edie.
But that kiss isn't going to make up for everything you've done to me. You're planning something right now. I know you.
This is an unholy way for two sisters to be acting toward each other.
What are you doing here?
Making your rounds, Damien?
I saw the lights were blazing. It's no more than a good servant should do, but being quiet.
Very loyal of you. But there's nothing you can do.
Maybe not. But even a servant has the right to speak his mind once in a while, Miss Lydia.
Now, look, why don't you get going, friend? Can't you see you're not helping anyone?
What makes you think you can put your hands on me, Valentine? I've got something to say, and I'm going to say it.
Very well, Damien. Go on.
I know I don't look it, but I hate any kind of suffering and pain. Hate it so much that I can even bring myself to put a bullet through a horse's head when I know there's no hope for it.
Come on, get to the point.
I mean to spare pain to anyone I love. I can be a brutal man. I hope that's clear to everyone.
I don't know about anybody else, but isn't it kind of cold? And the fish aren't biting.
Patience, Brooks. He almost snagged a seagull that time.
I don't know why I'm here at all. If it weren't for you, Valentine, right now I'd be on my way to...
Oh, please, Cliff. Lydia always gets what she wants.
You make me out a horrible creature, Edie. It's almost a shame that this may be one of the mornings that I won't live up to my reputation. Isn't that so, Mr. Valentine?
Well, I won't argue with you, Miss Tarbell. Not this morning. Not after the talk we had last night. I think you can find the right answers for yourself.
I'd be more intrigued with all this vague conversation if I could catch just one little teensy sardine instead of pneumonia.
If everyone will excuse me, there's something I have to do in the cabin. Something that may make the sun come out before we return to shore.
Edie, where are you going?
This means everything to us, Cliff. I've got to know what she's up to.
Hey, take it easy, Cliff. Sit down. Isn't it a little too optimistic to be fishing without any bait on your hook?
What? Oh,
I read somewhere sharks bite at anything. What's the matter? Are the ones around here cowards?
there's only one shark on this boat.
If I weren't a man who knew how to keep his place, I'd be very happy to be more specific. Coffee?
Oh, thank you.
Well, you're a man of many moods, Damien. You seem to be much calmer this morning.
I just wouldn't want anyone to catch his death of cold on a pleasure ride like this.
There's no use trying to talk to her. She ordered me out of the cabin as though I were dead under her feet.
Now, you sit down here, Miss Edie. I'll put this coat around you so you'll be nice and warm.
You don't have to do that. I can take care of Edie.
I never doubted that for a moment.
What was that?
George!
The gasoline in the engine room must have exploded.
Lydia! She's back there. Lydia!
Don't be a fool, Edie. You can't go in there.
Lavar, give me a hand with his dinghy. Come on, man. Work fast.
Stop her, George. Stop her.
Edie, don't go in there. Can't you see what'll happen to you?
She's in there. I've got to save
Nobody
her.
can save her. Nobody can get through those flames.
Let go of me!
That fancy little extinguisher on the wall is going to help. Give it to me.
No. I'm doing all I can. Why don't the flames go down?
It's too late, I tell you.
The flames are getting worse.
Come on, we're getting out of here. If I have to carry you, give me that extinguisher.
But you don't understand.
Shut up.
Hurry, Valentine. I've got the dinghy ready to take us off. Hurry!
Your wife all right, Mr. LeVar?
Considering what you went through, Sheriff, I'd say so.
It was a terrible accident. Miss Lydia was such a fine woman.
If it's not too much to be asking, I'd like to go in and talk to Miss Edie.
She's not seeing anybody, Damien.
Sheriff, did Mr. Valentine say where he was going? He said he'd be... Oh, here he is. George, what kept you so long?
Oh, things and stuff.
I was just leaving, Valentine.
Before you do, Sheriff, I wonder if you'd mind coming along while I talk to Mrs. LeVar a minute.
Sure thing. Why not?
You too, Brooksy.
I don't think Edie should be bothered at a time like this.
You just wait here with Damien, Cliff.
Why did I have to quarrel with her just before it happened? We didn't really hate each other. Poor Lydia.
Yes, poor Lydia. It wasn't an accident, Edie. She was murdered.
What's that?
What do you mean, Mr. Valentine?
George, what did you find out when you went back to town?
You can imagine what I might have found, Edie, can't you?
Me?
I had the fluid in that fire extinguisher analyzed. You know, Edie, the one you used trying to save your sister?
What about it, George?
Yes. What are you driving at?
Edie, when you went out in all that wind and rain last night, it wasn't just for soul searching. You fixed the engine so there was bound to be an explosion.
No.
And you also put stuff in that extinguisher to make the fire that much worse.
No,
You not only wanted to make sure that you did a perfect job, but you also wanted to come out of it as the noble, self-sacrificing sister.
Oh, was it wrong for me to fall in love with a man?
I won't even attempt to answer that, Edie. But I do know when I've been floored by an incredible piece of irony.
Irony?
Yeah. All the things you did, Edie, you did for nothing.
What do you say? What do you mean?
Well, I've got to admit, I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Valentine.
After everybody went to bed last night, Lydia told me what she decided to do. She brought all the money, the bonds, the jewels down to the boat this morning.
What did you say?
Yes, Edie, she was going to divide it with you at last, so you could be free to enjoy your life with Cliff. That's what she meant when she said she'd make the sun come out before we return to shore.
Oh, what did I do? What did I do?
You just made sure that the very thing you committed murder for is a heap of ashes on the bottom of the ocean.
I'll sure be glad to get back to town, George. Hey, I can hardly see you in this fog.
Yeah. Well, at least the train seems to be on time.
You know, I could never quite make myself believe Cliff really loved Edie.
Oh, but he did, Brooks, he did. And when Lydia overheard what he said to me in his room last night, well, that convinced her.
Golly. When you think of it, all those accidents.
Uh-huh.
It was Edie who made them happen, and it was Lydia who was in danger.
Well, that's what struck me right from the beginning. Whenever things happened, both sisters were around. I asked myself, why take it for granted Edie was meant to be the victim?
Darling, I'm going to love being the mother of quiz kids. You know, I think I'm going to kiss you. In fact, I've made up my mind.
Why, Brooks?
Yeah, it's lucky you're smoking a cigarette or I wouldn't be able to see you. Oh, darling.
Well, gee, thanks, lady. Huh? That was swell. Too bad I gotta catch a train.
What?
Oh, I meant to tell you, Angel, I wasn't smoking.
If your car starts reasonably quickly, if it doesn't stall in traffic or drag too much on hills, you can claim it gives you good performance. But to get command performance out of your car, get Chevron Supreme gasoline. Special blending agents in this high-octane gasoline command fast starts every time you use the starter. Command smooth acceleration, speedy pickup. Command the extra power that makes your car great on hills. And with Chevron Supreme in the tank, you can be sure of command performance from your car wherever you drive. For this premium quality fuel is climate-tailored, specially adapted to each different altitude zone and temperature. Try a tankful tomorrow. You'll like the command performance Chevron Supreme puts in your car. Ask for Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week at this time, when you join us in George Valentine's office, you'll hear him saying...
No, I'm not trying to put anything over on you, Lieutenant. There's no dagger in Forrester's chest.
Of course there isn't, George.
But one of us killed him.
What? Oh, now look, one practical joke is enough.
This is no joke, Brooksy.
But Forrester was alive a minute ago when Lieutenant Riley examined him.
The fact remains. Right now, he's very much dead.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Georgia Backus as Lydia, Lorene Tuttle as Edie, Harry Bartell as Cliff, Bob Dryden as Damien, Jack Prussian as Max, and Victor Rodman as the sheriff. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Mayhem by Experts, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're coming up for the third time and need somebody's help, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I know the exact time of your morning mail. I've checked on that. You'll have a very short time to get to me and keep me from being murdered. Believe me, I have very good reason to be terrified. I can't think of anyone else to help me.
Anyone else to help me, and I'll do my best to make it worth your while. Be sure to come alone, otherwise there's nothing you can do for me. And it's signed Madge Damon.
Uh-huh. Well, we've gotten a few cockeyed letters, Brooksy, but this one belongs in a showcase. We got a deadline, no less.
But suppose the mailman decided to stop off at the drugstore for a cup of coffee.
Well, this man seems to have unwavering faith in our postal service. Here, let me see that letter. 426 Duane Street.
George, that's a full half-hour's drive from here.
If you make every light. Sit tight, Angel. I'm going to find out what this is all about. Abrams, 3C, Murphy, 2D. Oh, here we are in Damon. Come on, lady, answer, will you?
No use trying the hall phone, mister.
What?
Ain't been working for years. Being the janitor, I ought to know. Maybe I ought to think about fixing it one of these days.
Yeah, well, don't work too hard, Buster. I want to get to 4C. Where's the elevator?
Over there. But may as well warn you, young fella, tain't working.
Huh?
Another thing I ought to get around to fixing one of these days.
Okay, I'll walk. I'm in a hurry.
Something fierce the way work piles up on a man's back.
Careful, mister. Wet floor.
Oh.
And watch out for the pail.
Oh, I'm sorry to step over you, Mother. Which way is 4C?
Oh, Miss Damon, right down a few doors. But it ain't going to do you any good. She just left.
What's that?
Just left, bags and all. There was a dark, tough-looking fella going out with her.
She didn't happen to mention where she was going, did she?
Oh, look out, mister, you don't get slopped with the mop.
Oh, okay, Mother, okay. But I asked you a question, remember?
Well, come to think of it, I do happen to remember she said she was going to Union Station. She looked mighty like she was crying.
Well, tell me something else. What does this Miss Damon look like? What's she wearing?
Oh, she's blonde, in a dark sort of way. Short, but not one of them real short kind, mind you. She's,
Oh, great.
Well, she was wearing one of them big floppy hats. Oh, she can get away with them, too, because, like I said, she's short, but not too short.
Yeah, well, thanks. Thanks very much. Now I can pick her right out of a crowd.
Oh, Miss Brooks, this is wonderful. Valentine called you from the Union Station, huh? Oh, brother, that means he didn't catch why.
If you'll stop splitting your sides for a minute, Lieutenant Riley, I'd like to know what this is all about.
Well, there's no such woman as Madge Damon. I dictated that letter to my secretary.
You certainly can be funny.
Oh, sure.
What's so brilliant about a stunt like that?
Well, he didn't even recognize Sergeant Williams dressed up as a janitor or policewoman Ferris scrubbing the floors. And I know he's seen them both around headquarters at least a dozen times. Oh, brother. Oh, that's your big sleuth for you.
All right, you're a jester and your life is complete. Why don't you give me a hot foot? I won't look.
Oh, look, you don't get it. All this was merely incidental. I had to get Valentine out of the office this morning. Oh, but wait, honey, wait till you hear my real payoff.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to slay me.
All right, Miss Brooks, what day is it?
Day? Well, it's Monday.
I knew it. You forgot just as he did.
Forgot what?
It's Valentine's birthday. I checked on it just to make sure.
Oh, no. Oh, it can't be. Oh, I've got to get out of here and get him a present. Where's my coat?
Relax, honey, relax. This time it's yours truly who's giving Valentine a present.
Yeah, how sweet.
Yes, sir. Look here. Here in this box.
A birthday cake?
Yes, sir. And in just a few minutes, five top-notch mystery writers, all big shots in the field, are going to be here to attend Valentine's surprise birthday party.
Mystery writer? Lieutenant, you sound like you're running a fever.
No. I've done them favors in the past, and they're just dying to come along for the fun.
After what you did this morning, I'm suspicious of what you consider fun.
Ah, come on now. Where's your sense of humor? Look, we're going to stage a phony murder, see?
With you as the victim.
And I'm betting Valentine is going to fall for it hook, line, and sinker.
Pardon me while I laugh.
Yes, sir. Look, you see, I'm going to examine the supposed victim and announce that he's dead. And I could just see Valentine going into action without even checking, without even bothering to find out if there's really been a crime. And in front of all those writers, too. Oh, boy, oh, boy.
I'm not going to let you do it.
What? Oh, now, come on, be reasonable. Valentine's put me on a few spots where I didn't look too bright. I need this for my morale. I'll tell you what. I'll make you a bet.
What kind of a bet?
Well, a hat for you if I lose and a box of cigars for me if I win.
All right. Okay, Lieutenant, you're on.
Okay. Ha-ha! Now we got work to do. Miss Brooks, I want you to meet Steve Barry. He writes all those hard-boiled detective novels about Dan Flynn, Private Eye.
You mean you write those books about Dan Flynn?
Young lady, one doesn't have to look like a thug to understand the psychology of a tough, two-fisted character.
And this is Cornelia Wollaston, who writes such wonderful, blood-curdling horror stories.
Yes, you should see some of the people I meet in my nightmares. Gruesome. When do the festivities begin, Lieutenant?
Well, Valentine is still probably wandering around Union Station, so let's get on with the introductions, huh? This is Ben Forrester, Miss Brooks. He's of the deductive school. He's here to play corpse today.
I'll make the liveliest one you ever saw. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
In your profession, you should at least know what a corpse looks like.
This is Sigmund Greenmetz. He specializes in scientific crime. Why, he spends more time in our police lab than we do.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I admit to thoroughness, even though some of my colleagues don't.
Nothing like being thorough about mayhem.
And this is, finally, young Mr. Copeland, who believes that every crime has a psychological basis.
And that's the way it will always be, as long as crimes are committed by human beings.
I don't mind suspense, Lieutenant, but I happen to have a dinner party.
Yes, where is Mr. Valentine?
Well, he'll be along any minute now, Barry. Oh, now, look here, Greenmetz. You know what you have to do.
Yes, I understand it. I pull down the window blinds to darken the office, like this. Then I turn on the light.
Right.
Then when Mr. Valentine begins to light the candles on his birthday cake, I flip the lights off.
And with a pathetic, stifled scream, I crumple to the floor.
Oh, dear. Murder can be so repetitious, even when you stage it.
Just 1 minute and one more thing, Greenmetz.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Foster.
Don't poison Valentine's cake with one of those exotic venoms you always fall back on in those incredibly dull stories of yours.
I may seem a little out of date to a successful best-selling writer like you, but at least I use careful research. I'm not a fraudulent writer.
Gentlemen, remember, this is supposed to be a party.
Yeah. Cut it out, Greenmetz.
I don't like people to laugh at my work. If you go through the annals of crime, you'll discover that poison has been used more often.
Quiet. What? Quiet, everybody. I think I just heard Valentine come in the outside office.
I still think I'm going to win that hat.
Hey, Brooksy. You know that letter I got this morning?
Well, did you find Madge Damon?
Hey, Brooksy, what is this? Who are all these people?
Oh, they're guests, darling. Your birthday guests. What? As a matter of fact, they're all well-known mystery writers.
Old boy. Well, never mind. Never mind, pal. You'll get to know them all later. But tell me something. What about the janitor and the scrub woman? Didn't you recognize Williams and Mrs. Ferris, huh?
Lieutenant, I gotta hand it to you. You had me coming and going.
No for hard feelings, huh? Look here. Look, I provided a cake and some refreshments, so come on, let's celebrate.
Okay, I'm just in the mood.
Go on, George, light the cake.
Off with the lights, Greenmetz.
Very well.
Oh, this is nice and cozy.
Oh, say, I don't even have a match.
Here, use my lighter.
That's the idea, Miss Wollaston. Hurry up, Valentine.
No, you don't. Get away from me.
Oh, what was that? What happened?
It sounded like Forrester.
What's going on here?
Hey, you, Greenmetz, get those lights on.
Forrester. Well, what's the matter with him? Why is he lying there like that?
Don't stand there, Barry. Help him up.
Somebody better get a doctor.
Wait a minute. Don't touch him. Let me have a look at him. Oh. We'd better get the coroner.
What?
This man's dead. Lying on his face with a dagger in his chest.
Dead? What are you talking
Who
about?
would want to kill Foster?
What are you saying, Lieutenant?
Well, what's the matter, Valentine? Aren't you interested? This happened in your office.
Oh, I'm quivering like a leaf. I think the only thing that'll calm me down is a piece of cake.
What?
Tell your stooge to get up, Lieutenant. This whole setup is as crooked as a worm in an apple.
Oh, darling, I love you.
Oh, nuts.
I get a
The
new
best laid plans of mice and men.
Your little joke didn't work, Lieutenant.
He was too smart for
Looks
you.
that way.
When I get taken for a ride in the morning, I try to smarten up come afternoon.
Well, don't be such a ham, Forrester. Get up.
He always did like holding the center of the stage.
Well, maybe I can shake him out of it. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? You're not trying to put anything over on me.
I'm not kidding. There's no dagger in Forrester's chest.
Of course there isn't.
Just the same he's been killed.
What? Oh,
What are you
please,
talking
George,
about?
one practical joke is enough.
This is no joke, Brooksy. Right now, Mr. Forrester is very much dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's all go back to school for a minute. Reading, writing, and arithmetic? No, sir. A lesson in motor oil from Mrs. Virgie F. Cotner, who teaches school in Phoenix, Arizona. And here's her statement, quote, "Why, it's just plain logic that a clean engine will run better and longer than a dirty engine. And that's why I prefer RPM to any other motor oil. I know it's cleaning my car's motor while it's lubricating it." Unquote. And folks, that's a lesson worth remembering. For RPM motor oil not only keeps your engine cleaner, it guards against internal rust, fights off corrosion and lacquer. It protects hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. And is there plus and minus about RPM? Yes, the plus is longer mileage, longer engine life, and the minus is fewer repair bills. So, to give your car and your pocketbook a break, get an oil drain and refill with RPM motor oil. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. You find yourself the victim of a very elaborate and phony birthday joke planned by, of all people, Lieutenant Riley. It might have been fun, except that the man who was supposed to play dead really died. And right in your office. And in front of 4 top-notch mystery writers. You know one of the 4 had to murder him. You might call it mayhem by experts. In fact, that's what we do call it.
Valentine, why do these things happen to me?
Well, I don't feel too good either. Like an accessory after the fact or something.
Now, wait a minute. Listen, both of you. Don't let your conscience bother you too much. Forrester's murder was carefully planned.
Yes,
If it didn't happen back there in my office, it would have happened somewhere else.
Well, at least we're pretty sure who did it.
Somehow I still can't believe it was Green Metz. He just doesn't seem to be the type.
Yeah, Angel, I second the motion. But the facts are sure stacked up against him.
I tell you could have knocked me over with a feather when the coroner said Forrester was poisoned. Jabbed with a hypodermic needle. And then to find the needle in Green Metz's pocket.
Green Metz said he didn't know how it got there. And with everybody milling around in the dark, anybody could have put it there.
Well, he admitted that Forrester had been needling him for months. Telling him all he's been doing for 20 years is rehashing Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, it's just a little too pat, Lieutenant. But I certainly don't have any other answer.
Well, I'm holding Green Metz on suspicion of murder. And I think he's going to turn out to be our man.
Could be, Lieutenant, could be. Hey, Brooksy, we never did get to celebrate my natal day. Suppose we spend it on a treasure hunt. See if you can find the light switch, Angel.
Okay. Well, late Mr. Forrester's apartment has all the standard equipment, including copies of Esquire.
Hold it. Huh? I'd crack a light under the door to the other room.
Well, I'd have to be blind not to see it. Who could it be?
That's what we're going to find out. Yeah, somebody's in there looking for something he's got to have. And he's not missing a trick.
George, the light just went out.
Uh-huh. That's when I go in. Stay where you are, Brooksy.
Okay, but I don't have to like it.
Okay, Buster, I can't see you, but I know you're in there. Come on, make with the vocal cords. All right, suit yourself. You're either going to have to jump out of that window or try to get past me. Making up your mind? Well, I don't think you're going to jump, friend, so just stay put while I find a switch and we'll...
No, it's not going to be the window, friend.
I feel like I was baking a cake and stuck my head too far into the oven.
Oh, George, what did I do?
Oh, what did you do? Oh, don't tell me you put this dent in my skull.
No, I hit him.
Huh?
Yeah. That gentleman lying face down over there by the couch.
Oh, you handled yourself right well, Angel.
Well, he hit you. There wasn't anything I could do except take my shoe off and hit him back. Golly, I hope I didn't hit him too hard.
Well, we'll just see. Let's turn him over.
Well, surprise.
Yeah, a big surprise. It's Barry. Steve Barry. Come on, Barry. You realize your story sounds as phony as a dime store engagement ring.
I know. But it's the truth, Valentine.
I've heard of people doing things for publicity, but not anything like this.
Now, please, try to understand my position. There I was in your office, Valentine, at that party, the scene of the murder.
Uh-huh.
Well, now, what would my readers think if I, Dan Flynn's literary father, wasn't able to solve it?
Oh, I can just hear the whole nation going...
Just what were you looking for here in Forrester's apartment?
Well, I don't know. Just like you, any little clue that might prove whether it was or wasn't Green Metz who did it.
Uh-huh. Just any little old clue.
Yes. If I could find the murder, the sales of my new book might run into millions.
You know, it's just possible somebody might think you killed Forrester, and we're here trying to destroy evidence.
Hey, what about that, Barry?
Me? Kill somebody? Me? Why, I can't even stand the sight of blood. It makes me faint. The stories my public expects from me, all that violence. Well, you just have no idea what a strain it is on me.
Well, Green Metz has his story and you have yours.
But I've told you I'm telling the truth and you've got to believe me.
Well, I'll be able to tell you better about that later. Now go home, Barry. Put a cold compress in your head. And you, Angel, will you join me?
Where now?
Believe it or not, the public library. To read some mysteries.
Oh, George, it's getting late. Can't expect to read all those mystery books tonight. What are you looking for, anyway?
Huh? What's this?
I know the butler did it.
Oh, this might be what we're looking for. Yeah, Brooksy, here are the books by Cornelia Williston and young Copeland. You know what I found in them?
Words. And more words.
Yeah. Also, one particular phrase that keeps bobbing up in both.
Let me guess. Don't touch anything till the police get here.
No, Brooksy, no. In the translucent twilight.
Would you mind repeating that?
In the translucent twilight.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. I just wanted to be sure.
Now, why should a lush phrase like that keep popping up in the books both of them wrote?
So they steal from each other.
One more intriguing little fact. Cornelia Williston's most successful book, The Twisted Claw, was dedicated to B.G. See? Right here in the frontispiece. To B.G., a kindred spirit with undying love.
B.G.? Look at that brittle Miss Williston. You'd never think she'd go in for baby talk.
A kindred spirit. And look at this book, the first one Forrester ever wrote. It wasn't signed Ben Forrester like all the later ones. It was signed B.G. Forrester. B.G.
Hey, do you think...
Maybe it's more than a coincidence, but I'm sending a telegram to Sweetwater, Oklahoma.
Well, you know, darling, it's little streaks of logic like that that endear you to everybody.
The book jacket on the Twisted Claw says Miss Williston was born in Sweetwater. A telegram to the local paper will bring us a lot of interesting details about Cornelia.
And then?
And then, I may want to pick up my birthday party where it was so violently interrupted, with the same list of guests, except, of course, the late Mr. Forrester.
Valentine, what's the reason for this clam bake?
Yes, just what have you got on your mind?
Have you found something that'll clear this man here?
I'm coming to that, Lieutenant.
Come right in, Miss Williston, Mr. Copeland.
What, another birthday party so soon?
I just got your message, Lieutenant. I came right over.
If you're all here to tell me how much I despise Forrester, you wouldn't be saying anything that's not true. He was obnoxious, arrogant. But I wouldn't go to the trouble of killing him.
Take it easy, Green Mutz.
Okay, Valentine, okay. What do you know that we should know?
You better get started, Brooksy, before the good lieutenant blows a gasket.
Oh, yeah. Goodbye, George, darling. I shall meet you in the translucent twilight.
Translucent
Oh, what's the matter, Miss Wollaston? Those words seem to have a special meaning for you.
There's nothing more beautiful than a translucent twilight, is there?
Say, what's going on here?
What is translucent?
Wouldn't you say that was a purple phrase, Mr. Copeland? In the translucent twilight.
I wouldn't know.
You should, if you read your own books. Or if at least you read the ones somebody else wrote for you.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what is all this, huh?
George, do you want all these fine detailed notes you made in the library?
I don't think we'll need them, Brooksy. I believe Miss Williston will admit she wrote all of Copeland's books as well as her own.
Goodness, you can't mean what you're saying.
Well, that can't be. The styles, they're too different.
That's a lie, Valentine, and you know it.
Ridiculous.
That one phrase keeps recurring often in the books you two have written.
Well, what about it? I told you all writers are crazy. Anyway, it could have been just a coincidence.
Lieutenant. Authors fall in love with certain phrases and use them over and over again without even realizing it. They become just as much a part of them, just as revealing as their fingerprints.
Come to think of it, you're right, Valentine. You're right. I keep finding my Dan Flynn saying over and over again, I'm going to slam you senseless, sweetheart.
Well, that's absolutely true, yeah. I find myself doing the same thing.
But, Mr. Valentine, I fail to
Miss
see
Williston, I received a little information from Sweetwater, Oklahoma.
Is that supposed to terrify me?
You wrote Copeland's books, and for a very good reason. He happens to be your son.
What? What's that? What?
Was it pride that forced you to make a successful writer for your son, Cornelia?
Son? But it's Miss Williston. Miss!
Take it easy, Dad.
No, there was a Mr. Williston at one time. Okay, why don't you admit it, Cornelia? You're a widow. It's all here in this telegram.
All right. What if I am?
You can stop it now, Valentine. Yes, Cornelia is my mother. And if she wanted to help me in my career, that's nobody else's business.
Okay. So this is going to make headlines in the Saturday Review of Literature. Now, what about it?
Go on, please, Mr. Valentine.
Mrs. Williston, you had a very good reason to kill Forrester, didn't you?
Why, I hardly knew him, except professionally. He was just another writer.
Oh, I see. And is that why you dedicated the Twisted Claw to B.G., and I quote, with undying love?
Forrester's middle initial was G. G for Gerald.
And he was the kind of man who had other women call him B.G., and with the same undying love.
You're right about that, Valentine. Forrester was always bragging about his success with the fair sex. The truth is, I once told him to his very face that he was a cad.
Keep going, Valentine. Let's get to the end of this.
Don't you see, Lieutenant? When Forrester decided he was through with Cornelia, he held a whip hand. The threat to expose the hoax of young Ted Copeland, the promising new writer.
Oh, I should never have let you do it, Mother.
So, Cornelia, you killed Forrester, and in a way that would place all the suspicion on Greenmetz. Now, didn't you?
Yes. That's exactly the way it happened.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Believe me, Mrs. Wollaston, I'm very sorry.
Of course you know you're lying, Cornelia.
What's this?
And I have an idea that I won't be the one to prove that.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to say she didn't kill Forrester? She just said so herself.
Thank you for being a practical man, Lieutenant.
No, this is one time I'm going to stand on my own 2 feet, Mother.
Ted, keep quiet.
I killed Forrester, just as Valentine described it. But he had it coming to him for such a long, long time.
What are you doing, Ted? You have your whole life
It's
before
no
you.
use, Cornelia. I'm sorry I had to do it the way I did, but I had a feeling he'd tell the truth if he saw the guilt being placed on you.
I knew how much you loved him, Mother. I saw how he threw you over. All I could do was stand by.
Oh, Ted.
The scandal about the books, it was going to ruin not only me, but you. That's why I killed him.
So you see, Brooksy, Greenmetz would never in a million years think of poisoning anybody when he knows he's an authority in the field.
And you figured it had to be either Cornelia or Ted. But what made you decide it was the son?
Why, Angel, don't you remember? When I was lighting the birthday cake, Cornelia handed me the lighter. She was standing right next to me, yards away from Forrester.
Well, you can keep your genius badge, mister. Oh.
Easy, Brooks, easy. What are you trying to do, trip over yourself?
Oh, no, it's just this darned heel that isn't there. Incidentally, my fine friend, I'm putting the cost of a new pair of shoes on the office expense account.
Oh, shakedown, eh?
No, girlish superstition. Never knock anybody unconscious twice with the same shoe.
There are lots of times in everyday motoring when you need extra go-ahead for your car, but fast. And the way to get that speedy pickup is to get Chevron Supreme gasoline, the gasoline that puts command performance in your car. Thanks to special blending agents, this high-octane fuel gives your car command performance under every road condition. It commands fast starts, commands smooth acceleration, commands the extra power that makes your car great on hills. And no matter where you drive in the West, with Chevron Supreme you can be sure of command performance. For premium quality, Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone from Canada to Mexico in all the western states. For command performance in your car, get Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week at this time, we pick up George Valentine on an out-of-town assignment, which begins on a train that's just pulling into Sharondale.
Ain't you kind of cold out here on the platform, Jack?
What? Oh, no, I'm getting off as soon as the train stops.
You're getting off here, Jack. Don't make me carve things in your face with this broken bottle. I don't like the sight of blood.
Hey, wait a minute. It's not going to be my blood, Buster.
Get off, Jesse. Get off! Hey! Happy landing, Jack. Stay out of Sharondale.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George, with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jeanette Nolan as Cornelia, Roland Morris as Copeland, Junius Matthews as Barry, Fred Howard as Forrester, Louis Van Ruten as Green Metz, and Ruth Parrott as a scrub woman. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. One Against a City, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If it comes out trouble, dead end, no matter which way, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, a city that's lost so much of its conscience that it's allowing itself to be ruled by 3 cynical, ruthless men. That's the gimmick I hope will intrigue you. Thanks to one other citizen who feels as I do, I can now hire a man of strength and courage who's interested not only in money, but in the challenge of a very uneven but worthy battle. I've tried to fight this thing.
Tried to fight
fight this thing alone, me and my puny one-cylinder newspaper. All I got out of it was threats, a few expert beatings, and a reputation as a crackpot idealist. Come on in, Mr. Valentine. The water isn't fine nor clean. But you may be the kind who doesn't mind swimming against the tide. It's signed Sam Morgan.
Let me have that, Brooksy.
Here. Intrigued?
Slightly fascinated. Sharondale Chronicle, the voice of Sharondale. Population 70,000 and growing strong.
70,000 people goose-stepping for 3 Little Caesars? Isn't it just possible, George, that Mr. Morgan may be letting his journalistic fervor run away with him?
Uh-huh.
But what about the mayor, the guardians of the law, the rest of the men of goodwill?
Well, that's what makes it so fascinating, Angel.
Oh, okay. When do we pack and go to meet this crusading editor?
I'll hop the first train to Sharondale. Since we may be gone for a while, you'd better clean up a few details here and mosey along later.
Okay.
Check in at the biggest hotel, Brooksy, and I'll be in touch with you.
Sharondale, next stop, Sharondale.
Ain't you kind of cold out here on the platform, Jack?
I'm getting off as soon as the train stops.
You don't say so, Jack.
Hey, now look, Buster, there's something about you I don't like. So don't make me take you apart to find out what it is.
Just come out to offer you a drink.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I don't slug my cough and varnish out of bottles.
That's too bad, Jack. Because I brought this bottle special for you.
Hey, look, what are you trying to do?
You're getting off here. And don't make me carve things in your face. I don't like the sight of blood.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be my blood, Buster.
Get off, I said. Get off. Happy landing, Jack. And stay out of Sharondale.
Valentine, I can't understand it. No one could have found out you were coming here.
Yeah, well, nevertheless, Morgan, you can see I received a very enthusiastic welcome to Sharondale.
Gee, did you really get pushed off the train, mister?
Johnny, didn't I tell you to go upstairs to bed?
And you mean you only got your face scratched up like that?
Johnny.
I got a few other bruises, son, where they don't show.
Hey, you're lucky the train was slowing down.
Bet you it was one of those gangsters you're always talking about, huh, Dad? I bet you.
Oh, Johnny, do as your mother says. Go to bed.
Aw, gee. Okay.
Well, I suppose I should tell you how sorry I am, Valentine. But after all, I knew what I was getting into.
The important point now, Morgan, is how did it leak out about me?
Well, Mrs. Sharon is out of the question. She put up $25,000 for this whole campaign.
You may as well know it, Sam. I called up Len Tucker and warned him.
What are you saying?
I wanted this man scared away.
Well, looks like we're a house divided.
Why shouldn't I, Sam? For 10 years now, you've been running for mayor, butting your head against the stone wall, getting yourself beaten up,
Ruth, we've been through this before, but Valentine here, he could have been killed.
You'll have to believe me, Mr. Valentine. I'm sorry. I didn't dream they'd do anything vicious. I was thinking about our home and our future. You just heard Johnny talking about gangsters as though this were some kind of game we were playing. You heard him, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan, I heard him.
Oh, Sam. Sam, give it up. Nobody else cares what happens in Sharondale. Why should you?
Well, because I'm me, Ruth. I don't think I'll ever change.
It's destroying us. That's all I know.
You still want to go on playing ball, Morgan?
You heard what I told my wife. After what happened to you, I didn't think that you...
Well, just suppose I'm weak of mind and don't care if I'm pushed off trains. Now, what's the setup on this charming bird?
Well, as I said in my letter, through the years, 70,000 upstanding citizens have allowed themselves to become the pawns of 3 men.
Uh-huh. And I guess it's safe to presume these 3 characters work together.
Yeah, they've got Sharondale neatly parceled out. And there's enough graft to make the authorities look the other way.
I see. Who are they?
Well, Big Ed Corrigan runs the gambling, backroom card parlors, slot machine, and bookie joints.
Go on.
Leonard Tucker, a very suave gentleman, sells protection to businessmen, big and small. They know better than to say no to his salesman.
And number 3?
Yeah, a truly incredible character who calls himself Wally Wallpaper.
Ah.
Yeah, came by the name because of the loud ties he wears. Buys them by the dozen. He has his big pudgy hands on everything that happens after dark. Nightclubs, roadhouses, things like that. Ostensibly, he's merely the owner of a plush cafe called the Barrel House.
And you, with Mrs. Sharon's $25,000, expect to sweep all of this clean?
She's a wonderful woman.
One of the first families, I guess.
The first family. Her grandfather founded Sharondale. She knows how to fight back, too. You'll believe me when you hear the plan she's got.
Okay, the sooner the better. Have you got it straight, Brooksy?
Yes, George. I'm not supposed to know you from a hole in the wall.
That's right. In fact, if you see any holes in the wall that even faintly resemble me, don't look that way. Sherrindale's Crime Incorporated knows I'm here, and you can bet they'll try to keep on my tail.
Well, just how do I promote a job in that honky-tonk, the Barrel House?
Well, Brooksy, I understand the quaintest character since Dracula was a boy runs the joint. He glorifies in the name of Wally Wallpaper.
Huh?
From all descriptions, Wally fancies himself a ladies' man.
So?
So, you're a lady. Use your own discretion. Try to get a job as a hat check girl, or in the chorus, or behind a cigarette tray. I'll tell you why later.
Ours is not to reason why. Ours is to go and meet Wally Wallpaper. But just one thing, sweetie. If we're supposed to be total strangers, how do we communicate with each other? By thought waves?
Well, I'm not going to call you at the hotel anymore. They may trace the call.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, exactly at noon, I'll be making a call on the one and only telephone booth in the cigar store at the depot. Now, you be the annoyed young lady who can't wait for me to get through. We'll pick it up from there.
Okay. But be careful, darling. You happen to be one stranger who's good for me.
Well, that puts me in the glass with fresh vegetables. But don't you worry, Angel. I'll be all right. But I may even see a glimmer of hope for the home team after I talk to Mrs. Sharon.
Well, don't stare at me like that, young man. You're probably thinking, isn't that a bloodthirsty, rip-snorting plan to come from the lips of an old woman?
You should take up reading tea leaves, Mrs. Sharon.
Don't you think it would work, Valentine?
Well, I'm not quite the clairvoyant that Mrs. Sharon is.
Oh, poppycock, of course it'll work. It's the oldest maneuver in the world. You know what always happens when thieves fall out.
Well, there could be enough noise to wake up even a sleeping city.
Exactly. Tucker, Big Ed Corrigan, that larcenous clown Wally Wallpaper. If each one thinks the other two are trying to poach on his territory, the three of them will be at each other's throats. There'll be an unholy clamor.
Don't you see, Valentine? I'll have a real chance at the polls next month, if enough people wake up and are willing to do something about it.
Oh, it's all swell theory. But if those three are as thick as bubbles in a glass of champagne, it's going to take some doing to turn them against each other.
There's $25,000 in Sam's account in the bank to turn theory into fact. If any innocent people get hurt, we'll take care of them. I'll leave the details to you.
Okay, let's give it a whirl.
Good.
I like you, young man. You're a fighter.
Yeah, and I got some interesting scars to show for it.
I'm the last of the Sharons. I want to see this a clean city before I die. That isn't too much for an old woman to hope for, is it?
Oh, don't get up, Mrs. Sharon. That's probably the Chronicle trying to get me. Hello? What's that, Ruth? Oh, for the love of heaven, calm down. What's happened? Johnny! Why, those dirty... I'll be over at the hospital right away. I'll never let anything like this ever happen to you again, Johnny. This was all my fault.
I'm okay, Dad. You heard what the doctor said.
Easy, Mrs. Morgan, easy.
What about Mr. Valentine? Gosh, they pushed him off a train, and that didn't scare him.
You're just a little boy, Johnny. You shouldn't be mixed up in this.
Well, I almost ducked when that old truck tried to run me over. I guess we'll show those gangsters, huh? Huh, Dad? Just like in the movie.
Oh, Johnny, stop talking like that. This is not a movie. Oh, and I think I'll close your
Now, Ruth, let's go out in the hall. Anything you want, Johnny, you just tell the nurse.
Sure thing, Dad.
So long, kid.
Sam,
No, I know all the things you're going to say, Ruth, but they're not necessary.
Well, look, maybe you folks would like to be alone.
No, Valentine. This concerns you, too. Let me have a full bill of your fee, and, well, we'll call it quits. I know when I'm licked.
Oh, Sam, that isn't what I was going to say.
What?
You fought too hard and long for what was right. If those men could do something like this, they are capable of anything. This is our home, our town. It's up to us, and others like us,
to clean it up.
Oh, but Johnny...
It's because of Johnny that I finally understood.
Valentine.
Save it, Morgan. I understand, too. This is open warfare now. And for one, I'm glad. No matter where it leads to.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to tell you about a young man who knows where he's going. He's Warner Holfeld, a 21-year-old Navy veteran. Warner's working nights now, so that during the day he can study engineering at Los Angeles City College. Young Warner, who drives his car 40 and 50 miles a day, also knows that RPM motor oil gives cars protection you trust. Here's what he says about this premium motor oil. Quote, "When I recently had my oil changed, one look convinced me that RPM cleans as it lubricates. I actually saw the dirt drain out with the oil." Unquote. Yes, folks, RPM does clean your engine while it lubricates. It has special compounds that gently loosen carbon particles, gum, and lacquer formations, and prevent these troublemakers from harming those finely polished engine parts. RPM actually encircles dirt and carbon particles, holds them in suspension until the next oil drain and refill. Another thing, RPM sticks to engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oil. Get protection you trust tomorrow. Get RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You've come up against some pretty formidable assignments, but playing the leading role in a drama called One Against a City under the thumb of three cynical, ruthless men, is a bit of casting you could have done without. Still, when a nameless hoodlum shoves you off a train and a truck nearly runs down a youngster to warn you off, you just put your head down and wade in. That is, if you have the same stubborn streak as George Valentine.
You started something, Mrs. Sharon, so you may as well sit back and watch the fireworks.
You don't think I want to back out? All I expect is a fighting chance against those leeches.
I've found out there's always a fighting chance, Mrs. Sharon.
By heaven, there has to be. Especially when there are people like the Morgans and like you on our side. The Morgans aren't letting anything scare them off, and Ernie Krantz only made you boiling mad when he nudged you off the train. Tell me something, young man.
What's that?
Have you decided on your first step?
I'm working on a surprise for Wally Wallpaper.
Good. Because I've got faith in my plan. Play them off against each other, that's it. I may be so old-fashioned I douse myself with lilac water every day, but I'm up to date enough to know how these modern James boys think and act.
If you were 10 years younger, Mrs. Sharon, I'd put a musket in your hand.
And if I were 10 years younger, I'd take it. Now, get along, young man. You're wasting time.
Not wasting time, Mrs. Sharon. Just biding time.
Never mind thanking me for the job, Miss Brooks. You can start pushing cigars and cigarettes here at the Barrel House tonight.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wallpaper. I think you're the sweetest man.
And I think you got class, baby. Yeah, and good taste. I could tell that the minute you went off your nut about this tie I got on. Ain't it a beaut?
I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Hey, look at. When I pull on it like this, see? The girl does the hula and the palm trees start waving. What do you think?
Suddenly I'm on the beach at Waikiki.
Where? Oh.
And what I like about it is it's so conservative.
That's right, baby. I'm not one of them loud guys. You'll find that out when you get to know me better. Which reminds me.
Yes, Wally?
When you're through tonight, how about me showing you some of my other ties? I got hundreds of them.
To think you're taking all this interest in me, Wally. And you're such an important man.
You're not wrong, baby. If you knew all the joints in this town that pay off to me, you wouldn't believe it. Well, let's talk about you. What'd you say your first name was?
Claire.
I'll have your picture painted on a tie with your name right under it. How do you like that, huh?
Oh, that'd be wonderful. But just one thing.
Sure, name it.
Could you arrange to have me light up in the dark, too?
Hey, look, lady, I'm making a long-distance call to my mother. Find yourself another phone booth somewhere. Good work, Brooksy.
You've been in there an hour. You don't have a lease on this phone booth, you know, mister. Now that I've got the job, what do I do, George?
Come on, operator. Come on, will you? Yeah, I don't think we're being watched, but be careful. You'll find a little package on the shelf under the phone when I leave.
Where does your mother live? In Timbuktu?
But, operator, I did put in 2 quarters and a dime. Just smash this package on the floor at the barrel house sometime during the evening.
Then what happens?
Oh, you'll find out. All right, operator, forget it. Okay, miss, it's all yours. And when the joint begins to jump tonight, Angel, just make sure Wally thinks one of Leonard Tucker's men did it. Well, I hope you're satisfied, lady. You came between me and my mother.
Now I forgot what number I was going to call. Oh.
Yeah, what wise guy threw that stink bomb? I'll kill him.
Wally, I saw who did it.
Huh?
I pointed him out to a waiter, and he said he was one of Leonard Tucker's men.
So that's the way it is, huh? Tucker's been wanting to move in on me for a long time. Okay, I'm just the boy to play rough.
Are you crazy, mister? What are you going to do?
See if you can guess.
Those slot machines cost money. Wait till Big Ed Corrigan hears about this.
Just tell him that Wally Wallpaper has decided to branch out.
Oh.
And that includes gambling in this town.
Now, please, Mr. Already I'm paying protection to Mr. Tucker.
Forget it. From now on, you're paying off to Big Ed Corrigan.
No, but Mr. Tucker, he will...
Maybe this break through your front window will make up your mind.
The 5 days it shook Sharondale. Valentine, you really blew the lid off.
Well, I hope the reform mayor-to-be has his speech ready for the citizens' rally tonight.
All I can think of now is those 3 vultures tearing each other apart.
Hey, I like that headline you got in the Chronicle today, Morgan.
Assemblyman proposes state investigation of conditions in Sharondale. 10 years I've waited for this, Valentine. 10 long, long years.
You know, I'm glad for you. Well, we better keep our fingers crossed, Sam. See you later at your place.
Where do you think you're going, Jack?
Uh-oh. Johnny One Note. I've been waiting to catch up with you.
Don't be so happy. This rod in my pocket ain't been used for a long time. I might decide to see if it still works.
Where to, Ernie?
Huh? Don't get so familiar. Get going for that car over there.
Valentine, if you don't stop fooling with that blindfold, Ernie's going to break a couple of your fingers.
Why don't you boys stop playing cops and robbers? You got my future all planned. What difference does it make if I know where you brought me?
I told you, Corrigan, this guy talks too much.
Oh, so we have Big Ed among us.
He's been pretty busy these last few days.
Yeah, like a jet-propelled termite.
Well, it's all over now. We got to decide what to do with you. Any ideas, Wally?
Well, I'm all for Ernie taking him off our backs. Let him earn his dough.
Yeah,
one thing. Make it look like an accident.
Okay, Tucker, if you want to cramp my style. I can make it so they find him laying out in the state road. He was jaywalking.
Jaywalking? Remind me to give you a tie, Ernie.
So the 3 masterminds finally learned how to add 2 and 2.
Yeah. We think slow. Maybe we got quick tempers. But usually we see our own mistakes.
All right, Ernie, take him out.
Time to shuffle along, Jack.
Wait a minute. For alleged big shots, you guys are certainly 3 14-carat suckers. Getting rid of me won't get you off the hook. You want to worry about the person who hired me, a very determined character.
You mean Sam Morgan?
You know Morgan is in hock up to his neck just trying to keep his newspaper going. Now, I'm talking about somebody who can buy and sell the 3 of you guys.
Can't you see he's just stalling?
Nah, let him talk.
Who are you referring to, Valentine?
The person in this room who insisted that you put this thing over my eyes so I wouldn't see. You don't need eyes to smell lilac water.
Wally, take the blindfold off him.
Hello, Mrs. Sharon.
I see I've underrated you, young man.
What is this? You made a very stupid mistake, Mrs. Sharon, when you mentioned Ernie's name the other day. I only knew him as another gunsel. How did you know his name? Unless you knew everything else that was going on, too.
A very unhealthy pastime, Alyssa. Double-crossing your partners.
Do you mind telling us why? Not that it's going to do you any good.
No, well, I'll tell you why. She arranged for you gentlemen to help her take over the town. But you pushed her in the background. And that's one thing a Sharon can't stand, especially in her own bailiwick.
I don't see why you three mongrels should be so surprised. With you out of the way, I could find myself the kind of associates who'd realize that I own this town, even though I may need hired help to run it.
Listen to her, will you? It's a wonder she don't pack a ride.
Oh, shut up, Ernie.
One more thing you underrated, Mrs. Sharon. That corny item, public indignation. The plan worked too well. You saw that Sharondale might go back to the people. Then you decided to backtrack, so things would at least stay as they are.
So, that's why you rounded us up, Alyssa. Showed us we had the wrong idea about each other. Valentine out of the way, we never would have found out what you did.
Clever of me, wasn't it?
Too clever.
Looks like I got 2 jobs to do.
No, we can't afford for you to have all that fun, Ernie. If both of them get knocked off, too many things will tie up. There'll be too many questions.
Well, what are we going to do? She ain't safe to have around.
No. Alyssa will have to go.
Why, you don't dare.
An unfortunate accident right in your own home. You, Valentine, you're leaving town.
Am I?
You're too smart to hang around. You know there's nothing you can do. Won't be a piece of evidence against us. Take him on a train, Ernie, with you.
There ain't gonna be no mistake, Corrigan, this time.
Go on, do like he says.
Come on, Jack.
Good luck, young man. We may be seeing each other sometime. It was exciting while it lasted, wasn't it?
Yeah, a barrel of fun. Especially for all the innocent bystanders.
Outside, Jack, outside.
All right. Hey, now look, Ernie, you're seeing me off. And I'm glad to get out of this town, see? So take that small howitzer out of my back, will you?
You don't know how lucky you are.
I'm just getting lucky, Buster, because you're getting careless. You are! You had a lot more than that coming to you, Ernie. But that's where you're lucky. I don't have the time. But I don't know whom we can get, Valentine. You know how long it takes for the police to do anything when it involves Corrigan or any of those fellows?
No matter what she's done, we've got to try to help her.
I know. I'll get a couple of state troopers. And anybody else we can trust. Tell them to meet us at the Sharon place. They didn't waste any time getting here.
George, this is horrible.
Yeah. And they kept their word about making it look like an accident. Old ladies have been known to fall downstairs and break their necks.
Oh, it's going to be hard for Sharondale to believe the truth about its first lady.
Sam, you're not going to print the truth. And nobody's ever going to know it.
But George...
It's going to be the first real service she's ever done for the town she was supposed to love.
But Valentine, people have the right to know that this Mrs. Sharon was really responsible for Tucker and all the others. She was feeding on every racket in the town.
But wouldn't it be smarter to let them think she was pure as driven snow?
I don't get it, George.
What better way of being swept into office, Sam, than making the good citizens think that a sainted member of the Fonding family was brutally murdered by gangsters they allowed to thrive all these years?
Well, we may never be able to prove that.
That's going to be your first job in office, Mayor Morgan. Well, goodbye, Johnny. Take care of yourself.
I wanted to ask you something, Mr. Valentine. If Dad gets to be mayor, can he make me deputy sheriff or something so I could carry a gun?
You better not let your mother hear you say that. You ought to be thinking of your schoolwork and keeping out of trouble.
You sweet on her, Mr. Valentine.
I guess you could go with that.
Can't be much fun, having a girl who's always trying to keep you out of trouble.
Now, look here, Johnny.
As a matter of fact, kid, I have all I can do to keep her from getting into trouble before I do.
Honest? Gee, you better hurry up and marry her before somebody else gets her.
Love that boy.
If your car acts as if every hill were too much for it, and if it's without pickup pep in traffic, who knows? Maybe it's just the gasoline you've been using. So tonight I'd like to remind you, Chevron Supreme gasoline is specially blended to give your car command performance in every road condition. It's a high-octane fuel that commands fast starts, smooth acceleration, and all the extra power to make it great on hills. So for happier motoring in traffic and on the open road, on short trips and the longer ones, rely on this premium quality gasoline. And remember, throughout the West, Chevron Supreme's climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. That means command performance from your car wherever you go, regardless of terrain or weather. Try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear George saying...
All right, now, Mrs. Pebbleman, Brooksy, jump in the car and hurry. I don't want to use this gun if I can help it.
Mr. Valentine, they were waiting here for you. All those men, they was going to kill you.
Yeah, well, they still have the same idea. Come on, get in the back, Mrs. Pebbleman. Let her roll, Brooksy. And don't stop till we get to your place. Get there before that gunsel does. Or we'll be missing one perfectly good client.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Hal K. Dawson as Morgan, Virginia Gregg as Mrs. Morgan, Jerry Farber as Johnny, Miriam Wolfe as Mrs. Sharon, Larry Dobkin as Wally, Ed Begley as Corrigan, and Bob Dryden as Ernie. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Destination Dead End, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If your life's going into a tailspin and the odds are against you, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I cannot pay big fee for your services. That would mean I would have to go to my son for the money. That I would never do. But no matter what my son has done, he is still my own flesh and blood, and I must help him. He is in trouble. I know it. I feel it. Because I have
work during the day, would you come and talk to me tonight? Maybe I can still save him. And it's signed Sophie Pevelman, 93 River Street.
Pevelman.
Do you know him, George?
Yeah, he's that glamorized private eye who's been trading information with the biggest racketeers in town. Talking his little head off or keeping quiet for a price.
Oh, golly. George, I don't think we belong in this picture with Dickie Boy.
I wasn't thinking of him, Brooksy.
Well, then think of yourself.
Logic tells me you're right, Angel. But shouldn't somebody be thinking of a mother who can sense that her son is playing with dynamite?
I can tell you everything later, Mr. Valentine. But right now you must go to Richard.
Hey, wait now.
I know something is going to happen to him tonight.
Look, have a heart, Mrs. Pevelman. I haven't even had a chance to think about it.
Oh, I was praying for you to get here. It was like a knife turning around in my heart to hear my son on the phone.
Well, try to calm down. What did he say?
He told me he was having dinner at the Richelieu restaurant.
Well, the worst that could happen to him there would be drowning in a finger bowl.
He said he ordered everything the best and had to talk to me this last time.
That wasn't all he said.
No. One more thing that makes me sure he is in terrible danger, Miss Brooks.
What's that?
When Richard was a little boy, sometimes he would get into bad trouble and run away. It is not easy for young people to be good in this neighborhood.
Go on.
When the trouble was real bad, he would say, "Goodbye, Mom. See you day after tomorrow." Then I never knew when he would come back.
And is that what he said tonight?
Yes. Don't you see, he was trying to tell me he did not know when I would see him again. Just like when he was a boy.
All right, Mrs. Pevelman, you stay put. If it'll make you feel any better, we'll get over to the Richelieu and see what's bothering your son. Knowing the spot you're on doesn't seem to interfere with your appetite, Pevelman.
And the condemned man ate a hearty meal.
Well, if you know that Downey's thugs are waiting outside to shoot you down, why don't you call the police?
Because it would be tomorrow night, and the night after that. And even I can't afford fabulous feasts like this every night.
Your mother isn't going to take this as nonchalantly as you are.
She'll get over it.
Hey, look.
Yeah?
How'd you ever get in a jam like this?
You just don't buy Charvet ties, suits from Bond Street, and Peel shoes just being another private dick who turns in a report and forgets it.
All right, so you don't.
Well, the boy from River Street in the slums, he wanted these things. In my job, I picked up a lot of useful information that nobody else could get. I traded it in like a broker.
What information about Matt Downey's operations have you been selling? And to whom?
Scarlatti. And Matt has just decided to put a stop to it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah?
Pevelman of River Street. Connoisseur, Epicurean par excellence. A private eye with a Ph.D., his mother's slave to get him. It's been a long road just to wind up at a dead end.
Hey, look, stop being dramatic, will you? I gotta dream up a way of getting you out of here alive. For your mother's sake.
Yeah. Hello, Mom. This is your boy, Richard. The inauguration is over, and I'm calling you from the White House.
Very glib, very glib.
Look, Valentine, before you knock yourself out on my behalf, I ought to tell you. Over there, that's Downey, my nemesis himself. The punk with him is a trigger-happy character named Jinx.
They're not gonna knock you off in here.
Oh, nothing as crude as that. I get it out on a public thoroughfare by some hired gunzels, while they sit the alibi out where everybody can see them.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
You gonna pass a miracle?
Maybe. See you in a while. Fire department, quick. Hey, please, this is the chef at the Richelieu restaurant on Carlton. Fire in the kitchen, everything. She is burning down. Hurry, right away, quick, quick. Oh, now if my phony French accent didn't get in the way, something ought to happen. Hey, Johnny. Those your hoods draped all over the street outside?
What? Who asked you over?
Me.
Wanted me to get rid of them, Matt? Take that toothpick out of your mouth, Jinx. All right, friends, you're dealing. Go ahead.
You heard the question.
I don't know what you're peddling, but I don't want any.
Don't play innocent, Downey. You're not dressed for it.
Be that comic arms trade. Disappear. And give my love to Pebbleman. Hey, there must be a fire out there.
Hey, now, take it easy, everybody. There's just a small fire back in the kitchen. What are you trying to pull, funny boy? I'll let you know when you wake up, dude.
And you're never gonna...
Sorry.
Over here, George.
Yeah. Hang on, Brooksy. Come on, Pebbleman. We're getting out of here.
Valentine, what's going to be next with you, huh? From day to day, the suspense kills me. Now you're turning in phony fire alarms.
Look, Lieutenant, how about Pebbleman?
You say you want me to keep him stashed away, huh? Well, what do I charge him with, pal? And how do I keep somebody from bailing him out?
Pebbleman will be happy to be charged with anything just to keep Downey off his tail.
Well, you could have found him jaywalking or talking sassy to an officer or putting mustaches on paintings in the museum.
Oh, don't be so helpful, Miss Brooks.
And to keep him from being bailed out by certain interested parties, you can shut him around from one precinct to another. Just don't let him get slammed out.
Why should I protect him? He never cooperates with us. He won't tell us a thing. If Downey and his hoodlums are gunning for him, we ought to know why.
Riley, you'd like to get something on Downey, wouldn't you?
What do you think?
All right, then. It's a bargain. Before the night's over, I expect I'll be seeing a lot of Mr. Downey.
Look, Valentine, let's stop the potsy. We can make a deal.
Okay, name it, Downey. I'll even listen.
Forget you're working for Pebbleman, and I'll forget I owe you something for that fancy shuffle at the Richelieu.
I ain't forgetting it.
Close your head, Jinx. I'll make it interesting. A wallet full of shin plasters with big numbers on them.
I got an old lady with a strong sense of justice paying me off. It wouldn't be ethical to shack up with you.
What do you want to bother with Pebbleman?
You know he's a rat.
Now, where is he?
In durance vial.
You gonna let him talk to you that way, Matt?
Oh, jail to you, Jinx. Jail, your old alma mater.
Okay, Valentine. We'll find a way to bail that double-crosser out.
It's gonna take you some time. I made a little game out of it. It's called Pebbleman. Who's got Pebbleman?
I've got time.
You better have plenty. Our friend can plead guilty to a charge that'll keep him in the can until I can find out what'll put you where he is.
Okay. Now, let's stop being cute. Look, get Pebbleman out in the open.
That's okay for sound, but you're repeating yourself.
You got no choice, Valentine. You see, I got the old lady where nobody can get to her.
What's that?
Yeah. It's either the son or the mother. Now make up your mind.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word of advice from a fellow motorist. One of the worst enemies anyone's car can have is interior engine corrosion. And probably no one is more aware of this fact than a man who looks after a railroad's diesel engines. The man I have in mind is Mr. George L. Higgs, diesel locomotive supervisor for the Spokane, Portland, Seattle Railroad. Having had excellent results with RPM Delo oil in locomotives for years, it was natural for Mr. Higgs to use compounded RPM motor oil in his automobile and in his pleasure boat. Among other advantages of RPM motor oil, Mr. Higgs points out, quote, it's one oil that prevents corrosion and increases bearing life, unquote. Well, you don't have to run a railroad to find out that RPM motor oil gives your car protection you trust. All you have to do is get a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM. For proof of how this premium motor oil keeps your engine clean, just watch how dirt drains out with the oil after a service period. All the time, RPM is lubricating your engine. It's keeping internal contaminants dispersed in the oil, where they'll drain out when the oil is changed. So for longer car life, get RPM motor oil tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. A strong-willed but humble woman tells you she fears her son is in trouble, and brother, she isn't wrong. A private detective who thinks ethics is just another word in the dictionary. He's been peddling combustible information to 2 rival racketeers, and one of them, Matt Downey, is about to give him a permanent wave. If your glandular makeup is anything like George Valentine's, you play along. And Downey comes up with this fine-fingered gimmick.
Yeah? It's either the son or the mother, Valentine. Now make up your mind.
I'll play ball.
How can I be sure I can trust you?
You can't. You'll just have to coast on the deal.
You like to make things tough, don't you?
You know how much I trust you, Downey? As far as I can throw that baby Grant with both hands tied behind my back.
Jinx. Yeah, Matt? Call Frankie out at the lake. Tell him to put Mrs. Pebbleman on the phone. You know what'll happen if you cross me.
Oh, I'll be careful, all right. I'm not one of those morons who thinks it's a trend to be brave.
Now you're being
Frankie,
smart.
This is Jinx. Matt wants you to...
I'll even let you go out and pick her up yourself. She'll be in a car with Frankie right near my place.
Hold it a minute. Here she is.
Go ahead, Valentine.
You all right, Mrs. Pebbleman?
Mr. Valentine,
Uh-huh.
where is Richard? How is he?
He's safe. Now listen, I'm coming right out there to get you.
You coming here?
That's right.
I will be waiting, Mr. Valentine. See you day after tomorrow.
Day after? Yeah, right away. Now don't worry about a thing. Goodbye.
All right, Valentine. I'm taking your word that you'll contact your connections and let Pebbleman be sprung.
Let's put it this way. My word is as good as yours.
Take Route 22. About a mile past that big drive-in theater. Frankie'll be waiting at the bottom of the hill. Blow your horn twice so he'll know it's you.
Yeah, just like in the movies. Be seen.
Come on, Matt. What's the offbeat?
Very simple. Valentine isn't coming back. You saw how troublesome he can be.
But I thought you were...
We're holding on to Mrs. Pebbleman. As long as I have her, I can smoke Sonny Boy out anytime.
Hey, this is the spot, Brooksy. Did you manage Pebbleman's car all right?
Oh, yeah. But golly, George, I could hardly follow you in this fog.
Good girl. You got everything straight?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, now here we go. Here's the signal.
Yeah.
Hey, look, that fog lights just went on down there.
Yeah, and that light over there.
Downey's house. Now give me 5 minutes to cut across and get there. Then start up Pebbleman's car. Let it roll down the hill. The closer to those fog lights she piles up, the better.
Okay, George. I'll be waiting here in our car with the motor running. Good luck, honey.
What's going on out
All right, Jinx.
Valentine.
Hands behind your back. I don't want to use this gun. There's enough noise out here.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, they were waiting there for you, all those men. They were going to kill you.
Yeah, I know. Come on, get your things, Mrs. Pebbleman. We got to get moving.
I tried to warn you on the phone.
You did.
I told Matt not to get fancy.
Too bad he didn't listen, Jinx. Because I got to put you out of circulation. All right, come on, Mrs. Pebbleman. You're going to sit this out in Brooksy's apartment while I talk it over with Lieutenant Riley. What do you mean, Pebbleman is out?
You heard me. He wanted out. So he put up his own bail.
But wait a minute, I don't get it, Lieutenant. The gears don't mesh. He knows what Downey has scheduled for him.
Well, maybe he's tired of breathing. Anyway, all I had against him was hitching a ride on a fire truck.
Holy, something must have conked out. Why did he change his mind?
Look, pal, I did a little checking. I know Pebbleman's racket, see? He's been acting as an information pipeline for every mob in this town. Now, why didn't you tell me that in the first place?
Well, what would you use for proof? Have you got any even now?
And right at this moment, he's a walking target. Because he sold out Downey so Scarlatti can move into the River Flats district first with the numbers right.
I don't want to repeat myself, Riley, but where's the proof?
Well, give me time. But I'll tell you this much. If we get our hands on Pebbleman again, I'll find a rat that'll really stick. He's no better than Downey, Scarlatti, or any of those other muck-heels.
Okay. I won't argue about that.
And Valentine, I seem to remember you promised me something to nail Downey with.
I got that, Lieutenant. But I can't deliver it until morning.
Morning? Well, that's only a couple of hours away.
Yeah, you're right. But remember what SC almost did to Notre Dame in a couple of hours.
George, you don't expect to find Pebbleman at his house, do you?
Frankly, no, Angel.
Yeah? Hello? Hello? Say, who is this?
He's there, all right.
But that would be the first place Downey would look for him.
Brooksy, I don't know what Pebbleman is up to. But if he wants to play it this way, I'll help grease the skids for him.
Listen, Valentine, I'm tired. I don't feel like answering questions.
Oh, what do you think we've been doing all night? Looking at stereopticon slides?
Just what made you suddenly decide it was safe to walk the streets again, Mr. Pebbleman?
Let's say I just drew a couple of high cards since I saw you two last. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You know,
please.
for one optimistic moment, I thought you heard about what happened to your mother and were willing to risk your neck to help her.
Yeah, I heard about that over my usual grapevine. But I was also told she wouldn't need my help with a smart operator like you working for her.
Well, I don't see how all this makes you any better off.
Well, but it does, Miss Brooks. So you can just stop worrying about it.
Well, aren't you going to answer that?
I suppose I'll have to.
Richard. Oh, you're all right.
Mrs.
You
Pebbleman.
shouldn't have come here.
I told you not to take one step out of my apartment, Mrs. Pebbleman. It's not safe.
I know, my dear, but that...
Now, look. Let's pick this meeting up some other time. I got a lot of things to do. Valentine, take care of my mother. Will you?
Hey, wait a minute. Is that all you got to say, Buster? You know what she's had to go through because of you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
All right. I'm grateful to you, Valentine. I'll see that you get paid for your trouble.
Well, why don't you try being grateful to your mother?
Will you stop sermonizing? Go on, get out. I've got it all figured now how I can deal with Downey, but I got to do it by myself. Now, leave me alone, Ollie.
Richard.
Yeah, Ma.
Of course, I'm glad that nothing has happened to you. But there's something else I must say.
Now, look, don't you start preaching to
Your
her, will
father and I, we worked hard. Not so you could grow up and make a lot of money, but so that you would grow up and be a good man. Tonight I found out how you help people who break the law.
Oh, please, Mom,
You
look.
find out things that make it easy for them. I am glad I worked every day this last year instead of taking 1 penny from you. Your money is dirty, Richard. Dirty.
Oh, this is great. I
Wait a
told
minute,
you.
Buster. I know who you're expecting. Now, listen. Open the door. Let him come in. But be natural.
Now, wait a minute. Look.
I'll be against the wall and back of the door. Leave the rest to me. And I have no compulsion about using this gun after what he did to your mother.
Okay.
Claire, you stay right where you are with Mrs. Pebbleman.
Oh. Come in, Downey.
Thanks. I didn't think you'd be calling me.
Put that gun away.
What? Do you want to have it, do you? I hope I didn't break your wrist. Pick his gun up.
So you pulled another fast one, eh, Pebbleman?
Now, look, this was Valentine's idea. I had a proposition to make, but I couldn't talk back to him. He had a gun.
So I see.
Go on, Downey. Go on, sit down. Now, Brooksy, get on the phone and call Riley. Tell him it's nearly morning. He'll know what I mean.
Yes, George.
How do you do, Mrs. Pebbleman?
Please don't talk to me.
George, there's something wrong. I don't get any connection at all.
May as well give up, lady. We took care of that phone. What kind of a sucker do you think I am? Do you think I came over here alone?
I suppose you got Jinx and his playmates cluttering out the doorway outside.
You're so right. Well, funny boy, what's the next move? You can't call the police and you can't leave the house. And after a while, Jinx is going to get worried about me.
Look, let's talk about my deal. Won't be any trouble at all to pin a kidnapping charge on you, Donnie. But on the other hand, I can see that my mother doesn't talk.
Yeah?
All you have to do is forget that you don't like me.
Well, fair enough. Why not? I might even make it worth your while to come over to me from Scarlatti. You can start telling me a few things.
Sure. Yeah, sure, Donnie. Then everything will be all right again, see? And nobody's going to get hurt.
Oh, you're one sweet boy, Buster.
Richard, do not even talk to that man. Tonight I heard what he does. He takes nickels and dimes from poor people to play numbers. He wants to do that in our neighborhood where you were born, to people you know. Richard!
Look, Mom, I always had to look after myself. I can't stop now. I'd better go outside and talk to the boys, Donnie. Tell them we made a deal.
Stay where you are, Buster.
What are you going to do, shoot me down in front of my mother? Oh, here, Valentine. Take this envelope, huh? Give it to her later. She'll need it.
Why don't you give it to her yourself?
After tonight, she won't have anything to do with me or mine. You know that. I'll be right back.
Mr. Valentine, Richard has been gone so long.
Yeah, too long.
Maybe when the boys saw him, they didn't understand. Didn't give him a chance to explain. That'd be too bad.
But we didn't hear anything.
I'm going out there.
George!
Brooksy, I hate to ask you this, but do you think you can keep this gun on Donnie?
Yeah, I think so.
Good girl. And don't mind being a little nervous. That'll remind him he's only half a breath from Kingdom Come.
Help you. Get back in the doorway, you'll get blood.
Hey, your arm. You're bleeding.
Yeah, but look at that monkey sprawl out in the gutter.
Okay. Now we'll just stay where we are. After those shots, the cops will be here any minute.
Nah, they won't be in time. Jinx and another guy are in that hall across the street. I'm going after him.
Wait a minute. Don't be crazy.
Then I'm going upstairs and get down.
Pebble! Oh, that fool! Hey, Pebble. Is it bad?
Took all they had to give. What about them?
You don't hear any more shots, do you?
Swell. I had to get Mom and you people off the spot.
Now, look, take it easy. Don't try to talk. We'll get you to a hospital soon now.
I made up for a lot, didn't I? That envelope. Take care of it.
Yeah, sure, fella. I'll see that you take some money.
Wasn't money gonna cook Downey? That envelope, lots of names, places. Make a good story for the papers. Mom's gonna like reading. I wasn't a complete washout, was I?
No, fella. Not with the kind of comeback you made. Well, good morning, Brooksy. Hey, what's this?
Oh, just a heart-shaped box. You know what day it is, don't you?
I'll be real sharp and say it's Monday.
Oh.
Well, how do you like... Say, what are these things?
Well, they're socks, darling. Argyles. I knitted them myself.
Oh, you did?
Well, although they don't seem to match, they really do once you get them on.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you'd like something bright for a change. Maybe they're a little too bright, huh?
Oh, no, Angel. Maybe you did use 20 shades of red, but at least you stuck to one color.
Well...
Oh, Brooksy, I was only kidding. With my moniker, how could I forget this was Valentine's Day?
Yes,
And of all people, I should respond with some wild, impassioned gesture, and I'm going to do that.
Do what?
Well, no matter what anybody says, I'm going to wear these things.
Tonight, I'd like to tell you about a friend of mine who has a brand new car. Can't blame him for wanting to demonstrate it to me, and I can't blame him either for getting embarrassed when his new car wouldn't take an ordinary hill in high gear. Look, pal, I said, what you better put in this here car is command performance. Command performance, he said. Oh, you mean Chevron Supreme gasoline. Well, that's exactly what I meant, so I told him. For Chevron Supreme puts command performance in any car, new or old. That's because special blending agents in Chevron Supreme command fast start, speedy pickup, and all the power your car needs to make it great on hills. What's more, no matter where you drive in the West, you can be sure of command performance with this premium quality gasoline, for it's climate tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. So in mountains, at sea level, or in the desert, rely on Chevron Supreme to put command performance in your car. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week at this same time, you'll find George Valentine not in his office, but far away on a tiny Hawaiian island. And Brooksy will be saying...
George, the boat's gone. Somebody's taken it.
Yeah, so I noticed.
Well, how'll we get off this island? What'll we do?
Right now, I think we need a little protection. Well, how do you like that?
What's the matter, George?
Something else is going, Brooksy, out of my suitcase.
Your gun?
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
So this weird little drama calls for us being permanent guests in this tropical paradise. Unless we're very smart, Brooksy. Or very lucky.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Tony Barrett as Pebbleman, Jeanette Nolan as Mrs. Pebbleman, Joe Forte as Downey, and Jim Nusser as Jinx. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Journey into Hate, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're in a jam, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, some dreadful shadow has come over my sister's life. From thousands of miles away, she cries for help. If you knew me, you'd understand how little help I can be, alone. I'm turning to you because I can't think of anyone else. The trip will take a great deal of your time.
Great deal of your time and may even prove fruitless. But I can assure you I'll make it worth your while. And it's signed Janice Gibson.
I wonder what kind of letters we'd get, Angel, if our ad didn't say write full details.
I'd hate to think probably communiques in Morse code. But Janice here doesn't sound like she's in a mental state for details.
Here, let me see that letter.
Here.
Maybe I can get something out of her over the phone.
Thousands of miles away. Wonder in what direction. Do I wear an Eskimo parka or just a thin coat of suntan lotion?
Hello. Janice Gibson, please. Miss Gibson, this is George Valentine. Well, say now, wait a minute. Don't get so excited. Uh-huh. Leave on the Eudora. Now, have a heart. I have a business here. I can't just throw things in a knapsack and be off to Honolulu.
Honolulu? George, I know where we can get a very big knapsack.
Hold on, will you, Brooksy? Miss Gibson, I'm afraid it's out of the question. You see, Yeah, well, all right now. Well, okay, there's no need to cry. Yes, I believe everything you say about your sister, but... All right, you win, Miss Gibson. I'll be there.
Darling, don't you think you ought to warn the lady?
Oh, yeah. One last thing, Miss Gibson. Better reserve 2 cabins. My assistant will be along. No, I won't disappoint you. Yes, I got it, Pier 17. Goodbye. Hey, Brooksy, where you going?
Well, don't be masculine, darling. If we're going to be leaving in a few days, I've got to get some shopping done.
Oh, no, I'm afraid this is really going to be a knapsack deal.
Huh?
Yeah. The Eudora leaves at 11 o'clock tonight. Oh, steward.
Yes, sir.
Which way is stateroom 209?
Straight down that corridor, sir.
He's going to take an ocean voyage to rest up after this mad rush.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Ah, yeah?
I'm the ship's doctor, sir. I just heard you ask about 209. Friends of Miss Gibson's?
Well, yeah, that's right.
Why, is anything wrong?
Thank heavens she has friends aboard. Here, this way. Miss Gibson isn't very well.
Well, I know. She sounded a little hysterical on the phone today, but
Emotional strain may have something to do with it, but I suppose you know she has heart trouble.
No, we didn't.
I gave her something to quiet her down. When I came back later, she was in there sobbing. She wouldn't open the door. I had to go and get the key.
Oh, that's dreadful.
Oh, now, Miss Gibson, try to pull yourself together. Your friends are here to see you.
Friends? Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Sure. We made a deal, didn't we?
Oh, it was getting late. I was so frightened. I thought you'd changed your mind.
Well, we're here now, and there's nothing to worry about. I'm Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'll be all right now, Doctor.
I'm sure you will. I'll arrange with a doctor in Honolulu to keep track of you. See that you're sure to get digitalis whenever you need it.
Thank you.
And mind you, young lady, I don't want any more emotional shenanigans from you.
I've made arrangements for both of you, Mr. Valentine. You just have to see the purser.
Well, never mind that now. You feel up to talking?
Oh, I must explain.
Okay. Suppose we begin with your sister.
Yes, Eileen's cablegram, it's somewhere here. Yes, in my purse.
Oh, don't get up. It's right here on the table.
Eileen is my twin sister. We haven't seen each other in 4 years.
I see.
She went on a holiday to Hawaii and married an artist named Marcel Millet. They bought a tiny island not far from Honolulu, and they've lived there ever since.
I think this is the cable.
Well, let's see, Brooksy. This must be our secret, Janice, because I'm not sure this horrible thing is happening to me. And if it is, I couldn't bear anyone else knowing it. Please get here quickly. You're my only salvation. Love, Eileen.
I haven't told anyone else but you, and I had to do that if I'm going to help her.
Yes, we understand.
Well, I'm not going to pretend I understand this message. Now, suppose we skip on to your sister's husband.
Well, I've never even seen a picture of Marcel. I've often wondered why she never sent me one, but as long as Eileen sounded happy in her letters, that was all that mattered. And then this cable, it's so strange, and it's not like Eileen. She was always the strong one, never hysterical.
Well, now, Janice, I think maybe you ought to rest.
People always wondered about that difference in us, since we are identical twins. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. We'll have days to talk about all this. Good night, Janice.
I can't understand why Eileen isn't here, Mr. Valentine. I cabled her that I'd arrive on the Eudora. Eileen's usually so punctual.
How it would take a magician to spot us in this crowd. Come on, let's get down to the end of the dock.
Here, hold on to me, Janice.
Johnny!
Johnny! Oh, of course. There you are.
What? I beg your pardon.
Well, you might at least kiss me.
Please, don't.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Buster.
Well, you needn't look so shocked, Janice. I know I'm not the handsome specimen you probably expected, but you might try to bring yourself to kiss your brother-in-law.
Marcel?
What's that?
But don't be so taken aback, my dear. After a while, people get used to ugliness, especially when they realize that very often it has compensating qualities, huh?
Oh, I didn't mean...
I know what you meant, but it doesn't matter. I must say it was the easiest thing for me to spot you. You look exactly like Eileen. It's uncanny. Oh, come along. I'll have someone take care of your baggage. Huh?
I hope you don't mind, Marcel, but I brought 2 friends along.
You, Oh, these people, your friends.
Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, I want you to meet Marcel Millet, Eileen's husband.
Hello.
How do you do?
I understand you and your wife have a whole island to yourselves. Hope there's room enough to fit us on.
Well, we weren't expecting visitors, but we'll make out somehow. Besides, as an artist, I'm grateful to have beauty around me. Welcome to Hawaii, Miss Brooks.
Why, thank you.
Oh, wait, there's a Filipino chap over there who takes pictures of tourists. I'm sure Eileen would love to have one of you and me, Janice, huh? A memento of this happy occasion. Oh, Juan! Over here, quickly.
Where is Eileen? How is she?
Oh, she's waiting for you on the island. Wants everything to be just right for her
Very
sister.
nice picture. Yes, sir. How many, please, Mr. Millet?
Oh, half a dozen, Juan. Just you and I, my dear, huh? Excuse us, Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Very good. All right, you smile nice for one. He make beautiful picture.
And with my arm around a beautiful lady, that makes us even, Juan.
All right, you hold still now. There, oh, that's fine. Very nice there,
Couldn't we hurry, Marcel?
Oh, immediately.
Well done, very soon. You no wait for picture?
No, Juan. My wife and I will be in from the island in a couple of days to show these people the sights. All right, everybody. My car is just over there by the warehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Millet. You must be a happy man today.
Please, you've got to tell me. I can't wait any longer. What's wrong with Eileen?
In time, Janice. Then you can see for yourself.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Why put it off, Marcel? Is it something you can't talk about?
No, but
Janice has a right to know she's been so worried.
Apparently you do know your wife cabled her. You wouldn't be here.
Yes. I ought to know about the cable. I sent it.
You had no right to do that. You made me think all kinds of things.
I had to find some way to bring you here.
Well, couldn't you have used a few more words in your cable to be more specific? You didn't have to indulge your flair for the melodramatic and scare Janice half to death.
Unfortunately, what I said is the truth.
For heaven's sake, what's wrong with her?
Well, at the risk of being melodramatic, my wife imagines things, fanciful, grotesque things.
Oh, no.
Yes, she thinks everyone is plotting against her, just waiting to kill her. Yes, she won't see a doctor, and, well, you are my only hope, Janice.
I see.
Yes, now, really, we must be going. As it is, we won't reach the island till after dark. Easy now. You can't see a thing when the landing light's off.
Okay, you better go first, Janice.
All right. Where's that tropical moon people write songs about?
Hiding tonight, Miss Brooks. I think we've got a storm coming up. Now, you just wait till I get on the dock.
Hey.
Oh, it's just an overgrown mongrel Eileen insisted on bringing to the island. Lord knows we don't need any protection. There's just the two of us.
I should say you'd welcome the company.
Oh, I must admit, he's devoted to my wife. But I'd prefer if he kept tied up. He's a vicious beast. Oh, the house is right up here.
Oh, George!
Oh, now what's wrong with her?
You can't mean that's Eileen.
I think I saw her run around that side of the house.
Well, Marcel, don't just stand there.
Well, if she intends to hide, as she usually does, we'll never find her till morning.
But we've got to do something.
Valentine, there's a flashlight on the porch in the back. You and Miss Brooks can look for her out there near the cliffs.
Okay.
You come with me, Janice, huh? But first I want to tie this animal up.
Brooksy, no matter what Millet says, the first thing we're going to do is get a light on in that house. Now, you do that, and I'll go around and get the flash.
Oh, couldn't we kind of do those things together?
No time, Angel. I'll make it snappy.
Oh, golly. Jeepers.
You'd better let me light that lamp. You might burn the place down. This house is nothing more than an oversized thatch hut anyway. There. You're pretty, aren't you?
Well, who are you?
That's my question to you. Why did Marcel bring you here? Are you one of those simpering ladies he drips off to see now and then?
Get away from me.
You know, he does have a strange fascination, that ugly Casanova. And if I thought you and he
I'd hate to haul off and hit a stranger, but I could force myself.
Better listen to her, sister.
What?
The young lady's quite capable of taking care of herself.
Yeah. Looks as though Marcel's decided to turn this place into a resort.
Now, look, I've been fumbling around in the dark long enough. Since you're not Eileen Millet, who are you? How did you get here?
Miriam Denton's the name. House guest, model. Lately, I've turned into a nurse for Marcel's mad wife. If you want to know anything else about me, ask him.
Well, George, what are we going to do?
Well, right now, Angel, we're going down to the boat landing and get my gun out of the luggage.
George, boat's gone.
I wouldn't mind that so much, Brooksy. But that means there's something else missing, too.
Huh?
My gun.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. This weird little drama calls for us being permanent guests in this tropical paradise.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You know, in every town, when 5 p.m. rolls around, there's a big parade, a traffic parade of folks who are homeward bound. If you're part of this daily parade, and if your car has so little pep that you have to stay in the creep-along lane, better switch to Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's a high-octane fuel blended to put command performance in your car. You'll find Chevron Supreme commands speedy pickup at every green light, smooth acceleration on the open highway, and all the extra power to make your car great on hills. A premium quality gasoline, it also commands fast starts every time you use the starter. For Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, tailored to the different altitude and temperature zones between Canada and Mexico. So wherever you drive in the West, rely on Chevron Supreme to give your car command performance. Try a tankful tomorrow at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. In answer to her twin sister's plea, Janice Gibson comes to you with a strange assignment, namely to travel thousands of miles to a tiny island just off Honolulu. If you have George Valentine's keen instinct, something about the whole journey bothers you. You see how right you were when you arrive at the island and hear a piercing scream in the night. Janice Gibson's sister disappearing into the jungle.
Can't anyone hear the storm out there? Doesn't anyone care if my sister's out in it?
We all care. Very deeply, Janice. But we'll never find Eileen if she doesn't want to be found, huh?
I'd like to disagree with Millet, Janice, but I'm afraid he's right. You've seen what it's like out there.
Incidentally, Mr. Millet, what happened to the boat? And why did you leave Janice alone?
Yes, you asked me to wait and never came back.
I thought it might be a good idea to circle the island. But don't worry, the boat is quite safe where it is.
Yeah, I'm sure it's well hidden.
What's that? Skip it, Buster.
I'm going to look for her.
Hey, Janice, stop. Listen to me.
No, now let go of me.
Brooksy, take her upstairs and stay with her.
Any one of the guest rooms makes no difference.
Come on, honey. You've got to think of yourself, too.
Think of myself without Janice.
I've got to get rid of that blasted dog.
What's the matter, Marcel? You seem nervous. You shouldn't be. You've got a gun. My gun, to be exact.
What do you mean?
It's missing from my luggage.
Valentine, I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't like your insinuation.
I'm not insinuating anymore. I'm going to find out the reason for everything that's happened.
There's only one reason. I was at my rope's end. The only person I could think of with Eileen was her sister.
Huh?
What's happened tonight may have upset you and Miss Brooks, but I did not ask you to share in it.
Listen to me, my friend, and listen carefully.
I have no choice. Why don't you hit me?
Don't tempt me. It happens I don't want to bring things to a head because I have my own plans for tomorrow.
Really?
If I made a cup of tea, could I persuade you gentlemen to be civilized?
Use your persuasion on Marcel here, Miss Denton. And while you're at it, you might persuade him not to let those fancy maneuvers with the gun and the boat go to his head.
What are you waiting for?
I didn't expect her to bring those people. It changes our plans.
But he suspects them.
Do you think I'm a fool? I know that. But I've got to have a chance to think.
You wouldn't stop to think if you really loved me. You do, don't you?
What a woman. Love and murder in the same breath. I told you, Miriam, give me a chance to think.
George, did you see Janice this morning?
No, Brooksy, I thought she was still upstairs with you.
Well, I left her for a few minutes, but when I came back, she wasn't there.
Oh, I thought you knew, Mr. Valentine.
Knew what?
Miss Gibson went out with Marcel. Naturally, she's anxious to find her sister.
Well, isn't that something we were all going to do together?
I didn't know what your plans were.
Not much you didn't. You know darn
Save
well...
it, Brooksy, come on.
Oh. Hey, George.
Well, now, easy, easy. What's the matter, fella? What's bothering you? Easy, boy. Well, we're going to go for a little walk.
What are you talking about, George?
Just what I said, Angel. Wait a minute. Hey, fella, take a whiff of this.
What have you got there, George?
One of Eileen's handkerchiefs. Yeah, and I think our canine friend here knows what I mean. Come on, boy. Now we can go for that walk.
George keeps coming back to this spot.
Yeah, I know.
But there's nothing here but the beach.
Wait a minute, hold it. There seems to be some kind of a cave in the side of this tomb.
Yeah, that's where he wants to go. Look at him.
Here, hold him, Angel.
Okay.
While I see if I can tear away some of these vines.
George, I don't know if I can hold it.
It'll just be a minute. I want to see if...
What is it?
Oh, good Lord. No, Brooksy, stay where you are.
Yeah, if this dog will only let me...
Give me, I'll take him. But don't go in there.
George, is it...
Eileen. A bullet in her head.
Oh, no. But, George, last night she was alive, off somewhere by herself. Nobody could even find her.
That's where we were all wrong. Last night, Eileen was already dead.
But we heard her scream.
That was Miriam who put on that little act. She was also the shadow we saw disappear around the side of the house.
Oh. Well, what does Marcel expect to gain by all this?
He's probably turning that over in his mind right now. And that's why we have to find him and Janice before he has a chance to make another move.
It seems so useless, George. There are so many places on this island he could have taken Janice.
Well, there's only one thing in our favor, Brooksy. Marcel has to make this piece of mayhem look like an accident. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, I know. You keep saying it.
Easy now, quiet, fella. Don't you see, Brooksy, he intends to pass Janice off as Eileen. He did it very successfully yesterday. That photographer took it for granted Janice was his wife.
Uh-huh. Well, I can see how he could have given everybody that impression.
Yeah, the loving couple returned to the island. Wife has an unfortunate accident. He can report it as such to the police and collect the insurance because there's no sign of violence. Something he couldn't do with Eileen, who sports a prominent bullet hole. Hey, wait a minute. Wonder what's eating him.
George! Hey, up there on that cliff.
Yeah, Brooksy, come on.
He's going to kill me! Oh, golly, George!
Okay, Malay. See if you got an answer for this. All right, fella, go get him.
Yes, I've got an answer. I've been waiting a long time to do this.
Don't stand there, Janice. Come down here.
Come in. You kill us all. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Here, Brooksy, you take care of him.
Okay.
I want to see what he intends to do next.
Claire, he told me about Eileen.
Yes, I know, honey.
He was going to push me into the ocean. Make it look like an accident.
Stay where you are. The three of you.
You're riding for a fall, Buster.
You make another move toward me, and I'll let the women have it first. You know I have no compunction about it either.
Yeah, I know. You're a brave boy when it comes to shooting dogs and women.
Keep him away from me. Oh, please.
Don't,
please.
Janice, don't.
Once more, your intrusion interfered with my plans, Valentine.
It breaks my heart.
I suppose the best way to do it, after all, is to get rid of the three of you at once. I think we're going to have another little storm tonight. It's the time of year, you know.
We can do without the weather report.
Oh, yes. The story will go something like this. Despite my urgent pleas, the three of you insisted on taking the boat out into the storm.
Aren't you satisfied you killed my sister? What else do you want?
Of course, I shall be interested in recovering the body of only one of the foolhardy trio. The one the police will accept as my late, beloved wife.
Doesn't Miriam Denton understand that she may be next on your list someday? What does she see in you anyway?
She sees in me a man who won't let anything stand between him and his dream. Now, let's go back to the house and make the best of this waiting.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Marcel, get this over with.
In a few minutes, I think we can be ready. Of course, Valentine. I shall have to shoot you and Miss Brooks. I couldn't expect you to jump into the water at my command, eh?
Why don't you stop posturing?
No, let him go on, Miriam. He just wants to show you how much power he has. All because he didn't turn out to be a Clark Gable.
Shut up, Valentine. I'm as good as any man. Better.
You're not a man. You're something that crawls.
I'm something that uses his brain, Miss Brooks. Since no one knows Janice is here, the insurance company will ever question a routine police report on my wife's death. We'll be able to do a lot of things with $50,000. Won't we, Miriam?
Yes, if you'll only stop talking.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm just sorry I got you and Claire into this thing.
I'm so glad to see you take this philosophically, Janice.
I doubt if I would have had many more years to live anyway. He kept telling me it could be.
Don't say any more, Janice.
Why do you stop her? What was she going to say?
She was just going to crack a very grim joke, Marcel. And it happens to be on you.
What do you mean? And don't get up. Stay where you are.
No, I feel like walking around.
You know what I'll do if I try...
You're not going to do anything. What's more, you're not going to live to spend that $50,000.
Be careful, Marcel.
Something's happened in the last 4 years that you don't know anything about. Something that's going to hang a crepe on that rosy future of yours.
You don't say.
Yeah. Janice has been ill, very ill, under constant care of a doctor.
What's that to do with me? Now, let's get started. Come on.
Andre Boyard, M.D.
What?
Uh-huh. I thought you'd recognize the name. Dr. Boyard. The best heart specialist in Honolulu.
Of course, the one the ship's doctor mentioned.
What is this?
He more than mentioned him, Marcel. He gave the doctor specific instructions to locate Janice. Very soon now, he'll do just that.
You're lying.
And the picture you were so anxious to have taken, it'll only prove that it was Eileen's twin sister who arrived.
Miriam, you heard what he said. Look at Janice. There's nothing wrong with her, is there? Is there?
Marcel!
You're as good as cook, brother, and you did it yourself.
No.
Watch out for him!
Let go. Don't let me break your arm. Let go of the gun.
I've got it, George.
Yeah. Well, Marcel, what is it now that stands between the man and his dream? Hey, look, Brooksy, why the purser's office?
Oh, I told you. A friend of mine wanted me to inquire about a honeymoon cruise on the Eudora.
Honeymoon cruise, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Friend, huh? What friend?
Oh, you wouldn't know him. But he has nice, broad shoulders, just about your height.
Uh-huh.
And he calls his girlfriend Angel.
One of those gooey characters, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes? What can I do for you folks?
Well, we want to find out about a honeymoon cruise. Something in the near future.
Oh, I think we can accommodate you now. Just what would you like?
Well, darling, I just described the potential groom to you. What do you think he'd like?
Yeah. Look, friend, you have a nice long cruise scheduled for, let's say 1952 or 3.
Now, really, if this is some kind of a joke.
Well, please, mister, don't play so fast and loose with my life.
I beg your pardon.
This is the nearest to first base I've gotten yet.
I think everyone will agree that cutting down the cost of car operation is an economy step in the right direction. And if there's anyone who hears more about budgeting and economizing than a grocer, who is he? Mr. J.W. Hogan of 301 H Street, Bakersfield, California, is a grocer, and here's his statement about RPM motor oil. Quote, I must confess I don't know much about a car, but there's one thing I'm sure of. I haven't had to spend 1 cent for repairs since I started using RPM motor oil in 1945. And thousands of other users of RPM, folks in all walks of life, have had the same success with this premium motor oil. For RPM is specially compounded to keep your car's engine clean, to fight off internal rust and corrosion, to keep cylinder walls cool when engine temperatures get hottest. So for protection you trust and the finest wear-saving lubrication, give your car a break by giving it RPM motor oil. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when the telephone wakes George Valentine out of a sound sleep, you'll hear him saying,
Yeah?
George, wake up.
Huh?
We got a letter this morning you're going to love. Harger is right in the middle of it.
Harger?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope it's something big. I'd like to nail him good.
Well, if you can, it will be good. Meet me at Molly's Cafe, 12 sharp.
Yeah, got it. Hey, you know, Angel, I was just thinking, how nice it'd be to have your dulcet voice wake me up every morning.
Oh, well, I got news for you, Mr. Valentine. That could be arranged.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Janice, Gerald Moore as Marcel Millet, Louise Arthur as Miriam, Jack Crucian as Juan, and Earl Keane as the purser. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Since America began, from all over the world have come men and women of every race, every religion, every cultural background. And into this land they brought a stirring concept, brotherhood. Let's remember that, especially now, during Brotherhood Week. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Your money or your life. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're on a spot where a step forward drags you 2 steps back, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm taking for granted this is confidential, so here goes. A couple of days ago, I got so desperate I stole to get some dough to pay off a debt. What I want most is to see the guy I borrowed from get what's coming to him for running a racket that smells to high heaven. Maybe you heard of him. His name is Douglas Harger, and I want to see something happen to him.
If this hits you right, you've got a job. The only time I can talk to you is between 12 and 1 at Molly's Cafe on Pierpont Street. Signed, Fred Dundee.
Here, but look, Fred, don't you see I can't play ball with you?
Why not? You'll be getting paid for it.
Well, I can't take that kind of money.
Who did you steal it from?
That's my business, Miss Brooks. And if you're worried about me making it my life's work, forget it. It was my first and last time.
I know, Fred. I'd like to help you, but...
Oh, sure.
Bowl of chili, Mike.
I suppose that's what you fellas call ethics, huh, Valentine?
Well,
But it's all right for Harger to make all the dirty money he wants without anybody saying a word.
How can you be so sure it's Harger who's running this loan shark business?
I borrowed that money from Phil Pagano. He's always going in and out of Harger's Melody Club. He works for him.
Yeah?
You should hear his line. Go on, kid. Your credit is good. If the wife's going to have a baby, let her have the best.
Huh?
You got a whole month to pay back the $250. Of course, there'll be $100 service charge. But then we don't ask for no security, which you don't have. I tell you, I can...
Hold it, Fred. Take it easy.
I know you think I was a schnook to take his money. But I wanted Peg to have everything good when she was having the kid. I couldn't borrow anywhere else because I'm in hock up to my ears now.
But think of the chance you were taking when you decided to steal.
Don't I know? But they wouldn't give me any more time. They didn't just threaten me. They said things would happen to Peg if I didn't raise the dough.
Uh-huh. You know, there may be an answer to this.
There's got to be, Valentine. It's not just myself. Think of all the other people who get squeezed and do things they never would have done to pay Harger back. That's why I couldn't just pay up and forget it. I
know. You want something to happen to him. All right, tell you what, Fred.
What?
I'll take the job and see what I can do.
Oh, that's swell. There's a little money left. I'll give you...
No, Fred, no. You just make sure you hold on to that. Now I'm working for free.
Well, good to see you again, Mr. Valentine. The Melody Club doesn't have many interesting visitors during the day.
Come off it, Harger. And tell this musclehead to get off the couch and get out of here. I want to talk to you alone.
Did I hear you call
You
me
should be more careful in your choice of words, Mr. Valentine. This gentleman is supposed to be my bodyguard, although you'd hardly tell it to see him lying around reading comic books.
Come on, Buster, up you come. Outside.
Let go of me.
Put the gun away, Marty. We don't want to give our guest the wrong impression. You'd better go sit at the bar and soothe your chagrin.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you are as friendly as ground glass today.
Never mind the patter. I want $350 from you, and I want it now.
Oh, a little strapped, eh? Well, I think you're a good risk. Glad to oblige.
Oh, no, you got me wrong. I'm not borrowing it. You're giving it to me. For keeps.
Oh, come now. Just as you have your principles, I have mine. I'm a businessman. I never give anything unless it's for value received.
Yeah, well, you're going to make an exception. This is for someone who got hurt on one of your loan shark deals.
What are you talking about?
Your boy, Phil Pagano, bore down so hard on a friend of mine he had to go out and steal. Now, this is to square things for him.
Ridiculous. If out of the goodness of his heart someone I know lends money and collects it in his own way, that has nothing to do with me.
$350, Harger. Let's have it.
I could have you thrown out.
Well, why don't you?
You know how violence unnerves me, Mr. Valentine. But as long as the sum is so paltry, I'll let you play Santa Claus.
If you had a conscience, Harger, I might be tempted to say it should feel better.
Here you are. Oh, may I ask, is this a single commission for a client, or do you have more quixotic and ambitious plans in the same direction?
Why do you ask? Just curiosity?
No. I just want to be prepared. As much as I despise any form of physical conflict, Mr. Valentine, I may be forced to make another exception to my principles.
Valentine, you may not have noticed, but the word on the door says homicide. Don't come to me about loan sharks.
Riley, how can Harger operate a racket like this without your worthy colleagues putting the arm on?
You say it's Harger. I suspect it's Harger. It might well be Harger, but when we pick up one of those strong-arm bankers, he says it's a personal deal.
Yeah?
There's nothing in writing. The victims are too scared to say anything, and there's no mention of Harger. Now, go ahead. You arrest somebody.
Lieutenant, you should have talked to Fred Dundee.
Look, Miss Brooks, we don't like the idea either, seeing the little people in this city being pushed around.
A question, Lieutenant. One simple question.
Oh, I know your simple questions. They take till doomsday to answer.
Wouldn't you say it'd take a lot of cold, hard cash to supply what you call these strong-arm bankers? There must be dozens of them covering the city. And they're ready to lend dough right on the line. You just name the amount.
What are you driving at?
Hager isn't headed for the poorhouse, but neither does he get his mail in care of Fort Knox.
And he has so many other interests that take cash to run. Christopher Arena, his nightclubs, and all the rest of them.
Yeah, in other words, somebody else has to be furnishing the wherewithal, the financier, the angel. Now, have you ever heard of anyone connected with him who could even vaguely fit that description?
Not even vaguely.
Oh, great. Well, there's nothing like being a pioneer and trying to find the answer to my own question.
There's Pagano in there at the bar, Valentine.
Yeah, I see him, Fred.
He always hangs out here at Maloney's, 8 to 12 every night. So any sucker like me who wants money, I know where to find him.
I think I can charm him out so you can talk to him alone, George. Or do I sound like I'm confusing myself with Betty Grape?
Oh, he'll fall for you like a ton of bricks. He thinks he's a ladies' man, Miss Brooks. But you be careful of him. He's an oily little rat who carries a knife.
A knife, huh? Hey, look, Angel, maybe we ought to forget this. Look, I'll find another way to get you. Hey, Brooksy, wait.
Drop dead, mister. I've got an appointment with a gentleman.
What can I get you, lady?
Oh, nothing, thanks.
Go ahead, sweetheart. I'm good for it around here. And when they come like you, I can do better than that. Much better.
No, I only wanted to talk to you. Alone.
Oh?
Yeah. I need money. Need it real bad.
Why me?
Oh, names get around. You hear things. Somebody said I'd find you here.
What seems to be your trouble, sweetheart?
Probably nothing new to you. The show I was dancing in folded up. I held out as long as I could, and now I've got to borrow money.
What's your name? What show?
Vivian Dupre did a solo in Gals Can Be Pals, the Morrison circuit.
Your real name, I mean, Mr. Prey.
Oh, okay. Mary Sullivan. Do I get the money? I'll pay it back. Usually I work regular.
All right. Don't get so nervous, Mary. Bill Pagano will take care of you. How much do you call money?
Well, I'm afraid it's got to be at least $300.
Bill Pagano can still take care of you.
Oh.
And he's happy to.
Oh, when can I have it? What do I have to sign, Mr. Pagano?
Well, this is no joint to talk about something personal, sweetheart. Suppose we go over to my place and set up the deal.
Well, I don't know.
You trust me, don't you, kid?
Oh, you know I do, Mr. Pagano.
What are we waiting for? Here we are, sweetheart. Where do I get my key?
Yeah.
The way you're looking around, you think he was expecting somebody.
Oh, no. No, it's just that, well, the hall is so dark.
Well, we'll take care of that right now. Go ahead in, Mary.
Oh, no, you first.
I don't know who you are, Bud, but I'm going to...
Shut up. And you, babe, sit down over there.
What? Oh, yes, sir.
Copper?
We'll talk when you take your hand off that knife in your pocket.
So you heard about me, huh? Well, then you ought to know I let this knife do my talking for me.
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me, handsome. Hager sent me to see you.
Huh? You're lying.
Yeah, I started working for him today. It seems he lost his respect for Marty as a bodyguard.
You think I'm going to believe that?
Hager says you've been charging extra interest on loans and holding out on him. You've shaken his faith in mankind, Phil.
I never held out a cent in my life.
Now snap that knife closed. I want to have nice things to report about you.
Well...
That's a good boy.
Before we do any talking, what about the babe here?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want her to miss this for anything. Oh! All right. You're working for Hager. But I want to know more than that.
Hey, get off me. Take your knee out of my chest.
Now, who finances the setup? Who's the top man on the totem pole?
I don't know. I don't know nothing. Don't.
Who really runs the racket? Supplies are ready, cash. Come on, talk.
All right. I'll tell you. Stop it.
Yeah?
Leslie.
Leslie who?
Leslie Remsen. Out in Compton Hills.
Okay. Thanks, Phil. You've been very helpful. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but I gotta do this. Oh! Sweet dreams, handsome.
Well, what do I do? Cheer or just fold up like an accordion?
Sorry I had to expose you to that bit of rough stuff, Angel. But even if it takes more of the same, I want to clean this thing up.
Compton Hills? But there's nothing out there but fashionable estates.
Yeah, I know. But that's the next stop, Brooksy. We're getting up in the world.
Leslie will be down in just a moment, Mr. Valentine. In the meantime, would you like to step in here and see some of my books?
Huh? Oh, sure, all right.
May I get you a drink? I'd ring for one of the servants, but it's their night off.
No, thanks. Did you mention it was important?
Yes, I told Leslie. You know, Mr. Valentine, I suppose most people would say that my life is an unpardonable waste. So much of it given to collecting books, living with them. But then, what is important, young man?
In college, they drummed me out of my philosophy class, Mr. Remsen. Now, would you mind calling upstairs again and see if...
That won't be necessary.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, have you met my wife?
Huh?
Leslie, dear, this is the young man who has been waiting for you.
Oh.
Yes. I'm Leslie. I'm sorry I'm not wearing a mustache. I understand you have some business you want to discuss with me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yes.
Why don't you two stay right here in the library?
Thank you, Paul.
I have to phone my book dealer anyway. You know, Mr. Valentine, Leslie just can't understand my passionate interest in books.
No?
But then again, I'm often baffled by her interests, even though I understand them. Well, good night.
I received a very enlightening telephone call while you were waiting, Mr. Valentine.
Then you ought to know why I'm here, Leslie. Or I suppose I ought to start calling you Mrs. Remsen.
No, I like Leslie better. You seem to think I'm masterminding some sort of minor crime wave.
Aren't you?
That was a melodramatic way of putting it. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Did you know that in the early 30s, the oil industry had to meet the challenge of new, high-powered cars? A plain mineral oil just couldn't lubricate the new, powerful engines properly. Engineers at Standard of California met the problem with compounded RPM motor oil, the oil that won't run away from internal engine hot spots, that keeps a protective film on all parts when a car is standing cold, and that cleans your engine as it lubricates. One motorist quick to see the advantages of RPM motor oil is F.B. Stormont of Tombstone, Arizona. Mr. Stormont started using RPM in 1936. He states that he has been a constant user of this premium motor oil for the past 13 years. He's driven the same car all these years, driven it close to 100,000 miles with only one major overhaul job in all that distance. Well, that's really protection you can trust. And to give your own car this superior protection, stick to RPM motor oil. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're not surprised to find a hard-bitten operator like Douglas Harger mixed up in the loan shark racket that has victimized your client. You're not surprised when you run into assorted forms of mayhem. What does rock you back on your heels is that the beautiful and wealthy Mrs. Leslie Remsen is apparently the banker and kingpin. But if you have George Valentine's recuperative powers, you counter with a surprise of your own.
Now, Leslie, what does Harger have on you?
I could see my husband took an immediate liking to you. I can't say I blame him, George.
Okay, be evasive. I'll do the talking.
I don't mind listening.
He has to be blackmailing you one way or another. You wouldn't get mixed up in a filthy deal like this if you weren't forced into it. It can't be the money.
Maybe I just like the excitement.
You know what this shuffle means in human misery.
Maybe I'm a psychopathic case.
Oh? Well, maybe it's as simple as this.
It's almost worth being an arch criminal. To be kissed like that.
Huh? That's all it is, Leslie. You've got a low melting point. Well, the kiss was worth the slap. But it is the truth, isn't it?
Leave me alone.
A beautiful woman married to a man years older. That could be dynamite. Now, what was it? Letters you wrote to somebody? Is that what Harger's holding over you?
Yes. They were quite inflammatory. In fact, I remember them more vividly than the man I wrote them
Then
to.
you'd better find a way to get him back, sister, or you're a gone gosling.
No one can prove anything, not even you.
I beat it out of one of Harger's mugs, and the police can, too. The point is, there will never be any mention of Harger. Only you. He'll make like he never heard of you before in his life.
How did I get into this? George, you've got to get those letters back for me.
Now you're frightened, aren't you?
You can have whatever it's worth to you. Money, anything.
No promises, Leslie. But I'll give it a whirl.
I'll live up to my end of the bargain.
You won't have to. It's all part of services rendered for another client. And a lot of other people like him. Now, look, Fred, I've got an idea. A way to take all the pep out of Harger.
And if it works, what happened to you and Peg won't ever happen to anyone else.
Let me have it. I'll do anything.
I've got to get some letters out of Harger's safe at the Melody Club.
Huh?
Letters signed Leslie Remsen.
I don't know much about blowing safes.
Now, I could try to scare him into giving them to me at the point of a gun, but he knows I wouldn't shoot him.
Yeah?
But, and this is where you come in, if someone with a nervous trigger finger and a man-sized grudge walked in, Harger would really sweat.
I see what you're driving at.
Sure. You put on an act. You don't like the way you were taken for a ride. You're going to get even. You want him to open the office safe so you can help yourself.
I'll put on an act that could get me a Hollywood contract.
Now, Fred, you know there's a risk involved. But we've got to have those letters.
You've got them. But there's just one thing.
What's that?
That gorilla, Marty. He's always following Harger around. He never lets him out of his sight.
Okay, that's my job. I'll get Marty off the scene. At 9:30 tonight, Harger will be alone at the Melody Club. That's when you walk in.
Pick up Marty Harris for questioning.
That's right, Lieutenant, and keep him under wraps overnight.
What am I supposed to sweat out of him?
I want him out of the way, Riley. It's important.
I suppose it would be rude of me to ask why, huh?
Not rude. I just don't want to bother you.
Huh? Since when?
Don't you remember, Lieutenant? This isn't in your department.
George, down the alley. There's Fred now.
Yeah, good. Hop in, Fred.
They're all right. Here.
Good boy. Have any trouble?
Just trying to act nervous. I had to slug Harger to give me time to get out.
That must have thrilled you no end.
Drive around the block, Angel.
Well, I don't want to sound faint-hearted, but wouldn't it be a good idea to put some distance between us and the Melody Club?
Drop me off at that cab stand on you, Fred.
Yeah?
Beat it home to Peg. You did a good night's work.
Well, I'll take a bow when it pays off.
I hate to think I'm just supposed to keep driving around the block.
Park just before you get to the entrance of the club, Brooksy. I got a hunch Harger's going to come streaking out of there in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Now, you stick on his trail. I got to know where he goes. You can call me at Leslie Remsen's.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, but you just missed Leslie.
Oh.
She seemed rather in a hurry, too.
Well, do you know where your wife went, Mr. Remsen?
Well, let's see. It could be the Dolphin Room, the El Dorado, Antoine's, or possibly Le Coq d'Or.
For a bibliophile, you know your night spots.
As a husband, I know my weak spots. Not being able to keep up a hectic social pace, I try to substitute patience and a modicum of wisdom that comes with the years.
Meaning just what, Mr. Remsen? Let's not spar.
Meaning all things come to him who waits. I'm quite able and willing to wait for Leslie.
You're okay, Remsen. All right, I'll kick around those spots you mentioned and see if I can find Leslie.
Oh, just a moment, Valentine. You probably think it's strange I never questioned you about your business with my wife.
Well,
Of course, I have sensed that she's in some kind of trouble. I'll even venture to say that you're here to deliver that little package.
Huh?
Would they be ill-advised letters? Leslie's very impulsive.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Don't be embarrassed. I'm not going to ask to see them. They don't matter. It was foolish of her to get in trouble because of them.
Mr. Remsen, why are you telling me this?
Because I know you're trying to help her. That being the case, you ought to know how I feel. Oh, pardon me. Hello. Oh, yes, he's right here. It's for you. It's a Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Brooksy? Uh-huh. Both of them, huh? He met her there, the Gramercy room. No, use your head, Angel. No matter how many of Hager's men are staking out the place, I gotta do this alone. Okay, I'll be right there.
You must think I'm a fool, Douglas.
You have no choice but to sign it, Leslie.
You never asked me to sign receipts for money from any of your collectors before.
I've decided we should be more businesslike. Yes, and to avoid any stigma of blackmail, I'm going to let you have your letters back.
Well, what's this gentleman trying to sell you now, Leslie?
George.
Sorry, we can't ask you to sit down, Mr. Valentine.
Why, thanks, I will. A business conference?
George, Douglas said that if I sign these receipts, he'd let me have my letters back.
Letters? What letters? Have you any letters belonging to the Lady Hager?
I made a mistake some time ago not teaching you to keep out of my affairs. I never make the same mistake twice, Mr. Valentine.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if these were the letters you meant.
George, you did get them.
Uh-huh.
So, that's why you wanted me to sign these, Douglas. You had to find some other way to keep me under your thumb.
Nice try, Hager.
You don't think you're going to keep those letters very long, do you?
Oh, I know you've got your private goon squad sprinkled around.
It seems quite a shame that my long-cherished principle of nonviolence should go overboard this way.
I'll take them, George. They won't dare touch me.
Take it easy. Buster's playmates don't know the meaning of the word chivalry.
You're a realist, Mr. Valentine. I admire that in a man.
Why, Georgie, what a lovely surprise.
What?
The most wonderful thing just happened.
Brooksy, why didn't you do as I told you?
Well, fancy seeing you here. And as I live and breathe, my old friend Douglas Hager.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
It's a funny thing, George, how I ran into Lieutenant Riley. You know, there's a big policeman's ball tonight.
No, I didn't.
A sort of a spur-of-the-moment affair, you know.
Yes, and he wants us to come along as his guest, darling. He's even got a squad car outside.
A squad car?
Yes, sir.
Well, swell. You'll join us, won't you, Leslie?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
We'll be with you in a minute.
Well, don't be long now. We'll wait for them at the bar.
Why, you bet we will.
You wouldn't care to go to the policeman's ball, would you, Hager?
I'm afraid I shouldn't be very good company. You know, Valentine, I relish having you as my private nemesis. If it weren't for you, my life would be much too pallid and uncomplicated. I look forward to our next meeting. Good night.
Yeah.
I won't forget what you've done for me, George. May I have those letters now?
No, Leslie. Finders keepers.
What?
Yep. I think I'll just hold on to them now. Oh, incidentally, your husband is waiting for you. You know, I do a lot to keep Paul from getting hurt. He's a very nice guy.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
Oh, I get it. Blackmail. With a good housekeeping stamp of approval.
Oh, George, before you burn those letters, you might at least have let me peek at one of them.
You know, that's what I like about you, Angel. You're so unscrupulously feminine.
Yeah, but seriously, George, do you think Leslie and her husband will make a go of it now?
Oh, maybe. As long as she thinks I still have the letters, she doesn't suspect that Paul knows about them.
Darling, you should run a column of advice to the Lovelorn. Dear editor, my young man, who shall be nameless, keeps putting off popping the question, what shall I do? Signed, Anxious.
Oh, I get it. Dear Anxious, after seeing your beautiful pictures, I'm convinced your young man is a halfwit. By no means marry him. Insanity is hereditary.
You can't win.
If your car's battery begins to act a bit feeble toward the end of winter months, nobody's surprised, for the extra use of lights and short, stormy weather trips are an added load on battery juice. But one way you can be sure of giving your battery longer life is by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. This premium quality fuel puts command performance in your car. Fast starts with little or no drain on your car's battery, smooth acceleration, extra power, high-octane power that makes it great on hills. And it's a battery saver wherever you drive in the West because it's climate-tailored. That means fast starts for your car in each different altitude and temperature zone. So for economy and for all-round command performance from your car, be sure to say Chevron Supreme gasoline. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. In the course of next week's adventure, we find George Valentine in a cheap rooming house.
Okay, Walt. I never play AC-doocy with a .38.
And now you're being smart.
Well, I see you've been packing.
Yeah, leaving town. All on account of that crazy bottle. I should have thrown it down a sewer, but no, I gotta go be nice to somebody, a guy I never seen before.
Who gave you the bottle, Walt? And why?
You're getting nothing out of me, mister. Nothing but this. Oh! That crazy bottle.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Larry Dobkin as Harger, Gene Bates as Leslie, Ted Von Eltz as Paul, Don Diamond as Fred, and Eddie Marr as Pagano. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Roundabout Murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, Danger's my stock and trade. If trouble is a noose around your neck and it's getting tighter, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, they say I killed Cleo Dawson, and I did kill her. But I didn't murder her. There is a difference. My story may sound weak, even ridiculous, but it's true. Yet what chance do I stand? My own lawyer doesn't believe me. My wife turns away when I try to explain. The police say I'm not even a good liar. I don't know why I should expect
you not only to believe me, but help me do something about it. Let's say right now, I'm just grabbing at straws. It's signed Arnold Kyle.
You don't have to look at me like that, Miss Brooks. I know all about that letter. I saw it before it was mailed.
Oh.
I don't get it, Lieutenant. This may put us on opposite sides of the fence.
Since when does that bother you, Valentine? Anyway, just between you and me and that blindfolded lady called Justice, I want you to see what you can do for this guy.
Well, I've never known you to undermine your own case, Lieutenant.
Miss Brooks, you haven't met Arnold Kyle. He looks at you with those big, blue, innocent eyes, and he makes you feel all dirty all over. for even questioning that simple-minded story of his. I tell you, I can't sleep. I wake up dreaming about his open-faced mug and
Okay, you sentimental Irishman. Pull up your suspenders and tell me what's making this such a hassle for you.
The facts. You can't beat them, Valentine. Now get this picture and tell me what you do.
Yeah?
We're up in Cleo Dawson's cheap hotel room. The coroner had just examined her body. Arnold Kyle's been standing there all the time, taking it all in. All right. You heard the coroner, Mr. Kyle. This isn't suicide. This girl was killed by some quick-acting poison in whiskey. Now, what do you know about it?
Nothing, I tell you.
Who is she?
Cleo Dawson, here from somewhere in the Middle West. I just met her 2 days ago.
Well, you work fast, don't you? What were you doing up here in this room tonight?
She came out here to get a job with the carnival. It didn't pan out. She was stranded without a cent.
And so you decided to play the Good Samaritan.
Well, what's wrong with that? If my kid sister were in a jam like that, wouldn't I be glad if someone tried to help her?
Never mind that. Go on.
I got Cleo this room and even fixed it with a friend so she could start working today at a drive-in downtown.
Come on, what about tonight?
Well, she didn't show up at the job, so I dropped by to see what was the matter. She had a rotten cold, so I told her she ought to take a drink and stay in bed.
Kyle, why did you poison this bottle? Did Cleo threaten to make trouble between you and your wife?
Don't be crazy. It was nothing like that. I was going to take a drink myself, except all of a sudden she keeled over, just like that.
Okay. Where did you buy this liquor?
I didn't buy it.
Huh?
Some fella gave it to me. A guy down at Donovan's Tavern, name of Walt. I never met him before.
If I told you that story, would you believe it?
But it's the truth. Why would I call downstairs for a doctor? Why didn't I run away? Nobody knew I was here. If I were guilty, would I...
There you are. That's the story, Valentine. Now, come on. Kyle's cell is right down this corridor.
Wow. Now you're going to have Brooksy and me sharing your insomnia, Lieutenant.
I don't suppose you found any stranger named Walt?
Yeah, don't think we haven't tried. Well, here we are.
Okay. I think it'd be better if you waited for me downstairs, Angel, and we'll have dinner. I shouldn't be very long.
Okay, George.
Here's somebody to see you, Kyle. Oh, drop by and see me before you leave, Valentine.
Sure.
Yes? What do you want with me?
My name's Valentine, George Valentine.
Oh, then you don't think my story is crazy, do you? Or you wouldn't be here, would you?
Now, calm down, will you?
No, look at me.